Yiziu slightly curled his lips. Fortunately, Miss Su didn't think I was dismissing you because you weren't good enough, and deliberately tried to distance myself from you. Sumushi raised an eyebrow, feeling that Yiziu's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. She was not the kind of person who couldn't tell right from wrong. If someone wanted to distance themselves, they could just mock or belittle her a little. There was no need to deliberately hold her in their arms and lie to her. Of course, if Yiziu's actions were to take advantage of her, she wouldn't believe that either. As the noble prince, he could have any woman he wanted, so why would he resort to such methods to take advantage of an unattractive girl like her? The only explanation was that Yiziu was protecting her just now. As for the reason, perhaps the much-praised second prince was not a kind person. So maybe Yiziu wasn't too cold-hearted after all. Seeing Sumushi's gaze studying him, Yiziu leaned back slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he asked in a deep voice, "Didn't you ask me earlier why I didn't look for Yena? But how you know I didn't? Could it be that the second prince was stopping me? What was he trying to do?" Sumushi immediately understood what Yiziu meant, but she couldn't figure it out. If Tang Hao's family was influential, it made sense that the second prince would stop Yiziu from looking for Yener. But Tang Hao was just an ordinary soldier, so if the second prince was stopping him, was he just bored and had nothing better to do?
Yiziu sneered coldly.
What's he trying to do?
Just make me unhappy is enough.
Knight Zayu wanted to say more, but he heard Sumushi speak seriously. "Don't worry, I will stay far away from you in the future, and also stay away from the second prince." "Then aren't you curious why I and Knight Zayu are like this?" "No, I'm not curious. Royal matters are not something a small doctor like her can get involved in." She only needed to know that the second prince was not a good person, and staying away from him was enough. Seeing Sumushi act so timid, Knight Zayu chuckled softly. "You're quite sensible." Then he changed his tone, his eyes cold. "Miss Su, are you still considering my previous offer? You should know, when it comes to being ruthless, I am not inferior to anyone." As he spoke, his large hand suddenly grasped Sumushi's slender neck with lightning speed. It was as if she refused, her neck would be broken. Faced with this blatant threat, for some reason, Sumushi did not feel afraid at all. Instead, she was surprisingly calm. Knight Zayu's hand was rough, likely from holding weapons for many years. Beijing Yan had always watched over Qi's state jealously, often harassing the northern border civilians. 19 years ago, King Yu of Qi guarded the northern border, so Beijing Yan dared not make a move. But after King Yu's rebellion and death, Beijing Yan began to invade the border repeatedly. Until 8 years ago, when 18-year-old Knight Zayu charged into the enemy camp and beheaded a major general, forcing the enemy to retreat. Since then, a new war god of Qi appeared, allowing the northern civilians to live in peace again. Someone who could make Beijing Yan tremble in fear would naturally not be soft-hearted. But Sumushi believed that Knight Zayu would not be so ruthless to a little girl like her. "Will you protect young Lady Yan?" This random question made Knight Zayu pause. He originally didn't want to bother, but he was worried Sumushi would keep bringing up young Lady Yan and bother him. So he nodded slightly, of course. But just as he finished speaking, he saw Sumushi suddenly smile, her slender neck leaning forward a bit. "Then let me see how ruthless King Yong'an really is at you." Knight Zayu didn't expect Sumushi to react like this. Feeling the smooth skin touched by his hand, he inexplicably felt it was a bit hot. He quickly withdrew his hand and coldly added, "There's no need for me to personally deal with you." Sumushi tried to hide her smile, and suddenly thought that Knight Zayu maybe wasn't so bad. At least he wasn't someone who randomly kills innocent people or cares little for others' lives. He is the same as Yener in her eyes. Since Yener is not in danger, Yiziu does not ask how he plans to use her. However, he is determined to find out about the Marquis of Anyang. "Prince, marriage is not a game or a bargaining chip to be used against each other. I hope you will think carefully and consider a different marriage partner." Sumushi mentions their marriage again, which makes Yiziu feel inexplicably annoyed. He had thought about it for a long time before choosing Sumushi. He is not sure if the letters in the Marquis of Anyang's house are still there, and he is not certain that the Marquis would give up those letters just for Su Mushi. So, he is prepared to marry Su Mushi if necessary. Compared to marrying an unremarkable noble lady, he would rather marry Su Mushi, who has been praised by the Empress Dowager several times. Now, it seems Su Mushi is quite clever and sensible, so he has no objection to marrying her. But Su Mushi looks eager to end the marriage early. Does she really like Qiao Zimo, that ungrateful and blind fool? Thinking of this, Yiziyu feels frustrated and asks Miss Su, "Do you have someone you love?" Su Mushi honestly shakes her head no. Hearing this, Yiziyu's irritation eases a little. He looks at her and asks again, "Then why do you resist marrying me? I am not here to make you a concubine, but to marry you as the main wife with the emperor's decree. If you don't have someone you love, I really can't understand why you wouldn't want to marry me." After saying this, he remembers Su Mushi trying to reach up and remove his mask earlier. His black eyes flicker. "Are you worried that I am ugly?" Su Mushi was about to take off her face cream, hoping to find a way to cancel the marriage, when she sees Yiziyu slowly remove his black mask, revealing his true face. Inside the carriage, their eyes meet. Su Mushi looks at his handsome face and suddenly understands why Yiziyu wears a mask. His eyebrows are like ink paintings, and his eyes are as cold as stars. Unlike Xie Xian's narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes, Yiziyu's eyes are deeper and sharper, resembling eagle eyes. When he stares intently, his gaze feels very commanding. His nose is high and straight, just as she had guessed, making his features look even more striking. With those seemingly cold lips and a sharp, chiseled face, enough to make any woman feel captivated. But this kind of appearance would be a burden in the military camp. Whether it's allies or enemies, they would all think that Yiziyu is just a delicate ornament. Although he can speak with strength, he doesn't always have opportunities to show his power. So, wearing a mask to hide his true face is the quickest way to make people shut up and also saves a lot of explanations. After all, Yiziyu seems like someone who doesn't like to explain himself. However, her skin ointment is useless for Yiziyu now, because Yiziyu's face has not a single scar. And even if there were some scars, they wouldn't affect his appearance. They might even make him look more heroic and strong.
Sigh.
Su Mushi sighed softly, but this made Yiziyu's previously relaxed eyebrows furrow again, even tighter than before. No one has ever sighed after seeing his true face. So, what does Su Mushi mean by this? Women who see him often show infatuated expressions, which Yiziyu finds very annoying. He thought Su Mushi would also show the same reaction, but unexpectedly, it was this. "What's wrong? Miss Su, are you dissatisfied with my appearance?" Su Mushi quickly shook her head. "No. Your Highness is handsome, a rare beauty." Yiziyu's throat moved. "Then, Miss Su, do you have any concerns about marrying me?" Su Mushi didn't answer directly but asked back, "What do you think of me, Your Highness?" Yiziyu felt his face heat up inexplicably, and he leaned back, hiding his face in the darkness. "Decent. Decent?" Su Mushi didn't expect Yiziyu to answer like this. She thought he would say she was of low status, ugly, and remarried. But upon reflection, Yiziyu had never used these points to belittle her. Still, they were not the same kind of people, and they could never be together. "Your Highness, men can have 3 or 4 wives, but women, once married, must be faithful. Besides, they need to respect their in-laws and get along well with their sisters-in-law and younger sisters-in-law. For men, if they marry the wrong wife, especially one from a much lower background, they can simply divorce and continue their carefree life. But for women, there are many restrictions and rumors. Since the prince can use our marriage to threaten me into helping you, it shows he doesn't care much about me as his wife. Therefore, I hope the prince can understand how hard it is for women in this world and release me, cancel this marriage." Hearing this, Yiziyu's restless feelings calmed down. He lifted his mask and put it back on his face. Although his handsome face was hidden, his extraordinary presence could not be concealed. His thin lips parted slightly, and his voice was cold and proud. I have never had someone I liked, nor have I fallen for any woman. If I marry you, I promise there will be no other women in my household, and I will not abandon you. I am not Xiao Zimo, Miss Su. You worry too much. It seems Su Mushi does not like Xiao Zimo, but is more afraid because of past hurt. How can shallow, unfaithful men compare to him? I thought Su Mushi would be happy to hear this, but her delicate eyebrows furrowed even deeper. Tomorrow's affairs are still uncertain, yet you can already make predictions about the future? What will happen if you marry me? Will I be confined in a random courtyard? Or will you occasionally show me kindness when you're in a good mood, like a gift? I know, if it were other women, they would be grateful and happily marry the prince. I also know that repeatedly saying I want to break the marriage might seem pretentious. But I don't want a life of luxury and riches. What I want is a partner who understands me and can face hardships together. If I can't find that, I would rather grow old alone and dedicate my life to medicine and helping others. Su Mushi's expression was firm, with no hint of playing hard to get or resisting. Yi Ziyu was silent because he didn't know what to say. He could see that neither Su Mushi nor Su Xing liked a life of wealth and luxury. Otherwise, as members of the Jean merchant Su family, they wouldn't live so simply in the capital. He had never thought about love and romance. The only thing he wanted was to clear the name of Uncle Yuang. So, what Su Mushi wanted, he truly couldn't give. After a moment, Yi Ziyu finally spoke, but he was addressing the guards outside. Go to Shan Xiaitang. Since he couldn't give Su Mushi what she wanted, it was better to keep his distance in the future. However, this marriage couldn't be cancelled for now. He had waited too many years and had finally found a weakness in Qiao Shuyuan. He couldn't let it go easily. Su Mushi saw that Yi Ziyu still had no intention of canceling the engagement and silently sighed. It seemed she would need to visit the Empress Dowager at the palace in a few days. Lost in her thoughts, she arrived at Shanxi Hall. After politely saying goodbye to Yi Ziyu, she got out of the carriage as expected. Just as she was about to turn to knock on the door, she saw Yi Ziyu's long arm reach out from the carriage window.
Eat it. No poison.
Su Mushi looked at the package of snacks Yi Ziyu was holding, then glanced at the blurry figure inside the carriage, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. Without hesitation, she took the snack and smiled, thanking him. But she heard Yi Ziyu speak coldly. If you want to thank me, Miss Su, you might as well think carefully about my previous proposal. If you have made up your mind, you can come to me anytime. As he finished speaking, the curtain of the carriage was lowered. Su Mushi watched the departing carriage and then looked at the snack in her hand, softly snorting. Humph. I knew this cold-faced king wasn't so kind-hearted. Meanwhile, at the Anyang Marquis's residence, it was late at night, but Qiao Xiu Yuan still hadn't fallen asleep. Instead, he was reading a letter sent by the Empress. Looking at the messy characters on the letter, Qiao Xiu Yuan slightly curled his lips, his usually elegant face now full of a fierce expression. He reached out and held the letter over the candle, watching as it burned into ashes, murmuring, "So quick to lose patience? You're probably just testing me, but that suits me perfectly. Trying to compete with me for Shi heir? You're asking for death." The next morning, news about the crown prince wandering into a brothel last night spread throughout the streets of the capital. However, as the story spread, it gradually changed, shifting focus onto Su Mushi. Yes, I saw Su Mushi myself. She really looks terrible. No wonder King Yong was so eager to take her back to his residence. I heard Su Mushi is quite shameless, even eagerly following the King Yong home. But not long after entering, she was kicked out by him, ugly and unaware of it. That's what makes trouble for everyone. People also say her medical skills aren't as amazing as everyone claims. The only reason she could cure the Marquis of Anyang's leg was because of her father. My uncle's neighbor delivers vegetables to the Marquis's residence. The servants there said the reason the Marquis of Anyang divorced Su Mushi was because she was unfaithful and secretly cheating. Really? Cheating? That's hard to believe. She's so ugly, who would want her? You don't understand. Although Su Mu she looks a bit ugly, her figure is top-notch. As long as her face is hidden and the lights are out. Hee hee. Listening to your words, I have also heard that Su Mushi often wears a veil when entering and leaving those lively places. It turns out she does so because she doesn't want to be lonely. For a while, Su Mushi went from being seen as a pitiful abandoned wife to being labeled as an unfaithful woman. Although some kind people from the Compassion Hall visited Su Mushi for treatment and spoke well of her, most people prefer to believe sensational rumors. Moreover, Su Mushi did go to the Seeking Fragrance Tower. Otherwise, how could she have met Prince Yong'an? Li Shi, wife of Minister of War He Xing, also heard these rumors. She initially just sneered and paid no more attention. Unexpectedly, this fuss eventually involved her own family. Madam, Coachman Old Feng drank a bit too much last night and let slip that the master has an outside woman.
He also said.
Hearing the maid's words, Li Shi hurriedly asked, what else did he say? The maid lowered her head and continued, he said that woman is pregnant.
Bang!
Li Shi suddenly threw her teacup onto the ground in anger. No wonder the master has been looking so happy lately. It turns out he has an affair outside, and that woman is pregnant with his child. Li Shi had been married to He Xing for 15 years without bearing a child. She had seen many doctors, all saying her health was fine, and she had taken countless medicines and remedies, but her belly remained still. If it had been another wife, she would have been generous and arranged for her husband to take a concubine to continue the family line. But she didn't want to pretend to be magnanimous and let other women into the household. Others would laugh and say that the Ministry of War's people are devoted. Minister Qiao Shiyuan only has his wife Jiang, and He Xing only has his wife Li. The difference is that Qiao Shiyuan refused to marry again, while He Xing dared not. Because Li Shi is a fierce woman from Hedong, well known in the capital for her jealousy. Li Shi was so angry she couldn't speak. After catching her breath, she finally found her voice. Call Old Foam over. She wanted to ask clearly where this fox spirit came from, who seduced her husband, and how she ended up pregnant with his child. Coachman Old Foam trembled as he knelt before Li Shi. Before she could ask, he spilled everything he knew. I really don't know what the woman looks like, her name, or where her outside house is. I only saw her from afar once. She has a graceful figure, wears a veil, and looks about 20 years old. As for the pregnancy, I was just guessing casually. The young one only saw the master gently touching the woman's belly, smiling brightly. The young one is so reckless, guessing the master's thoughts and talking nonsense after drinking. Please forgive me, madam. After saying this, Old Foam kowtowed heavily to Li Shi, his forehead swelling up high, but Li Shi still showed no intention of stopping him. It wasn't until he bled from the kowtow that Li Shi finally spoke with disgust. Enough.
Tell me where you saw that woman.
Seeing Old Feng's timid appearance, Li Shi naturally didn't think he was lying. Everyone in the household was under her control. She believed that when the master went out to see that fox spirit, he would be extra careful. So, it was normal that Old Feng didn't know the woman's exact identity. Old Feng looked grateful and quickly answered, in Shirlu Lane. The master often goes near Shirlu Lane, and every time he goes, he tells me not to wait. He said to go back and fetch him after an hour. Li Shi silently repeated the words Shirlu Lane, but her brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Shirlu Lane is very large, and no one knew exactly where the fox spirit was hiding. If she directly asked the master, he might not admit it. Then, if he protected that fox spirit and she bore a child, she, as the head wife, would be rendered powerless. At this moment, Old Feng hesitated and said, Madam, why not have someone search the master's personal belongings? If there is something that doesn't belong to the madam, it must be the fox spirit's. Maybe with that item, we can find her. Li Shi's eyes brightened at his words. She quickly ordered her maid to search. Soon, the maid returned. Madam, I found this in the master's study. As she spoke, the maid held out a woman's purse and presented it to Li Shi. The purse was embroidered with a pattern of copper pennywort, quite special, not like the usual designs embroidered by young ladies. Old Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, saw the purse and hurriedly moved a few steps forward on his knees, staring at it with a hesitant look. Li Shi asked suspiciously, "What is it? Have you seen this purse before?" Old Feng quickly straightened his posture, bowed his waist, and replied, "I haven't seen it before, but I have heard of it. A few days ago, the owner of Shanxi Hall, Su Mushi, stopped the carriage of the Yanyang Marquis's daughter on the street. Coincidentally, she met the son of the Ministry of Revenue. That young man asked about Su Mushi's purse and mentioned copper pennywort. Shumuxi?" Li Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking that the idea of Su Mushi being a fox spirit was too absurd. She had visited the Marquis of Yanyang's residence before and seen Su Mushi. She was not only ugly but also seemed a bit gloomy in personality. How could the master like such a woman? She then remembered the rumors outside and hesitated again. Moreover, the old master often visited Anyang Marquis's residence. Could it be to see that Su Mushi? She looked down at Lao Feng kneeling on the ground and asked coldly, "If I send you to see that Su Mushi, can you tell if she is that fox spirit?" Lao Feng hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. A carriage was parked not far outside the Shanxi Hall. An old man around 50 approached and slowly lifted the curtain. "How is it?" Li Shi sat inside the carriage, looking calm on the surface, but her voice trembled slightly. Lao Feng looked nervous, trembling for a long time before nodding. "Su Mushi is the fox spirit I saw that day. No mistake." Upon hearing this, Li Shi felt dizzy. She clenched her fists tightly until her nails dug into her flesh, which made her feel a bit better. Unexpectedly, it was truly surprising. She never thought He Xing would even look at someone like that. A maid asked nearby, "Madam, now that we've confirmed that woman's identity, what should we do?" Li Shi sneered, "Ha! What to do? Naturally, we must eliminate this wicked child." The maid hesitated, but Su Mushi now has a marriage decree and is to become the future Princess Yong'an. "If you go directly, madam, it might not be appropriate." Li Shi's eyes were full of cruelty. Do you think the king of Yong'an and the emperor would react well if they knew Su Mushi was pregnant? Princess Yong'an? That Su Mushi can forget about it. She's a despised woman, and I can make her suffer. Pei Yuan hesitated again and lingered outside Shanxi Hall for a long time before gathering courage to enter. Yesterday, he discussed with Xie Xian for a long time. He wanted to divorce Qiao Zixi, but first, he had to reveal Qiao Zixi vicious true nature. So today, he came to take that mute girl away and bring her to Anyang Marquis's residence to seek justice. The Marquis of Anyang is kind and polite. Once he learns his daughter is so wicked, he will surely propose to break the engagement. But he felt ashamed to see Su Mushi now. He also didn't know how to ask to take the mute girl away. After all, he had unknowingly defended Qiao Zixi that day. Today, Shanxi Hall had more visitors than before, but most of them weren't there for medical treatment. They came to see Su Mushi. Is that Su Mushi? She does have a good figure. If she covered her face, she might look even more charming. My cousin said that he once had an intimate experience with Su Mushi, but the feeling was quite ordinary. However, afterwards, Su Mushi gave him 10 taels of silver. Is that true? He looked serious, but it turns out he's quite flirtatious. Pei Yuan was still hesitating about how to speak when he entered Shanxi Hall. He tried to hide his figure and moved toward the corner. Unexpectedly, he overheard such words. He took a few deep breaths, looked at the lecherous expressions on the faces of the two people talking, and didn't think much. He clenched his fists and struck one of them on the nose. Although Pei Yuan looked tall and strong, he didn't have the strength of those men who work on the streets every day. Plus, he was outnumbered 2-1, and soon his face was bloodied. "Stop! The constables are coming!" A woman's sudden shout made the two men pause. "Old Wang, stop hitting him. Let's go quickly. Look at this young master's clothes. He's probably from a rich family. If we go to the yamen, we might get into big trouble." One of them nervously said, and the other quickly nodded. Then they pushed through the crowd and ran away quickly. Su Mushi looked at Pei Yuan, who was struggling to get up from the ground, and coldly surveyed everyone in the hall. She then said sharply, "If you're not here to see a doctor and buy medicine, I advise you all to leave soon. If you keep talking nonsense in my pharmacy and cause trouble, don't blame me for reporting to the authorities. You might end up worse off." Hearing this, everyone dared not stay to watch the scene. No matter how bad Su Mushi was, she was still the future princess consort of King Yongin. If she really wanted to target ordinary people like them, it would be easy. Most of the crowd dispersed, leaving Shanxi Hall feeling much more spacious. Su Mushi looked at Pei Yuan, who was battered and bruised, and asked suspiciously, "Did you come to see me about something?" She knew Pei Yuan wouldn't fight with others without reason. After a moment of thought, she guessed the cause. She had heard the rumors outside and knew that those people came to Shanxi Hall out of curiosity, just to see her. She initially planned to ignore them, thinking the rumors would die down with time. But she didn't expect Pei Yuan to stand up for her so recklessly. However, she didn't believe that Pei Yuan came here today just because he heard those rumors and wanted to defend her. Pei Yuan awkwardly stood up. He had nothing to say to Su Mushi before, and now he looked so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Hearing Su Mushi's question, Pei Yuan hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "I just came to see you. And I also wanted to see that little beggar who was beaten and had his limbs broken earlier." Su Mushi raised an eyebrow.
What?
Is young Master Pei here to apologize for Miss Qiao? Seeing that Su Mushi still confused him with Qiao Zishi, Pei Yuan ignored the situation and hurriedly explained, "No. I made a mistake before. I thought Qiao Zishi was you, so I will cancel this marriage." His words sounded random, but to outsiders, it seemed like Pei Yuan was trying to break off the engagement with Su Mushi. This surprised even the people who had come to see a doctor and get medicine, causing them to stare wide-eyed and secretly gossip about Su Mushi. Just then, Madame Li entered with her people. After hearing Pei Yuan's words, she was sure that Su Mushi was the woman trying to her husband. Su Mushi frowned deeply. She was about to clarify things openly with Pei Yuan in front of everyone, but suddenly a sharp, harsh female voice sounded behind her. "Good for you, Su Mushi. You may be ugly, but your tricks are impressive. Not only did you my husband, but you also managed to get close to young Master Pei. Today, I will make sure to abort the child in your belly, so everyone will see how lowly you are." Before Su Mushi could react, a group of servants rushed forward. Pei Yuan instinctively stepped forward and protected Su Mushi behind him. He looked at Madame Li and said, "Madame He, what are you doing? There must be some misunderstanding here." Madame Li pulled a small pouch from her and threw it at Pei Yuan's feet. "No misunderstanding. You should recognize this pouch, young Master Pei. It was found in my husband's study." Then she angrily pointed at Su Mushi. "This wicked woman seduced my husband and is pregnant with his child. Today, I will abort the child in her belly. No one can stop me." Madame Li was so angry that she lost her reason. Her eyes turned red as she stared at Su Mushi with hatred, wishing she could tear her apart.
Why?
Su Mushi was so ugly. How could she be pregnant with her husband's child? And in terms of appearance and family background, she was far superior to Su Mushi. Heaven was truly unfair. Pei Yuan stared blankly at the pouch on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. Su Mushi had seduced Minister He? And was she pregnant with his child?
How could that be?
But Su Mushi felt that this accusation was suspicious and unfair. How did she get involved with He Xing? How could the Li family have her purse? "Madam He, I have no relation to Lord He. Stop making excuses. When I make you miscarry, you'll have to explain the child in your belly." Li Shi interrupted Su Mushi sharply, wanting to quickly get rid of the unborn child. In front of everyone, she wanted to leave Su Mushi with no way to escape. Hit her.
Sumu 11 panicked.
This is clearly under the Emperor's watch, so why are there so many arrogant and lawless people? Is it because they are high-ranking that they can treat ordinary people without regard? Should she run away? She was afraid Li Shi would take out her anger on others in the Compassion Hall. If she didn't run, Li Shi looked so fierce that she might really beat her half to death. Just when Su Muxi was unsure what to do, Li Shi suddenly collapsed to the ground and let out a cry of pain. Immediately, Qiao Xiu Yuan's angry voice rang out in the hall. Who dares to lay a finger on Shi? Qiao Xiu Yuan looked furious, like a warrior just returned from the battlefield, causing everyone to step back, afraid of provoking him. Li Shi covered her lower back, which Qiao Xiu Yuan had just kicked, and with the help of a maid, managed to stand. She saw Qiao Xiu Yuan approaching with a worried look, asking about Su Muxi. Shi, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? The Marquis of Anyang had once shown great care for Su Muxi, as Li Shi had heard from Jiang Shi before. At first, she just smiled indifferently, thinking the Marquis of Anyang was kind because he was a good person. But now, she didn't think so anymore. Su Muxi had already divorced Qiao Zmo and had a strained relationship with the Marquis of Anyang's household. Even if the Marquis was kind, he wouldn't be so nervous about Su Muxi. Could it be that Su Muxi was involved with the Marquis? The more she thought about it, the more Li Shi believed that was the case. Otherwise, why would Jiang Shi hire people to set fires and kill? It must be because Su Muxi was shameless. Marquis of Anyang, what do you mean by that? Qiao Xiu Yuan saw that Su Muxi was fine, and his murderous intent had just begun to fade, but after hearing Li Shi's question, his expression turned fierce again. He glared at Li Shi and coldly asked, It should be me asking Madam he what she means. In broad daylight, she ordered her servants to hurt people. Such arrogance! Where is the law in all this? Li Shi remained calm and spoke confidently. Su Muxi is immoral and lowly, always seducing men. I came here today to expose her true nature, so she won't marry Prince Yong'an with her unborn child and disrupt the royal bloodline. Lord Anyang insisted on protecting her, perhaps suspecting some secret scheme or conspiracy. Damaging the royal bloodline is a serious crime. Li Shi immediately accused Qiao Xiu Yuan of this, which made his killing intent deepen. Su Muxi finally had a chance to speak. She loudly asked, Mrs. He keeps calling me a lowly person and says I am carrying a cursed child. Is it just because I used a small purse before? Today I stand here. Mrs. He can call a doctor to check if I am pregnant. Seeing Su Muxi's calm and angry expression, Li Shi hesitated for a moment, but then felt reassured when she remembered Old Feng's confident look. No matter how Su Muxi argued today, she wouldn't be let off easily. If I dared to come directly to your door, it means I have more than just that purse as evidence. Old Feng,
Come here.
hearing Li Shi call him, Old Feng hurriedly bowed and stepped forward, then knelt on the ground. But he wasn't kneeling to Li Shi, he was kneeling to Qiao Xiu Yuan. Countless Lord Anyang, spare my life. It's all my fault, I was talking nonsense, it has nothing to do with my wife. Old Feng begged, kowtowing with loyalty. Li Shi, seeing this, impatiently urged, Tell everything you know. Old Feng lowered his head, hiding his sneer and pride, pretending to be scared. He trembled for a long time before finally speaking, I don't know anything. Li Shi was clever and cunning, but whenever it came to the issue of Hixing and women, she always acted foolish. Could a low-ranking servant dare to lie?
Ha!
Daughter, your father will soon avenge you. Li Shi almost got furious at Old Feng's answer. Just as she was about to scold him, she saw Old Feng suddenly pull out a dagger from his sleeve and stab himself in the neck. The sudden event caused many people to scream. Su Muxi instinctively wanted to step forward to save him, but Qiao Xiu Yuan grabbed her wrist. Shi, he's already dead. Don't dirty your hands. His voice was calm, and although he still looked kind and gentle for some reason, seeing this version of Qiao Xiu Yuan made Su Muxi break out in a cold sweat. In Su Muxi's memory, Qiao Xiu Yuan always appeared gentle and easygoing. Even when angry, he would only frown to show displeasure, never as frightening as he was just now. Most importantly, he remained so calm in the face of death. This made her think of the words Yi Ziyu had spoken to her last night in the carriage. Perhaps she never truly understood Qiao Xiu Yuan. So, when he saved her father back then, was it intentional or just a coincidence? Sheer, what's wrong? Don't worry, I will help you seek justice, Xiao Shuyuan said softly, noticing Su Mushi staring blankly at him as if frightened by the scene. Su Mushi moved slightly and realized her wrist was still held by Xiao Shuyuan. She quickly withdrew her hand and took a step back. Xiao Shuyuan's charming eyes flickered. He could clearly see Sheer's rejection and distance from him. Did something happen that he didn't know about? Thinking of this, he immediately thought of one person, Yiziyu. Did Yiziyu say something to Sheer? If so, then tonight at the palace banquet, he must toast Yiziyu properly. But right now, the most urgent matter was to deal with that shrew, Li. With him here, no one could smear Sheer again. Madam He, your servant is quite interesting. I haven't even asked yet, and he's already cut his throat. Does he refuse to help you continue slandering others? Is that why he chose to die to make his stance clear? Li was also startled by Old Feng's action. Now, hearing Xiao Shuyuan speak like this, she looked a bit lost. Her maidservant, quick-witted, hurriedly repeated what Old Feng had just said. My lady did not wrong Su Mushi. Every word I just said is true. Otherwise, how could the purse have ended up in my master's study? So, Su Mushi must be a shameless, despicable person.
Ah.
As soon as the maid finished speaking, she clutched her stomach and cried out painfully. This time, it wasn't Xiao Shuyuan who attacked but Chang Zhong. Chang Zhong had been by Xiao Shuyuan's side for many years. Often, he didn't need direct orders. Just a glance was enough for him to understand and act. A servant daring to insult Miss Su like this, if the circumstances had been different, the Marquis might have directly killed her. Marquis Anyang, don't go too far. Li glared angrily at Xiao Shuyuan as she saw the maid writhing on the ground in pain. But Xiao Shuyuan showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and said softly, This is something I should tell Lady He. After speaking, he ordered Chang Zhong, go, and invite a few doctors here.
Yes.
Chang Zhong nodded and left, throwing Old Feng's body out onto the street, causing a commotion. However, Xiao Shuyuan ignored the chaos and looked at Lady Li with a half-smile, saying, Lady He might have blocked someone's way. I think after today, Lord, he will get what he wishes for. Hearing this, Lady Li broke out in cold sweat. Blocked someone's way. Could it be that she was being plotted against? Was it He Xing who was scheming against her? Maybe He Xing really has a mistress outside, but not Su Mushi. Perhaps he is using Old Feng's name to deliberately lure her here, to cause trouble. The more Lady Li thought about it, the colder she felt. In the past, the women she sent away were powerless and had no influence. Even if they died, no one would stand up for them. But Su Mushi's current status is somewhat special. If today's incident is truly a misunderstanding and it turns out Su Mushi isn't pregnant, then her recent actions might offend King Yong'an and possibly alarm the current emperor. In that case, He Xing would have a reason to divorce her. She didn't want to believe that someone close to her would scheme against her, but if not He Xing, then who? Besides her jealousy, she never made enemies, so besides He Xing, she couldn't think of anyone else who would plot against her. She sighed bitterly, but after seeing how Xiao Shuyuan protected Su Mushi, a glimmer of hope rekindled in her heart. Maybe Su Mushi isn't innocent after all. Su Mushi also thought Lady Li was being plotted against, but that person wasn't targeting Lady Li specifically, but her. The rumors spreading through the streets and alleys, along with the mysterious visitor and the unknown purse, clearly indicated someone wanted to ruin her reputation completely. Even if the doctor arriving later proved she wasn't pregnant, it wouldn't prove her innocence. She instinctively touched the birthmark on her left cheek. Did she need to prove her innocence herself? After a moment of thought, Su Mushi shook her head silently. Being accused of losing her innocence would be a big taboo for a royal daughter-in-law. Maybe she could use this rumor to take the opportunity to divorce Yiziyu. Pei Yuan looked at Su Mushi, then at Xiao Shuyuan. He stepped forward, picked up the purse from the ground, carefully brushed off the dust, and hesitated before handing it to Su Mushi. Miss Su, this is your purse. Then, in front of Xiao Shuyuan, he openly revealed that he had encountered Xiao Zishi at the Guardian Temple and that he had mistaken someone else for her. If it weren't for Qiao Zixi saying that this purse belonged to her, I wouldn't have let my mother go to the Anyang Marquis's house to propose marriage. Pei Yuan hadn't yet finished explaining how Qiao Zixi had injured a young beggar when Qiao Shuyuan interrupted him, saying, "Why are you telling us this, young Master Pei? Are you trying to back out of the marriage?" Pei Yuan opened his mouth, surprised by Qiao Shuyuan's reaction. Before he could think of what to say next, Qiao Shuyuan continued, "Since the marriage is already decided, young Master Pei can only marry the young lady. Are you trying to compete with Prince Yong'an for her?" I didn't. I simply don't want to marry someone as vicious as Miss Qiao. Marquis Anyang doesn't know, but Miss Qiao once called people to break a young beggar's limbs right in the street. That beggar is now in the Compassion Hall. If you don't believe me, ask Miss Su. Pei Yuan blushed and, disregarding politeness, directly accused Qiao Zixi of doing something terrible in front of everyone. As for competing with Prince Yong'an for her, he had never thought about it. Although he had once fallen for Su Muxi at first sight, that feeling was based on an illusion. After seeing Su Muxi's true face, his feelings changed. He felt like a man who had betrayed his own conscience. Now, his feelings for Su Muxi were complicated, but he was very sure about one thing. He wanted to break off the engagement with Qiao Zixi. Someone as vicious as Qiao Zixi, he would never marry her. Su Muxi raised an eyebrow, realizing that Pei Yuan had come today to use the matter of Zhu to break off his engagement with Qiao Zixi. She was thinking about whether to say a few words to help Pei Yuan when Qiao Shuyuan sneered. "Ha! Young Master Pei, after taking advantage of my young lady, you find it boring and want to back out of the marriage? Truly a gentleman."
What?
Taking advantage? Everyone looked at Pei Yuan in shock. His face grew even redder. He had indeed been physically intimate with Qiao Zixi, and he didn't expect Qiao Shuyuan to know. He instinctively looked at Su Muxi, opened his mouth to explain, but after seeing a flash of disdain in her eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say. What was he trying to explain? That he lost control and was deceived by Qiao Zixi's beauty, taking advantage of her. All of it was his doing. He couldn't blame others or Xie Xian. Xie Xian only told him at the time that the Empress wanted to arrange a marriage for Qiao Zixi, and he didn't clarify the details before rushing to propose at the Anyang Marquis's residence. Later, Xie Xian specifically went to his house to persuade him to break off the engagement, but after thinking about Su Muxi's appearance, he chose to believe Qiao Zixi's lie. So, all of this is his own fault. Pei Yuan lowered his head, afraid to look at anyone, especially afraid to look at Su Muxi. After struggling for a moment, he sighed silently. It seems he had underestimated the situation before. It's probably difficult to cancel the marriage with Qiao Zixi. Maybe this is a punishment from heaven for judging by appearance. Marquis of Anyang, rest assured, I will take responsibility for Miss Qiao. But before she becomes a member of the Pei family, please watch over your daughter-in-law. Do not let her do anything that might harm her reputation. Otherwise, she will not only lose face for the Marquis of Anyang, but also for my Pei family. Pei Yuan suddenly looked up, giving the impression that he was a different person from before. Since the marriage cannot be cancelled, then Qiao Zixi marrying him will not be easy for her. Qiao Shuyuan looked coldly at Pei Yuan's change, sneering inwardly. A young kid, yet daring to shout at him. Overestimating himself. My daughter has not married yet, but she has already had intimate contact with young Master Pei. There's no point in talking about reputation anymore.
Sigh.
It's all my fault for not managing her properly. In the future, I will trouble young Master Pei to take more care. Pei Yuan was a bit surprised, feeling that Qiao Shuyuan didn't seem to care much about his daughter Qiao Zixi. Saying this in public was equivalent to ruining her innocence and damaging her reputation. Then he looked between Qiao Shuyuan and Su Muxi, and a strange idea began to form in his mind. Could it be that Su Muxi is actually Qiao Shuyuan's biological daughter? And what about Qiao Zimo? Li Shi overheard clearly and realized she had jumped to conclusions, misunderstanding the relationship between Su Muxi and Pei Yuan. But now, there was no turning back. She could only hope that Su Muxi was truly pregnant. No matter whose child it was, As long as it proved Su Mushi was someone who didn't watch her conduct, she could dismiss the matter. However, the truth was that Su Mushi was not pregnant. 3 doctors came, and all gave the same conclusion. Although Li Shi wanted to say that these doctors had been arranged by Qiao Shuyuan in advance, she had to accept reality. Su Mushi was not pregnant. She had been schemed against. Miss Su, I was also deceived by that wicked servant, which led to the misunderstanding. Please forgive me. Miss Su is a fortunate person. I believe she won't continue to dwell on this matter. When Miss Su and King Yongan's wedding day arrives, I will prepare a generous gift and personally deliver it to her. Mrs. Li quickly changed her attitude towards Su Mushi, transforming from a petty woman to a noble lady. However, her words still carried a hint of pride. Su Mushi stepped forward, bowed to Mrs. Li, contrasting sharply with Mrs. Li's earlier impulsive attempt to hit her without a word. Madam He, you said you misunderstood me because you were tricked by a wicked servant. I want to know, if the Marquis hadn't arrived in time today, what would you have done? Would you have ordered your servants to beat me half to death? Or would you have asked me clearly first, understood the truth, and then apologized? Mrs. Li felt embarrassed by the question. Earlier, Su Mushi wanted to explain herself, but she was so angry she didn't listen. Miss Su, please don't take it the wrong way.
I was just too angry at the time.
Now that I know it was a misunderstanding, that's good. That's not good at all. This time, Su Mushi interrupted Mrs. Li. Let me ask Madam He, if I didn't have the royal marriage decree with King Yongin and didn't know the Marquis of Anyang, would you still speak to me so politely after realizing the misunderstanding? Mrs. Li fell silent. Seeing this, Su Mushi let out a sneer.
Hiss.
Madam He, with your noble status, even if you make a mistake, you wouldn't bother to apologize to ordinary people. In your eyes, ordinary people are no different from ants. Even if you accidentally step on them, it's their own fault. Madam He, am I right? Mrs. Li took a deep breath, looking impatient. Miss Su, why are you still so aggressive? I already admitted I misunderstood you and apologized. What more do you want? After speaking, she looked Su Mushi up and down with a sarcastic smile. Miss Su, I advise you to settle this peacefully. Otherwise, continuing to cause trouble won't do any good. Su Mushi chuckled. Madam He, are you confused? It's clearly you who are being aggressive. Now you're telling me to settle peacefully? Moreover, Madam He, just now you mentioned the royal bloodline being disturbed. Do you think the emperor is so confused that he can be deceived by a little girl like me? Xiao Shuyuan's eyes flickered when he heard this, and he quickly spoke. It seems, Madam, he is questioning the current emperor. But I wonder if Madam He knows about this. He Sheng is a trusted confidant of the second prince, who has long wanted to replace him. This is a good opportunity to suppress him. Even if they can't remove He Sheng from his official position, they can at least give him a warning. Seeing Li's anxious and helpless expression, Qiao Shuyuan sneered coldly. It is said that marrying a virtuous wife ensures a bright future. Since He Sheng has such a wife, his career is bound to be short-lived. Suddenly, Qiao Shuyuan sensed someone's scrutinizing gaze nearby. He turned his head and met Su Mushi's eyes. Sheer, what's wrong? Qiao Shuyuan quickly hid his cold smile and adopted a gentle, caring look. Su Mushi shook her head, then looked at Li and coldly said, Madam He, take your people and leave. Qiao Shuyuan frowned. Sheer, are you really going to give up like this? Earlier, when Sheer was wronged, he was not there. Now that he is present, how can he let Sheer continue to suffer? He promised to seek justice for her, so he would not let this matter go easily. But Su Mushi looked at him with a meaningful expression and said, She'll be punished. Isn't that right? She mentioned the emperor just to scare Li. However, because of Qiao Shuyuan's words, even He Sheng might be implicated. To protect himself, He Sheng would likely abandon Li. Li's family would also distance themselves from her. From a proud noblewoman who looked down on common people as ants, she has become an abandoned woman ignored by everyone. That is already a punishment for Li. If Li has committed any crimes, the victims' families would have a chance for revenge. Therefore, she no longer wanted to argue with Li. What could arguing achieve? It's just a waste of words. Hearing this, Li hurriedly left with her people. Xiao Shuyuan watched Su Mushi thoughtfully. Pei Yuan saw this and, after giving her a deep look, also took his leave. Watching Pei Yuan's figure disappear, Su Mushi felt a touch of sadness in her heart. Pei Yuan did not mention wanting to see Azu again. It seems that, for people of low status, their value depends on whether they are useful to those of higher status. Now that the marriage is no longer happening, Azu naturally no longer needs to see anyone. The Marquis is here to take me to treat the young master's leg, right? Please wait a moment while I pack my things, then I will go with you. Su Mushi's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. He heard Xiao Shuyuan say, "If Sheer is tired, it's okay not to go. Today the emperor is holding a banquet. When I passed by Manhwa restaurant, I bought some of your favorite snacks and thought to bring them to you first. I didn't expect to encounter someone causing trouble." Soon after, Chang Zhong came over carrying 2 bags of snacks and handed them to Su Mushi. "Miss Su, this was bought especially for you by the master. As for the carriage to take you to the Marquis residence to treat the young master's leg, it will probably arrive a bit later." Su Mushi took the snacks behind her and looked at Xiao Shuyuan with a complicated expression. It turned out Xiao Shuyuan wasn't coming to take her to treat Xiao Zimo's leg, but was here specifically to deliver snacks to her. There was no hidden agenda, just simply to do something nice for her. Xiao Shuyuan smiled slightly, a hint of bitterness on his lips. "Sheer, you go ahead and busy yourself. I am going to the palace for a banquet. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can always come to me. In my heart, you are no different from my own daughter. I thought I could trust you. Alas, maybe I haven't done well enough, and Sheer has suffered." Until Xiao Shuyuan left, Su Mushi didn't speak. Her mood was very complicated now. If Xiao Shuyuan was truly using her, she would actually feel somewhat better. But if Xiao Shuyuan genuinely loved her as his own daughter, then should she still worry about what happened 5 years ago when he saved her father? Maybe it's best not to investigate further and just accept the current situation. But the moment she thought about all this being arranged by Xiao Shuyuan, she felt a cold shiver down her spine. Someone had died in the Shanxi Hall, and after Xiao Shuyuan left, the people waiting for treatment and medicine also left one after another. The shopkeeper poured a basin of water, trembling with fear as he cleaned the bloodstains on the ground, while Old Feng's body had long since disappeared. Was human life really so insignificant? 15 minutes later, the carriage from Anyang Marquis residence arrived outside Shanxi Hall to pick her up. Su Mushi hesitated for a moment, but still carried her medicine box onto the carriage. Since she had promised to treat Xiao Zimo's leg, she wanted to see it through to the end. After 3 more days of acupuncture, she probably wouldn't need to go to the Marquis residence again. Meanwhile, Bai Menjing, who hadn't appeared in a long time, personally went to the Marquis residence. "Madam and Miss are now ill and can't entertain guests. Marquis is out, and I need to report to our young master. Princess, please wait here a moment." In the past, Bai Menjing was usually invited into the flower hall for tea when she visited. Today, she was turned away at the door, her first time experiencing such rejection. Bai Menjing had deliberately come after Xiao Shuyuan left the residence. She had no intention of crossing paths with that cunning old fox. Today, she came over to prepare for her divorce. If Xiao Shuyuan had been here, he might have seen through her trap. But what is going on with the Jiang family and Xiao Zishi? Wu Mama hasn't sent her any news these past few days, so Jiang and Xiao Zishi are truly sick, not avoiding her intentionally. However, no matter what, today she must enter the Anyang Marquis' residence. After waiting for almost 2 cups of tea, the gatekeeper finally hurried over and opened the door again. "Princess, you've waited long. Our young master invites you in." Bai Menjing suppressed her anger and nodded with a smile at the gatekeeper. She remembered this gatekeeper and planned to have Wu Mama deal with him later. Confidently, she walked into Xiao Zimo's room. When she saw Xiao Zimo sitting on the bed, a flash of disdain crossed her eyes. But Xiao Zimo caught that look of disdain immediately. This completely shattered his last hope that Bai Menjing cared for him. It turned out that all their deep feelings were just his wishful thinking. Ying, you finally came to see me. I thought you disliked my leg and didn't want to marry me anymore. Since Bai Menjing liked to act, he would play along and see what tricks she had to break off the engagement. Hearing Qiao Zimo's slightly pitiful words, Bai Menjing held back her impatience and sat tenderly on the bed beside him. Zimo, what are you saying? How could I dislike you? Today, I came to ask when you will go to the princess's house to accept the betrothal. Our wedding is in half a month, so we need to plan the engagement soon. Bai Menjing's face showed just the right amount of shyness, looking eager to marry her beloved. But Qiao Zimo was no longer fooled by her outward appearance. He reached out and took her hand, noticing her instinctive attempt to pull away. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Although Bai Menjing quickly masked her reaction with her shyness, Qiao Zimo was sure she didn't want him to touch her.
Ha!
It turns out her feelings have changed, and her perspective on people and things has shifted too. He had truly been blinded before, foolishly believing Bai Menjing was devoted to him. Qiao Zimo's expression remained unchanged as he brought her hand to his lips and kissed it. Seeing her cheeks flush with embarrassment, he suddenly felt like getting revenge. Ying, are you anxious in your heart, eager to become my wife soon? As they spoke, a large hand gently touched Bai Menjing's smooth, tender face. Her eyes, full of deep affection, made anyone who looked at her feel drawn in. Bai Menjing looked at Qiao Zimo's handsome face, feeling a bit distracted. Although Qiao Zimo couldn't compare to Yiziyu, he was considered one of the most handsome men in the capital. That's why she wanted to marry him after returning to the city. But she didn't expect that Qiao Zimo's leg wasn't fully healed. Soon after their engagement, he became disabled again. His leg could still be treated, but no one knew if he might become disabled again in the future. She didn't want her husband to be a useless person who could become disabled at any moment. So, she decided to call off the marriage. Zimo, don't tease me. Bai Menjing playfully pushed away Qiao Zimo's hand on her face, hiding her embarrassment. But the next moment, she was suddenly embraced by Qiao Zimo's long arm around her waist. What's wrong? Ying, are you unwilling to get close to me? Qiao Zimo's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice husky and low. He deliberately leaned close to Bai Menjing's ear, using his nose to brush her earlobe gently. This made Bai Menjing tremble. A faint moan escaped her red lips. Qiao Zimo sneered inwardly, but his large hand around her waist started to move restlessly. Ying, you're so beautiful. I bet during the 3 years you married the Prince of Jing, he must have loved you deeply every night. Bai Menjing didn't catch the insult in his words. When she heard Prince of Jing, she suddenly snapped back to reality. She pushed Qiao Zimo away and stood up. Realizing she had lost her composure, she quickly put on a look of grievance. Zimo, are you disgusted with me? Qiao Zimo replied calmly. How could that be? I am eager to marry you as soon as possible. When will the Marquis's estate send someone to deliver the betrothal gifts? Hearing her mention the dowry again, Qiao Zimo's eyes flickered slightly as he tested her. Our family doesn't have that much silver right now. Ying, can you wait a few more days? Bai Menjing said, if there's no silver, I can lend you some. She sat back on the bed and took his hand voluntarily. Zimo, I am just happy to marry you. I don't ask for anything else. If it had been Qiao Zimo a few days ago, hearing this, he might have felt deeply touched. But now, he only felt cold and sneered inside. So, she was just waiting for him here. If this matter about borrowing money from the woman to pay her dowry gets out, it might make everyone laugh. Then, the Empress could use caring for her niece as an excuse to suggest canceling the engagement. It's a clever plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. It allows them to cancel the marriage, tarnish the reputation of the Anyang Marquis family, and most importantly, make Bai Menjing seem like a loyal and loving woman. After all, no woman would use her own money to help her fiancé pay the dowry. Seeing Bai Menjing's anxious face, Qiao Zimo smiled slightly. Ying doesn't need to do so much for me. I will find a way to handle the dowry. But I have something I want to ask you. What is it? On the day I had my accident 3 years ago, Why didn't Ying go to the outskirts of the city for the appointment? Although Qiao Zimo already knew the answer, he wanted to see if Bai Menjing felt any regret about that day. 3 years ago, when King Jing left the capital, Bai Menjing personally saw him off. He felt jealous and deliberately ignored her for a long time. But in the end, he was the first to get restless and went to find her. He invited Bai Menjing to go for a walk outside the city. However, she didn't come after waiting for a long time. Frustrated, he decided to whip his horse and vent his anger. Unexpectedly, his horse suddenly went crazy, causing him to fall heavily from the horse. Although he later wondered why the horse went mad, he now knew the reason. He was so determined to spend his life with Bai Menjing, but it turned out to be just his wishful thinking and self-deception. Suddenly, a pair of calm, fox-like eyes appeared in his mind. Thinking carefully, those eyes had only shown regret, pity, and encouragement before, but after he sought the imperial decree to marry Bai Menjing as a secondary wife, they turned into mockery, impatience, and disgust. Maybe Su Muxi had planned to be with him forever, but he pushed her away himself. Bai Menjing didn't understand that Qiao Zimo was thinking about Su Muxi now. She thought his regretful look was because he regretted neglecting her back then. Zimo, let the past go. Although you were the first to be upset with me, I shouldn't have been angry and refused to see you. Luckily, we are together again now. But we need to hurry with the dowry. Otherwise, we can just fill the dowry box with stones or cover it with something. Outsiders can't see what's inside the box anyway. As long as the appearance is right and the ceremony is done, that will be enough for me. Jiao Zimo saw that Bai Menjing showed no sign of regret, and when she mentioned the marriage proposal again, a flash of hostility appeared in his eyes. Ying, you're talking nonsense again. You are so devoted to me. How could I just dismiss you with a stone? Don't worry, I will handle the marriage gift matter. Just stay at the mansion and wait to become my wife. Bai Menjing didn't expect Jiao Zimo to resist her tricks, so she decided to go see Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang is naive and likely to be fooled easily. But before she could ask about Mrs. Zhang's illness, a servant named Ah Wang's voice came from outside the courtyard. Madam, you're here. The young master is in a meeting. Would you like to come with me to the side room for some tea? Hearing this, Bai Menjing frowned slightly. Madam? They had already divorced, so why was Jiao Zimo's servant still calling Su Muxi madam? Could it be that Jiao Zimo and Su Muxi are still secretly connected? How despicable. And why should she wait outside for 2 cups of tea while Su Muxi could come straight in? The Anyang Marquis mansion is truly too overbearing. When Jiao Zimo heard that Su Muxi was coming, he instinctively loosened Bai Menjing's hand and moved his body further into the bed, looking like he was secretly meeting with his wife but afraid she might misunderstand. Bai Menjing sensed Jiao Zimo's unusual behavior and looked surprised, but after hearing his explanation, she felt relieved. Su Muxi is here to treat my leg. Just now, you and I were so close, I was worried she might spread it around and harm your reputation.
So, Ying, please don't misunderstand.
Bai Menjing chuckled softly. How could I misunderstand? Since Miss Su is here, there's no need for her to wait outside. After speaking, she loudly called out, Ah Wang, let her come in. Seeing Bai Menjing acting like a mistress, a look of disgust flashed in Jiao Zimo's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Muxi, who was about to wait in the side room, stopped in her tracks after hearing Bai Menjing's voice. So, the guest Jiao Zimo was entertaining was Bai Menjing. She really came at a bad time. Though she thought this, Su Muxi entered the room without hesitation. She was just giving Jiao Zimo acupuncture, which was not something to hide from others. She hadn't been home for 2 days and hadn't eaten dinner with her family, so today she wanted to finish the acupuncture early and go home sooner. When she saw Bai Menjing again, Su Muxi didn't feel anything special. She simply bowed and prepared her medicine box to give Jiao Zimo acupuncture. But Bai Menjing's feelings towards Su Muxi were very different from before. She had never paid much attention to Su Muxi before. But who would have thought that such a powerless, plain-looking aunt could repeatedly ruin her good fortune? Not only did the Empress Dowager make her kneel for an hour, but she also accidentally caused Pei Yuan to become engaged to Qiao Zixi. What she found hardest to accept was that Yi Ziyu personally went to the Su family to propose marriage, even requesting a royal decree for it. She was just a low-status, ugly girl. Why could Su Muxi effortlessly get what she desperately wanted? Bai Menjing's hostile gaze was very obvious. Su Muxi found it hard not to notice. She looked at Xiao Zimo, who seemed a bit embarrassed, and raised an eyebrow. Did she just ruin their good thing? That's why Bai Menjing was so angry and ashamed? Thinking for a moment, Su Muxi explained herself, to prevent Bai Menjing from thinking she was trying to block their marriage, like Xiao Zimo. Princess, please don't worry. I and the heir have already separated. I am only here to treat his leg, nothing else. I sincerely hope the heir and you can marry happily and grow old together. Unexpectedly, these words only deepened Bai Menjing's anger. To Bai Menjing, Su Muxi's words implied that whether Qiao Zimo's leg would heal depended on her. Now that she had a better marriage, she was giving the useless Qiao Zimo to her. It was truly unreasonable. She didn't want a useless person. How could she, the Princess of Qi, want him? Suppressing her anger, Bai Menjing showed a look of pity and softly said to Su Muxi, "Miss Su, I heard that yesterday my elder cousin brought a courtesan back to the house. Is that true? Don't worry too much about this. I believe my elder cousin isn't someone who seeks beauty for greed, or he wouldn't have asked to marry Miss Su."
Oh.
Miss Su, don't misunderstand. I have no other meaning. I just want to comfort you. Su Muxi watched Bai Menjing talking to herself like this. Maybe it was her imagination, but she felt that Bai Menjing's tone carried a hint of jealousy. The noble princess was jealous of her? After thinking for a while, Su Muxi could only think of one reason. Perhaps Bai Menjing was jealous that she could marry Yi Ziyu. Yi Ziyu was tall and handsome, even more stunning than Qiao Zimo by several streets. Although officially Bai Menjing and Yi Ziyu were cousins, they had no blood relation in reality. But Bai Menjing called Yi Ziyu her big cousin, not the king of Yong'an.
So,
was Bai Menjing falling in love with someone else? Su Muxi took out a 4-inch-long large needle from the medicine box, smiling as she stepped forward slowly. With her red birthmark on her left cheek, she looked both eerie and frightening. This made Bai Menjing step back involuntarily. What are you going to do? Su Muxi blinked innocently. Of course, I am here to give the young master an injection. Otherwise, the princess might think I have other intentions. Do you think I would dare to hurt the princess? Rest assured, princess. My greatest strength is self-awareness. So, there's no need for you to remind me. I understand what I should and shouldn't do. Isn't it just a reminder that she's ugly? Knight Ziyu isn't truly going to marry her.
Ha.
The noble princess, nothing more. Bai Menjing stared tightly at Su Muxi, secretly planning her revenge. Rest assured? How could she be at ease? Only death can truly bring peace. In that case, I won't delay Miss Su from giving the young master his injection. Her voice was gentle, with no hint of wrongness, but her eyes were icy cold, looking at Su Muxi as if she were looking at a corpse. Yet, when she turned to look at Qiao Zimo, her expression instantly softened with tenderness. Zimo, rest well. I will come to see you another day. After Bai Menjing left, Su Muxi turned her gaze to Qiao Zimo. All right, the princess is gone. Young master, you should take off your clothes now. Hearing Su Muxi's teasing words, Qiao Zimo's face slightly reddened. He slowly took off his shirt, revealing his strong body. His heart remained calm despite her flirtation with Bai Menjing. Now, just taking off his clothes in front of Su Muxi made his heart race and his palms sweat. Su Muxi didn't look much at Qiao Zimo's body. She was preparing to give the injection. Seeing the 4-inch needle, Qiao Zimo felt a bit afraid and hesitated, asking, "Where's the pain relief pill?" Su Muxi replied indifferently, "Today, I am in a bad mood and forgot to bring it. Young master, please endure a little longer." Qiao Zimo's eyes brightened slightly. Is it because Princess Chang'le is in a bad mood? He was about to explain further, but Su Muxi, with a half-smile, said, Young master, don't worry. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Even if we are not divorced, have you ever seen me get jealous? Is it because of King Yeoman? Su Muxi looked at Xiao Zmo with his brows furrowed and fell silent for a moment. She then said seriously, Young master, how many times do I have to tell you? We are already divorced and have no connection. I won't interfere in your affairs, so you have no right or standing to ask about mine. Young master, please lie down quickly and don't waste my time. Su Muxi's impatient look made Xiao Zmo feel more annoyed. Without thinking, he directly grabbed her wrist. What's so good about King Yeoman? He just returned to the capital and went to a brothel, then brought a woman back to the residence right in front of you. He's clearly insulting you. But you've been married to me for 3 years. Have you ever seen me with other women? King Yeoman married you with a purpose. If you want, I can remarry you. Su Muxi was surprised and quickly pulled her wrist back, feeling that Xiao Zmo had gone mad. In 3 years of marriage, his charming eyes had never shown her any warmth. Even when he first stood up, all she saw was gratitude. But now, she thought she might be seeing things. She realized that his charming eyes not only held warmth, but seemed to carry a hint of regret. Could it be that Xiao Zmo regretted divorcing her?
But how could that be?
Thinking of Xiao Xiuyuan's gentle and kind face, Su Muxi suppressed her surprise. Maybe all of this was arranged by Xiao Xiuyuan for Xiao Zmo. Young master, stop talking nonsense. If you don't turn around now, I will leave. Seeing Su Muxi's calm expression, Xiao Zmo knew she didn't take his words seriously. He wanted to say more but, seeing her impatience in her eyes, turned away. He couldn't get anxious. He had to stay calm. Before his leg could move again, his main goal was to keep Muxi calm and not upset her. As for everything else, once his leg healed, he would get it all back. I just don't want you to be betrayed by someone else, he said softly from his pillow. Su Muxi chuckled. Young master, isn't that someone else you mentioned just you?
Kietzi Montak.
Yes, he was the one who had betrayed Muxi. But he wouldn't do it again, never again.
Ah.
Su Muxi no longer paid attention to Xiao Zmo and instead started giving him acupuncture. Whether it was to wake him from his convulsions or to vent her frustration and guilt from today, she worked quickly and precisely. From Xiao Zmo's screams, it was clear that today's pain was much worse than usual. White Menjing left Jiazimo's courtyard without hearing his call. Ignoring the guard's objections, she went straight to Zhang's courtyard. Lady of the Marquis of Anyang is ill. I should visit her. You are just a servant. How dare you stop me? White Menjing looked coldly at Wang, who blocked her, contrasting sharply with her gentle and kind appearance when she entered. Although Wang didn't know that White Menjing was the one who caused Jiazimo to fall and break his leg, he instinctively didn't like her. Instead, he trusted Su Muxi, the young lady. Moreover, he had orders from the Marquis, and no outsiders were allowed to see the lady or the young miss. So, he was not afraid of White Menjing. The Marquis ordered that the lady and young miss need rest and should not be disturbed. The princess is delicate. It's better not to visit the lady. If she recovers, then it's not our fault. Hearing this, White Menjing was sure that Jiang Shi and Xiao Zixi were not sick, but were being kept under house arrest by Xiao Shiyuan.
Could it be because of Su Muxi? But how could that be?
No matter what, Su Muxi was just an outsider. After Xiao Shiyuan returned, he wouldn't punish Jiang Shi and Xiao Zixi just to help Su Muxi vent her anger. Suddenly, Xiao Zixi excited voice came from afar, bringing White Menjing back to her thoughts. Young lady's sister-in-law. White Menjing looked toward the voice and saw Xiao Zixi at the courtyard gate waving to her. Suddenly, an unfamiliar maid appeared, trying to pull her back inside. How bold! Release our young lady at once. As a princess, White Menjing's aura was intimidating when she was angry. The maid blocking Xiao Zixi was just a laundry maid from the backyard, inexperienced and unworldly. When she heard Xiao Zixi call her young lady, she immediately guessed White Menjing's identity. She was a princess, while she was just a laundry maid, so she was so frightened she knelt on the ground. Xiao Zixi, now free, hurriedly ran out and threw herself into White Menjing's arms. Young lady sister-in-law. Thank goodness. I finally see you. The veil on Qiao Zixi face was thin and couldn't hide her sores, which made White Menjing feel disgusted. But unfortunately, Qiao Zixi was so happy to see White Menjing that she didn't notice. Sierra, what happened to you? I heard you were sick. Are you feeling better? White Menjing spoke softly, subtly distancing herself from Qiao Zixi. Her disgusted expression was replaced with concern, which made Qiao Zixi feel a lump in her throat and her nose sting. She muttered, still, the princess sister-in-law loves Sierra the most. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Or did this servant girl upset you? As she spoke, White Menjing coldly looked at the kneeling maid, then withdrew her gaze and glared at Awang. Seeing Qiao Zixi run out, Awang hurriedly reminded her, Miss, you should go back inside quickly. If you upset the princess, the Marquis might be displeased. Mentioning the Marquis made Qiao Zixi tremble. The fear from that day flooded her again. But at this moment, White Menjing's words gave her courage. Sierra, don't be afraid. I am here. No matter what happens, I will stand up for you. Qiao Zixi looked at White Menjing, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with tears, and she choked out, Princess sister-in-law, can you take me away? Take me back to the princess's residence? White Menjing held back her disgust and took Qiao Zixi's hand. If you want coming to stay at my house for a few days is fine. After saying this, she didn't bother with Zhang's family anymore and pulled Qiao Zixi to leave. Seeing Awang try to stop her, White Menjing sternly shouted, Who dares to block me? If White Menjing insisted on leaving, Awang wouldn't dare stop her. If she accidentally hurt herself or had skin contact, he wouldn't be able to pay the price with his life. Watching White Menjing and Qiao Zixi's figures disappear, Awang quickly sent someone to find Qiao Xiaoyuan. He ran back to report to Qiao Zimo in his courtyard. He just hoped the Marquis hadn't gone to the palace yet or he might delay things. Today, Su Muxi's acupuncture was unusually quick. When Awang returned to the courtyard, Qiao Zimo's cries had already stopped. Hearing Awang's approach, Su Muxi remained silent and looked at Qiao Zimo lying on the bed, waiting for him to speak. She could pass on messages for Qiao Zimo but wouldn't make decisions for him. After all, she was no longer the mistress of the Anyang Marquis' estate. Perhaps she never truly was before. Qiao Zimo was still sweating coldly. Seeing Su Muxi look at him, she didn't act like the lady of the house, as White Menjing had. This made him feel even more frustrated.
Come in.
Qiao Zimo's weak, hoarse voice barely sounded. Su Muxi wasn't sure if Awang outside heard her, so she kindly went to the door and said to Awang, Your master asked you to come in. I will walk around the courtyard. After an incense stick's time, I will remove the needles for your master. After speaking, he wisely left, giving Qiao Zimo and Awang space for a private talk. After Awang entered the room, he saw Qiao Zimo with his upper body bare, covered in cold sweat, and faint blushes appearing on his face. In the past, when Su Muxi treated Qiao Zimo, Qiao Shuyuan never allowed servants to approach, so Awang could only hear Qiao Zimo's screams, but didn't know how he was being treated. Now seeing Qiao Zimo like this, Awang couldn't help but think more. A man and a woman alone in a room, and the young master still not dressed. What's the matter? Qiao Zimo, unaware of Awang's wandering thoughts, coldly urged him. Awang snapped back to reality and quickly explained about Qiao Shi and Bai Menjing leaving. I've already sent someone to find the Marquis, but I'm worried he might have already entered the palace. Hearing this, Qiao Zimo was shocked and wished he could tear open Qiao Shi's head. His father had already said that Qiao Shi's face was caused by Bai Menjing's jealousy, yet Qiao Shi still regarded Bai Menjing as a sister. It seemed Qiao Shi simply didn't believe what his father said. How could he have such a foolish sister? Hurry and send someone to bring the young lady back. If she resists, just tie her up, Qiao Zimo said in a deep voice. But Awang hesitated and asked, What if Princess Changli blocks the way? Use force. Whatever happens, I will take responsibility. Meanwhile, after Qiao Shi got into the princess's carriage, he finally relaxed. He had escaped. Bai Menjing was about to ask questions when Qiao Shi hurriedly urged, Princess sister-in-law, quickly find some imperial doctors, preferably to tie up that despicable Su Mushi. If my face isn't treated soon, it might never recover. Bai Menjing pretended not to know what happened to Shi's face. Qiao Shi didn't see Bai Menjing as a stranger. After a moment's hesitation, he took off his veil. His cheek was mostly ulcerated, covered in pus, blood, and scabs, looking extremely terrifying, almost causing Bai Menjing to scream. She had only asked Wu Mama to ruin Qiao Shi's appearance, but she didn't expect Wu Mama to do it so severely. Qiao Shi put the veil back on and said angrily, my face was made like this with a rouge from Sheng Yentang. Don't think about it, it's definitely Su Mushi's doing. It's funny how my father doesn't see through it and even says my face is because of you, the princess's sister-in-law, and won't let me see a doctor. I'm glad I saw you today, or I wouldn't know when I could come out. My face might have been delayed even more. White Menjing hid her feelings of guilt and surprise in her eyes and tentatively asked, Marquis Anyang said that Sister Sienna's face is my fault. I am very close to Sister Sierra, like sisters, so how could I do such a thing? Qiao Zishi agreed, I think so too. My father must have been influenced by Su Mushi and doesn't want the princess to marry my brother, so he said those things on purpose. Just as Qiao Zishi was about to explain what happened after her father returned that day, the carriage suddenly stopped. Inger, are you going to the palace to attend the banquet? Would you like to go together? Hearing this, White Menjing's eyebrows furrowed instinctively. She unexpectedly encountered Yiziyu. After adjusting her expression, White Menjing smiled and lifted the curtain of the carriage. She saw Yiziyu immediately. Yiziyu was sitting in another carriage, resting his chin on his hand, looking at her with a gentle smile. White Menjing smiled softly. What a coincidence. Sister Sierra is now in my carriage. I need to take her back to the princess's residence first. Why don't you go to the palace first, cousin? I will join you later. Oh. The daughter of Marquis Anyang is also here. Why not go to the banquet together? Yiziyu looked surprised but then extended an invitation. Qiao Zishi secretly observed Yiziyu's appearance through the carriage window. He was handsome with a noble air, exuding natural elegance and calmness in every move. His long hair was high, showing a carefree and handsome demeanor. His gentle smile made people feel very friendly. If it were normal times, Qiao Zishi would have happily agreed. But now, her face was so badly hurt that the old her, who was once shy and ashamed to see people, seemed to have returned. Qiao Zishi instinctively moved back, hiding her face in the shadows, and then said, Thank you for your kindness, second prince, but I am not feeling well today, so I won't go. Yiziyu didn't reply, but looked at White Menjing with a full smile. White Menjing knew that Yiziyu had something to say to her. Her cousin seemed gentle, polite, and a refined gentleman, but in reality, he was cunning and ruthless if he didn't get what he wanted. Otherwise, she would have already become the second prince's wife. After thinking for a moment, White Menjing looked at Qiao Zishi and said, Sister Sierra, I haven't seen my cousin in a long time. How about I have someone take you back to the princess's residence first, and then send the imperial doctor to treat you. After I finish the palace banquet, I will talk to you properly. Is that okay? Although she really wanted to ask more about Marquis Anyang, it seemed she couldn't do that now. She needed to see what Yiziyu wanted to talk to her about first. Qiao Zishi listened and nodded happily. As long as a good doctor was willing to treat her, she was satisfied. Princess consort, please go quickly, so the second prince won't wait too long. Bai Menjing thought for a moment, feeling a bit uneasy. Before getting off the carriage, she sincerely grabbed Qiao Zishi's hand and softly said, Sierra, thank you for trusting me. I swear, your face is not my fault. I don't know what I did wrong to make Marquis Anyang think so poorly of me, but I will definitely not betray your trust. Don't worry, I will find a way to heal your face. Qiao Zishi was moved to tears. She knew that the princess consort loved her most and would never do anything to hurt her. The more Bai Menjing was kind to her, the more she hated Su Mushi. She also started to hate Xiao Shuyuan along with her. Since her father didn't treat her as his real daughter, she wouldn't blame him for not recognizing Xiao Shuyuan as her father. Princess consort, you are so good to me. It's funny that my father still wants my brother to remarry that lowly girl, Su Mushi. Don't worry, I won't let her come back into the Marquis of Anyang's house. Bai Menjing was even more surprised. Xiao Shuyuan wanted Su Mushi to remarry Qiao Zimo? Was he planning to marry her as a secondary wife? Or was he going to cancel the engagement first and then ask her to marry as the main wife? Either way, Qiao Shuyuan was humiliating her. It was truly outrageous. But right now, Yi Ziyu was waiting in another carriage. She needed to go quickly, or he would get impatient. Knowing Yi Ziyu's temper, he might find a way to give her trouble if she kept him waiting. Sire, we can talk about these things later. Don't worry too much. Heaven will decide what is right and wrong. Just as Bai Menjing had just left, A Wang came with some people. Miss, the young master sent me to take you back to the house. I'm not going back. I want to go to the princess's house. Who gave you the guts to block the princess's carriage? Xiao Zishi sat in the carriage and said sharply. Though she was a little nervous, she didn't believe A Wang would dare to use force. Suddenly, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open from outside. Before she could scream, A Wang tightly grabbed her arm. You wicked servant. You really are bold. The servant's courage comes from the young master. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better obediently go back to the house with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rough. A Wang threatened in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Qiao Zishi out of the carriage. Qiao Zishi was panicking. As she struggled, her veil fell off, revealing her terrifying face.
Ah!
So ugly.
Who is this?
So disgusting. Listening to the mocking words around her and seeing the disdainful looks, Qiao Zishi desperately tried to cover her face, but A Wang held her wrist tightly. Miss, stop struggling. It's better to go back to the mansion with the servant quickly. The word miss confirmed her identity to everyone nearby. She seems to be the daughter of the Anyang Marquis family, Qiao Zishi. What happened to her face? Why is it so badly damaged? It must be divine punishment. She was so arrogant and spoiled before. She deserves it. Hearing this, Qiao Zishi no longer cared about hiding her face. She shouted loudly, You bunch of lowlifes, what do you know? My face was ruined by that despicable person, Su Mushi. She was jealous of my beauty and tried to my fiancé because he's tall and handsome. It's not me who should be punished, it's Su Mushi. You've all been fooled by her. Seeing this, A Wang no longer cared about feeling sick. He quickly covered her mouth and forcibly dragged her into the carriage of the Marquis of Anyang. Although they left, the words Qiao Zishi just said left everyone stunned for a long time. Did Su Mushi cause her face to be ruined? Did Su Mushi also the Pei family's young master? Could it be true that the rumors about Su Mushi being shameless and lowly are correct? Meanwhile, inside Yi Rui's carriage, Bai Menjing faintly heard some commotion. She didn't expect it to be caused by Qiao Zishi, but instead saw Yi Rui, who looked half-smiling, softly ask, Cousin, do you have something to tell me? Yi Rui sat upright and poured a cup of tea for Bai Menjing. It's nothing, just wanted to thank you. He handed the teacup to her. The matter with Madam, he was arranged by you, right? Bai Menjing thought about Su Mushi's calm expression just now and felt strange. If Madam, he went to see Su Mushi, why was she so composed? But Yi Rui, knowing this was good, she was never someone who did good deeds without leaving her name. Your news is really sharp. I did arrange someone to do that.
Ah.
While speaking, Bai Menjing reached for the teacup, but before she finished, Yi Rui poured all the hot tea onto her hand. Hearing her scream, a maid outside, Ming Yan, worriedly called out, Princess, what's wrong? Knight Rui carefully placed the teacup and spoke to the outside. It's nothing. My cousin just accidentally got some tea on her hand. It's no big deal. His voice was gentle, with no hint of anything wrong. Bai Menjing covered her burned hand, looked at the smile on Knight Rui's face, and her face suddenly turned very pale. After hesitating for a moment, she called out to the car outside, "I'm fine." Then she lowered her voice carefully and asked, "Cousin?" Knight Rue put away his smile and looked at Bai Menjing coldly. "I don't have a cousin as foolish as you. Only using clumsy tricks that are embarrassing and instead giving others a chance to take advantage." Bai Menjing didn't understand why Knight Rue said this. She was about to ask, but he hurriedly asked, "Tell me, what are your plans for the palace banquet today? Did you arrange anything?" When Sumushi left the Anyang Marquis residence, she happened to see Wang bringing Qiao Zixi back. Seeing Qiao Zixi face and her angry gaze, Sumushi hesitated for a moment and said, "Wang, wait a moment." Wang stopped quickly upon hearing her. "Madam, do you have any instructions for me?" His attitude was respectful, very different from how he had been when facing Bai Menjing and Qiao Zixi. Qiao Zixi was silenced and glared fiercely at Sumushi, struggling and making muffled noises. Just as Wang was about to take Qiao Zixi back to the courtyard, Sumushi said to her, "Your face isn't caused by me, so don't look at me like that. I don't owe you anything. Also, I have no feelings for Pei Yuan, nor do I want to compete with you. You should think carefully about who you might have offended recently, and who might be hurting you." Qiao Zixi was stunned when Sumushi mentioned Pei Yuan, then started struggling again, as if she wanted to argue with Sumushi. But Sumushi couldn't be bothered and simply said goodbye to Wang, then turned and left. She had already explained everything she needed to. Whether Qiao Zixi believed it or not was her own problem. She just couldn't understand why Qiao Zixi was brought back. Wang was Qiao Zimo's servant and his most trusted person. So, was Qiao Zimo the one who ordered Qiao Zixi to be? But Qiao Zimo always cherished Qiao Zixi as his sister. How could he do such a thing? Moreover, judging by the extent of the wounds, she probably hadn't received proper treatment in the past 2 days. Otherwise, her face wouldn't still be oozing pus. So, what mistake did Qiao Zixi make to anger Qiao Zimo? For a moment, her mind flashed again with Qiao Shuyuan's gentle and kind face. Perhaps she had upset Qiao Shuyuan. Qiao Zixi was not taken back to her own courtyard, but was instead brought to Qiao Zimo's room. At this time, Qiao Zimo was dressed neatly, sitting on the bed with a cold gaze, imposing without anger. "Qiao Zixi, do you have any sense? Did you not listen at all to what your father said before? If your father just wanted you to hate Bai Menjing, he could have simply said that your face was ruined by Bai Menjing this time. There's no need to bring up what happened when you were 6. I remember, when you were 6, after being praised by the envoy from Beiyan, you showed off for a long time at home. But the next day, your face was scratched by a branch. If it wasn't Bai Menjing's scheme, how could it be so coincidental? As for Sumushi, she hasn't done anything wrong to you. But think carefully. Except that your father no longer called you Shir after Sumushi married in, have you really been having a harder time than before?" Qiao Zixi gradually stopped struggling and carefully recalled everything from the past. At 6 years old, she was praised for her beauty by the envoy from Beiyan. Everyone would laugh and tease her, but Bai Menjing only smiled awkwardly. They had planned to fly kites together, but Bai Menjing suddenly said she was feeling unwell and wouldn't go. The next day, worried about Bai Menjing's health, she went to Bai's residence to visit. In the courtyard, she tripped over something and accidentally scratched her face. Was her face really caused by Bai Menjing back then?
But how could that be?
After Sumushi entered the residence, she truly hadn't done anything wrong to her. But she couldn't stand the way her father looked at Sumushi, like Sumushi was his own daughter. And Sumushi was so ugly. Why did she look at her with pity? Did she have to be grateful just because Sumushi helped heal her face? Since she married into the Anyang Marquis' house, flattering her little sister-in-law was only natural. Sumushi healing her face was just to win favor with her father and brother. So, she didn't need to be grateful to Sumushi at all. Seeing the change in Qiao Zixi expression, Qiao Zimo knew she hadn't figured it out and was still stubborn. He sighed and told Wang to send Qiao Zixi back to her courtyard and to keep a close watch on her. Qiao Zixi struggled again, crying loudly. Xiao Zimo didn't want to listen, but seeing her miserable state, he finally softened his heart. Awang, let Miss Cixi go. After being gagged with a silk cloth for a long time, I felt very sore and uncomfortable once I was free. I glared fiercely at Awang, then turned to Zhao Zimo and said, Brother, I know I was wrong. I promise I won't speak carelessly or run around anymore. But father doesn't acknowledge me as his daughter. Won't you acknowledge me as your sister? Can you really bear to see my face keep getting worse like this? Zhao Zixi looked pitiful, and Zhao Zimo's heart softened again. I'll have someone bring a doctor for you. But Zhao Zixi quickly shook her head. We've already had doctors come before, but they're useless. We need a royal doctor. The princess promised to get one for me. Just send someone to the princess's residence to bring him here. Hearing the words the princess's wife, Zhao Zimo's eyes turned cold again. What did you say to Bai Menging? At this moment, Zhao Zimo looked very much like Zhao Xiaoyuan, which made Zhao Zixi feel scared. She trembled and said, I didn't say much, just asked her to help me find a royal doctor. Hearing this, Zhao Zimo sighed in relief, then sternly said, Zhao Zixi, remember, your wife will only be Su Muxi. If you don't want to see a doctor, then stay in your courtyard and reflect on your actions.
Noi me.
Boo-hoo. Awang quickly covered Zhao Zixi mouth. Seeing Zhao Zimo frown and wave his hand, he hurriedly took her away. But inside, he felt surprised. It turned out that the lady's face was scarred back then because Bai Menging did it. It really shows that appearances can be deceiving. Now, seeing the young master understand and be willing to marry the young lady, he felt happy inside. He always thought that having a young lady in the Marquis' estate would make him feel especially safe. As for his own young lady, he really couldn't bring himself to like her. Meanwhile, Yize Rui listened to Bai Mengying's plan and sneered with a hint of mockery. I knew it. My good cousin is as stupid as a pig and will definitely cause trouble. Li Fei is old and losing her charm. The only reason the emperor still remembers her is because of third brother, the prince. Nothing to worry about. Why not replace her with the newly arrived Zhang consort? Her father, General Huaida, once served in the Xianwu army. He probably has some connections with Big Brother. When Big Brother returns to the capital and visits old friends, it would make more sense, right? Hearing Yize Rui's words, Bai Menging broke out in cold sweat. Her original plan was to drug Yize Yu and Li Fei so they could secretly be together, and she could eliminate both at once. But she hadn't thought about whether her plan was realistic. Consort Li is indeed getting old and less attractive. She rarely interacts with Yiziyu, so their sudden involvement makes no sense. But if it were Zhang Kairan, that would be more reasonable. Fortunately, Yiziyu is her close cousin. Otherwise, being tangled with such a treacherous person would make it hard for her to even die peacefully. Your cousin has thought this through well. Once in the palace, I will make arrangements. No need for you to arrange it. Someone will help you, and you should also see if that person has any bad intentions, said Yiziyu, pouring a cup of tea for Bai Menjing. Bai Menjing carefully took the tea. Although Yiziyu didn't make any other moves this time, she still trembled and accidentally burned herself.
Ow.
Seeing this, Yiziyu looked at her with disdain. Cousin, you're so clumsy. It's better if you don't act on your own in the future, or you'll just cause trouble for me. Today, he sent a spy to watch Su Muxi and saw clearly how Li was causing chaos at Shanxi Hall. He originally thought it was arranged by the old fox Qiao Shuyuan, but it turned out to be his good cousin. Discontent with the emperor's marriage decree and instructing the lady to cause trouble, if this hat is placed on Hixing, the situation could become serious. With Qiao Shuyuan's skills, he could easily make Hixing suffer greatly. Qiao Shuyuan once betrayed his master openly for fame and wealth. Now, although he has sided with the Empress Dowager, such a double-faced servant must be watched carefully. Hixing is one of his trusted men cultivated over the years, just one step away from replacing Qiao Shuyuan and becoming the Minister of War. But now, Bai Menjing, this foolish girl, has ruined everything. If Bai Menjing weren't his cousin, she would be dead by now. Feeling the coldness in Yiziyu's gaze, Bai Menjing shivered involuntarily. After hesitating for a moment, she cautiously asked, "Cousin, what trouble did Li cause?" Yi Ziyu roughly explained what happened, so Bai Menjing would understand where her mistake was. Dealing with a powerless, unattractive girl, and you went to such lengths? If you wanted to ruin her reputation, there are hundreds of beggars outside the city. After everything is over, even if you kill them all, no one will blame you. So, why did you think of using Li? Bai Menjing muttered in grievance, "I just thought I could help my cousin a little."
Ha!
Helping? You should be grateful you're my cousin. Otherwise, I'd make you taste what those beggars feel like. As he spoke, he grabbed Bai Menjing's chin, forcing her to look up into his eyes. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Yi Ziyu was satisfied and let go. The carriage continued toward the palace, and inside, there was a quiet silence. Bai Menjing secretly looked at Yi Ziyu, who was resting with his eyes closed. After several moments, she decided to tell him what Xiao Zixi had said to her earlier.
Cousin.
About the plan I made to hurt Xiao Zixi's face back then, Xiao Shuyuan probably already knows. Her voice was soft and trembling, like a mosquito's buzz. She then repeated exactly what Xiao Zixi had just told her. If she didn't say anything now, she was afraid that if she caused trouble later, Yi Ziyu might directly punish her severely. Yi Ziyu slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this, his gaze cold. He sneered and said, "Haha, my good cousin really loves to do foolish things. Cousin, I was wrong. I was young and foolish back then, jealous, and did stupid things. I promise I won't do anything without permission in the future, and I won't cause trouble for you." Unexpectedly, Yi Ziyu suddenly said, "If that's the case, then stop thinking about it. Marry Xiao Zimo obediently and forget about canceling the marriage." Bai Menjing looked up in surprise. How did Yi Ziyu know she wanted to cancel the marriage? And he wanted her to marry Xiao Zimo? She definitely didn't want that. I don't want to marry Xiao Zimo. That. Since this marriage was arranged by her through careful planning, even if Xiao Zimo became completely disabled, she still had to marry into the Anyang Marquis family. Once she chose this path, she couldn't turn back. Yi Ziyu's tone was calm, but his words left no room for refusal. Seeing Bai Menjing's unwilling expression, he secretly sneered. He was afraid that Bai Menjing didn't even want to marry Xiao Zimo now. Unfortunately, his good elder brother was not interested in women, or else his cousin could have taken advantage of him. Su Muxi returned home early, and the happiest person was Aunt Zhong. "Miss, you must eat more tonight. We promised to make up for the weight you've lost, but you're getting even thinner." She said this and hurried to the kitchen, ready to show her cooking skills. Su Muxi chuckled and shook her head, then looked at Su Xing, whose eyes carried a hint of worry. "Father, what's wrong?" Su Xing signaled for Su Muxi to sit down, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Sheer, I've heard the rumors outside. I'm worried that someone is unhappy about your marriage with King Yong'an and is spreading false stories." Although the crown prince is now titled Prince Yong'an and seems to be enjoying a good reputation on the surface, I fear he won't have a happy ending. Perhaps his marriage proposal to you is driven by some ulterior motive. Should I write a letter to your family to see if they can think of a solution? If Prince Yong'an wants to compete with the second prince for the throne, he needs money to build connections in the court. The Su family has plenty of silver, though they lack other things. It all depends on whether the amount offered can satisfy Prince Yong'an. Su Muxi thought about Yi Ziyu's cold and distant attitude, which was hard to associate with greed. Moreover, her father had been away from the family for many years. How could the family suddenly produce so much silver? If they gave it to Yi Ziyu, there was no guarantee Yi Ziyu wouldn't hold a grudge against Yi Ziyu. So, sending a letter to the Su family would only make them look foolish. As for her marriage to Yi Ziyu, although it was a headache, Su Muxi still appeared relaxed on the surface. "Father, I will find a way to handle the marriage with Prince Yong'an. If I really can't get out of it, I might as well marry into his household directly." Thinking about it carefully, Prince Yong'an is tall, handsome, and a prince. If someone else were to marry him, they might even go back to their hometown to honor ancestors and burn incense to thank them.
Shushin sighed silently.
From outsiders' point of view, this marriage seemed quite good, but he knew Prince Yongin couldn't give his daughter what she truly wanted. If her identity were exposed, he didn't know how Prince Yongin would react. He just couldn't understand why the powerful figures kept scheming, and their schemes always involved his daughter. Thinking this, Su Xing's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Seeing this, Su Mushi gently reached out and stroked his furrowed brow. Dad, don't overthink it. Things will work out when the time comes. I've never done anything bad, and heaven won't be harsh on me. By the way, has there been any reply to the resignation letter you sent to the Imperial Medical Office? Su Xing shook his head. The deputy director died suddenly, and no one has taken over the position yet. The resignation letter hasn't been processed, so we might have to wait a few more days. Seeing that the conversation had successfully shifted, Su Mushi smiled. No problem, we can wait a few more days. Then they began discussing medical techniques. When the topic of medicine came up, Su Xing became more energetic and stopped thinking about other things. Su Mushi secretly smiled and shook her head. But during dinner, Su Mushi ended up smiling bitterly and shaking her head. Zhong auntie, I really can't eat anymore. Zhong Bo saw this and couldn't help but speak up for Su Mushi. Aren't you trying to make Miss fat in one go? Now that she's back, isn't she worried about not being able to gain weight? Aunt Zhong put down her chopsticks, looking somewhat worried. She said, next month, Miss will be getting married again. I don't know if the chef in the prince's residence will cook food that suits Miss's taste, or if King Yongin will treat Miss kindly. Uncle Zhong quickly kicked her under the table. Seeing the atmosphere at the table turn silent, Aunt Zhong quickly smiled and served a bowl of soup to Su Mushi. If Miss can't eat, she can drink some soup. Su Mushi looked at the layer of oil floating on the soup and really didn't want to drink it, so she pushed the bowl in front of Su Xing. Father, you should drink more pig's foot soup. It's good for your legs. After saying this, seeing Su Xing still had a frown on his face, she hesitated, but decided to say a few good words about Yiziyu. Actually, King Yongin is quite a good person. At least he is grateful and loyal. Since he was willing to redeem Miss Yen, when I marry him, he won't treat me badly. Su Mushi had already told her family about Yiziyu redeeming Miss Yen, but she hadn't mentioned that Yiziyu was protecting her. And there was that package of snacks that wasn't poisoned. To Su Mushi, Yiziyu's actions seemed to be based on using her, so it didn't mean much. But to reassure her family, she chose to ignore Yiziyu's possible intentions. Because of this, when her family heard these two things, they misunderstood them. Miss, are you saying that King Yongin knew you didn't eat dinner and specially sent you a package of delicious snacks from Meiweizhai? Aunt Zhong was the first to speak, and she asked about the food. Bai Ji suddenly realized, so the snack that was half-eaten this morning was sent by the prince.
Sumu 11 nodded.
Aunt Zhong sighed in relief. I didn't expect King Yongin, who looks cold and distant, to be so thoughtful. I think if Miss marries him, she won't lack good food. Su Mushi found it amusing. She had plenty to eat and drink at Yang Marquis's residence, except for the steamed buns and vegetables she ate on the night the Empress Dowager issued her decree. It seemed that Aunt Zhong and Bai Ji couldn't forget this matter. But then she looked at Su Xing, who still had a frown, and asked curiously, Father, what's wrong? The main reason Su Xing didn't want Su Mushi to marry Yiziyu was because he was afraid she would get involved in the royal conflicts. Since Yiziyu knew he was protecting Shir, it showed he was aware of the danger. But if he knew, why did he go so openly to propose marriage? It was obvious he was putting Shir in a dangerous position. There is no one to deceive his family. Silently taking a deep breath, she smiled faintly. Shir, Dad is fine. I just don't want to drink this bowl of soup. As he spoke, he pushed the soup in front of Zhongbin. You're young, drink more. Night fell, and Su Mushi still couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned for a long time before deciding to take a walk around the courtyard. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped out of her room, someone covered her mouth. Don't shout, I am Xiao So, a guard beside King Yongin. Under the moonlight, Su Mushi's fox-like eyes widened as she tried to turn her head to see who was there. This person was indeed the guard close to Yiziyu, so was he sent by Yiziyu to find her so late? She blinked twice to signal she recognized him. Seeing this, Xiaosu slowly released his hand from her mouth. Since she showed no intention to shout, he finally let go of her. Miss Su, I apologize for the trouble just now. It's an urgent matter, so please come with me. He then tried to lead Su Muxi away. She hurriedly asked, did something happen to King Yong'an? Is he poisoned? Tonight was the palace banquet, and the guard from Yi Zheyu came to find her again at this time. The only thing she could think of was that Yi Zheyu might be poisoned. Xiaosu nodded. The prince was indeed ambushed. So, Miss Su, you should follow me quickly. Then you should also let me prepare some medicine. I can't just go like this without anything. How can I give your prince antidote? Hearing this, Xiaosu's face flashed with a brief awkwardness. You'll find out when you go. If you need anything, the prince's residence is fully equipped. After catching her breath and following Xiaosu to see Zheyu, Su Muxi finally understood what Xiaosu meant earlier. At this moment, Yi Zheyu was leaning on the bed, his robe open at the chest, revealing his strong torso. The terrifying black gold mask had already been removed, showing his handsome face. His cheeks were flushed, and his eyes looked at her with a dazed expression. Listening to his heavy breathing, even someone inexperienced could tell that Yi Zheyu was not poisoned. He was clearly under the influence of an aphrodisiac. But if Yi Zheyu was drugged, why did Xiaosu come all this way to find her? Aren't there other women in the prince's residence? Su Muxi was about to run away, but was pushed by Xiaosu, causing her to fall directly into Yi Zheyu's broad, hot embrace. Miss Su, I entrust the prince to you. After speaking, Xiaosu quickly ran away and firmly closed the door, leaving no chance for Su Muxi to escape. Feeling the hot breath of Yi Zheyu in her ear, Su Muxi suddenly woke up like from a dream. She hurriedly reached out to push him away. But Yi Zheyu's chest was as hot as a piece of glowing iron, and no matter how much force she used, she couldn't push him away.
Yi Zheyu,
Wake up.
I am Sumui.
Su Muxi's intention was to remind Yi Zheyu who she was, hoping he would look for someone else. After all, many beautiful women could detoxify Yi Zheyu, so she was not worth being the one to do it. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Yi Zheyu, who was already confused, moved. But his action was completely different from what she expected. He didn't push her away, but suddenly kissed her lips. Yi Zheyu's sudden move caused Su Muxi's mind to go blank for a moment. His hot lips and strong attack made her legs feel weak. Yi Zheyu's breath was too domineering, leaving no chance for Su Muxi to breathe. In Yi Zheyu's arms, Su Muxi felt like a child. He could easily lift her with one hand and hold her in a more intimate position. Su Muxi struggled and whimpered, but she couldn't shake him off at all. When she felt Yi Zheyu's hot palms slip into her clothes, she no longer hesitated. She quickly pulled off her hairpin and accurately stabbed it into his forehead acupoint.
Ah!
Yi Zheyu felt a sharp pain on his forehead, and then his consciousness returned. His deep, phoenix-shaped eyes gradually regained clarity. Seeing the person in his arms, he was momentarily confused about the situation, murmuring, Su Muxi? His voice was hoarse, with a hint of heat, echoing in Su Muxi's ear, making her body soften even more. Let me go. Su Muxi struggled again. She didn't expect that Yi Zheyu's skin was so thick. She had worried about stabbing him foolishly before and didn't dare to act harshly. But now, she realized she had overthought. Despite her sharp stab, he still didn't let go of her. Is Yi Zheyu like a persistent dogged patch? Hearing this, Yi Zheyu finally realized he was still holding Su Muxi. He gently pressed his lips together, his eyes darkening, and his breathing grew heavier and more rapid. So this is what a woman's touch feels like. Soft and fragrant, not at all unpleasant to him. Su Muxi didn't expect that Yi Zheyu not only didn't let go, but also became even more confused. So she hurriedly said, the prince's mansion has many women. Why would the prince need me, a plain girl? Look carefully, I am Su Muxi. She even deliberately showed her red birthmark on her left cheek to Yi Zheyu. But in the next moment, Su Muxi was shocked by Yi Zheyu's actions. Yi Zheyu actually kissed her birthmark. I only need you, my woman. Otherwise, I wouldn't have Xiao succumb to find you. So, are you willing? Sumushi looked up blankly at Yizuyu. In his deep black eyes, there was desire, urgency, patience, but no disgust. Does Yizuyu not think she is ugly? Most men would find her birthmark disgusting, but Yizuyu just kissed her directly. And what did Yizuyu just say? That only she is enough for him? And that he specifically asked Xiao So to find her? Every word Yizuyu said was like a huge wave crashing over Sumushi's calm heart. Why? Sumushi finally managed to find her voice and asked softly. Without her previous arrogance, her voice sounded gentle, which made Yizuyu breathe a little heavier. Why what? You are my future wife. Now I need a woman, so I naturally want you. I don't want to be involved with other women anymore. One woman is enough. Yizuyu had endured for a long time. Seeing Sumushi act so nagging, his tone carried a hint of impatience. After saying this, ignoring everything else, he leaned down again and kissed Sumushi's lips. Since they already had a marriage contract, just a bit earlier, it was still legitimate. He never thought he would be so obsessed with a woman's lips. Unlike other women, whose scent made him feel sick, Sumushi's scent was surprisingly pleasant. Her small body was soft and delicate, as if he could crush her with just a little force. Thinking of this, his internal heat grew stronger, but his movements became gentler than before. Just as he was about to go further, he was pricked on the forehead again. Ah! This time, Sumushi used almost all her strength. The moment her hairpin was pulled out, hot blood even flowed from Yizuyu's forehead. But even so, Yizuyu did not let go. He loosened his lips from Sumushi, giving her a chance to speak. Let me go quickly. Spring medicine doesn't necessarily need a woman. I can help you with acupuncture. Yizuyu felt a pain on his forehead, and his mind became clearer than before. Looking at the delicate person in his arms, tears filled his eyes, and his expression was full of rejection. Sumushi did not want to be with him. He never liked to force others, especially women. So he slowly released his hand and set Sumushi free. The seductive aura around Yizuyu disappeared, replaced by coldness. He looked deeply at Sumushi, who was a meter away, her face full of alertness. His emotions were hard to describe. Apply the needle for the prince, he said in a deep, hoarse voice, no longer filled with desire. Sumushi took deep breaths, her body still weak. Seeing Yezuyu's tempting look, her heart was pounding. Just a little more, she almost gave in. Why did she think Yezuyu genuinely liked her? It turned out he only didn't want to bother with other women, so he said she was enough. Yezuyu didn't want to spend his life with her. He just didn't want other women in his backyard. It seems the rumors are true. Yezuyu is not interested in women. So as long as she could detoxify, it didn't matter how he looked. Hearing Yezuyu speak, Sumushi tried to calm her mind. I didn't bring any silver needles, she said softly, which made Yezuyu's clenched fists tighten even more.
Come in.
Xiao Su, standing at the door, hesitated for a moment after hearing his master call, then hurried to open the door. He kept his head down, afraid to look inside, but he heard Sumushi say, I want a set of 4-inch-long needles. Huh? Hearing Sumushi speak so calmly, Xiao Su instinctively looked up. He saw Sumushi dressed neatly, her expression cold as she looked at him. Apart from her hair being a bit messy, she looked the same as when she first entered. He looked again at his cold, resentful master. Was Sumushi being disliked by her master? You said the palace is fully equipped. I need to give your prince a needle. Hurry and find a set of 4-inch-long needles. Seeing Xiao Su's stunned look, Sumushi suddenly felt a surge of anger. Her words became a bit forceful. If Xiao Su hadn't brought her here, she wouldn't have been with Yezuyu like this. And she wouldn't have almost lost her mind. Yezuyu had endured for a long time. Although Sumushi had pricked him twice and temporarily regained consciousness, the hot, restless feeling in his body still remained, making him suffer painfully. Only when he was just kissing Sumushi did he seem to find some relief. Thinking about the sweet and soft taste just now, the heat inside Yezuyu suddenly flooded through his whole body like a flood. Why are you just standing there? Go get the needle. Hearing his master's loud shout, Xiao Su finally snapped out of his trance. After replying yes, he hurriedly left. This time, Su Mushi was smarter. When Xiao Su left, she quickly followed him out. She definitely didn't want to stay in the same room with Yeziu. Miss Su, what are you coming out for? Xiao Su asked suspiciously. Su Mushi replied irritably, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and ruin your lord's reputation. Xiao Su. As expected, Su Mushi is disliked by her master. Seeing Xiao Su looking at him with a bad intention gaze, Su Mushi said angrily, if you want your master to explode and die later, then delay a little longer. Anyway, I haven't married in yet, so I won't be a widow. Hearing this, Xiao Su hurriedly moved faster. At the same time, he mentally labeled Su Mushi as malicious. What woman would curse her future husband like that? After Xiao Su left, Su Mushi looked at the moon overhead and blew outside in the cold wind. Only then did her chaotic thoughts gradually settle down. Since the palace banquet ended, it had probably been over an hour or more. She didn't know when Yeziu had taken the medicine. She glanced at the door and called out, if you feel uncomfortable, just drink some tea. There was no response from inside, and she didn't know if there was tea inside, but Su Mushi never opened the door. It must be said that Yeziu had the ability to make women fall for him. Especially after he kissed her birthmark and then said, this king only needs you, my one and only woman. She almost wanted to say I do. Fortunately, nothing happened. After an incense stick's time, Xiao Su, sweating profusely, brought several sets of silver needles, but none of the large needles she needed. Miss Su, I only found these few sets of needles. Do you think they will do? He had gone to the nearest medical clinic, asked the doctor repeatedly, but the doctor had never heard of large needles. Going to other clinics would waste too much time. He was worried that his master might really explode and die, so he could only take all the silver needles from that clinic. Su Mushi picked out a set of silver needles and looked at Xiao Su, who was tense and worried on his face. She smiled slightly and said, it turns out the royal residence isn't fully equipped. Unexpectedly, Xiao Su knelt down directly in front of her. Miss Su, I was wrong just now. Everything was my fault. I beg you to forgive me and help my master. If my master were to die from such low tricks, it would be a great loss. Yes, the story that the war god of Qi died from a love potion would really make people laugh. In the end, only the common people of the northern border would suffer. Su Mushi's gaze became firm. She grabbed Xiao Su's arm. Don't worry, I won't let your lord have any trouble.
Come with me to help.
She pushed open the door again. Yeziu had already taken off his shirt, exposing his strong body. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, every muscle full of vitality. But Su Mushi saw none of admiration or desire in her eyes, only respect and emotion. Because Yeziu's body was covered with scars, big and small, some deep, some shallow, even on vital spots. This noble prince's strength as the war god of Qi wasn't just because of his status, but because of his military achievements and survival through many dangerous situations. Even for the sake of the people of the northern border, she would never let anything happen to Yeziu. Xiao Su, help your master onto the bed. Actually, treating Yeziu with needles didn't necessarily require large needles. Su Mushi said she wanted to use large needles partly to challenge Xiao Su, and partly to get back at Yeziu. But now, her mind was no longer occupied with those little thoughts. All she wanted was to quickly ease Yeziu's discomfort.
Xiao Su watched Su Muxi's unorganised needle technique.
He wanted to ask questions several times but saw her serious face and chose to stay silent. He just hoped her method would really work. At the same time, he secretly vowed that if Su Mushi could really help the master, even if it meant him marrying her, he would be willing. Yeziu, as the one receiving the treatment, could feel the heat in his body gradually fading. While secretly praising Su Mushi's medical skills, his complex feelings grew even stronger. Looking at Su Mushi's face, Yeziu finally realized that he hadn't really looked at her features carefully before. He only remembered her calm-looking eyes that held a hint of stubbornness and the distinctive red birthmark. Now, upon closer inspection, the heat inside him seemed to grow stronger, making his breathing become more hurried and heavy. Besides the birthmark, Su Mushi's skin appeared very smooth, both on her face and body. Her nose was small and straight, matching her delicate appearance, yet her temper was as stubborn as a bull. Her lips were full and tempting like cherries, perhaps because he had just exerted himself too much. They were slightly red and swollen now. Her features were tightly packed on her small face, making the birthmark more obvious, but it couldn't hide her beauty. Why is such a person called an ugly girl? Is it just because of that birthmark? Flaws can't hide her beauty. Don't the people in the capital know this? Miss Su, why aren't you sewing?
Keep sewing.
Look, my master's face is still red. Xiao Si's voice brought Yiziyu back to his senses, and he awkwardly looked away from Su Mushi's face. Su Mushi's brows furrowed as she watched Yiziyu's still flushed face, recalling the related information from medical books. She had already targeted all the acupuncture points that could relieve the effects of the aphrodisiac. Did she need to continue? She was afraid that if she kept going, Yiziyu might hurt her later. Hesitating, Su Mushi reached out to touch Yiziyu's forehead. Maybe his redness wasn't due to the medicine but a fever. To her surprise, after her hand touched his forehead, his face turned even redder. His forehead was a little hot, but he didn't have a fever.
Could it be?
Are you shy? Su Mushi blurted out without thinking. By the time she realized, the words had already left her mouth. Xiao Si looked shocked, while Yiziyu sat up straight on the bed.
Who's shy?
I just feel stuffy in here and can't breathe, he said, standing up with a handful of silver needles. I'm going outside for some fresh air, he added, taking long strides toward the door. Su Mushi thought about what had just happened with Yiziyu. She felt a little embarrassed, but seeing his reaction, her shyness and annoyance disappeared. She chuckled secretly, surprised to meet Xiao Si's curious gaze. Does the prince's residence have badwa beans?
Huh? Badwa?
Xiao Su doubted whether his ears were playing tricks on him. Yes, badwa. 1 qian of badwa mixed with 3 bowls of water. Boil it down to 1 bowl and give it to your prince. When you finish boiling, I will just in time help your prince with acupuncture, Su Mushi said calmly. She initially wanted to leave, but then remembered that Yi Zheyu was outside. She turned around and sat on a stool at the table. Seeing Yi Zheyu would make her feel awkward, so it was better not to meet him if possible. After some hesitation, Xiao Si finally slowly left the room. When he stepped outside, he saw the master standing in the yard, gazing at the moon with his hands behind his back. Xiao Si quickly approached and told him about Su Mushi's task of boiling badwa water. Master, how are you feeling now? From my point of view, Su Mushi is probably trying to get back at you. I've never heard of badwa being used to counteract springtime medicine. Yi Zheyu tilted his head in confusion and asked, Get back at me? Why do you say that? Under the moonlight, he looked up at his master. Even Xiao Si, a man, couldn't help but admire his master's elegant appearance, let alone Su Mushi. So, Su Mushi's actions must be revenge. After hesitating for a moment, seeing that Yi Zheyu's eyes showed some impatience, Xiao Si stammered, You previously
That.
disliked Su Mushi for being ugly, right? Since she saw you didn't want her, she must have resented you. Women's minds are only a little bigger than needles. Before he finished speaking, his collar was suddenly pulled by his master, who said I dislike Su Mushi for being ugly. Xiao Si looked at the frustration and grievance on Yi Zheyu's face, with a puzzled expression deepening in his eyes. Then why didn't the master just? Why didn't he simply ask Su Mushi for what he wanted? That way, there wouldn't be so much trouble, no need for acupuncture or badwa. It also made him feel so uncomfortable. Of course, Xiao Si didn't dare to say these words aloud. He could only think them silently. Although he only half spoke, Yi Zheyu understood him clearly. This made Yi Zheyu's chest, which had just begun to feel some relief, swell up with frustration again, multiplied many times. Why didn't he want Su Mushi? Because Su Mushi refused. Otherwise, he wouldn't force her. So, it wasn't that he disliked Su Muxi, but that she disliked him. Why ask so many questions? Go boil the badwa. Despite Yi Zeyu's anger and embarrassment, Xiao Si still felt puzzled inside. Because he never thought that Yi Zeyu would be disliked by Su Muxi. Even if he did, he wouldn't believe it. Her master is someone even Bai Menjing wants to impress. Su Muxi, a plain girl with no status or background, could never be disliked. Meanwhile, Su Muxi was lazily observing Yi Zeyu's room. There was nothing in it. If she didn't know he was a prince, she'd think his house was completely empty. His room felt just like him, cold and distant. But then she remembered Yi Zeyu's warm side just now. Su Muxi took a deep breath and tried hard to forget that memory. The more she wanted to forget, the clearer the image became. Even the places where Yi Zeyu had touched earlier felt warm to her. What are you doing? Yi Zeyu's cold voice suddenly came from the door, startling Su Muxi. She looked at the hairpin in her hand, originally intending to poke herself to wake up, but seeing Yi Zeyu, she suddenly felt like she was caught. Thinking quickly, she took out a handkerchief and wiped the hairpin. Nothing much, just got some blood on it, wiping it off. Hearing Su Muxi's indifferent words, Yi Zeyu's face darkened instantly, but he ignored the blush creeping up Su Muxi's cheeks. He was indeed disliked by Su Muxi. He had come in to talk about something serious since they had just been close skin to skin. But now he hesitated, unsure whether to speak. Maybe Su Muxi didn't need him to take responsibility at all. But for some reason, the thought of Su Muxi marrying someone else made him want to rush into the enemy's camp and fight fiercely. How could a woman he touched allow another man to get involved? Miss Su, what do you think of my proposal last time? Su Muxi didn't expect Yi Zeyu to suddenly bring this up. All her shyness and confusion disappeared completely. She almost forgot why Yi Zeyu wanted to marry her in the first place. I already refused last time. Her voice was firm, without hesitation. Whether the events 5 years ago were carefully planned by Qiao Shuyuan or not, she didn't want to help Yi Zeyu steal things from the Anyang Marquis residence. Yi Zeyu then said in a deep voice, "In that case, Miss Su, prepare to marry into the prince's residence." When Xiao Su returned with a bowl of bean paste soup, he saw his master standing at the door with his hands behind his back, looking very gloomy. He peeked inside and saw Su Muxi sitting at the table, her back to the door. The two of them standing back to back. Are they angry? Could it be that Su Muxi wanted to take the opportunity to flirt with her master, but was rejected again? When Su Muxi heard the noise at the door, she quickly stood up from the stool and urged Yi Zeyu, "Since the medicine is ready, let's do the acupuncture. After that, I want to go home and sleep." To Yi Zeyu, this sounded like Su Muxi was eager to leave. He walked to the bed with a gloomy face and lay down, his deep, phoenix-like eyes fixed on Su Muxi, dark currents swirling in his gaze. In Su Muxi's eyes, this was her rejecting Yi Zeyu's proposal, making him angry and displeased. So his technique during acupuncture became a bit rougher. But until he removed the last needle, Yi Zeyu's brows didn't even furrow. He seemed to have a strong will.
Done.
I'm going back now. Drink the bean paste soup while it's hot. After saying this, Su Muxi turned to leave, but heard Yi Zeyu say in a deep voice, "Send Miss Su back to the mansion." "No need. Go send her."
Yi Zeyu interrupted Sumui called.
Xiao Si looked around. Even though he was not very smart, he could sense that the atmosphere between the two was off. While hesitating, Yi Zeyu snatched the soup bowl from his hand and drank it all in one gulp. "The medicine is finished. Hurry up and send Miss Su back."
Ah, yes.
Xiao Si snapped out of his daze, quickly stood up, and went to Su Muxi's side. "Miss Su, please. I will send you back to the mansion." Xiao Si thought that his master was eager to send Su Muxi away, so he changed his tone from subordinate to humble. He used to think that if the prince wanted Su Muxi, she would definitely become his princess. But now it seemed that Su Muxi was out of the picture. Su Muxi didn't speak again, only snorted coldly and walked away quickly. Humph. Just like Qiao Zimo, she's ungrateful. Xiao Su drove the carriage himself. When they were about to reach the Su residence and he heard no movement from inside the carriage, he thought that after causing trouble for Su Mushi late at night, he might not have achieved much, but at least he had tried. He hesitated for a long time and decided to comfort her a little. Miss Su, our master is naturally averse to women. Maybe it's not just you. Many men in the world don't care about appearance. Miss Su, there's no need to focus on our master. He's cold and doesn't like to talk much. Su Mushi listened to Xiaosu rambling on and felt inexplicably annoyed. What exactly do you want to tell me? When Xiaosu heard that the other person refused to listen to advice, he made a bold decision. He turned around, pulled aside the car curtain, and looked directly at Su Mushi inside. He loudly said, Miss Su, if you're willing, I can marry you. Su Mushi was momentarily stunned. Seeing Xiaosu's brave and self-sacrificing look, she suddenly sneered.
Ha, Xiaosu.
What does ha mean? Does she look down on him? He is young and strong, quite handsome, more than enough to match her. Yet, Su Mushi actually looks down on him? Stop the carriage. I've arrived. Su Mushi's voice was cold, and her face was full of icy expression. Xiaosu instinctively tightened the reins, and the carriage slowly stopped. Su Mushi efficiently got out of the carriage. When she turned around and saw Xiaosu's unhappy face, she curled her lips into a smile. Her ugly red birthmark looked particularly frightening in the dark. Even though Xiaosu had experienced many big scenes, he couldn't help but shiver. You have time to persuade me here, but you might as well go persuade your lord. As for you. At this point, Su Mushi took a deep breath, showed a deliberately fake smile, and continued, I don't deserve you either. After saying this, she turned and headed toward the back door. Is it because no one wants her? Poor her?
Ha.
Men. Xiaosu didn't catch the sarcasm in Su Mushi's tone. He only thought she was speaking the truth. This also made his anger fade, quite a bit. When he looked at Su Mushi's back, a trace of sympathy appeared in his eyes. She has a good figure, good medical skills, but she has a birthmark on her face.
Sigh.
She's also a poor person. On the way back to the palace, Xiaosu carefully thought about what Su Mushi said before leaving. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Persuade my lord? Persuade the prince? Marry her? But Su Mushi said she wasn't worthy of him. Since she's not worthy of him, why is she still dreaming about the master? Back at the palace, Xiaosu wanted to report to Yiziyu immediately and check if the medicine's effects had completely worn off. But at the gate of the courtyard, Tang Yen stopped him. Guard Xiao. Since Yenner had reformed, she went back to her original name, Tang Yen. Although her illness hadn't fully healed, she could walk around easily now. Seeing Tang Yen, Xiaosu asked in confusion, Miss Tang, why are you out? Is there something wrong? Tang Yen looked at the guards outside Yiziyu's courtyard with concern and said, Did something happen to the prince? The prince is fine. Miss Tang, you should go back. He wouldn't casually tell outsiders about his master's affairs, especially since today's matter was supposed to be kept secret. Tang Yen came here because she heard from a maid that Miss Su had come out of the prince's courtyard. She was worried and came to check. Although she saw Xiao Se looking impatient, she still asked, Did Miss Su come? Is she all right? When mentioning Su Mushi, Xiao Se hesitated for a moment. Tang Yen, who had learned to read people's expressions in the brothel, immediately sensed something was wrong. What did the prince do to Miss Su? If the prince would never hurt Miss Su. It's Su Mushi who's too proud and insisted on getting close to the prince. As soon as she said this, Xiao Se realized it was wrong and quickly shut his mouth. Seeing Tang Yen deep in thought, he sighed. You're free, you should advise Miss Su. It's impossible for her to be with the master. After saying this, he ignored Tang Yen and walked straight into the courtyard. Tang Yen stood there, staring at Xiao Se's back, silently repeating his words in her mind. Does Miss Su like the prince? So, she came late because she heard something happened to the prince and wanted to visit? Soon, Miss Su would marry the prince, and if she moved into the prince's residence, they could be companions. The prince is loyal and righteous, and Miss Su is kind-hearted, clearly a good match. But Xiao Se said it differently. Men are all the same, only judging by appearance. If Miss Su liked him, she would surely help her fulfill her wish to repay her kindness for saving her life. From her observation, the prince is proud and cold but responsible and dependable. Now, perhaps he has a reason to marry Miss Su, maybe even forced into it. But if he keeps Miss Su's innocence safe, he would surely be responsible for her. Thinking of this, Tang Yen began to form a plan in her mind, but she still needed to see what Su Mushi thought. After Xiao Su entered the house, he looked at the weak and pale Yi Zheyu and was sure that the idea of castor bean to counteract the spring medicine was nonsense. Master, how do you feel? Hang on a little longer. Old Go will arrive at dawn. Master has been injured less even when fighting enemies, so if he knew who gave him the medicine, he would definitely cut them into pieces. And that's Su Mushi. She's so petty. Until dawn, an old man with white hair and a kind face was quickly carried into the yeoman prince's residence. Old Ge, don't breathe so hard. Please hurry and check on our master. Xiao Su urged anxiously, his face full of concern. The young master almost stayed awake all night. Now, he looks so weak, even more than when he was shot in the chest 3 years ago. Go Mao is the oldest doctor in the Xuanwu army and a trusted confidant of Yi Ziyu. This time, he returned to the capital with Yi Ziyu. Since he had an old friend in the neighboring county and planned to catch up for a few days, he didn't rush to the city. When he learned that Yi Ziyu had taken a love potion, Xiao Su acted quickly and sent someone to bring Ge Mao back from the neighboring county. Your master's fine. Only I need to rest. Let me rest first. Ge Mao is nearly 80 years old. The bumpy ride on horseback almost made his bones fall apart. He was originally worried about Yi Ziyu, but seeing his face now, he relaxed. He's just a bit weak, nothing serious. But since he was given a potion, why does he look so exhausted? After pouring himself a cup of tea, he sat and drank while asking about what happened. After all, medical practice relies on observing, listening, questioning, and feeling. Tell me, how did your master become like this? Xiao Su was about to reveal Su Mushi's misdeeds, but was interrupted by Yi Ziyu, who weakly spoke first. Before Go Lao was away, I called a doctor to come to see me. She first gave me acupuncture, then I drank some bitter bean water. He didn't want to mention that Su Mushi refused to help him detox, as that would be too embarrassing. So he omitted that part and simply said it was treatment. When Ge Mao heard this, he immediately gained strength. He stepped forward to check Yi Ziyu's pulse. His cloudy eyes gradually brightened, and his hand, which was stroking his beard, moved faster. Brilliant! Brilliant! Seeing Ge Mao so happy, Xiao Su was a bit displeased. What's so brilliant? The master looks like this now. How can that be brilliant? Of course, it's because the bitter bean was used skillfully. Is that doctor still in the house? I want to discuss medical skills with him. Ge Mao loosened Yi Ziyu's wrist and was about to find the person. Using the bitter bean to purge the internal heat and also to remove the accumulated toxins inside, he suddenly realized he hadn't thought of this before. Xiao Su was stunned, realizing he had misunderstood Su Mushi earlier. He didn't trust Su Mushi, but he believed Ge Mao. Since Ge Mao said the bitter bean was used skillfully, then Su Mushi's giving the master bitter bean water must have been effective. Miss Su has already gone back to the house. I'll take you to see her another day. For now, you should give my master some medicine. Even if bitter bean is good, it can harm the body. Ge Mao only heard the first part of Xiao Su's words. Miss Su? That doctor is a woman. Yes, a woman. Xiao Su nodded honestly. Gao Mao looked at Yi Ziyu with a half-smile and said, a woman, treating you? Yi Ziyu's face, originally pale, gradually turned red, and he wished he could find a in the ground to hide in. He could clearly hear Gao Lao's hidden meaning. He was given an aphrodisiac, and the woman was his cure, but instead of directly helping him, she chose to treat him. This feeling of being rejected made him very uncomfortable. Xiao Su thought Gao Mao's hidden meaning was that the woman's medical skills were poor, so he couldn't help but praise Su Mushi. Miss Su's medical skills are quite good. The leg of the Marquis of Anyang's son couldn't be healed by the doctors at the Imperial Hospital. Only Miss Su has a way. That shows her medical skill is impressive. Are you talking about the Miss Su you mentioned, the one named Sumushi? Gao Mao was surprised. News about Sumushi had already spread to the neighboring county, and he had also heard about Yi Ziyu wanting to marry her. Wasn't it said that Sumushi was plain and unattractive? Why didn't she take the opportunity to make a move, but instead chose to treat him with acupuncture? And seeing Yi Ziyu look so shy.
Ha!
Interesting. In the end, Gao Mao didn't rush to meet Sumushi. Anyway, she would marry into the royal palace sooner or later, so there would be plenty of chances to meet her. But he didn't give Yi Ziyu any medicine either. The effects of the baitu, castor bean, medicine had worn off, so eating and drinking more would restore his strength. Sure enough, after lunch, Yi Ziyu not only regained his strength, but also felt much more energetic than before. But whenever he thought of those stubborn fox-like eyes, he felt inexplicably annoyed and restless. Master, there is news from the palace that Consort Zhang has woken up, but she remembers nothing. Hearing this, Yi Ziyu's deep phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Did Consort Zhang lose her memory after falling into the water? Was it true amnesia, or was she pretending to forget to protect herself? Last night at the palace banquet, he was very careful. He still didn't know when he was drugged with the aphrodisiac. Before the drug took effect, he saw Qiao Shuyuan looking panicked and sneaking away, so he followed. Unexpectedly, he didn't catch up, but in the garden, he met Consort Zhang. Seeing her, he immediately realized he had fallen into a trap. Without hesitation, he kicked her into the lake and hurried back to the main hall, pretending nothing had happened. Until someone came to report that Consort Zhang had fallen into the water and was rescued, he finally relaxed. General Zhang had some friendship with him, and Consort Zhang was General Zhang's daughter. If she really died because of him, he would feel guilty. However, if he does not do so, he and Lady Zhang will both face death. After all, indulging in the harem is a serious crime, especially since he is an unpopular prince. Xiao Si saw Yi Ziyu with a gloomy face and silent, so he quickly shared another piece of news. Master, the scout we sent to the Ministry of War has returned with news. The official in charge of the military archives, who was dismissed for mishandling the archives years ago, returned home less than a month ago and died in a fire. No one in his family survived. Yi Ziyu's lips curled into a cold smile. What a way to silence someone. This also suggests that the letter accusing Prince Yu of treason was probably not destroyed, or they wouldn't have spared even a minor official. Follow the trail of that official and investigate further. We might find something suspicious. He paused, then changed the subject. I heard that the Marquis of Anyang still owes Miss Su money? Xiao Si was surprised, but it seems they haven't paid it back yet. Yi Ziyu spoke in a serious tone. Prepare the carriage.
Huh?
Prepare the carriage? Where are we going? Xiao Si was even more confused. Yi Ziyu smiled slightly and said confidently, of course, to seek justice for my future wife. Sumushi went to the yeoman prince's residence in the middle of the night without disturbing her family. One reason was to avoid worrying them, the other was because she couldn't explain clearly. After breakfast, she went to Shanxi Hall, as usual. She thought there would be patients waiting for her to see, but unexpectedly, there were no patients or even anyone to prepare herbs. Sumushi looked at the shopkeeper, Lu. Lu, shopkeeper, has no one come since we opened? Lu looked a bit troubled and hesitated before speaking. These days, people say that Miss Su has a wicked mind. Not only did she ruin the face of the Marquis of Anyang's daughter, but she also tried to young Master Pei. Women are afraid to come for treatment, worried about offending you and ruining their looks. As for the men, anyone with a wife or mother at home is not allowed to come, fearing you might them and cause trouble with the yeoman king. Bai Ji heard this and blushed with anger. This is simply nonsense. Don't they have eyes? Can't they tell right from wrong? It's one thing if those who haven't seen Miss Su are talking nonsense, but what about those who have come for treatment? Miss Su not only treats them for free, but also gives some medicine for free. Yet, those people choose to believe the rumors outside and refuse to trust Miss Su's character. I see all those people are just ungrateful wolves. Miss, let's go. We won't treat those people anymore. After saying this angrily, Bai Ji pulled Su Mushi to leave, but Su Mushi gently patted her hand to stop her. All right, don't be angry. Not everyone in this world is ungrateful. It's just that the odds are against us. She then pointed to the basket in the corner. It was filled with some freshly picked fruits and vegetables, quite a variety, but not many. Shopkeeper Liu hurriedly said, "This was found at the door when we opened this morning. I didn't know what to do, so I put everything in a basket. There are also 2 bundles of firewood. I had someone take them to the backyard." Su Mushi smiled and said, "These are all kind gifts from others. Just eat what you can and don't waste." Hearing this, Shopkeeper Liu and Bai Ji understood what was going on. These were gifts from people who had previously received Su Mushi's help. Most of those who came to seek her treatment were poor families. They had little status, and even if they explained to others, no one would believe them. Feeling guilty, they sent some gifts. At this moment, a very luxurious carriage stopped at the entrance of the Compassion Hall. A woman dressed in a sky-blue dress stepped out proudly. She looked around and finally fixed her gaze on Su Mushi. "Are you Su Mushi?" Before Su Mushi could answer, the woman spoke again. "My young lady requests your presence."
Come with me.
She turned to leave, but after a few steps, she realized Su Mushi hadn't followed. She looked back with displeasure and said, "What? Can't understand words? I told you to follow." Su Mushi coldly curled her lips and said, "Did I say I would go with you? Judging by your noble attitude, I suppose your young lady must be someone I can't reach, so I won't go to see her. Miss, take care on your way." Bai Ji rolled her eyes at her. "Just a maid, but acting more grand than a young lady. Who do you think you're fooling with that bossy attitude?" You all." The maid angrily pointed at Su Mushi and Bai Ji. "Do you know who my young lady is? Being invited by her is a blessing you should be grateful for."
Sumu 11th round, showing impatience.
"It has nothing to do with me, who she is. And judging by your attitude, it doesn't seem like an invitation. Maybe I am not fortunate enough to accept it. Bai Ji, see them off." At this moment, the carriage curtain was slowly lifted, and a woman dressed in white stepped out. She had a tall, slender figure, wore a veil, and looked to be under 20. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly, and her every gesture exuded natural elegance. "Miss, why did you come down?" The maid hurried forward to help, but was pushed away by the woman in white. "Bai Yuan, perhaps I have been too indulgent to you in daily life, which has made you act this way towards others. I ask you to kindly invite Miss Su over, but what did you do?" The woman's voice was as sweet as a nightingale's, calm yet with a hint of authority. The maid, Bai Yuan, looked unwilling and said, "Mrs. Status is noble, and what about Miss Su's? I have already been very polite to her." Still talking back. "Hurry and apologize to Miss Su." The woman's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her tone grew more stern. Bai Yuan, hearing this, had no choice but to bow to Miss Su and say, "Miss Su, I was rude just now. Please forgive me." She was polite, but her expression showed no genuine sincerity. Miss Su naturally wouldn't bother to argue with a maid. She often encountered rude people, and a maid was nothing special. However, the woman in white before her made her feel somewhat curious. Seeing Miss Su looking at her with interest and a smile in her eyes, the woman stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Young Lady Shin Yashin greets Miss Su. I have heard much of Miss Su's name. Today, I come to invite Miss Su to visit my residence. May I ask if you are free?" "Shin Yashin? Are you the top talented woman in the capital, Shin Yashin?" Bai Ji exclaimed in surprise. Bai Yuan, looking proud, said, "My lady is the daughter of a scholar from the Hamlin Academy, the top talented woman in the capital." Miss Su looked at Shin Yashin, who was quietly smiling, then at Bai Yuan, and shook her head silently. It seemed that this top talented woman was also someone who sought fame and held herself in high regard. "I have never met Miss Shin before, nor do I have any relationship with her. I wonder what brings her here. If she is here for a medical consultation, she can do so here." Miss Su's expression was calm, showing no change after learning her visitor's identity. She remained modest and composed, unbothered. Bai Yuan angrily said, Don't be ungrateful. My lady invited you to visit, which shows she respects you.
You.
Enough. Shen Yashin interrupted Bai Yuan and then looked at Miss Su softly, saying, I came today specifically to see you, Miss Su. But may I ask to see you in the back hall? It's a bit inconvenient to do so here. Some illnesses are difficult to talk about, and many people go to the back hall for treatment. Su Mushi nodded and pointed toward the back hall. Miss Shun, please. But then she looked at Bai Yuan, who was following, and deliberately nudged Bai Ji with her shoulder, almost knocking her over, then stopped. This Miss Shun should go back. I refuse to treat anyone pretending to be someone else. Bai Yuan stepped forward and stared at Su Mushi. What do you mean? What do you mean by pretending to be someone else? My lady would never do that.
Shen Yashin didn't speak.
She just waited quietly for Su Mushi to explain. Su Mushi coldly said to Bai Yuan, I've heard that Miss Shun is a gentle, well-educated person who is as calm as a lotus. How could her maid be so arrogant and sharp-tongued like you? Then she looked at Shen Yashin again. So, this Miss Shen, please go back. The implication was clear. Shen Yashin was not truly who she claimed to be, and her words were full of mockery. When Shen Yashin heard this, she felt embarrassed and a bit ashamed. Usually, the people who praised her were kind and respectful. When she met someone she disliked, she preferred not to speak up, and Bai Yuan would handle it. Over time, she had become used to Bai Yuan's straightforward personality. Having Bai Yuan with her not only kept away many troublemakers, but also made her seem more educated and gentle. But now, Su Mushi's words made her realize something. Bai Yuan's behavior wouldn't make her look better. It would only embarrass the Shin family and ruin her reputation. I was careless in managing my maid, and I apologize for that. I'm grateful to Miss Su for her reminder today. Otherwise, I might have suffered a big loss later. After saying this, she bowed deeply to Su Mushi. Miss.
Bun exclaimed in surprise.
Her lady only bowed like that to elders or royalty. Her father was just a minor doctor. Why would her lady do this for Su Mushi? She saw Shen Yashin coldly look at Bai Yuan and point at Bai Ji. Apologize to her. Bai Yuan had been with Shen Yashin for many years and could tell when her lady was serious. This time, her lady was really serious. She wanted her to apologize to a maid from a lower class. Although reluctant, she had no choice but to do as told. She thought that after apologizing, the matter would be over. But she didn't expect. Bai Yuan, wait outside. Does her lady no longer want her? Miss, I truly know I was wrong. Bai Yan begged aloud, which made Shen Yashin's eyebrows furrow even tighter. It seems she really hasn't disciplined her servants well, as Bai Yan clearly doesn't know how to behave in front of others. Go wait outside, Shen Yashin said coldly again, her voice showing clear impatience. Seeing this, Bai Yan could only go out for the moment. But before leaving, she glared fiercely at Su Mushi. Su Mushi shook her head silently. She simply couldn't understand. Did she do something wrong just now? Why does the maid look as if everything is her fault, as if she's causing trouble for no reason? After Bai Yan left, Shen Yashin bowed again to Su Mushi. Before she could speak, Su Mushi made a polite gesture, saying, Miss Shin, please. She is not someone who insists on being right at all costs. Judging by Shen Yashin's attitude, she's not ungrateful or arrogant. Since that's the case, she naturally wouldn't force the other person to leave. When she entered the inner hall and saw Shen Yashin's face behind the veil, Su Mushi understood what illness Shen Yashin was concerned about. Her features are delicate, her beauty stunning yet elegant. This appearance could be called the top talented woman in the capital, or even the most beautiful woman in the city. However, it's a pity that her cheeks are covered with dense spots. Although not ugly, these marks greatly diminish her natural beauty. Miss Su, I heard you once removed the scar on Miss Chiao's face. I wonder if the spots on my face can also be removed? Shen Yashin's voice was full of pleading, her eyes filled with hope. Since she was 13, strange spots had started appearing on her face. She used many ointments, but they didn't help. In fact, the spots only increased. When she went out, she always wore a veil. People thought she did it to hide her beauty, but in truth, she was too shy to show her face openly. That's also why she, now over 19, still remains unmarried. She had almost given up hope about her spots, but rumors about Su Mushi gave her a glimmer of hope. Su Mushi looked at Shen Yaxin curiously and asked, Miss Shin, haven't you heard the latest rumors? People say I am malicious, and that I ruined Miss Chiao's face. Are you not afraid I might be jealous of you, and secretly do something to your face? Shen Yaxin's lips curled into a mocking smile. Miss Chiao loudly shouted on the street without proof. If what she said were true, Miss Su should be in jail now, not sitting here talking to me. Generally, women with imperfect appearances wear veils, but Miss Su can face this openly and shows no sign of inferiority, which shows her strong character. So, I believe Miss Su's personality is good and not like the rumors say. After hearing Shen Yaxin's words, Su Mushi's impression of her improved a lot. She smiled slightly, stopped mentioning other things, and began to check Shen Yaxin's pulse. Shen Yaxin watched Su Mushi nervously, seeing her frowning and serious, her eyes showing a hint of disappointment. Was her face really beyond help? If it was only her background and talent, she could still marry into a good family. But after marriage, if her husband faces her face every day, their relationship might not be harmonious. Just as she sighed quietly, Su Mushi spoke. If Miss Shin wants to completely remove the spots on her face, external treatment alone will take more than half a year. If combined with internal medicine, it can be shortened to 2 months. But medicine has side effects. Taking medicine might make Miss Shin more sensitive to cold in winter. My suggestion is to use only external treatment and take it slow. Shen Yaxin no longer cared about internal or external treatment. She only knew that Su Mushi could cure her face. She excitedly held Su Mushi's hand, trembling as she confirmed, Miss Su, can my spots really be removed? Su Mushi smiled and said, yes, they can be removed, as long as Miss Shin trusts me and follows my instructions. Just as she finished speaking, Shen Yaxin started crying.
Misu.
Thank you. A simple thank you was all she could say. But Su Mushi replied calmly, there's no need to thank me. Just don't suddenly turn around and bite me later. Don't worry, Miss Su. I'm not Xiao Zixi, and I will definitely not become the second Xiao Zixi. Bai Yuan stood at the gate of Shanxi Hall, watching the busy street, and then looking at the hall, which no one entered. She sneered with disdain. What kind of status does Su Mushi have that her young lady would bow to her? Her lady's face is so difficult to treat. Many famous doctors couldn't fix it, so how could Su Mushi possibly have a way? When her lady comes out, she must make Su Mushi pay for her arrogance. While Bai Yuan was secretly thinking about how to humiliate Su Mushi in front of her lady, a carriage approached from afar and stopped at the gate of Shanxi Hall. A young servant walked past Bai Yuan without looking at her, smiling as he spoke to the shopkeeper inside. Shopkeeper Liu, I am here to pick up the young lady. Has she finished her errands? Miss has guests. Brother A. Wang, please wait a moment. No problem, no problem. You go ahead with your work. I'll wait here for the young lady. Bai Yuan listened carefully to their conversation and was surprised, her eyes wide with shock. Did the young lady the servant mentioned refer to Su Mushi? Could it be that Su Mushi is secretly seeing other men behind Prince Yong'an's back? She had suspected it all along. Rumors about Su Mushi outside must be true. She must be an unfaithful person. After a quarter of an hour, Su Mushi and Shunya Xian finally came out of the inner hall. Bai Yuan hurried forward, but heard her young lady say, Thank you, Miss Su. I will come to pick up the medicine myself in 2 days. Hearing this, Bai Yuan froze in surprise. Can Su Mushi really cure her lady's face? How is that even possible? Su Mushi ignored Bai Yuan and, upon seeing a Wang, smiled and said to Shunya Xian, Miss Shin, you're too kind. I have another appointment, so I'll take my leave now. Shunya Xian bowed slightly, her eyes full of happiness as she watched Su Mushi leave. But she paused when she saw the carriage Su Mushi was riding in. Miss Su said she was going on a medical visit. Was it actually to the Anyang Marquis' residence? Bai Yuan saw her young lady staring blankly at Su Mushi's departing carriage and pretended to speak casually. I just overheard that young servant call Miss Su young mistress. But isn't she betrothed to Prince Yong'an by the emperor? Did I hear wrong? Shunya Xian's eyes lit up with surprise. It seems the rumors really can't be trusted. Meanwhile, Yi Zeyu's carriage had arrived at the gate of the Anyang Marquis' residence. Master, I don't know if Xiao Xiu Yuan, that old fox, is home. If he's not, you shouldn't ask a woman for money, right? Xiao Su looked at the grand gate and remembered he hadn't sent anyone ahead to check Xiao Xiu Yuan's whereabouts. But Yi Zeyu replied calmly, the heir of the Anyang Marquis is definitely inside. It's a good chance to meet him. Xiao Xiu Yuan deliberately stayed home today, waiting for Su Mushi to come. Yesterday, when they met, her attitude made him feel inexplicably anxious. So today, no matter what, he had to change her opinion of him. But unexpectedly, before Su Mushi arrived, Yi Zeyu came directly to the door. At the palace banquet yesterday, he took Yi Zeyu to meet Lady Zhang in the garden. If Yi Zeyu wasn't a fool, he would know his purpose. He originally refused to use such despicable methods. But since the Empress wanted to test him, he wouldn't refuse. If he could take this chance to remove Yi Zeyu, it would be good for him. If he couldn't succeed, it didn't matter. Some things, even if both sides understand, can't really change. Yi Zeyu is now just a titled prince. What can he do? He thought Yi Zeyu would be patient and wait for a chance to strike back, but today he came directly. He really can't stay calm. Please, King Yong'an, come in. Xiao Shuyuan sat in the main seat of the flower hall, not intending to greet him. Only when Yi Zeyu was brought in by servants did he stand up with a smile. King Yong'an, your visit is an honor. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Yi Zeyu wore a black robe, and with his tall stature and the eerie black gold mask, he looked more mysterious and intimidating. People found it hard to approach him. On the way here, all the servants in the Anyang Marquis' residence instinctively wanted to stay away from Yi Zeyu because he gave off a frightening aura. Yi Zeyu didn't speak. Instead, he bypassed Xiao Shuyuan and sat in the main seat. He slightly raised his hand and casually swept his gaze over the teacup beside him. The teacup fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering into pieces. Oh no! I accidentally broke the Marquis of Anyang's teacup. Xiao Su, pay some silver to the Marquis. His voice was calm but carried a hint of sarcasm. Xiao Shuyuan smiled indifferently. It's just a teacup. King Yong'an doesn't need to pay silver. If it's not enough, there are many more teacups in the house. After saying that, he ordered a servant nearby, bring tea for King Yong'an. He used the teacup to vent his anger. Even the god of war of Qi State is nothing special. But when Yi Zeyu spoke next, Xiao Shuyuan's smile froze on his face. Since I broke the teacup myself, I naturally have to pay silver. Otherwise, I would feel guilty. Not everyone is like the Marquis of Anyang, who owes money and doesn't pay back, but still lives peacefully. What does King Yong'an mean by that? Xiao Shuyuan's face turned cold, and his smile disappeared completely. Yi Zeyu slightly lifted his chin. Even sitting, he gave off an air of arrogance and disdain. I came here today just to seek justice for my future wife. As I know, the Marquis of Anyang still owes Sierre over 10,000 taels of silver. Is this true? Jiu Shiyuan curled his lips into a cold smile. The matter between me and Sheer doesn't need King Yong'an to interfere. After all, the prince just said that the future princess consort is not yet married. Whether they will marry in the future is still uncertain. At that moment, a servant brought tea. Yi Zeyu picked up his teacup. Under his dark mask, his lips slightly curled, and he blew on the steam rising from the tea. Then he said calmly, "This king and Sheer will definitely become husband and wife. After all, I must be responsible for Sheer."
Bang!
This time, Jiu Shiyuan's teacup fell to the ground, spilling hot tea all over his hands and clothes. But he didn't cry out in pain. Instead, his gloomy, peach blossom eyes fixed tightly on Yi Zeyu. After a long moment, he asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean, Prince Yong'an?" Yi Zeyu calmly sipped his tea. After placing the cup back on the table, His deep black eyes looked directly at Jiao Shiyuan, full of undisguised amusement and pride.
Count Yenyang is a clever man.
Do you not understand what I mean? Then I will make it clear. At the palace banquet last night, I don't know who sent me a big gift. My mansion doesn't have many women, so I had someone invite Xier over. Before Yiziyu finished speaking, Jiao Shiyuan couldn't sit still. He stood up directly, reaching out his right hand to grab Yiziyu's face. But Yiziyu caught his wrist halfway and made a crisp sound.
Ugh.
Jiao Shiyuan grunted in pain, his face showing distress. But his peach blossom eyes stared fiercely at Yiziyu, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Yeoman Marquis, how bold of you to try to assassinate my prince. Xiao Su quickly stepped forward upon seeing this. His steel sword was drawn and pressed against Jiao Shiyuan's neck. Yiziyu's lips curled into a cold, disdainful smile. He exerted a little force, causing Jiao Shiyuan's hand to be released. It seems that Marquis Yenyang has grown old. Your speed is no match for the new recruit in the Xuanwu army. After his right hand was freed, Jiao Shiyuan forcefully twisted his left hand, making a crisp sound. The dislocated bones Yiziyu had just fixed back into place were realigned by him. What is the prince saying? I just wanted to see the true face beneath the mask. You don't need to be so tense, Jiao Shiyuan said. He then extended a finger, pushing away the steel knife aimed at his neck. His murderous glare gradually faded, replaced by a dangerous smile. Yiziyu never expected Xiao Shiyuan to lose his temper over Su Mushi. He felt an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. After waving to Xiao Su, he looked at Xiao Shiyuan with a half-smile and said, I never knew that the Marquis of Anyang was so curious. Are you afraid that I am too ugly, not as good-looking as your son, and not worthy of Xier? If so, why not call your son out so we can compare? Hearing this, Xiao Su's eyes showed disbelief. His hand trembled as he almost dropped his sword. What kind of mood is his master in? He actually wants to compare faces like a young girl. Where does this sudden desire to compete come from? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Su suddenly understood. His master must want to make that Zhou Zimo feel ashamed, so he will be deeply hurt and unable to recover, thus punishing Xiao Shiyuan. Yiziyu also didn't know exactly what he was saying just now, but once the words left his mouth, he could only pretend to be calm. Su Mushi had always disliked him. Although he knew her dislike had nothing to do with Zhou Zimo, he still wanted to see what Zhou Zimo looked like. For some reason, just thinking about Su Mushi spending 3 years with Zhou Zimo, and Zhou Zimo possibly tasting her sweet and soft lips, made him feel upset and restless. When Xiao Shiyuan heard this, his desire to kill Yiziyu grew even stronger. He wanted to see his son, but chose this moment, clearly intending to humiliate him. But before he could speak, he saw Zhou Zimo in a wheelchair being pushed into the flower hall by Qiao Hui. Qiao Hui had become more attentive to Zhou Zimo recently, but for no other reason than Zhou Zimo's legs were getting better. If she didn't take the opportunity to serve him now, she might never have another chance. She was a maidservant by the lady's side, usually serving the lady. But because there were no maids to serve the young master, she had this opportunity. So she had to take the chance to serve the young master well. Once he could stand again, she might have a chance to gain his favor. As for Su Mushi marrying the young master for 3 years, it was always a thorn in Xiao Hui's heart. In looks, she was 100 times more beautiful than Su Mushi. In status, Su Mushi was not much higher than her. Since Su Mushi could become the young master's wife, becoming a favored concubine for the young master was only a matter of time. Recently, Qiao Hui prepared a bowl of soup for Zhao Zimo. When she heard that King Yong'an was coming, her eyes flickered, and she quickly walked into Zhao Zimo's room. Young master, something's wrong. King Yong'an is here. Zhao Zimo slightly frowned. King Yong'an? Why has he come? Qiao Hui shook her head. I don't know. I only heard that King Yong'an looked very frightening. Young master, do you think King Yong'an came for Miss Su? I heard that today everyone is saying Miss Su's face was ruined by her. Maybe Miss Su said something to King Yong'an, and he's here to ask for an explanation? Since King Yong'an's arrival isn't friendly, blaming everything on Miss Sumu, she will only make the young master dislike her more. Hearing this, Zhao Zimo's brow furrowed even deeper. Would Yi Ziyu really believe that Miss Sumu she came to his house to ask for justice?
No.
Yi Ziyu and Miss Sumu she are not close, so why would he believe such a thing? Maybe he's just here to ask about the matter. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Zimo decided to go out and meet King Yong'an and to speak fairly for Miss Sumu she. But when he arrived at the door of the flower hall, he overheard Yi Ziyu talking about comparing himself with someone else. He looked up at Yi Ziyu. Although Yi Ziyu was taller, he was a secretive person. Wearing a black mask, he didn't dare show his true face, which must be very ugly. In the cold northern border, on the battlefield where life and death are common, maybe Yi Ziyu isn't naturally ugly but scarred from battle. If that's the case, he should be respected. But for some reason, Zhao Zimo felt a strange sense of satisfaction, and a slight smile of pride appeared on his lips. I am Zhao Zimo. I have met King Yong'an. I heard you wanted to compare yourself with me. What exactly are we comparing? While Zhao Zimo was observing Yi Ziyu was also studying Zhao Zimo. He looked handsome, but sitting in a wheelchair, he didn't seem carefree at all. In comparison, he thought of Xie Xian, whom he met at Xuanfang Tower last time. And this deliberate questioning look made him seem like a petty person who had achieved a small victory. It seemed he had been overthinking before, thinking Miss Sumu she would like someone like this and be obsessed with him. No need. After seeing the young master, I suddenly don't want to compare anymore, Yi Ziyu said in a deep voice, then turned his head to look at Jiao Shuyuan, showing no respect for Zhao Zimo. Lord Anyang, let's go back to our previous topic. I wonder when the Anyang Marquis' mansion will repay the money owed to my future wife. How could Zhao Zimo fail to see Yi Ziyu's disdain for him? He was angry, but after hearing Yi Ziyu's words, he felt a mix of shame and anger. So Yi Ziyu came here to help Su Mushi demand the silver? Is it Su Mushi's idea, or is it Yi Ziyu's own decision? Xiao Shuyuan coldly said, I will give Xi's money to Xi, but it's not for the prince to ask for. Since they've already torn their faces, Xiao Shuyuan no longer pretended to be humble. He stood up directly, looking down at Yi Ziyu with a sarcastic tone, and continued, What? Are you short of money lately, and now eyeing Xi's dowry silver? But I'm afraid your plan will fail. She is destined to be part of the Qiao family. Yi Ziyu also stood up, taller than Xiao Shuyuan, giving a very imposing presence. Eyeing Xi's dowry silver? Is the Anyang Marquis accusing others of theft? As for my plans, does the Marquis really understand them? Why not tell me openly? Maybe my plans are different from what you think. Yi Ziyu's voice was cold, full of icy chill. The servant who entered the room saw this scene, shivering uncontrollably, trembling for a long time, but not daring to speak. Xiao Shuyuan knew Yi Ziyu was trying to threaten him with Xi to get the letter from the past. This made his hatred for Yi Ziyu grow even stronger. He had already ruined Xi's innocence, but still harbored thoughts of using her. It's truly unforgivable. But when he caught sight of the servant entering, Xiao Shuyuan immediately restrained his murderous intent. He guessed she had arrived. He moved his right hand, which Yi Ziyu had just dislocated, and his eyes flickered. He asked the servant, What's the matter? The servant tremblingly said, The young lady has arrived. Yi Ziyu raised an eyebrow. Young lady? The servant was so frightened he knelt on the ground and hurriedly corrected himself. Not the young lady. Miss Su. Miss Su. Seeing this, both Xiao Shuyuan and Xiao Zimo's faces darkened. What a useless person. Although Xiao Su thought Su Mushi was not suitable for their master, he frowned when he heard the title young lady. Young lady? Have I gone deaf? Isn't the heir of the Anyang Marquis divorced from Miss Su? He's eager to marry Princess Changlo. Why are the servants of the Anyang Marquis still calling Miss Su young lady? Is it that the servant is not used to changing their way of speaking, or is it that the Anyang Marquis' residence is unhappy with the emperor's marriage proposal? If it's the latter, that doesn't make sense. The marriage proposal was personally requested by the heir of the Anyang Marquis.
Could it be that?
The heir of the Anyang Marquis regrets it? Although Xiao Su knows that Bai Menging is not a good person, he doesn't think that Xiao Zmo will regret. He mainly said this to mock the other person. Xiao Zmo was so angry that his handsome face turned red. He heavily pounded the armrest of his wheelchair. Is the king of Yong'an really this kind of person who controls his subordinates? He's just talking nonsense. Maybe out of a desire to win or out of pride. After coldly glancing at Yi Zheyu, Xiao Zmo proudly smirked and sarcastically said, "The king of Yong'an seems to like playing with leftovers." From the fact that he brought it back to the residence, you can see his special hobbies. But what Xiao Zmo didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, a clear female voice sounded behind him. "Are you referring to me when you say leftovers?" As soon as Su Mushi got out of the car, she saw the carriage from the Yong'an Marquis' residence at the door. Knowing that Yi Zheyu was at the Anyang Marquis' house, she suddenly hesitated. Although she knew she shouldn't feel shy about what happened last night, and that Yi Zheyu didn't like her but was just using her, she still blushed and her heart raced whenever she thought of Yi Zheyu's face and their intimate moments. A Wang saw Su Mushi hesitating and not entering the house, and asked suspiciously, "Young madam, what's wrong? I have already broken off my engagement with your young master. I am no longer the young madam of the Anyang Marquis' residence. Please don't call me that anymore." Su Mushi was originally tired of correcting the servants of the Anyang Marquis' residence about her title, but now that Yi Zheyu was inside, she reminded herself again. First, to protect her reputation, and second, to prevent Yi Zheyu from causing trouble for the servants. Although Yi Zheyu didn't like her, as a prince, he probably wouldn't allow his future wife to be called young madam by others. A Wang hadn't had time to speak when the old servant, Ninth, came out smiling. "Young madam, you're here. Marquis is waiting for you." Hearing the way Ninth addressed her, Su Mushi felt powerless and decided not to correct him. She asked with confusion, "Does Marquis want to see me?" "Yes, it seems he has something to discuss with you." Ninth smiled and said, only remembering the order given to him earlier by Qiao Xiu Yuan, but forgetting that Qiao Xiu Yuan was currently in a meeting. Upon hearing this, Su Mushi took a deep breath and walked toward the Anyang Marquis' residence. She couldn't go her whole life without seeing Yi Zheyu. She needed to quickly get rid of the shy feelings in her heart. So, she couldn't avoid it. She had to face him directly. As she headed to the flower pavilion, Su Mushi kept guessing why Yi Zheyu came to the Marquis' house. She didn't expect to hear Xiao Zmo say those words just as she reached the door.
Haha.
It seemed she was too gentle with Xiao Zmo before. She should have broken his backbone. "Is the thing you mentioned, young master, about me?" Su Mushi sneered, her eyes full of coldness. Her anger was so strong that, even after seeing Yi Zheyu, she forgot her embarrassment. Right now, she just wanted to smash Xiao Zimo's wheelchair and kick him a few times. But just as she had this thought, Qiao Xiu Yuan helped him accomplish it. "You good for nothing. Are those words you just said even human language?" Qiao Xiu Yuan quickly stepped forward and kicked Qiao Zmo to the ground. Qiao Zmo didn't say a word, only looked at Su Mushi with regret in his eyes. He had only spoken impulsively, not expecting Su Mushi to hear him so clearly. "Mushi, it's not. I didn't mean it." "Sheer, don't take what Zmo said to heart. He didn't mean anything by it." Qiao Zmo wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by Qiao Xiu Yuan's voice. Yi Zheyu stood nearby, clearly seeing the expressions on the Qiao family father and son's faces. He took long strides forward, pushed aside Qiao Xiu Yuan, and stood beside Su Mushi. He naturally put his arm around her shoulder. Looking coldly at the Qiao father and son, he said sharply, "No matter if the young master had other intentions, what he just said was disrespectful to my future wife. I will remember this." Su Mushi was still angry, but when Yi Zheyu put his arm around her shoulder, she froze in place. Was he defending her? He was holding her shoulder in front of so many people. Was he afraid others might misunderstand? Qiao Xiu Yuan looked at Yi Zheyu's hand on Su Mushi's shoulder, wishing he could cut it off. Seeing Su Mushi's cheeks slightly red and her head lowered, his heart felt like it was being pierced by needles, making it hard to breathe. Did Sheer really have that kind of relationship with Yi Yu? As his blood surged, Xiao Xiu Yuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering and almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, Chang Zhong rushed in quickly and caught him just in time. Marquis, are you alright? Zhou Zimo was also startled by the situation. With a Wang's support, he sat back into his wheelchair and moved closer to Xiao Shuyuan. Father, are you okay? Su Mushi instinctively wanted to go and check on Xiao Shuyuan's condition, but she was tightly held in Yi Ziyu's arms. What are you doing? Let me go.
Su Muxi whispered.
Hearing this, Yi Ziyu held her even tighter, looked down at her, and said in a deep voice, I won't let go. Seeing Yi Ziyu's deep black eyes, the scene from last night when Yi Ziyu kissed her appeared in her mind, making Su Mushi blush. While half-embracing Su Mushi, Yi Ziyu smelled her scent and felt the softness of her shoulders. He started to feel restless. His lips pressed tightly together, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. The skin beneath his black mask gradually turned pink, and his breathing grew heavier. You are no longer connected to the Anyang Marquis house, isn't that right? His voice was steady, but trembling slightly.
Su Mushi was stunned by his words.
She felt that Yi Ziyu's eyes flickered with a flash of nervousness. What was Yi Ziyu nervous about? Was he nervous about her still having ties to the Anyang Marquis house? But wasn't that what Yi Ziyu wanted? That only she and the Marquis house had a connection, so she could secretly steal from them. Wasn't that right? Xiao Shuyuan looked coldly at their interaction. His eyes darkened, and he pretended to be sad, weakly saying to Su Mushi, Sheer, I'm sorry. I didn't raise you properly, and you've suffered a lot. I've already asked Changzhong to send the money I owed you to the Su family. I know you don't want money. No matter how much I give, it can't make up for your 3 years of effort and the wrongs you've suffered. Besides, this money is owed to you by the Marquis house. Sheer, I truly see you as my own daughter and want you to be happy. But the King of Yong'an is not the right person for you. Now that the King of Yong'an is right here, I won't hide the truth anymore. The King of Yong'an asked the Emperor to grant the marriage, not because you once served the Empress Dowager or because there are no other suitable women, but because he wants to use you to threaten me, to hand over the letter from 19 years ago, when Prince Yu was accused of treason. Yi Ziyu didn't expect Xiao Shuyuan to openly say this in front of so many people. He instinctively looked down to see Su Mushi's reaction. When he saw her frowning, he felt a strange sense of panic. I clenched my arms tightly and explained to Su Mushi, I admit that I had such plans before, but after what happened last night, my plans changed. No matter what, I will take full responsibility for you. Today, I only came to help you get back the silver owed to you by the Anyang Marquis mansion. Su Mushi, trust me. After hearing Yi Ziyu's words, Xiao Zimo's eyes were full of disbelief. He looked back and forth between Su Mushi and Yi Ziyu, his fists clenched tighter and tighter. Why are they so close? What does Yi Ziyu mean by taking responsibility? And what exactly happened last night between Su Mushi and Yi Ziyu? Although he already had an answer in his heart, Xiao Zimo didn't dare to believe it or want to believe it. Su Mushi was so unattractive. Surely Yi Ziyu wouldn't be so reckless in choosing someone, right? Xiao Shuyuan also didn't expect Yi Ziyu to say such things. From what he knew of Yi Ziyu, he was very proud and wouldn't bother explaining himself to others. But now he was talking to Xier like this. Could it be that he has feelings for Xier? But no matter what, Xier could only belong to the Qiao family in the end. After giving Changzhong a look, Xiao Shuyuan fainted. Changzhong hurriedly called out anxiously, Miss Su, please come and see the Marquis. Last night, the Marquis left the palace with the reward from the Emperor, intending to pay back the silver to you. But near the Su residence, he saw suspicious black-clad figures. Worried about Miss Su's safety, he chased after them, only to be stabbed by the other party. The Marquis originally didn't want me to tell you, Miss Su, but I couldn't hold back anymore. Regardless of what the young master and Miss think of Miss Su, the Marquis truly cares for her and treats her like his own daughter. Hearing this, Su Mushi's face showed a worried and anxious expression. She looked at Yi Ziyu, her eyes asking clearly. Was the black-clad person outside her house last night someone from Yizhu's people? Before she could speak, Xiao Su spoke first. Nonsense. The prince already sent people to protect outside the Su house. There's been no sight of any black-clad figures. Chang Zhong didn't look at Xiao Su but looked at Su Mushi with a worried face. Miss Su, everything I said is true. The Marquis is really injured. Can you please check on him? Su Mushi looked at Xiao Shuyuan, then at Yizhu, and coldly said to Yizhu, "Let go." Yizhu did not move or speak. His deep black eyes only reflected the shadow of Su Mushi. Su Mushi continued, "I told you to let go. Don't you understand what I'm saying, Prince?" Xiao Su was anxious. Su Mushi, what kind of attitude is this? Our master was still weak this morning, but he came all the way to Anyang Marquis' residence, just to seek justice for you.
You.
Enough. Let's go. Yezhu interrupted Xiao Su, releasing Su Mushi, then turned around and left without looking back. Su Mushi's eyes flickered slightly. She didn't pay attention to Yezhu, but quickly walked over to Qiao Shuyuan. As soon as she touched his wrist, Qiao Shuyuan slowly woke up.
Elfea.
His voice was weak, full of genuine emotion.
Su Muxi smiled gently.
Marquis, don't speak yet. I'll check your pulse first. Qiao Shuyuan lay on the bed, looking at Su Mushi busying herself beside him, and showed a satisfied smile. Sheer, this small injury will heal in a few days. There's no need to make such a fuss. After personally changing the dressing on Qiao Shuyuan's wound, Su Mushi called the servants to assist him and carefully instructed them on how to care for the wound. Qiao Shuyuan's chest had indeed been stabbed. Although it didn't hit any vital parts, the wound was somewhat deep. Hearing Qiao Shuyuan's words, Su Mushi frowned. What do you mean by a small injury? If this wound isn't properly treated, it might leave a lasting problem. And you, why did you chase after him yourself? Weren't you supposed to be a guard? Qiao Shuyuan said nonchalantly, thinking that the other person might harm Sheer. I didn't think much. Besides, ordinary guards aren't as skilled as I am. Though I'm older now, I haven't fallen behind in my martial arts. He proudly raised his arm, but accidentally pulled at the wound, grimacing and biting his lip to endure the pain without making a sound. Seeing this, Su Mushi couldn't help but laugh.
Puffed. Haha.
Seeing Su Mushi laugh, Qiao Shuyuan also couldn't help but smile. Finally, Sheer is smiling. That's so good. Su Mushi's smile gradually faded, and she blushed shyly. Qiao Shuyuan took the opportunity to say, Sheer, trust me. The king of Yong'an is really not the right person for you. As he spoke, he deliberately showed his hand, which was slightly bruised and purple from Yezhu's grip. Su Mushi, skilled in treating external injuries since childhood, could tell at a glance that the bruises on his hand were recent. Did the king of Yong'an do this? Su Mushi pointed to Qiao Shuyuan's right hand and spoke confidently. Qiao Shuyuan, hearing this, hid his hand under the blanket, hesitated for a moment, then said, The king of Yong'an will do anything to achieve his goals, and he still refuses to believe about King Yu's treason 19 years ago, or his plans to rebel. I worry this will cause trouble later. So, Sheer, even if not for yourself, you should think about your father. Su Mushi cares most about Su Xing. This sentence hit her directly where it hurt. She lowered her head, hiding her expression, and after a while, raised her eyes to speak, but this marriage was granted by the emperor. What can I do? If you trust me, Sheer, give this matter to me. I will ask the emperor to cancel the marriage and give King Yong'an a satisfactory answer. Qiao Shuyuan spoke seriously, and he saw a look of emotion on Su Mushi's face. After hesitating for a moment, Su Mushi nodded slowly, then asked with some choking in her voice, Marquis, why are you so kind to me? Qiao Shuyuan smiled gently and said, Silly girl, you called me father before. A father should treat his daughter well. That's only natural. Anyway, Sheer, don't worry about this. Leave everything to me. I will handle everything for you. Actually, he also wanted to ask if Su Mushi was still pure after last night, but he was afraid of hearing an answer he didn't want to hear. So, until she left, he never asked. No matter if Su Mushi's innocence was still intact, he would make sure she married into the Marquis's house again. As for Yiziu, even if the emperor arranged the marriage, it didn't matter. If he died before the wedding, the marriage would be null and void. When Su Mushi left Qiao Shiyuan's room, her expression of gratitude instantly disappeared. Thinking of how Yiziu had turned and left without looking back earlier, she felt troubled. Only when she entered Xiao Zimo's room did she hide all her emotions. Take off your clothes and lie face down. Today is the last time I give you an acupuncture. Just follow my instructions, and in 2 days, you'll be able to stand again. In 5 days, you can walk normally. While speaking, Su Mushi emotionlessly took a large needle from the medicine box. Xiao Zimo was still thinking about how to explain what just happened to Su Mushi, but after hearing her words, a strange fire ignited in his heart, and he blurted out, "Aren't you going to give me 2 more acupuncture treatments? Is it because of what I just said that you don't care about me anymore?" After speaking, she recalled what Yiziu had said earlier, and her voice grew colder. "What happened between you and King Yong'an last night? Why did he say he would take responsibility for you?" Su Mushi looked at Xiao Zimo's angry expression, a hint of sarcasm curling her lips. She took a few steps forward and stood in front of him. She slightly bent down, closing the distance between them. "What happened? Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Do I really need to say it out loud?" This was the first time Xiao Zimo had been so close to Su Mushi's face. Her ugly red birthmark was right in front of him, but all he could see now were her unique fox-like eyes. He had noticed before that Su Mushi's features were very beautiful, but the birthmark made her seem less attractive. Now, looking at her eyes closely, he felt as if they had some kind of magic, slowly drawing his soul away and making his mind become hazy. His body instinctively leaned forward, wanting to get closer to Su Mushi. The closer he got, the stronger her unique scent became. Su Mushi thought Xiao Zimo would show disgust and step back, but instead, he looked like this. It seemed that a man's desire to win and possess could be truly frightening, enough to make Xiao Zimo act this way. Her delicate hand moved, and Xiao Zimo let out a terrible scream. This time, the needle hurt so much that he fainted twice. It wasn't because Su Mushi was deliberately punishing him, but because she didn't want to come to the Anyang Marquis's residence again tomorrow. So, she combined the 2 treatments into one, which naturally hurt more. Of course, she intentionally didn't give him painkillers. After all, she wasn't a saint. Having been insulted by Xiao Zimo before, she still needed to vent her anger. Half an hour later, Su Mushi removed the last silver needle from Xiao Zimo's body, but he didn't react at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to move. He was too exhausted from the pain to even speak. Su Mushi ignored him and called Ah Wang, giving a simple instruction. Ah Wang looked a bit confused. "Young madam, you won't come tomorrow? What about the young master?"
Shumukshi Chekel. What?
"Without me, your young master can't survive. Don't worry. As long as you follow my instructions, I guarantee your young master's leg will heal completely. Also, don't call me young madam anymore. I wasn't before, and I definitely won't be in the future." After saying that, she picked up her medicine box and left. Xiao Zimo watched Su Mushi's departing figure, wanting to speak and stop her, but his mind kept replaying her last words. Was it not before, and will it never be in the future? If he had become truly married to Su Mushi back then, would she still leave without looking back now? After leaving the Anyang Marquis's residence, Su Mushi went straight home. Before she could ask, Zhong Xin told her about the visitors from the Marquis's estate. Chang Zhong not only returned the money, but also brought back the jewelry that Qiao Shiyuan had previously given her. Among them were even the jewelry that Qiao Zishi had snatched away before. "Miss, I told them to take these jewelry pieces, but they said they are the Marquis's heartfelt gifts to you. They said to leave them behind and go, faster than a rabbit running. In my opinion, only the Marquis himself seems reasonable in the whole estate. These jewelry pieces are probably his way of making amends because he feels guilty. Maybe you should accept them," Zhong Xin advised, her eyes showing no greed for the gold and silver jewelry, only some comfort. Many things truly can't be measured by money, but it doesn't stop others from using money to show their feelings. Sumushi looked at the jewelry, feeling resistant, but she still nodded. All right, put them away first. After speaking, she went into the study. Su Xing was reading when she heard the noise and looked up. The first thing she saw was Sumushi's conflicted face. Sheer, what's wrong? Did something happen? Sumushi smiled and stepped forward, thinking Su Xing was reading a medical book, but instead, she was looking at a herbal recipe. Father, are you trying to take a shortcut and make an immortal pill? Sumushi was joking, but she saw Su Xing nod seriously. Yes, I've lived most of my life. I don't want to follow the usual way anymore. I want to see if there's a shortcut. If I could develop an elixir of eternal youth, no one would dare to bully my daughter. Father. Just now, when facing Qiao Shiyuan, Sumushi's choking, moved expression, and even her forced smile were all put on deliberately. But now, even if she tried to appear calm, she couldn't. Her nose felt more sore, and tears welled up in her eyes. Su Xing never thought she would make Sumushi cry. Seeing her suddenly tear up, she was a bit flustered. She wanted to wipe Sumushi's tears with her sleeve, but accidentally knocked over a chair when she stood up. Turning around, her sleeve accidentally brushed the ink brush on the table, staining a large part of her sleeve with ink. When she checked, she also smudged ink on her hand. Teach this. Su Xing looked at Sumushi in front of her, then at the ink on her hand, appearing confused and helpless. Her clumsy appearance made Sumushi burst out laughing. She suddenly threw herself into Su Xing's arms, hugging her waist. Feeling the warmth in her arms, Sumushi's tears flowed more fiercely. Sheer, don't cry. Get up first. My hands are all inked. Don't get it on your clothes. Sumushi's sudden action startled Su Xing, making her even more unsure of what to do. She heard Sumushi choking as she said, Father, it's so good to be your daughter. Hearing this, Su Xing couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. She gently raised her hand and embraced Sumushi again. Clothes can be washed if dirty, but now, she just wanted to hold her precious daughter. The father and daughter embraced for a long time before finally releasing each other. Looking at Sumushi's face, flushed from crying, Su Xing softly said, Sheer, it's father who made you suffer. If 5 years ago he hadn't been saved by Marquis Anyang, Sheer wouldn't have married into the Marquis's house. If he hadn't stubbornly stayed in the capital to be a small doctor and had returned home to manage the family business, Sheer would be the daughter of the Su family, admired and looked up to, not trampled on as she is now. So, the suffering Sheer endures now is ultimately because of him. It's his fault for not protecting her. Sumushi hurriedly wiped her tears with her sleeve, then said seriously, Father, what are you saying? Marrying into the Marquis's house was my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. If you keep blaming yourself for everything, I'll be angry and refuse to see you anymore. But the reason you married Xiao Zimo was also because Marquis Anyang saved my life, so it's ultimately because of me. Su Xing frowned. Sheer, what do you mean? Sumushi didn't answer immediately. She struggled internally before asking the question that had been bothering her all along. Father, am I really your biological daughter? Did my mother used to know Marquis Anyang? When Su Xing heard the first words Sumushi said, his expression looked a bit strange, and there was a hint of panic and nervousness in his eyes. When Sumushi heard the second sentence, all her emotions were overshadowed by anger. Why are you overthinking? Your mother has no relation to Lord Anyang, and nothing like that will happen. Your mother is noble and treats you as a treasure, yet you think so poorly of her.
You. Sigh.
This daughter, she couldn't scold her or hit her, so in the end, she could only stomp her foot. Sumushi looked at Su Xing, whose face was red with anger, and she let out a big sigh of relief inside. Sure enough, she was not the daughter of Qiao Shiyuan. Qiao Shiyuan was kind to her, but he was always calculating. A real father should be like Su Xing, selfless and giving without expecting anything in return. Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have overthought. It's just that Lord Anyang's attitude towards me is really strange. When I asked him why he was so good to me, he said it was because I called him father. He said a father should treat his daughter well, as a matter of course. If what he said is true, he should be doting on Qiao Zixi even more. But every time Qiao Zixi and I have conflicts, he always stands firmly on my side without hesitation. That's why I find it strange and have doubts. Hearing Su Mushi say this, Su Xing also looked confused. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. I don't care why Lord Anyang treats you well, but you must remember never to doubt your mother, understand? Su Xing said seriously, and Su Mushi nodded obediently. Then she realized the deeper meaning behind her previous words. If Qiao Shuyuan's kindness to Sheer was for some purpose, even if he didn't save her life, he would find other ways to make Sheer marry into the Anyang Marquis's house. Thinking of everything that happened 5 years ago, Su Xing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and was terrified. If Qiao Shuyuan truly had some scheme against Sheer, then perhaps his treatment of the Empress was also carefully planned by him. Sheer, since you've repaid Lord Anyang's kindness, it's better to stay away from his house in the future. As for your marriage with King Yong'an, I will think of a way. Seeing Su Xing frown, Su Mushi felt reluctant and hesitated before speaking. Father, you don't need to worry about my marriage with King Yong'an. If necessary, I will marry him directly. Although King Yong'an put me in a dangerous situation, he is quite responsible and cares about me. He even sent people to secretly protect me. So I want to go with the flow. Maybe he's the destined match for me. Although Su Mushi was persuaded to wake up, she quietly went alone to the Yong'an prince's residence that evening. She didn't want to go along with fate this time. She wanted to control her own destiny. Since her last encounter with Yi Zhe-rui, Yi Zhe, you had secretly sent people to protect everyone in the Su family. So late at night, Su Mushi left alone. Yi Zhe, you quickly received the news. When he learned she was coming to see him, for some reason, he felt a little nervous. Master, I will have the gatekeeper watch the door. No matter how much Su Mushi knocks, she won't get into our prince's residence. Xiao Su said angrily. Just as he was about to turn away, he was stopped sharply by Yi Zheyu, who said Su Mushi isn't allowed in. Hearing this, Xiao Su showed a strange expression. Master, you don't mean. Before he finished, Yi Zheyu interrupted coldly. I just want to see what she wants to say to me. Maybe she suddenly decided to cooperate with me. If you chase her away, wouldn't that ruin my plans? Seeing Yi Zheyu's serious expression, Xiao Su disagreed. In my opinion, Su Mushi is tightly controlled by old fox Qiao Xiuyuan. She can't see through such an obvious trap, so she definitely won't cooperate with you. Actually, Yi Zheyu thought the same, but he didn't want to turn Su Mushi away. After a tense wait, she finally arrived. But before she entered, she put on the black gold mask again. As soon as she wore the mask, her expression was hidden, and she was shrouded in a mysterious aura. She exuded natural authority, making others feel intimidated. Su Mushi looked at Yi Zhe sitting behind the desk and briefly observed his study. Her nervousness and shyness were instantly replaced by an inexplicable sense of dissonance. She thought Yi Zhe's study would be filled with armor and weapons, but it was surprisingly ordinary. Miss Su, why are you here so late? Is it because you suspect that the black-clad assassin who injured Marquis Anyang is one of mine? Are you here to seek justice for Marquis Anyang? Hearing Yi Zhe use sarcastic words, Su Mushi raised her eyebrows. This big prince, his mind isn't much bigger than a woman's. She didn't say much during the day, just asked him to let her go. Why did he have to speak to her so coldly and mockingly now? Prince, do you still remember the proposal you mentioned to me in the carriage? Su Mushi got straight to the point, not wanting to waste words or apologize. She thought Yi Zhe would look happy, but after hearing her words, his coldness seemed to deepen. Just as Su Mushi was surprised, she heard Yi Zhe speak coldly. Miss Su, have you finally understood? I wonder, once you get what you want, will you become my wife or look for someone else? Su Mushi wanted to say she would look for someone else, but seeing the dangerous look in Yi Zhe's eyes, she hesitated and changed her words. I only want freedom. Although I haven't met someone I want to spend my life with, I hope I can choose that person myself, not by an order from above. When Yi Zheyu heard that Su Muxi didn't like anyone, the coldness around him slowly faded. Since she had no one she liked, in the end, Su Muxi could only marry him. They had already been close, and it was natural for him to take responsibility for her. Miss Su, during the day at the Anyang Marquis's house, you were so nervous and even doubted me. Why do you suddenly change your mind now? Are you here to test me for the Marquis? Although Yi Zheyu said this, his voice carried a hint of joy. Clearly, he didn't really think so. But Xiao Su, standing nearby, thought Yi Zheyu's words made a lot of sense. He stepped forward and sternly asked Su Muxi, "Speak. Why are you coming here late at night to see our master? What do you want?" Su Muxi held back her frustration, but couldn't help rolling her eyes. She looked coldly at Yi Zheyu and asked back, "When did I doubt you? I trusted you at that time. Did I say I didn't believe you? I just wanted you to let me go. And if I doubted you, would I come looking for you late at night? If I wanted to test you, wouldn't it be better to come during the day?" At first, Su Muxi hadn't planned to come so late, but she kept thinking about Yi Zheyu leaving without looking back. Although she didn't have much contact with him, she could tell he was angry at that moment. No matter what his purpose was for going to the Marquis's house, he had helped her breathe a little easier. She wasn't a fool and didn't want Yi Zheyu to think she was ungrateful, but she was worried he might be upset and have trouble sleeping. After much hesitation, she decided to come late at night to explain and discuss conditions. She didn't expect to be questioned like this. This made Su Muxi feel both angry and wronged. Yeziu, hearing this, instinctively stood up from his seat and looked at Su Muxi. He asked carefully, "Are you saying you trust me and have never doubted me?" But Su Muxi pointed to Xiao Su beside her. "I don't trust you, I trust him." Xiao Su looked at Su Muxi, then at Yeziu. He pointed at himself with a look of disbelief. "You trust me?" When Su Muxi said she trusted Xiao Su, Yeziu's face immediately turned cold. His sharp eyes looked at Xiao Su, as if trying to see what was so trustworthy about him. Su Muxi saw Xiao Su looking confused and showed a sly smile. Then she said to Yeziu, "Your subordinate is very loyal to you. He even wants to sacrifice his own happiness to help you. Has he not told you?" Yeziu didn't speak. He looked at Xiao Su, waiting for him to say something. Xiao Su was stunned for a moment, then looked thoughtful. After a hesitation, he shyly explained his thoughts about wanting to marry Su Muxi for Yeziu. The subordinate knows the master values loyalty. Miss Su saved the master's life, so you will definitely marry her. But I also know the master doesn't like Miss Su. So I am willing to help the prince and repay Miss Su's kindness. Seeing Xiao Su's serious face, Yeziu wasn't sure whether to be angry or pleased. Although he didn't like Su Muxi, he didn't dislike her either. Few women could make him feel indifferent. If he had to marry someone, Su Muxi was the best choice. So, how could marrying her be considered helping him? How could he have such a foolish subordinate? Yeziu suppressed the urge to kick Xiao Su and looked at Su Muxi. After a swallow, he finally spoke, "Sorry, he just thought I don't like women, so he said that. It's nothing personal. Miss Su, you're very good." After speaking, he quickly looked away, afraid to meet Su Muxi's eyes. And Su Muxi, hearing Yeziu's words, couldn't help but feel moved. Despite being a noble prince, he was actually apologizing to her for his subordinate. In the eyes of ordinary people, she is seen as a low-status, unattractive woman who is not wanted by any man. Xiao Su is more than capable of taking care of her, but Yeziu sensed that Xiao Su's proposal was an insult to her. It seems that Yeziu is a decent person, at least reasonable, unlike those who consider themselves noble and treat ordinary people like ants, ignoring their dignity. Su Muxi pointed to Xiao Su, who still looked confused, and smiled as she said to Yeziu, "I know that Guard Xiao was just speaking out of courtesy and didn't take his words seriously at the time. But Guard Zhao's concern for the prince shows his good character. So when he said that the prince sent people to protect my home and there were no black-clad men, I believed him. I also knew that the so-called black-clad men and the injuries were just a trick by Marquis Anyang. She looked at Xiao Su and continued, "That's why I should thank Guard Xiao. If it weren't for him, Marquis Anyang's trick might have worked, and I would have felt guilty and been manipulated by Marquis Anyang." Xiao Su seemed to understand but also felt that Su Muxi was subtly calling him naive. Since she didn't say it directly, and he couldn't ask outright, he could only ask other questions. "Why were you so nervous about Marquis Anyang at that time?" Hearing this, Su Muxi's face suddenly darkened. If he could chase after the so-called black-clad men to protect me and my family, he could also send countless black-clad men to harm my family. Until I understood Marquis Anyang's true intentions towards me, I couldn't afford to confront him directly. Especially when Qiao Shuyuan said, "Even if it's not for yourself, you should think of your father," which made her shiver. She felt that Qiao Shuyuan was warning her and also threatening her. She didn't want any uncertainty to put her family at risk. So she had to pretend she knew nothing and follow the path Qiao Shuyuan had planned.
예제유 스노르텟 골디. 해메페.
My men are not to be touched by Qiao Shuyuan. Rest assured, I will protect your family. Neither your father nor your maid will be harmed. Su Muxi couldn't describe her feelings at that moment and could only say thank you. But she still hoped she was overthinking. After all, Qiao Shuyuan had been genuinely kind to her before, and she didn't want to make enemies with him. Getting to the main point, Your Highness, you want me to find the letter from King Yu's conspiracy against the state at Marquis Anyang's residence, right? Hearing Su Muxi mention serious matters, Yi Ziyu pointed to a nearby chair. "Miss Su, let's sit down and talk." After saying that, he looked at Xiao Su. "You stay at the door and keep watch." Once Xiao Su left and closed the door, the atmosphere in the study changed instantly.
Cough.
Yi Ziyu was the first to clear his throat, trying to ease the awkward mood. However, after coughing, he didn't know what else to say. He had previously known that Qiao Shuyuan cared a lot about Su Muxi, which made him want to use Su Muxi to find out more about Qiao Shuyuan's study. But now he hesitated. He felt that Qiao Shuyuan's concern for Su Muxi was a bit strange and worried that Su Muxi might be in danger. Su Muxi looked at Yi Ziyu's sharp jawline, trying to forget everything that happened last night. After quietly taking a deep breath, she slowly spoke. "I don't want to go to the Anyang Marquis residence easily again, but I can give the prince a clue." Yi Ziyu raised an eyebrow and looked at her.
Tell me more.
"I also know about the fire in the military department's archive 3 years ago. At that time, I hadn't married into the Anyang Marquis family yet. I happened to treat a young clerk with a burned arm. He complained to me a little. Maybe he can give the prince some clues." Before Yi Ziyu could ask further, Su Muxi openly shared the clerk's complaints. "He usually gets benefits, but we don't share them. When something goes wrong, he wants us to take the blame. That Fan Jun is just a small warehouse keeper. The fire in the archive was clearly his fault due to negligence. Why should he deduct our monthly pay?" And then he pretended to resign and go home. I think he's just afraid that higher-ups will find out and hold him accountable. He ran away really fast. At that time, Su Muxi didn't pay much attention to the clerk's complaints. In this world, officials with higher rank could easily suppress those below, even if the clerk's position was small. But now, she thought about it again. The fire that day was sudden, and the warehouse keeper named Fan Jun's departure was very suspicious. As the clerk said, as the warehouse keeper, the fire should have been his fault due to negligence. But Fan Jun managed to walk away unscathed, and he even voluntarily resigned and left. What does this mean? Fan Jun must have something to protect himself with. Yi Ziyu said firmly.
Shomukshi.
The prince is truly talented both in literature and martial arts, and incredibly clever. She knew she had to flatter him, especially since she still hoped Yi Ziyu could speak up for her in the palace regarding the annulment of their marriage. Knight Zayu's sharp black eyes like an eagle fixed tightly on her. He spoke in a calm, serious voice. "Miss Su is truly very clever." Just based on a few words from a stranger official 3 years ago, he could sense something was wrong. And the whole matter had nothing to do with Su Muxi, which shows how smart she is. Not only smart but also clear-minded. She could see that Xiao Xiaoyuan was using a trick just because Xiao Su was foolish. No wonder she was favored by the Empress Dowager. Su Muxi felt a little shy when praised. She was never foolish, just cautious about trusting others too easily, and avoiding trouble for herself. But now, since her marriage was involved and her family was affected, she couldn't just wait and see anymore. Although the emperor was the one who arranged her marriage, initiated by Knight Zheyu, she didn't hate him at all now. Maybe because he just praised her, or because he cared about her dignity. Overall, she thought Knight Zheyu was a decent person and someone she could work with. I will have someone investigate Fan Jun right away. But Miss Su, don't worry. Whether or not we find clues, after you and I are married, I won't restrict you. You can come and go from the palace freely, with no limits. As for the marriage decree, since the emperor has already issued it, it's better not to change it easily. If you have any wishes, just tell me. I will try to fulfill them. Hearing Knight Zheyu's sudden words, Su Muxi was stunned. No, Prince, what do you mean? Are you planning to go back on your word? Go back on my word?
How could I do that?
Su Muxi opened her mouth, feeling angry inside. Her tone was no longer gentle, but became impatient. I didn't help you find the letter at Anyang Marquis' house, but I did give you other clues. Didn't you say that if I helped, whether I married you as a princess or found another partner, you would agree? Now I just want to cancel this marriage and gain my freedom, not just freely come and go from your palace as a nominal princess. Knight Zheyu, wearing a mask, couldn't see his expression. He was silent for a long time without speaking. Su Muxi felt that Yiziyu might be angry. She was about to say something when he suddenly spoke. Those concerns you mentioned last time, I've thought about them carefully. Actually, they're not real worries. First, I've said before that one woman is enough for me. I won't have 3 wives or concubines. If I decide to marry someone else in the future, you can do as you wish. Of course, I won't give you a divorce or separation papers, and I won't let you suffer gossip or any unfair treatment. Second, you don't need to serve my parents or younger sisters after marrying me. Just be filial to the Empress Dowager. You don't need to get along well with your sisters-in-law. In fact, I hope you stay away from them. As for the idea of being in sync emotionally, I can't promise that. But I am willing to face hardships with you. Finally, if you want a marriage that's just on paper, I am also willing. Su Muxi felt a buzzing in her head, her cheeks burning, her heart pounding. Does Yiziyu even know what he's saying? She quickly looked away, feeling a bit panicked, and said, I'm tired. I'll go home now. She hurried to stand up, wanting to leave quickly. It must be that Yiziyu's medicine from last night hadn't fully worn off, which is why he said such nonsense. Since that's the case, she should go back first. After the medicine's effects wear off completely, she can talk about canceling the marriage. Xiao Su stood outside the door, repeatedly thinking about what his master and Su Muxi had just said. The more he thought, the more he felt that his master's attitude towards Su Muxi was unusual. Usually, his master didn't like to talk much to women, but now he was acting so differently toward her. Could it be that his master liked Su Muxi? But that's impossible. Su Muxi was so plain, with nothing special about her, just a bit better at medicine. Still, that shouldn't be enough to make such an outstanding person like his master fall for her. After silently nodding, he was about to continue thinking when he heard Su Muxi's voice coming from inside the room. Did he hear that right? Su Muxi actually wanted to take the initiative to cancel the marriage? The woman who could marry into his family from the capital all the way to the northern frontier, and Su Muxi wanted to break off the engagement? It seemed that Su Muxi was either crazy or had poor eyesight. He instinctively moved closer to the door, wanting to hear what was really happening. But before he could figure it out, the door suddenly opened from inside. Xiao Su almost fell flat on the ground, but luckily, he was steady from practicing martial arts and managed to keep his balance. But in the next moment, he was stunned by what he saw, almost losing his soul. What did he see? He actually saw the master actively hold the woman's wrist. Bang! Before Xiao Su could recover from his shock, the door was forcefully closed by Yiziyu. And Su Muxi, who was caught by Yiziyu, was also stunned by his sudden action. Yiziyu not only held her wrist, but also pulled her into his arms. Sumushi, there's no city in this world that I, Yiziyu, cannot conquer. If you don't clarify your words today, don't even think about stepping out the door. When he was in the Xuanwu army before, he often heard men with wives say that women are troublesome and like to make men guess their thoughts. He didn't think much of it at the time, believing that if he didn't guess and just let things be, eventually she would reveal her true feelings. But since last night, he's been like enchanted, constantly guessing what Sumushi is thinking. He wants to know why Sumushi was unwilling last night. He wants to know what she's actually despising about him. Now he is eager to know why Sumushi is unwilling to marry him. If he lets her go now, he might not sleep well tonight. So, he doesn't want to care about other things. He just wants a clear answer from Sumushi. Tell me, what do you want me to do so that you are willing to marry me? While speaking, he removed the black gold mask from his face, revealing his handsome face clearly. His serious expression was visible to Sumushi. Sumushi, held in Yizuyu's arms, moved her lips slightly but couldn't speak. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, her heart would jump out of her throat. What does Yizuyu mean? Does he refuse to marry anyone but her? But just a few days ago, Yizuyu seemed to want to use her and didn't care whether he married her or not. Could it be that because she saved him last night, Yizuyu changed his attitude towards her? So, is Yizuyu trying to repay her with his body? Prince, do you like me? And why do you want me to marry you now? Sumushi finally found her voice. To her surprise, after she said this, her heart gradually calmed down. Yizuyu looked confused, then slowly shook his head after a moment. Seeing this, Sumushi's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Just as she was about to make Yizuyu let go of her, he suddenly spoke. I don't know what love is, but you are the only woman besides the Empress Dowager that I don't dislike. In my opinion, women are often delicate and pretentious. If not gentle and kind, then they are as ruthless as snakes and scorpions. I used to think you were the former, but after interacting with you, I feel you are different. You are smart, know when to step back, understand right from wrong, have principles. And you're very beautiful. Hearing this, Yizuyu's handsome face had already turned bright red. I initially wanted to say that Sumushi's body was soft and that she smelled very nice, but I felt those words were too embarrassing, so I didn't dare to say the rest. Otherwise, I was afraid Sumushi might think I am a lecherous person. Sumushi stared blankly at Yizuyu, her eyes full of disbelief. What did Yizuyu just say? That she was beautiful? Could it be true that a man thinks she looks beautiful in her current state? If Yizuyu's eyes aren't problematic, then he must like her. She had been wanting to find a man who didn't care about her appearance. If Yizuyu is that man, then she. Thinking of Qiao Shiyuan, her already uncertain heart became even more unsure. If Yizuyu liked her, wasn't that feeling a bit too quick? Just a few days ago, he was full of ulterior motives and looked at her impatiently. Now his attitude changed so fast. Could he have other intentions? Seeing the doubt and hesitation in Sumushi's eyes, Yizuyu's mood grew more restless. What exactly was Sumushi doubting? What was she hesitating about? Thinking of what the old soldiers often said, Yizuyu's eyes darkened. He held Sumushi tightly with one arm, cupped her back of the head with the other, and precisely kissed her soft, fragrant lips. Yizuyu's sudden move made Sumushi forget to think. His thin lips, usually cold and indifferent, now burned with passion and dominance. His broad arms wrapped around her completely. Although they were separated by layers of clothing, she could still feel the heat radiating from him. Sumushi had been married to Qiao Zimo for 3 years, but they had never been physically close. Yesterday was her first kiss with a man, and today was the second. This feeling was very strange. She couldn't quite describe it. Although she didn't dislike it, she knew she couldn't let it go on. Trying to regain her composure, she prepared to use her usual trick of grabbing her hairpin to stop him, but Yizuyu let go of her first. Sumushi, I've never been this close to a woman before. You are the first and you'll be the last. Last night, I not only was kissed by you but also saw everything. Yet, you still refuse to marry me. Tell me, what did I do wrong that you're not satisfied with? Are you really the type who likes someone like Qiao Zimo, who has no strength at all? Yeziu's face was full of anger and impatience, his eyes burning with fire, looking like he was craving something. Before Su Mushi could answer, Yeziu eagerly spoke again. Su Mushi, I tell you, whether you are willing to marry me or not, you are going to be the princess consort of Yong'an. After saying that, he released Su Mushi, took 2 steps back, quickly picked up the black mask on the ground, and put it back on his face. Did I really am crazy? This last muttered comment was quiet, but Su Mushi heard it clearly. Watching Yeziu hold his mask and bow his head slightly, a faint smile appeared in Su Mushi's clear fox-like eyes. Yeziu is different from Qiao Shiyuan. Does the prince mean I should be responsible for you? Seeing Yeziu shy, Su Mushi felt less nervous and even wanted to tease him. In the past, whenever she saw Yeziu, she only thought he had a strong presence that kept others at a distance, but now she saw that he was a little adorable. With the mask covering his face, Yeziu's shyness seemed less, but after hearing Su Mushi's words, he became angry and embarrassed. Su Mushi, don't get it wrong. It's me who should be responsible for you. Su Mushi shrugged with a smile. I don't need you to be responsible. Anyway, I've remarried and my reputation is already ruined. My reputation outside isn't good either. Besides, between me and the prince, as long as you don't tell others, no one will know. So I have nothing to worry about. Yeziu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of frustration. Does Su Mushi really not want to marry him? He didn't like forcing others, especially Su Mushi. Just as he was about to relax, he saw Su Mushi step forward with a smile in her eyes and say, but if the prince wants me to be responsible, I won't refuse. I dislike owing others, especially when it comes to the prince's reputation. After saying that, she took another step forward, looking at Yeziu with interest, waiting for his answer. But inside, she felt strangely nervous. On the battlefield, Yeziu was decisive and proud, looking down on everyone. Would he really bow his head just to make her marry him? Seeing the smile in Su Mushi's eyes, Yeziu thought she was deliberately teasing him. But remembering that warfare often involved deception, he took a deep breath, grabbed Su Mushi's arm, and with a little force, pulled her back into his embrace.
Shomukshi,
be responsible for me. Listening to Yeziu's words through clenched teeth, Su Mushi suddenly felt at ease. Since she had already gotten the answer she wanted, there was no need to be shy anymore. In the surprise of Yeziu, Su Mushi took the initiative to kiss his chin. Although it was just a light touch, not on the lips, Su Mushi felt her throat dry and her heart pounding. Where did you grow up? Why are you so tall? She muttered softly, trying to ease her embarrassment. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Yeziu picked her up. Is this okay now? Yeziu's voice was deep, with a hint of anticipation. Su Mushi clearly understood what he meant, looked at his thin lips, then at Yeziu's awkward expression. She leaned down and kissed his thin lips. All right, it's done. Please let me go now. But Yeziu tightened his arms and held her even closer. Not yet. This embrace lasted for about 20 minutes. From initial shyness, Su Mushi now felt admiration. He truly is the war god of Qi state, strong and full of stamina. Though she was small and thin, she was not light. In Yeziu's hands, she seemed as light as a feather. He held her for so long without moving or even breathing heavily. What was he trying to do, just holding her like this? Are you tired?
No, but I'm sleepy.
I want to go home. Hearing Su Mushi's soft voice, Yeziu's arms tightened a little more. Then he looked at her seriously and asked, Su Mushi, did you give me some medicine?
Huh.
Why do I feel like I'm bewitched by you? Su Mushi, I think I like you. Do you like me too? Su Mushi felt her mouth go dry again and couldn't speak. Does she like Yeziu? She probably does. But she was still unsure. Because their relationship was progressing too fast. Yeziu, give me some time to think. I can't answer you now, but I won't think about breaking off the engagement anymore. Of course, marrying you depends on whether what you just said was true. Otherwise, I really might give you some medicine. She wanted to give Yiziyu a chance, and also a chance for herself. If she simply refused without any explanation, she feared she might regret it later. Maybe it was when Yiziyu kissed her, or perhaps when he seriously told her she was beautiful. In any case, right now, Yiziyu was very special to her. Yiziyu thought carefully about what he had just said, and his face grew redder the more he thought. How did he manage to say those words? Fortunately, the outcome was good. Su Mushi agreed to marry him. It seems that old soldiers are right. When women act unreasonable, you just have to go along and soothe them. Women can be troublesome, but having Su Mushi is enough for him. I didn't lie to you, Yiziyu said seriously, his eyes full of sincerity. Just 3 simple words, but they made Su Mushi feel a little breathless. Feeling embarrassed, she tilted her head and said softly, I understand. Put me down quickly. Her voice was gentle, with a hint of playfulness. They say that the type of master reflects the type of servant. Now it seems that if the servant is a bit silly, the master is probably about the same. Outside the door, Xiao Su was trying to listen in. Seeing no movement inside, he felt both curious and anxious, but mostly angry. He was sure he hadn't misheard. Su Mushi wanted to break off her engagement with their master, but their master didn't want to, and even wanted Su Mushi to be responsible for him. What right did Su Mushi have? Their master was so excellent. What was it about her that didn't match? Holding back the urge to rush inside and confront Su Mushi, Xiao Su hunched over and peeked through the door, trying to see what was happening inside. Just as he moved, he suddenly felt his nose itch.
Eki.
He sneezed heavily and instinctively leaned forward. As a result, his head accidentally bumped the door open, revealing the scene of the master holding onto Su Mushi without letting go. The two inside were startled by Xiao Su's sudden intrusion. Su Mushi quickly reached out to hold Yiziyu, burying her face in his neck, looking shy and embarrassed. Yiziyu, seeing Su Mushi's sudden action, felt distracted, but when he saw Xiao Su standing at the door, he only felt annoyed.
Get out!
Yiziyu shouted angrily, causing Xiao Su to scramble out in a hurry. Perhaps because he was too panicked, Xiao Su didn't close the door. Feeling the cold wind blowing in from outside, Su Mushi patted Yiziyu's shoulder. Let me down quickly. We're not even married yet. Hearing this, Yiziyu was reluctant to let go, but his dark eyes stayed fixed on Su Mushi's face, making her feel shy. Do I have flowers on my face?
No.
Then what are you looking at? Yiziyu suddenly woke up like from a dream, coughing softly.
Cough.
A look of annoyance flashed across his eyes. What's wrong with him? Could it be that the medicine from last night didn't fully wear off? But it doesn't matter now. Anyway, Su Mushi would soon be his wife. I'll take you home. In the carriage taking Su Mushi back to her residence, Yiziyu kept holding Su Mushi's hand, his sharp eyes often drifting over her face. Although the inside of the carriage was dim, Yeziyu's gaze was too intense. It was hard for Su Mushi not to notice. People who usually looked at her were full of curiosity, disdain, or amusement. But Yiziyu was different. He'd never shown such interest before. Listening to the sound of the wheels turning, Su Mushi forced herself to stay calm and looked directly at Yiziyu. Yiziyu, do you really think I look pretty? Yes. His voice, warm and magnetic, had no hesitation. Su Mushi touched her hot cheek with the back of her hand, hesitated, and then asked, Do you think Princess Chongli's pretty? Although she didn't like comparing herself to others, she wanted to make sure Yiziyu wasn't someone with questionable eyesight. Yiziyu probably hadn't met many women. Bai Menjing was somewhat like his half-cousin, so he should have seen her before. That's why she mentioned Bai Menjing. But to Yiziyu, those words sounded different. He released Su Mushi's hand, and before she could react, he reached out his long arm and directly picked her up onto his lap. His deep, slightly hoarse voice slowly whispered in her ear. Don't worry, I'm not Qiao Zimo, and I won't become Qiao Zimo. I have no childhood sweetheart, and I didn't know any women before.
So it will only be you.
Sumushi felt the heat from his breath near her ear, and her body became numb. It was hard for her to see the Yeziyu in front of her as the same person from a few days ago. Wasn't he supposed to be uninterested in women and full of hostility? Why is he now more flirtatious than those dandies with slick hair and makeup?
Who cares about that?
I just want to test your taste. After all, besides my father, no other man has ever told me I look pretty. As soon as she finished speaking, Sumushi felt the burning heat from Yeziyu's large hand on her left cheek. His rough, calloused hand rubbed her face, giving her a strange sensation. No need to test. I have no problem. It's just that those people are narrow-minded and can't see your beauty. Hearing Yeziyu's words, Sumushi was surprised and thought he had seen through her secret. But then Yeziyu continued, there is an old dog in the Xuanwu army, raised by a young soldier. Once on the battlefield, that old dog saved the young soldier and lost an eye. It looks scary, but everyone in the army says it's cute. So appearance doesn't matter. To me, you are very beautiful, 100 times more beautiful than by Menjing.
Shomokshi blinked.
Are you comparing me to a dog? The flirtatious atmosphere in the carriage instantly disappeared. Yeziyu hurriedly explained, I didn't mean it like that. I just want to say you are very good. Stop talking. Sumushi sharply interrupted, looking very angry. She reached out and tapped the black mask on Yeziyu's face, then warned in a deep voice, remember what you said today. If I find out you're lying to me, there are 100 poisons waiting for you, okay? The carriage slowly stopped. They had arrived at the Su residence. Sumushi pushed away Yeziyu's hand around her waist, got up from his lap, and was about to lift the curtain to go out.
But she paused.
She turned around and leaned close to Yeziyu, quickly took off his mask, and before he could react, she pressed her lips firmly against his. The surprise was so sudden that Yeziyu was momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to deepen the kiss and enjoy the softness and fragrance of Sumushi's lips, she was the first to pull away. Don't worry, I will be responsible for you. After saying that, she hurriedly got out of the carriage. Only when she returned to her room did she breathe a sigh of relief. She cupped her burning cheeks and murmured, wearing a mask is really sneaky. Meanwhile, Yeziyu in the carriage also felt his cheeks burning intensely. Only after putting his mask back on did his face cool down a bit. He never knew his reaction speed could be so slow. On the battlefield, even when fighting 3 enemy generals, they couldn't hurt him at all. Yet, he was unexpectedly ambushed by a young woman. A joyful laugh escaped his throat, amplified many times in the quiet night. Xiao Su sat at the front of the carriage, trembling slightly upon hearing Yeziyu's laugh. The master actually liked Sumushi. Would the master settle scores with him later? After all, he had previously boasted about helping his master and even wanted to marry Sumushi.
Master.
Xiao Su was about to speak and explain himself when he saw someone rushing over quickly from a distance. His waist sword was instantly drawn, and his expression was full of alertness. Who is ahead? State your name. Hearing Xiao Su shout, Yeziyu also became alert inside the carriage. The person rushing over hurriedly called out, Commander Xiao, it's me, Zhao Chun. As he got closer, Xiao Su also saw clearly who he was and said to the carriage, Master, it's Zhao Chun. Hearing this, Yeziyu directly lifted the curtain and stepped out. Looking at Zhao Chun running toward the carriage, he asked coldly, Didn't I tell you to protect the Su family? Did something happen? Zhao Chun shook his head. The Su family is fine, but I found someone from the second prince's group nearby. Yeziyu squinted and asked coldly, Is that person still nearby? Yes.
Kill him.
Do it quickly and cleanly, then throw the body in front of the second prince's residence. At this moment, Yeziyu looked like a demon with a cold voice that seemed capable of freezing people. His killing intent was so strong that it made others afraid. He was completely different from when he was with Sumushi just now. After Zhao Chun received the order and left, Xiao Su spoke. Master, with your provocation of the second prince, aren't you afraid he might harm the princess? Originally, Yeziyu still radiated coldness, but when he heard the word princess, his mood suddenly warmed. My second brother is not an easy person. Do you think I won't provoke him, and he won't come looking for trouble with Sheer? Since Sheer is destined to be my princess, there's no need to hide it anymore. Let the second prince know what kind of end he'll face if he dares to make a move on my woman. Xiao Su nodded in agreement. Master is so powerful, he should show the second prince a little color. But secretly, he couldn't help but complain. Again with Sheer, again with the master's woman. Others are heroes struggling with beauties. But his master was stuck on Su Mushi, that ugly girl. Alas. Perhaps too lost in thought, Xiao Su unintentionally sighed. Yizu raised an eyebrow. What? Feeling disappointed?
Xiao Su looked puzzled.
Disappointed? Feeling the cold aura emanating from Yizu, Xiao Su seemed to understand why his master was asking this. Master, please see clearly. I have no desire for the princess. Last night's words were just because I thought you didn't like her and wanted to help you. Knight Zayu looked at Xiao Su kneeling on the ground and coldly said, Go back and get 10 whips. Humph. Thinking Sierra is ugly? Really has no taste. Half an hour later, Yize Rue, who was already lying down, was suddenly awakened by guard Ji Chung. Your Highness, the scout sent to the Su residence earlier was killed. His body was thrown at the gate. Hearing this, Yize Rue's sleepiness vanished instantly, and he quickly sat up in bed. Dead? Let's go. Let's see the body. Yize Rue was only wearing a shirt and strode toward the gate. After seeing the scout's body, he didn't show any anger. Instead, he laughed out loud.
Ha ha ha.
Who would have thought? My good elder brother would get so angry over an ugly girl. Interesting. Although Ji Chung had been following Yize Rue for nearly 10 years, he still couldn't quite understand Yize Rue's thoughts. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Your Highness, should we send someone to keep an eye on the Su residence again? Hearing this, Yize Rue's smile disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold, dark expression. What? Do you think the flowers in the garden aren't blooming enough? Ji Chung lowered his head in understanding. Yize Rue turned around, ready to go back to sleep. But after taking a few steps, he stopped again. Ji Chung, do you think Yize is just using that ugly girl as bait, deliberately doing all this to show me? Before Ji Chung could answer, Yize Rue continued, No. Tomorrow, I will go myself to see Su Mushi. I want to see what makes that ugly girl so different. I heard that old fox Qiao Xiao Yuan also treasures her very much.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Ji Chung followed behind Yize Rue silently. Although Yize Rue was asking him, he didn't really need his answer. Yize Rue had his own thoughts. When he asked questions, he already had the answers in his mind. If the answers he gave didn't match Yize Yu's, he might suffer some pain, or worse, lose his life. That's why he was used to staying silent. In front of Yize Rue, the fewer words spoken, the longer he lived. The doorman saw Yize Rue leave and asked the nearby guard, What should we do with the body? The guard replied calmly, Same as usual, chop it up and use it as fertilizer. Early the next morning, Su Mushi got up looking tired, startling Bai Ji. Miss, did you have a nightmare and didn't sleep well? Su Mushi looked at herself in the bronze mirror. She already had a birthmark on her face, which made her look ugly, and now she had 2 more dark circles under her eyes. It was even worse. She wondered if Yiziyu would still say she was beautiful when he saw her like this.
Hee.
Bai Ji heard Su Mushi's laughter and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Su Mushi's face was now full of a gentle smile, and her eyes seemed bright. She asked, Are you dreaming? As soon as she said this, Su Mushi's face turned red instantly. Last night, after she closed her eyes, all she could think about was Yiziyu. He was in her dreams too, and about what happened in the dream. Thinking of this, Su Mushi reached up and tapped her forehead. Miss? Bai Ji called out cautiously, worried that Su Mushi might have lost her mind. She was afraid that if she spoke too loudly, she might scare Su Mushi's spirit away. Su Mushi snapped back to her senses and looked at Bai Ji's worried face. She felt a little embarrassed and said, I'm fine. Hurry up and get ready. Aunt Zhong's cooking should be ready by now. I'm hungry. Talking about food quickly shifted Bai Ji's attention. Breakfast will be ready soon. Since you're hungry, I'll get you ready quickly. After Su Mushi finished washing up and came out of her room, she saw Zhong Bin rushing over. Miss, the second prince has come. He wants to see you. The second prince has come? Hearing this, Su Mushi immediately became alert. If she didn't know Yiziu, she might just be curious about the sudden visit of Yiziu's brother and wouldn't be nervous. After all, this second prince had a good reputation. But now, besides being cautious, she also felt a little scared. She was afraid that the second prince might do something to hurt her family. Do you know why the second prince came to see me? Su Mushi didn't go straight to the main hall. Instead, she asked Zhong Bin about the reason first. The more she faced problems, the calmer she needed to be. Since the second prince came so early in the morning, he probably wouldn't openly hurt her or her family. And she was just a small healer, not worth the second prince personally targeting her. So, the main purpose of the second prince's visit must be related to Yiziu. But Zhong Bin said, it seems he came to ask Miss to treat someone in his household. He also sincerely praised the second prince is truly humble and polite. He looks very handsome and brought many gifts. He was much better than King Yongin. But Zhong Bin didn't say this last part out loud. After all, royal family members weren't someone a lowly servant like him could casually discuss. Another point is that the young lady is currently engaged to Prince Yongin. If Prince Yongin ends up becoming her husband, he will become half her master. As a servant, even if the master is not good, he cannot criticize him. However, compared to Prince Yongin, Qiao Zimo is better. Su Mushi frowned and quietly said seriously to Zhong Bin and Bai Ji, I only say this once. You must remember that the second prince is not a good person. Don't be fooled by his appearance. If you see him, avoid him if you can. If you can't, stay alert, understood? Zhong Bin and Bai Ji looked at each other and nodded together. Although they didn't understand why, whatever the young lady said, they would follow. After speaking, Su Mushi took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the flower hall. She was asked to treat someone's leg? Perhaps that was just a cover, and she was actually being tested to see her standing in Yiziu's heart. Last time, she didn't ask in detail, but from Yiziu's words, it seemed that the second prince was a playful person. If he is playful, then she just needs to make him feel bored, and he would lose interest. In the flower hall, Yiziu sat in the main seat drinking tea, occasionally chatting with Su Xing. Judge Su, I heard you want to leave the Imperial Hospital? Although Su Xing liked Yiziu well enough, he was still aware of the palace power struggles. Since last time, Prince Yongin specifically protected Shir, it showed that Prince Yongin and the second prince did not get along well. Moreover, even if the second prince is usually kind, he wouldn't come to invite Shir to the residence himself, especially to treat a servant. So this visit from the second prince was probably not friendly, and he should be cautious. Hearing about her plan to leave the Imperial Hospital, Su Xing became more alert. Yes, I am old now and want to spend more time with my family. Yiziu smiled calmly, I see. I thought Judge Su left because Queen Mother punished you to kneel on broken porcelain for Changlo, thinking working in the palace is dangerous, so you wanted to leave the Imperial Hospital. Hearing this, Su Xing immediately knelt down. Although his wound was healing, such a big movement still pulled at it, making him grimace in pain. But compared to the pain in his knee, he needed to clarify the matter of leaving the hospital quickly. If they accuse him of harboring resentment against the Queen Mother, he might lose his head. Your Highness, please understand, I truly only want to spend more time with my daughter and have no other intentions. Yez Rue personally stepped forward and helped Su Xing up. What is this, Su Judge? I only mentioned it casually, no need to be so nervous. Su Xing looked frightened. Just as she was about to speak again, Yez Rue said, if Su Judge is not afraid of the danger in serving in the palace, then you should take the position of head of the Imperial Hospital. Seeing Su Xing about to refuse, Yez Rue spoke first. Su Judge, please don't decline. This is also my way of showing some apology to you. Changlo, that girl, lost her parents when she was young. Her mother treats her like her own daughter. That day, her mother didn't realize that Changlo had mistakenly taken the old ginseng that Su Judge gave to the Empress. In a moment of panic, she misunderstood Su Judge. Su Judge, rest assured. Once you become the head of the hospital, I will arrange a capable assistant to help you manage the Imperial Hospital. That way, you can spend more time with your family and still continue to study medicine. What do you think? Su Xing knew she couldn't refuse. After all, the second prince had said from the start that this was his way of showing some apology. Refusing would be ungrateful and might also mean she held a grudge against the Empress. So, Su Xing could only bow and thank him. Thank you, Your Highness. Yes Rui patted her shoulder and signaled her to sit down and talk. But as Su Xing sat, she heard Yes Rui say, "Soon, your daughter will marry the king of Yong'an. After the wedding, even if Su Judge wants to spend more time with her family, it might be impossible. So, before your daughter gets married, you should spend more time with your family." Though these words were quite ordinary, for some reason, Su Xing felt a cold sweat break out on her back. Could the second prince be implying something? Just as Su Xing worried that Yes Rui might harm Su Muxi slowly entered the room. Daughter Su Muxi greets the second prince. Her voice was calm and polite, nothing unusual. But when she looked up, Yes Rui raised an eyebrow. "Miss Su, you are courteous." His voice was gentle, and his handsome face carried a faint smile. His eyes showed no disdain or contempt, only deep interest. Su Muxi felt a little uneasy. It seemed this second prince was very good at pretending. Just now, she had been hiding outside and overheard clearly that Yes Rui's few words had forced her father to accept the position of head of the Imperial Hospital. As for leaving her father at the Imperial Hospital, she naturally wouldn't naively think that Yiziu was expressing apology. Instead, she believed that her father staying there made it easier for Yiziu to control the situation. Su Muxi pretended to be shy and lowered her head, waiting for Yiziu to speak first. However, she heard Yiziu ask Dr. Su, "Do you have breakfast at your home? I arrived in a hurry and haven't eaten yet. I wonder if you could have breakfast at your residence?" Su Xing naturally wouldn't refuse, quickly inviting Yiziu to the dining hall. Seeing this, Su Muxi hurriedly stepped back to the side. When Yiziu passed by her, a faint fragrance subtly entered her nose, making Su Muxi feel slightly nauseous. The scent was very unique. She had probably never smelled it before, but for some reason, it felt familiar. Putting aside this doubt for now, she followed Su Xing toward the dining hall. In the courtyard, she saw Baiji nod at her slightly, and Su Muxi finally relaxed. Honestly, if you only looked at his appearance, Yiziu was very likely to win people's favor easily. He was handsome and carried an air of nobility. Despite being a prince, he was approachable. He always wore a faint smile, giving people a feeling of gentle warmth. "Aunt Zhong, your buns are even better than those made by the royal chef. Dr. Su is truly fortunate," Yiziu said, reaching out to grab a bun. He seemed to really enjoy eating. Of course, all this might just be part of his act. However, Aunt Zhong, being praised by a prince, felt very happy. If the second prince likes them, then eat more. She initially wanted to say he could come back for more if he wanted, but was interrupted when Zhong Chongqing nudged her arm, bringing her back to her senses. She was just a servant and couldn't make decisions for her master. Moreover, since the other person was a prince, she thought his words might just be polite. How could she, a humble servant, allow a prince to come and eat her cooking? Most importantly, the relationship between Prince Yong'an and the second prince might not be very good. So she quickly changed her words. "If it's not enough, there's more in the pot." Yiziu smiled softly, but said nothing, only eating breakfast gracefully. It seemed he had come specifically for breakfast today, but he didn't mention anything about treating Su Muxi's leg. Neither Yiziu nor Su Muxi or Su Xing spoke first. Whoever spoke first would lose the initiative. "Miss Su, can't the birthmark on your face be removed? I heard that the daughter of the Anyang Marquis had a scar removed, and it was Miss Su who did it. There is also a mark on Miss Shin's face. I heard Miss Su also has a way to remove it." Hearing Yizuyu's sudden question, Su Mushi was surprised. It was not surprising that Yizuyu knew about Xiao Zishi, but he also knew about Shun Yashin's matter. It seemed that before coming, Yizuyu had already investigated her thoroughly and arranged spies to watch her. Su Mushi pretended to be stunned for a moment, then showed a sad and self-conscious look. She touched the birthmark on her face and lowered her head a bit more. Maybe there is a way, but I am a doctor and cannot treat myself. She didn't say it definitively, nor did she lie, so Yizuyu couldn't say later that she was lying to him. Yizuyu put down his chopsticks, took out a handkerchief, wiped his mouth, and casually said, Miss Su really has a kind heart. She's willing to study scars on others' faces for over 2 years, but can't treat herself. That's truly admirable. Su Mushi smiled shyly, but was confused inside. What does Yizuyu mean by this? Does he think she has never treated herself? Did she reveal a flaw somewhere? While thinking, Su Mushi suddenly remembered what Shun Yashin had said earlier. She thought she knew where the flaw was. Most women care a lot about their appearance. If their looks are damaged, they would wear a veil. But she didn't wear one. Just as Su Mushi was pondering what to do to make Yizuyu lose interest in her, he finally mentioned the leg treatment. My lord's subordinate accidentally broke his leg last night. I heard Miss Su is the best at treating legs, so I came early to ask Miss Su to come back to the mansion and help him. He came early, seeming anxious, but he ate breakfast calmly. Perhaps he was just waiting for Yizuyu to appear. Now that Yizuyu hadn't come yet, he suggested she return to the mansion with him. But if she foolishly went back with Yizuyu, it might be hard to leave easily. Fortunately, she had already thought of a way to refuse. Before Su Mushi could speak, there was a knock on the door. Yizuyu's eyes flickered, and he showed a happy smile, then asked Zhong Auntie, Are there still buns in the pot? You came so early, you probably haven't had breakfast yet. His words were a bit random. Zhong Auntie thought the visitor was someone from Yizuyu's side, nodded, and went to the kitchen to get the buns. But Su Mushi couldn't help but worry. Could it be Yizuyu's person? She had told Zhongbin to inform Yizuyu not to come. Could it be that Zhongbin's message didn't reach him, or something went wrong? Feeling anxious, the visitor entered. When she saw the tall figure, Su Mushi relaxed. Zhongbin came in together, indicating the message had already been delivered. But Yizuyu still chose to come over. Seeing Yizuyu walk in, Su Mushi's eyes showed a smile. Since that's the case, she had nothing to fear anymore. Anyway, Yizuyu would protect her well. Yizuyu Rue saw Yizuyu come in and quickly stood up to greet him. Big brother, why are you here? Are you thinking of future sister-in-law? His eyes showed both surprise and teasing. Yizuyu openly walked up to Su Mushi and naturally took her hand. He tilted his head to look at her, a gentle smile on his face. Though just one word, it said a lot. Yizuyu Rue looked around at the two of them, then suddenly clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. They say Big Brother doesn't care for beauty, but it seems he just hadn't met someone he liked before. Now seeing Big Brother's gentle side, I can't help but feel a bit jealous. Yizuyu tightened his grip on Su Mushi's hand, then looked at Yizuyu Rue and said calmly, In that case, today I will go to the palace and talk to our father. Maybe he can help find a marriage for you? Too bad Princess Changlu already has a marriage arrangement with the Marquis of Anyang's son, or we could make a better match. After all, I think you two are very suitable for each other. A venomous snake and a poisonous snake, a perfect match made in heaven. Yizuyu Rue smiled and shook his head. What is Big Brother saying? I see Yingying as a sister, not as a romantic interest. I have no feelings for her. Besides, Big Brother and Yingying are quite close. Seeing Yizuyu's eyes burn with anger, Yizuyu Rue's smile deepened. But then he looked regretful, glanced at Su Mushi deeply, and said with a hint of meaning, As for asking our father for marriage, that will have to wait a bit longer. After all, I arrived a bit late, and the flower has already been claimed. Hearing this, Yizuyu's whole body instantly filled with anger. Su Mushi quickly held his hand to calm him down. It was obvious that Yizuyu Rue was deliberately saying this to provoke Yizuyu. He had just said he wasn't interested in beauty, not in women. He was indirectly mocking her for being ugly and also criticizing Yiziu for having poor judgment. But now he was acting as if nothing had happened.
Ha.
He really knew how to act. Second prince, you have someone you like. I wonder, do you know what I meant when I looked at you just now? Is the girl you admire someone I know? She didn't believe Yizi Rue would dare to openly say he liked her. Yizi Rue looked at Su Mushi again with interest, noticing that she now seemed like a completely different person from before. Although she was still not very attractive, she looked much livelier than before. She used to be as silent as a wooden doll, but now she dared to challenge him.
Ha.
Interesting. He had never met such an amusing woman before. No wonder his older brother cared so much about her. Since that's the case, I must admit, the person I admire most is Miss Su herself. When he said this, everyone present, except Yeziu, was stunned. Yezirue saw everyone's reactions clearly. When he noticed the doubt and dislike in Su Mushi's eyes, he found her even more interesting. Many women are vain and loved by many men, which should make them shy and happy, especially when two princes admire them. But Su Mushi didn't seem happy at all. Instead, she looked annoyed.
Ha.
Interesting. She fears trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble at all. Although today is my first time meeting Miss Su, I have admired her from afar for a long time. Miss Su is kind-hearted, intelligent, and today, as I see her, she truly lives up to the rumors, inspiring admiration. Among the many beautiful women in the capital, few are as humble and kind as Miss Su. I wouldn't say I fell in love at first sight with Miss Su, but her every smile and gesture makes me feel fond of her. Although it's a bit sudden, Miss Su is the first woman to truly capture my heart. It's a pity, alas. Su Mushi looked at Yezirue's passionate expression and felt goosebumps. This person really loves to act. It's a shame he's not a performer. She was about to respond, but then saw Yeziu raise their tightly clasped hands and coldly say to Yezirue, if that's the case, then second brother is indeed a step late and should feel envious. But there's nothing to regret. My marriage with Sierre was arranged by our father. If second brother wants to interfere, even if you are favored by the emperor, you might just anger him. At this, Yeziu suddenly changed the subject. Moreover, second brother has been busy lately and has not been attending to our father much. Yezirue's expression remained unchanged. Big brother is right. I have been busy recently, but I am also helping our father. As for big brother, you've been in the capital for some time now. You should visit the palace more often and ask our father for some tasks. If the soldiers in the army knew that big brother had gone to the capital and was spending his days enjoying himself, they would probably be disappointed. Yeziu lifted his chin and said, no need for my second brother to worry. But tell me, why did you come to Su's house so early in the morning? I heard that Miss Su is very good at healing legs. One of my guards broke his leg yesterday, so I came today to ask Miss Su to help treat him. Yeziu repeated the same words. However, Yeziu quickly saw through and said bluntly, I didn't know my second brother cares so much about his subordinates that he would come personally to seek medical help. Since you hurried here early in the morning, why aren't you eager to eat? So, is my second brother worried or not worried? Yeziu looked at Su Mushi with a smile and said, I was worried at first, but after seeing Miss Su, I thought I could take the chance to have a meal with her. By the way, big brother, have you had breakfast? Zhong Aunt makes very delicious buns. Would you like to sit and eat some together? Before Yeziu could speak, Su Mushi said first, if the second prince likes, he can take the remaining buns with him. Anyway, if Prince Yongin wants to eat, he can come anytime. Yeziu's attitude as a host was really unpleasant. Yeziu was her future husband and considered half the master of the house. And he only ate here because of his high status. Our family only kept him for meals. Hearing this, Yeziu's coldness instantly melted away. He looked at Su Mushi with a smile and unconsciously rubbed her hand back of the hand with his thumb. No one, not even Xiao Su, had ever seen this side of him. Su Mushi trembled slightly, pulled her hand away forcefully, but Yeziyu showed no intention of letting go. She had no choice but to glare at him irritably, hoping he would hold back a little. After all, so many people were watching. But in everyone's eyes, this scene looked like a sweet, affectionate gesture. Seeing their tender and loving expressions, Yeziyu's smile faded, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. He had never felt this way before, and it made him very uncomfortable. "Miss Sue, may I ask if you can accompany me? The guard who broke his leg is very close to me. I don't want him to end up disabled." Sue Mushi frowned slightly, then pretended to be weak and said apologetically, "Second Prince, I'm sorry. I don't feel well today, and may not be able to treat your guard. However, Dr. Wang and Dr. Lee from the Imperial Hospital are very skilled and experienced in treating broken legs. You might want to invite them. Moreover, treating the man is quite inconvenient for me as a young woman. If it were to spread a bad reputation, especially involving the second prince, I fear the emperor would be displeased. After all, I am betrothed to the king of Yongin by imperial decree. So, I kindly ask the second prince to understand." Sue Mushi's face indeed looked unwell, with obvious dark circles under her eyes, making her seem truthful. But Yiziyu knew she was pretending.
Ha!
Good. She's using her marriage to the emperor to pressure him. It seems he had underestimated Sue Mushi before. Since that's the case, I will not disturb you any longer. Yiziyu did not continue, but politely took his leave. Before leaving, he truly packed the buns made by Zhongshen. Miss Sue's buns are very delicious. I will come again to taste them when I have the chance. His words carried a hidden meaning, making Sue Mushi feel a little uneasy. However, once she felt the warmth in her hand, she gradually calmed down. "Goodbye, second prince. Safe travels." Sue Mushi remained calm and spoke in a steady tone. Since she was already caught in the whirlpool, it was better to go with the flow than to struggle uselessly. Moreover, the person beside her was Yiziyu, and suddenly she didn't want to resist anymore. After Yiziyu got into the carriage, his mood instantly darkened. He glanced at the food box from the Sue family and kicked it over. Seeing the buns spill out, a faint smile appeared in Yiziyu's eyes. He called out to the outside, "Go to the Marquis of Anyang's residence. Such delicious buns should be shared with Marquis of Anyang and his heir." Meanwhile, at the Sue family, Yiziyu had changed from his previous aloof attitude and respectfully bowed to Su Xing. "Sorry for the sudden visit. I hope Su Grand Physician will forgive the intrusion." Su Xing no longer showed the same respect he had before. He simply returned the bow. Looking at Sue Mushi's shy expression, he paused for a moment before speaking to Yiziyu. "May I speak with the prince alone?" "Of course." Sue Mushi wanted to follow, but Su Xing said, "Sire, since you're not feeling well, you should go back to rest first." Yiziyu gave Sue Mushi a reassuring look and softly said, "Sire, go rest. Don't worry."
Sumukshi nodded slightly.
After Yiziyu and Su Xing left, she asked Zhongshen to prepare some food again. It wouldn't be right for Yiziyu, an outsider, to eat his fill while Yiziyu was still hungry. Zhongshen nodded with a subtle smile and then whispered to Sue Mushi, "Miss, this time it's different. The king of Yong'an's gaze on you can't be faked. The old servant truly feels happy for the young lady. If the lady's mother were alive in heaven, she would surely be very pleased." Baiji nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, yes." When King Yong'an looks at the young lady, he doesn't seem so intimidating anymore. But that second prince looks quite creepy. Sue Mushi compared Yiziyu and Yiziyue in her mind, and she thought Yiziyue really couldn't compare to Yiziyu at all. However, Yiziyue is good at acting, favored by the emperor, and is the emperor's son by the empress. If he ends up becoming emperor, she worries Yiziyu's future might not turn out well, and their whole family could be affected. After all, she and Yiziyu are now linked like ants on the same rope. Even if she cancels the marriage now, she fears Yiziyu won't let her go. Since that's the case, she has no way out and can only brace herself and move forward. Though the entire Bai family supports Yiziyu, the power of the emperor still rules in Qi country. The rulers of past dynasties most feared their authority being threatened. If the story about King Yu's treason back then actually had hidden reasons, then it wouldn't be hard to overthrow the Bai family. Thinking of this, Su Mushi's hands started trembling. She originally just wanted a peaceful life, but now she was thinking about how to overthrow the prince and the empress. She really has gone mad. She only hopes Yiziyue won't let her down, for she is willing to do so much for him. Meanwhile, after entering Su Xing's study, Yiziyue was the first to clarify his stance and repeated what he said yesterday to Su Mushi. Dr. Su, I understand your worries. It was my fault before involving the Su family, but I don't regret it. If not for that, I wouldn't have met Sheer and confirmed my feelings. Yiziyue hadn't slept much last night. He was sure he liked Su Mushi and didn't want to let go. Especially after learning that Yiziyue had sent people to watch the Su family, he knew he couldn't give up. From what he knew about Yiziyue, once he let go, the Su family would soon disappear from the capital. Dr. Su, I can't promise I'll come out unscathed in the end, but I will do my best to protect Sheer and the Su family. Su Xing sat in a chair, his head lowered, his expression unclear. He kept rubbing his aching knee. Although he was just a minor court official, he understood the temper of the people in the palace to some extent. Previously, he thought the second prince was humble, polite, and easy to approach. But when they met again today, he felt that a son often takes after his mother. He looked up at Yiziyue. Although he couldn't see the other's expression clearly, he could tell from his eyes that he was serious. Your Highness, can you tell me why you initially wanted to marry Sheer? Although there was no other choice now, Su Xing still wanted to clarify things. Yiziyue hesitated for a moment, and then honestly shared his plan. From what I know about Uncle Yuang, he would never do anything to betray the country or conspire against the emperor. Even though many years have passed, I want to find out the truth and clear Uncle Yuang's name. Uncle Yuang is like a teacher and a father to me. I don't want him to die with injustice. So, even if there are many dangers ahead, I will clear the path and find the truth. Su Xing fell silent again. He had heard some stories about how Qiao Shuyuan became the Marquis of Anyang. Years ago, King Yu and General Lin Jisheng returned victorious and went to the palace to report. Soon after, rumors spread that King Yu was planning to rebel and assassinate the emperor. As a result, King Yu was imprisoned, and Lin Jisheng was killed on the spot. The person who personally killed Lin Jisheng and protected the emperor was Qiao Shuyuan. Because of this, the emperor specially promoted Qiao Shuyuan to Marquis of Anyang. He never expected that the letter proving King Yu's treason was also obtained by Qiao Shuyuan. If King Yu really intended to betray the country, then Qiao Shuyuan's title as Marquis of Anyang is well-deserved. But if there is some hidden reason behind those events, then Qiao Shuyuan is a ruthless and very cunning man. The more he thought about it, the colder Su Xing's back felt. After a while, Su Xing raised his head again. Does the prince have no personal motives at all? The current emperor only has 3 grown sons. The third prince, Yi Zemin, is timid and naive, and not suitable for great responsibility. The remaining 2 princes are the eldest, Yiziyue, and the second, Yiziyue. If King Yu's case is successfully cleared by Yiziyue, it will greatly weaken the second prince's power. Meanwhile, Yiziyue will gain full support from King Yu's former followers. At that time, with 2 tigers fighting, Yiziyue's chances of winning would be higher than Yiziyue's, and he could sit at the top position. Yiziyue could naturally hear Su Xing's hidden meaning. After some thought, he took off his mask and revealed his true face. If I really had personal motives, Bai Menjing would be used by me. Su Mushi did not go back to her room to rest. Instead, she stayed in the dining hall, waiting for Yiziyue to come out. Xiao Su kept pacing at the door of the dining hall, which made Su Mushi a bit annoyed. To distract herself, she called Zhong Bin and planned to ask what had happened earlier. Did you deliver my message to the Prince of Yong'an? Before Zhong Bin could answer, Xiao Su suddenly rushed inside quickly.
Princess.
I know this matter best. Let me tell you myself. Brother Zhong Bin has already delivered all your words to the master, but the master is still worried about your safety and came here in a hurry. The master said, since you are destined to be his princess, There's no need to hide it. He will protect his woman and will never let you be in danger or suffer injustice. I have served the master for nearly 7 years, and I've never seen him treat any woman kindly, nor seen any woman get close to him. Only you, princess, make him so concerned. Our master is talented in both civil and military skills, pure in heart, loyal, and full of righteousness. You, princess, are kind and compassionate, truly a perfect match. Su Mushi was initially touched, but the more she listened, the more she felt something was off. Why does Xiao Su seem so eager to match her with Yiziyu, almost as if he wants her to marry him immediately? And if Yiziyu has so many good qualities, why does Xiao Su only mention his kindness and compassion when talking about him? Isn't that a bit superficial? All right, enough. I didn't take last time's matter to heart, and I won't cause trouble for you or your master again. Rest assured. After thinking it over, Su Mushi believed that Yiziyu probably punished Xiao Su because he had previously mentioned wanting to marry her. Xiao Su's current words might be an attempt to clear up that misunderstanding. Sure enough, Xiao Su let out a big sigh of relief and then smiled, saying, "What the master said is right. Princess, you are one of the few intelligent women in this world. Not only are you smart, but you are also very generous. Stop flattering me, and don't call me princess. I haven't married your master yet," Su Mushi said with a smile. But Xiao Su replied seriously, "Marrying my master is only a matter of time. There's no city my master can't conquer. Once he sets his mind on you, he will definitely marry you. Moreover, both you and my master are already like that. If you don't marry him, who else could you marry?" While speaking, Xiao Su stretched out his arm as if giving a hug, with a flirtatious look that surprised Zhongbin and the others, who stared with wide eyes. Looking at Su Mushi, their expressions showed shock and a hint of flirtatious amusement. Su Mushi didn't expect Xiao Su to suddenly bring up this topic and almost wanted to give him a strong dose of medicine. Just then, Su Xing walked over and clearly overheard Xiao Su's words. He let out a light, indifferent snort. Humph. Although Su Xing had already accepted Yiziyu, hearing this still made him feel upset. Before they were married, his daughter was taken advantage of. No wonder Yiziyu suddenly acted so close to Sheer. He must have tasted some success. The more Su Xing thought about it, the angrier he became. He glared at Yiziyu, without regard for his status. Yiziyu was not angry. Instead, he showed a slightly pleading smile at Su Xing. Seeing this, Su Xing sighed inwardly. Forget it. Feelings are something he can't control or manage. Moreover, since Yiziyu, as a prince, was already lowering himself so much, he shouldn't push his luck. From Sheer's expression, it seemed she had already made up her mind about Yiziyu. Since that's the case, he shouldn't say anything more. As long as Yiziyu treats Sheer well in the future, that would be enough. Xiao Su, aware that he had spoken out of turn, dared not look at Yiziyu's face. He quickly found an excuse related to looking after the horses and ran out. Before long, Zhongshan brought in a plate of freshly cooked meat pies. "Prince hasn't eaten yet, right? I just baked these meat pies. Try them?" After saying that, he added, "They're more fragrant than buns." Yiziyu was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked at Su Mushi. Su Mushi chuckled and said, "Why are you looking at me? Do you want to eat? It's up to you. Then I won't be polite." Yiziyu grinned, looking a bit silly, but also more approachable. He carefully tasted the meat pie. At first, he was relaxed, praising Zhongshan's cooking, but as he ate, he started to feel uneasy. With 6 pairs of eyes fixed on him while he ate, even if he had a good appetite, he couldn't eat anymore. Su Xing noticed Yiziyu's discomfort and cleared his throat.
Cough.
"Sheer, you should take good care of the prince. Father will go to the study to read now." After saying that, he gave a signal to the others. Suddenly, the dining hall was left only with Yiziyu and Su Mushi.
Elfea. Yiziyu.
They spoke at the same time, but then stopped. After a brief pause, they spoke again in unison. "You go first. You go first." Seeing this, Yiziyu held Su Mushi's hand behind his back and softly said, "Sheer, Do you think this counts as mutual understanding? No. I told you not to come, but you still did, which is exactly the opposite of what I expected. Su-mu-shi pretended to be angry, but her shy eyes revealed her completely. Yi Zhe reached out and held her other hand, hesitating. Sheer, do you blame me? Su-mu-shi raised an eyebrow but quickly understood Yi Zhe's meaning. At first, I did blame you. I finally divorced Xiao Zmo and regained my freedom, but before I could enjoy it for long, you came to propose. Your identity makes you a big trouble, and I am someone who fears trouble, so I almost scolded you every day in my mind. But after last night, I don't blame you anymore. She paused deliberately, seeing the anticipation and urging in Yi Zhe's eyes, then continued playfully, men like beautiful women. I look ugly, so no men like me. When I finally met someone who said I was pretty, I had to hold on. Otherwise, I'd be afraid I'd never get married in this life. Yi Zhe didn't believe her words, but understood why Su-mu-shi accepted him. He didn't want her to keep mentioning her ugliness or hear others say she was ugly. Sheer, you're not ugly. It's those people who lack vision. Yi Zhe said seriously, with a stern look, but this made Su-mu-shi laugh. Thinking about marriage, she became shy again. After some hesitation, she tentatively asked, if the birthmark on my face disappears, will you still think I'm pretty? For ordinary people, this was obvious nonsense, but for Yi Zhe, Su-mu-shi was uncertain. Yi Zhe paused, looked carefully at the birthmark on her face, then confidently said, Sheer, that birthmark can actually be removed, but you don't want to remove it. Su-mu-shi didn't expect Yi Zhe to react so quickly. Her birthmark could indeed be removed, but not by herself. She listened as Yi Zhe continued, if that's the case, can Sheer keep the birthmark? If Sheer lost the birthmark, she would be as beautiful as a fairy, and many men would come to fight over her. So, he preferred her to keep the birthmark. Hearing this, Su-mu-shi's cheeks turned redder.
Keep it?
Thinking about how Yi Zhe looked the night before and the night before that, she was afraid she couldn't keep it.
We'll talk about that later.
I want to ask you, what really happened with Bai Mengying? Su-mu-shi changed the subject. Although she knew Yi Zhe Rui had said before that Yi Zhe and Bai Mengying were close, and it was meant to provoke her. But she still wanted to hear directly from Yi Zhe about what was really going on. When mentioning Bai Mengying, Yi Zhe truly felt disgusted, but since Su-mu-shi asked, he couldn't hide it. Moreover, he had already explained everything to Su Xing just now, so he couldn't hide it from Su-mu-shi either. He simply summarized Bai Mengying's previous attempt to him at the Jingwang residence. Su-mu-shi widened her eyes in disbelief, her fox-like eyes full of shock. Bai Mengying looked gentle and noble, yet she had done something so bold as to actively try to a man? Although she knew appearances can be deceiving, Su-mu-shi still found this hard to believe. But then she thought of Yi Zhe's face, which could cause trouble for the world, and gradually calmed down. Yi Zhe truly had the looks to make a goddess fall. If that was the case, she had no way to retreat. Even if Yi Zhe Rui let her go, Bai Mengying probably wouldn't. Really, you're such a big troublemaker. Su-mu-shi said playfully, but in the next moment, she was directly held on Yi Zhe's lap. Before she could scream, she heard Yi Zhe speak in a deep voice. Sheer, don't think about running away.
You can't escape.
Looking into Yi Zhe's deep black eyes, Su-mu-shi didn't struggle but asked softly, Yi Zhe, why did you suddenly start liking me? Is it because we had skin-to-skin contact? This question surprised Yi Zhe. He always thought his feelings for Su-mu-shi developed gradually, but upon reflection, it wasn't quite that way. If it was because of skin contact, that wouldn't be right because he didn't seem to reject Su-mu-shi from the start, nor did he think she was ugly. Ultimately, it might be because of the praise from the Empress Dowager in her letter. Maybe because of Su-mu-shi's gentle attitude toward Tang Yan. Or perhaps because Su-mu-shi wasn't as foolish and difficult as other women. In short, Su-mu-shi seemed special to him from the very beginning. Did I like you, and that's all? There's no particular reason. Anyway, you're going to be my wife. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, After Bai Menjing learned that Yiziu went to the Inyang Marquis' residence to support Su Mushi, she immediately smashed all the decorations in her room. Su Mushi was just a lowly, unattractive woman. Why should she deserve Yiziu's protection? And Yiziu, she thought, was truly blind. She had beauty and talent, and she was the darling of the Bai family. But Yiziu still chose Su Mushi. It was truly unreasonable. Yiziu was temporarily beyond her reach, but Su Mushi was not easy to deal with either.
My cousin is right.
Dealing with an unimportant and unattractive girl doesn't require much effort. There are so many beggars outside the city. It's easy to ruin Su Mushi's reputation. But now, she not only wants to ruin Su Mushi's reputation, but also wants her to die. That night, when Yiziu went to Anyang Marquis' house to deliver buns, he didn't get to see Qiao Shuyuan. Still, seeing Qiao Zimo could help him pass the time. Qiao Zimo can now stand up and walk a few steps. Seeing this, Yiziu smiled and said, "I'm really happy to see the young master stand again." Then he placed the food box on the table next to Qiao Zimo. "Have you had breakfast, young master? I brought some buns from the Su family this morning. They are very tasty. You should try one." Qiao Zimo asked suspiciously, "Which Su residence did you visit, Your Highness?" "Of course, the residence of Su Yuanfan. Originally, I wanted to ask Miss Su to help treat a guard's leg at my house. But since Miss Su is unwell, I had to find another doctor." While speaking, Yiziu quietly watched Qiao Zimo's expression, his eyes full of interest. He didn't expect that although Su Mushi looked a bit ugly, she still had some skills. He even saw a worried look in Qiao Zimo's eyes. It seems that Bai Menjing, that foolish woman, already knows what she did. If that's the case, it's even more interesting. One is the mastermind behind everything, now unwilling to marry. The other has learned the truth, regrets divorcing his wife, but doesn't want to marry the woman he begged the emperor to marry him. Yet these two are ordered to marry.
Ha!
That's really funny. Since that's the case, he needs to stir things up a bit to make it more interesting. Yizi looked regretful and said, "The injured guard is one of my trusted men. Unfortunately, Miss Su looked unwell this morning. It's probably because she was exhausted from treating too many patients yesterday." Hearing this, Qiao Zimo subconsciously clenched his thighs. Every time Su Mushi gave him acupuncture, he only felt pain and even suspected she was deliberately punishing him. But now, hearing Yiziu's words, he remembered. Every time Su Mushi finished acupuncture for him, her face seemed pale, especially yesterday. So, was Su Mushi exhausted from treating him? A feeling of guilt suddenly arose, along with an urge to see Su Mushi immediately. Yiziu observed Zhou Zimo's actions carefully, suppressing the smile on his face, and continued, "But with the elder brother taking care of her, Miss Su will recover soon. I never expected that my brother, who usually acts aloof and unapproachable, would be so gentle when dealing with Miss Su." It sounded like a private thought, but each word pierced into Zhou Zimo's heart. Did King Yongin go to see Su Mushi? Could it be that the king's request to the emperor for Su Mushi was not for any purpose, but because he liked her?
No.
That's impossible. Su Mushi is so ugly. Besides him, who else would marry her? Yezi's tenderness must all be fake. No, he must see Su Mushi himself. He can't let that foolish woman be deceived. Just as Zhou Zimo was about to speak, he heard Yeziu softly say, "I heard that 3 years ago, the Empress Dowager intended to marry Miss Su to my elder brother. But then, something happened, and the matter was dropped. Now, after 3 years, the first thing my brother does upon returning is to ask for her hand in marriage. That kind of friendship is truly touching." Seeing Zhou Zimo's face turn darker, Yeziu deliberately patted his shoulder.
Sigh.
Fate is truly strange. 3 years ago, you should have been with Yingying, but instead, you married Miss Su. And Miss Su was supposed to marry King Yongin, but ended up in the Anyang Marquis' house. Fortunately, everything has returned to normal. Soon, you'll be able to be with Yingying, and Miss Su has found her happiness. Happiness and belonging? Zhou Zimo's hands on his thighs clenched tighter. So, 3 years ago, Sumushi was supposed to marry King Yongin. If that's the case, why did she agree to marry him? Is she playing him? No wonder she refused to let him marry Bai Menjing as a concubine and tried everything to break their engagement. It's because Yeziyu returned to the capital, pretending to be the victim, but actually wanting to be with Yeziyu. Zhou Zimo cursed, only realizing what he had just said afterward. Feeling the pain on his leg, he instinctively looked at Yeziyu, who was smiling at the corner of his mouth. His reason gradually returned. Second Prince, are you here today just to tell me these things? Zhou Zimo's voice was cold, and his expression showed clear impatience. This time, he wouldn't believe one side of the story and misunderstand Sumushi again. He would investigate for himself. Yeziyu smiled and pointed at the food box beside him. The steamed buns were delivered. Since they've been sent, I'll take my leave now. He spoke and stood up from his chair. He took a step, but then stopped, looking down at Xiao Zimo sitting on the chair. He emphasized, the buns from the Su family are really delicious. Young master, remember to eat them, or you might never get another chance. Xiao Zimo watched Yizurue walk away and then looked at the lunchbox on the table. His fingertips gradually pressed into his thigh muscle until he felt a wet sensation, then slowly released his hand. He had been married to Sumushi for 3 years and couldn't even mention eating the Su family's food. He hadn't even entered their house before. At first, he couldn't go in and didn't bother to try. Now, he couldn't get in at all. So Yizurue was right. If he didn't eat this time, he might never have another chance. He opened the lunchbox, took out a bun, and put it to his mouth to take a bite. Chewing carefully, the taste was indeed good. But for some reason, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth.
Awang.
Young master, what are your orders? Prepare the carriage. Young master, are you going to the Su residence? He heard Xiao Zimo coldly say, not to the Su residence, but to the princess's residence. Earlier, the second prince and the young master had a conversation, and Awang had heard everything clearly. Seeing Xiao Zimo heading to the princess's residence, he hesitated but couldn't help but speak for Sumushi. Young master, please don't mind me, but I think that second prince was just trying to cause trouble. Otherwise, why would he come all this way just for some buns? Please don't misunderstand. The young master is more suited for the young lady. Xiao Zimo felt even more irritated upon hearing this. He said impatiently, what? Think I'm stupid and can't tell? Besides, where I go, do I need to explain to you, a servant? Seeing this, Awang hurriedly knelt and begged, I dare not. Please don't be angry, young master. Since you dare not, then go prepare the carriage quickly. An hour later, Yiziyu arrived at the gate of the Princess Chong Li's residence. 3 years ago, he often came and went here. Now, after 3 years, he was back. But unfortunately, his mood was completely different from before. Father said Bai Menjing would voluntarily withdraw her engagement. But after he refused to reduce the dowry last time, Bai Menjing stopped making any moves. With the wedding day approaching, he couldn't just sit and wait. He had to take action first. No matter why Sumushi married him back then, he needed to break off the engagement with Bai Menjing first. The gate of the princess's residence slowly opened, but Bai Menjing did not come out. Young master, the princess invites you in, the gatekeeper said respectfully. Xiao Zimo sneered inwardly. Are you already losing patience with him? Xiao Hui, push me inside. Xiao Zimo sat in a wheelchair and gently instructed Xiao Hui nearby. Xiao Hui responded softly, but her eyes were full of pride. She finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The young master had finally noticed her good qualities. Bai Menjing saw Xiao Zimo being carried and on a wheelchair. Her eyes flashed with dislike, but when she saw him stand up, her expression changed to surprise. Zimo, are your legs better? Xiao Zimo took Bai Menjing's hand, sat down on a chair stiffly, and took a few unsteady steps, causing Bai Menjing's expression to darken a little. I just managed to stand today. When Minging came, I was happy. As for my legs, Sumushi says they will heal eventually. It's just a matter of time. A matter of time? A year, 3 years, or even more. Bai Menjing felt a little anxious inside. She was already 21 this year, no longer young, and couldn't afford to waste more time. Moreover, Zhao Zimo probably knew she had hurt Zhao Shika's face, and maybe even knew the truth about her breaking her leg 3 years ago. If that was true, after she married Zhao Zimo, life wouldn't be easy. But Yiziyu wouldn't let her break off the engagement, forcing her to marry Zhao Zimo obediently. She dared not cry to her aunt the Empress. If Yiziyu found out, he would surely find a way to punish her. So what should she do? Accept her fate?
No.
She would never accept her fate. While Bai Menjing was lost in thought, Zhao Zimo squeezed her hand and then said apologetically, "Mingying, I came today because I want to talk to you about something. Recently, thanks to Qiao Hui's careful care, my leg has healed so quickly. That's why I want to take Qiao Hui as my concubine. I know you are always generous and you tolerated Sumushi before. Now, I believe you can also accept Qiao Hui." Bai Menjing really wanted to pull her hand away from Zhao Zimo. Before they were even married, he wanted to take a concubine? It was clearly a humiliation. But suddenly, she had a plan to break off the engagement. Yiziyu wouldn't let her break it off, but what if she was forced to do so? Miss Qiao Hui is talented and clever, with skillful hands. With her caring for Zimo, it would be perfect. Bai Menjing's face showed no sign of displeasure, appearing gentle and generous. Seeing this, Qiao Hui quickly knelt in front of Bai Menjing and bowed her head to her.
Thank you, princess.
I will serve the young master and princess with all my heart in the future. I will never overstep my bounds. Looking at Qiao Hui's overly theatrical manner, Bai Menjing almost wanted to tear her face apart. But she only smiled faintly and said, "Yes, get up." After speaking, she ignored Qiao Hui and turned her head to look at Xiao Zimo. The Wenhui at Bibo Pavilion is coming up on the first day of next month. The Chamber of Commerce president invited me to attend. Would Zimo like to come with me? The so-called Wenhui was a gathering of friends through literature. Every year, the Beijing Chamber of Commerce held a Wenhui at Bibo Pavilion and talented people from the city received invitations. All calligraphy and paintings created at the event would be auctioned on the spot, and the money raised would be donated to disaster-stricken areas. If there had been no disasters that year, the funds would be recorded and stored by the Chamber of Commerce to be used for relief when needed. Although it was organized by merchants, it was a good chance to gain fame. Therefore, talented men and women from Beijing, as well as idle officials and scholars, would all attend. In previous years, Bai Menjing would always bring Qiao Zimo to these events. Her outstanding performances at these gatherings made her famous and admired by many young men in the city. Being pursued felt very good. Qiao Zimo was also eager to attend the Wenhui. But since he had been limping, he hadn't gone again. Because he was no longer as spirited, handsome, and charming as 3 years ago. He pinched his knee. There were 5 days left until the Wenhui. After 5 days, he should be able to leave the wheelchair and walk freely. All right, on the first day of next month, I'll come to pick you up. In the evening, Qiao Hui, as usual, brought medicine to serve Qiao Zimo for a foot soak. But tonight, she was dressed unusually thin. Bending over, her white chest was clearly visible to Qiao Zimo. His eyes darkened, and he slowly closed his eyes. After soaking his feet, Qiao Hui began massaging him. But tonight's massage was mostly teasing. "Young master, is my pressure okay?" Lying on the bed, Qiao Zimo felt Qiao Hui's hands constantly stroking his waist, igniting a fiery feeling in his heart. Seeing that Qiao Zimo didn't respond, Qiao Hui became more enthusiastic, leaning forward and almost pressing against his back. "Young master, get out!" Qiao Zimo suddenly shouted in anger, startling Qiao Hui. She wanted to say something, but Qiao Zimo grabbed her arm and threw her to the ground.
"Get out!"
He looked at Qiao Hui lying on the ground and impatiently shouted again. Tears welled up in Qiao Hui's eyes as she looked at Qiao Zimo with a look of grievance, not understanding what she had done to upset him. She had loved the young master for a long time, originally just wanting to be a concubine, but never expected him to want to take her as a formal wife. Moreover, he took her to meet Princess Changlo, showing how much he valued her. She had hoped to become the young master's woman tonight, but was shocked by his cold attitude. Could it be that the young master not only hurt his leg but also hurt elsewhere? The suspicion on Xiao Hui's face enraged Xiao Zimo. Get out quickly. Do you want me to call someone in to see how lowly you look now? As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open from outside. Jiao Shiyuan stepped in, walking slowly. He looked coldly at Xiao Hui on the ground and said to Chang Zhong behind him, "Give her to your men."
Yes.
Xiao Hui looked terrified, hurriedly pleading to Xiao Zimo, "Young master, save me. Save me." She struggled and hit Chang Zhong's arm, which was holding her. "Let me go. I am the young master's woman. Let me go." Jiao Shiyuan frowned. Seeing this, Chang Zhong struck her with a palm, knocking her out. After the door was closed again, there was a brief silence in the room. Jiao Shiyuan said nothing, but looked coldly at Xiao Zimo, waiting for him to explain everything. Xiao Zimo sat up straight, his throat moving slightly as he asked, "Father, do you know about the matter 3 years ago when the Empress Dowager wanted to marry Su Mushi to Yiziyu?" "Yes," Jiao Shiyuan replied calmly, but he already understood the purpose behind Yiziyu's visit that morning. "Father, can you tell me why you insisted I marry Su Mushi?" Jiao Shiyuan raised an eyebrow but didn't answer directly. Instead, he spoke his thoughts aloud. "So, you think I was the one who broke up Sierre's marriage to Yiziyu 3 years ago? You really look down on Sierre. Sierre refused the marriage with Yiziyu herself, and I did nothing. I only used the favor of saving Su Xing to help Xia marry into the Anyang Marquis family, securing a good match for you. It was your own fault for being useless and being tricked by that vile Bai Menjing, and you couldn't keep Sierre. Having been with Sierre for 3 years, haven't you noticed? She's not the kind of girl who loves vanity. Sierre is kind-hearted and loyal. If I hadn't saved Su Xing's life 5 years ago, do you think Sierre would have agreed to marry you, with your current crippled state? I don't know what words Yiziyu said to you today to cause trouble, but remember, never doubt Shi-Er's character. Shi-Er only treats well those who are kind to her. It seems Yiziyu must have done something recently to make Shi-Er truly fall for him. If you feel upset, then cheer up and fight to win Shi-Er back. At the poetry gathering at Bibo Pavilion in 5 days, prepare well. Be gentle when you treat Shi-Er, understand? Jiao Zimo's heart moved slightly. Be gentle with Su Mushi?
He understood what his father meant.
At first, he didn't mind, but now he felt angry inside. Jiao Shiyuan looked at Jiao Zimo's expression and suddenly slapped him.
Fool.
Did you forget what I just said? I told you not to doubt Shi-Er's character. What were you thinking just now? Seeing that Jiao Zimo didn't answer, Jiao Shiyuan sighed. I found an old maid to watch Shi-Er, and her innocence is still intact. If I had known you were so stupid, I should have told you this earlier.
Sigh.
Learning that Su Mushi was still pure, Jiao Zimo felt a sudden sense of relief. But then he asked again, "I'm stupid. So, father, can you tell me why you insist I marry Su Mushi and why you care so much about her?" Jiao Shiyuan's eyes flickered, hesitating for a long time before asking softly, "Do you know why I, as a father, abandoned martial arts for literature?" Although he had been handling military affairs, now he was completely a civil official. Jiao Zimo nodded slightly. If King Yu's prestige in the army was first, then Lin Jisheng's prestige was definitely second. His father not only produced letters accusing King Yu of treason, but also personally killed Lin Jisheng. If he returned to the army, he would surely face many targeted attacks, maybe even lose his life. Then Jiao Shiyuan said softly, "People misunderstand me, thinking I am just a man seeking fame and fortune, but I can't defend myself. Even now, as the Marquis of Anyang and the Minister of War, I still can't silence those in the army." What does this have to do with Su Mushi? Isn't she actually Su Xing's biological daughter? Hearing this possibility, Jiao Zimo's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. So, Su Mushi is actually King Yu's daughter? But then Jiao Shiyuan said, "Yes, Shi-Er is actually General Lin's daughter." Once this was said, although Jiao Zimo was surprised, he also felt a bit disappointed. If Su Mushi is the daughter of King Yu, then she and Yiziyu are cousins. They cannot marry each other now.
But now,
Xiao Shuyuan seemed to open a conversation, gazing ahead as if recalling or missing someone. General Lin has been very kind to me. I started serving in the army under his command. General Lin is like an older brother to me, but he is very loyal and emotional. He was willing to help King Yu rebel. That day in the palace, when King Yu's crimes were exposed, General Lin suddenly grabbed a guard's sword and tried to assassinate the emperor. On one side was loyalty, on the other righteousness. For the stability of Qi, I had no choice but to kill General Lin. Hearing this, Qiao Zimo felt a mix of emotions. He even once suspected that his father killed Lin Jisheng just to get a promotion and more titles. He never expected that his father had endured so much. So, you want me to marry Su Mushi to make up for the guilt you feel towards General Lin? Qiao Zimo softly said, feeling guilty towards Su Mushi as well. Xiao Shuyuan slowly nodded. Yes, that's part of it. But not entirely. Although King Yu and General Lin died 19 years ago, there are still many hidden forces in the court, especially within the Xuanwu army. Otherwise, why do you think Yi Ziyu is able to establish himself so quickly in the army? Even after losing his military power upon entering the capital, he wasn't worried. Hearing this, Qiao Zimo had a bold guess, his heartbeat quickening. Is his father planning to rebel? Xiao Shuyuan affectionately patted Qiao Zimo's head. My son, you're quite clever. You don't make foolish mistakes in some things. Qiao Zimo's pupils suddenly widened, trembling as he said, Father, this could lead to the destruction of our entire family. Are you afraid? But what if we do nothing? When Yi Ziyu ascends the throne, do you think our family will be safe? You don't really believe that Yi Ziyu is as humble and kind as he appears, do you? Thinking of Bai Menjing's double-faced nature, Qiao Zimo remained silent. Then he remembered Yi Ziyu's condescending attitude before leaving that morning. He fell even more silent. Their family seems to be doing well on the surface, but in others' eyes, they are just pawns of the Empress. His father has always wanted to break free from the Empress's control, he could tell. And the Empress probably sees this too. So, after Yi Ziyu becomes emperor, their family might be quickly discarded and betrayed. The only way forward seemed to be to rebel. Xiao Shuyuan patted Qiao Zimo's shoulder and slowly stood up. All right, don't overthink. Your father has arranged everything for you. Just treat Xie well. As for those little tricks you want to use, go ahead. It will help you see clearly how ruthless Bai Menjing can be. After speaking, he walked away slowly. Xiao Zimo watched his father's back disappear, feeling complicated and hard to understand. He had come to the princess's residence with Qiao Hui, and his father saw through it immediately. But he couldn't see through his father. Su Mushi was the daughter of General Lin. His father wanted to rebel. So, what kind of person was his father really? Meanwhile, Xie Xian returned home drunk. Seeing that the light in Xie Qi's study was still on, he hesitated for a moment and staggered over. He pushed open the door with a loud bang, startling Xie Qi. Xie Qi quickly hid the scroll on the desk when he saw Xie Xian. Rebel's son, you're really becoming more unruly. Don't you know to knock first? Noticing the strong smell of alcohol, Xie Qi's brows furrowed even deeper. How could I have a son like you? Lazy every day, dealing with those disreputable women. You've completely embarrassed me. Xie Qi was furious, almost ready to slap Xie Xian. But Xie Xian chuckled mockingly. You still have the nerve? Always thinking about young women. Our Xie Yushi is quite serious, isn't he? What? Not sleeping late because you're unhappy? You wanted to marry someone into the family, but now Wang Yong'an has snatched her away. Our honest and selfless Xie Yushi has been preparing to confront Wang Yong'an lately, hasn't he? Xie Xian didn't look at Xie Qi's expression but continued talking to himself. How about I suggest that right after Wang Yong'an returns to the capital, he goes to a brothel? Your son can testify for you. What if, at a critical moment, your son visits a brothel? It might not be a bad thing. Xie Qi was so angry, he turned red and directly poured tea from the cup onto Xie Xian's face. I think you've had too much horse and are talking nonsense. When did I say I was going to marry someone else? Stop ruining my reputation. Xie Xian had just mentioned Wang Yong'an, so Xie Qi knew exactly who he was talking about. But he and Su Muxi were innocent. What kind of wind was blowing through his rebellious son now? Xie Xian wiped the tea from his face, feeling mostly sober now. He sneered and stepped forward, snatching the scroll from the table. With a quick flick, he unrolled it, and the woman in the painting instantly appeared before Xie Qi's eyes. Am I talking nonsense? Then how do you explain the woman in this picture? Faced with Xie Xian's questioning, Xie Qi didn't know how to explain. He hurried forward to try to take back the scroll. My things, don't touch them. But in the struggle, the scroll was torn in two.
You.
Seeing the torn scroll, Xie Qi's anger surged through him. Without hesitation, he slapped Xie Xian.
Slap.
You scoundrel. You're good at painting, but can't you tell this painting is over 20 years old?
Xie Qi shouted loudly.
Xie Xian was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked at the scroll. That's right. The scroll looked old, not something made recently. So, the woman in the painting isn't Su Muxi. His father didn't like Su Muxi either. Xie Qi carefully pieced the torn scroll back together, gently touching the woman's cheek in the picture, eyes full of admiration. The woman in the painting stood under a cluster of red plum blossoms, dressed in a white jacket, graceful, with a stunning face. Upon closer inspection, her features resembled Su Muxi quite a bit. But she didn't have the ugly red birthmark on her left cheek. Xie Xian initially thought that his father deliberately left out the birthmark when painting her. Now it seemed he was wrong. Who is the woman in this painting? Could she be Su Muxi's mother? He didn't believe there was anyone in the world who looked so much like her. If there was, she must be a close relative. Based on age, the woman in the painting couldn't be Su Muxi's sister, so the only explanation was that she was her mother. But Xie Qi shook his head.
No.
Miss Su's mother is surnamed Wei, not Miss Yun. Miss Yun? Before Xie Xian could ask further, Xie Qi murmured, Back then, I was just a poor scholar. On my way to take the imperial exam, I was robbed of my last money. When I was starving and cold, I met Miss Yun. The first time I saw her, I thought I was going to die, that I had seen an immortal from heaven. She looked just like that, walking out from the red plum bushes toward me. She not only gave me food, but also some money. I asked where she lived, saying I would repay her once I became successful. But she told me to be a good official. That would be her greatest thanks. She said her family was harmed by corrupt officials, and if it weren't for her husband, she probably wouldn't have survived until now.
Huh.
At that time, she was not dressed in a lady's hairdo, probably because she did not want to be entangled with me. That's why she called her benefactor her husband. I don't know if Miss Yun, so beautiful, ever married. Who could be lucky enough to marry Miss Yun? Xie Xian wiped his face with his sleeve again, then strode forward and spread a piece of rice paper on the desk. What are you doing? I'm drawing a portrait of Miss Yun for you. After a fragrant moment, Xie Xian stopped writing. He finished a painting that looked just like the previous one. But the portrait of Miss Yun in Xie Xian's brushstrokes was more lively than the one painted by Xie Qi. Xie Qi's eyes welled up with tears, and he couldn't help whispering Miss Yun. Xie Xian looked at the woman in the painting, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't name. When he painted, he kept thinking about Su Muxi. Every smile, every gesture of Su Muxi seemed to be engraved in his mind. Only when he was drunk could he forget her for a while. At first, he thought Su Muxi left the Anyang Marquis estate because she was bored and got close to his father. But after getting to know her, he realized she wasn't that kind of person. It was his father who first noticed her. Although Su Muxi was a bit plain-looking, she was very interesting. Being with her felt relaxed and happy, something he had never experienced with any other woman. So, he thought he must have fallen for Su Muxi. But just as he confirmed his feelings, the Prince of Yong'an suddenly appeared. Although it was a marriage arranged by the emperor, if Su Muxi didn't like the Prince of Yong'an and shared his feelings, he still had a chance to be with her. But he didn't know what he had done to upset Su Muxi, making her angry. He wanted to find a way to explain himself to her. But whenever he approached the Shen Ci Hall, he felt afraid. He was afraid of seeing the disappointment in Su Mushi's eyes again. Days passed, and he thought he could forget her, but now he realized he couldn't. Even if he drank a lot and saw many beautiful women, he couldn't forget Su Mushi. Suddenly, she had entered his heart, and he couldn't get her out. He picked up the teapot on the table, took a big sip, then slammed it back onto the table. With a loud bang, Xiechi was startled. But what Xie Xian said next truly shocked Xiechi father. "I like Su Mushi." "Huh? I said I like Su Mushi," Xie Xian repeated loudly, almost shouting. After shouting, he surprisingly felt much better, and a light appeared in his eyes. Liking is just liking. There's nothing to hide. Tomorrow morning, he will go to find Su Mushi and make sure she knows how he feels. When Xiechen recovered from his surprise, Xie Xian had already left. So that rebellious son had previously spoken to him in a strange way, thinking he was fighting over a woman? He truly is a rebellious son. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Yiziu, who went to the Su residence for medical help, returned to his home just like Xie Xian, full of alcohol, completely forgetting that Ji Cheng, who had a broken leg, was still waiting for treatment. "Your Highness, what should we do about Ji Cheng?" Guard Shirchong had been waiting at the gate since early morning, expecting Yiziu to bring Su Mushi over. He didn't expect to wait all day, only to see Yiziu alone. Having been close to the second prince for many years, Ji Cheng always took good care of him and even saved his life several times. To him, Ji Cheng was like an older brother. While feeling sorry for Ji Cheng, he also worried about his leg. He was afraid that after treatment, there might be lingering problems. Hearing this, Yiziu looked thoughtful. "Yes, Ji Cheng's leg is still broken. How forgetful I am." Shirchong quickly said, "I'll go call the doctor right away." He was about to leave when Yiziu's cold voice suddenly sounded, "Wait, did I tell you to go call the doctor?" Shirchong hesitated, unsure what to do. Others praised their lord greatly, but only the few guards who often stayed by his side knew how crazy Yiziu truly was. Yiziu twisted his neck slightly and said calmly that Xiao Zimo, you know him, right? He could walk before, but suddenly became lame again. If our palace faces danger, and Ji Cheng's leg suddenly has issues at a critical moment, what should I do? Then your highness means just spare his life, as a favor to master and servant.
Yes.
Ji Cheng looked at Shirchong, who was holding a knife, and didn't expect him to end up like this. But upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Go ahead, dying at your hands might be the mercy your highness shows me. Shirchong tightened his grip on the knife, silent, and stabbed it into Ji Cheng's abdomen. As he pulled out the knife, hot blood splattered on him, but his body felt cold and numb, like falling into an icy pit. 3 more watches late at night. A figure carried a large burlap sack and sneaked out from behind the wall of the second prince's residence. The figure moved quickly, heading straight to the yeoman prince's house. When the person reached the gate of the yeoman prince's residence, they gently set down the sack and then hurried away. Yiziu was dreaming of meeting Su Mushi when suddenly he was interrupted by Xiao Si's voice. "Master, someone has sent you a big gift." Yiziu slowly opened his eyes, feeling annoyed. He got up, put on a simple robe and walked out of the room. It better really be a big gift. His voice was cold, with a warning tone. Xiao Si looked at his master's dissatisfied expression and secretly pouted. No doubt, the master was dreaming of Su Mushi. It was surprising that a master who usually avoided women would be like this after opening his heart.
Speak.
Yiziu saw Xiao Si standing silently at the door and urged him coldly. Xiao Si snapped out of his trance and said mysteriously, "The secret guard at the door just found a burlap sack. Guess what's inside?" Seeing the hostility in Yiziu's eyes, Xiao Si didn't dare to keep him in suspense and directly said, "There's actually a person inside. I checked, and that person is one of the guards around the second prince." "Are you sure?"
Yiziu frowned.
"Absolutely. I've followed the second prince many times. I remember clearly who his guards are. I don't know who stabbed that person or broke his legs, but he's now barely breathing. Old Go is treating him. If he can be saved, We might learn many secrets about the other side. Xiao still looked excited, as if he could soon overthrow Yiziyu. But Yiziyu poured cold water on him. If you get hurt and are sent to Yiziyu, will you sell me out completely? Of course not. I am a tough one. So you think that person is soft. Although Yiziyu said this, he still went to see the person. When he arrived, Gomao had already treated Ji Cheng's wounds. Seeing Yiziyu, he quickly explained the situation. The knife in his abdomen missed vital organs, but the delay was too long. He's lost a lot of blood. Whether he survives depends on him. I did my best. Yiziyu examined the person on the bed and thought he looked familiar. Hearing Gomao say that the person might not survive, he immediately thought of Su Mushi. Although he wanted to find Su Mushi right now, looking at the night outside, a shy feeling suddenly arose in his heart. It's so late. I think I'll wait until tomorrow morning to find Sheer again. Although Sheer will eventually become his woman, bringing her here so late at night doesn't look good for her reputation. Plus, spending the night with Sheer is also a kind of torment for him. So, it's better to wait a bit longer. The candlelight in the room was dim, but Gomao still saw that Yiziyu's face was red. What's wrong? Thinking about that girl? TSK. I didn't expect you to have this day. You should show those old guys in the Xuanwu army what you look like now. So infatuated. Hearing Gomao's teasing, Yiziyu's face turned even redder. He snorted coldly and quickly left as if escaping. Sure enough, no matter where he went later, it was better to wear a mask. After returning to his room, Yiziyu didn't sleep much, his mind full of thoughts about Su Mushi. By dawn, he tidied up and headed to the Su residence. He was worried about going too early and waking the Su family. But he didn't expect someone to arrive even earlier than him. What are you doing here? Yiziyu still remembered Xie Xian. He had tricked Tang Yan's heart, but still kept an eye on Sheer. Xie Xian planned to go early to Shan Xiai Tang to tell Su Mushi how he felt, but he couldn't wait any longer. So, before dawn, he came directly to the Su residence. He had been standing at the door for almost an hour, waiting for the Su family to wake so he could knock and see Su Mushi. While he was thinking over what to say to Su Mushi, he suddenly heard a cold male voice. Looking up, he saw a black mask and immediately straightened his back, unwilling to show weakness, and said, "What? This is the territory of King Yong'an. Do I need to report to you when I come here? Su Mushi is the future princess consort of this king. You're a man coming so early to the future princess's house. Shouldn't I be asking about that?" As he spoke, Yiziyu smoothly jumped down from his carriage. He was a head taller than Xie Xian, making Xie Xian's presence seem smaller in comparison. But Xie Xian didn't want to lose before even meeting Su Mushi, so he subtly stepped back, creating some distance from Yiziyu, and said confidently, "I think King Yong'an has been in power for a long time and is used to being overbearing. Even if Miss Su isn't married to you yet, or even if she is, I don't need to report to you when I come to the Su residence." Yiziyu's eyes flashed with killing intent. How dare this Xie Xian think about his woman and speak so boldly? He was truly tired of living.
Xiaosi.
Yiziyu called out coldly. Although he hadn't given specific instructions, Xiao Su understood and stepped forward. Xie Xian looked at Xiao Su, who was approaching with a fierce expression, and shouted, "What are you doing? This is the capital city." Just as Xiao Su reached out to grab Xie Xian's shoulder, the door of the Su residence slowly opened from inside. Zhongbin heard the noise outside and thought to check the situation, but he was surprised to see Yiziyu. After yesterday, everyone in the Su family had accepted Yiziyu, so Zhongbin immediately showed a happy smile upon seeing him. "Your Highness, why are you here?
Please come in.
I'll go call Miss." After saying that, he ran inside without treating Yiziyu as an outsider. He completely ignored Xie Xian. Xie Xian was about to call out to stop Zhongbin, but Xiao Su covered his mouth. Then Xiao Su quickly dragged him into a nearby alley, and they disappeared from sight. When Su Mushi came out, Xiao Su had already dealt with Xie Xian and was walking into the Su residence. "Why are you here? Have you taken a liking to Aunt Zhong's meat pies?" Seeing Yiziyu come so early in the morning, Su Mushi couldn't help teasing him. Unexpectedly, Zhongbin believed her completely. Does the prince love meat pies? Yi Ziyu instinctively nodded, since it was hard to say he didn't like them. Seeing this, Zhongbin suddenly looked energized, as if he had been given a boost, and said, Your Highness, wait a moment. I'll go make some for you now. He hurried off to the kitchen. Su Mushi chuckled silently, then whispered to Yi Ziyu, So you came so early just because you're craving food? Yi Ziyu nodded, thinking about having breakfast with Su Mushi and then revealing his real purpose. But before Zhongbin finished making the meat pies, the door of the Su residence was knocked again from outside. Zhongbin hurried to open it, then quickly came back. Miss, a young man named Xia wants to see you. Hearing the name young Master Xia, Yi Ziyu looked coldly at Xiao Su. Xiao Su opened his mouth, looking confused. He had just knocked out Xia Xian, so the visitor outside couldn't be Xia Xian. Although he saw Xiao Su's determined expression, Yi Ziyu still felt uneasy. If it wasn't Xia Xian, could it be Xia Qi? Why are so many people coming to see his shear so early in the morning? Although the wedding was less than a month away, he felt anxious deep inside. I always feel that if I am not married yet, someone else is already thinking about my future wife. I'll go take a look. Su Mushi stood up, thinking the person looking for her was probably Xia Xian, since she knew Zhongbin. If it was Xia Qi, Yi Ziyu saw this and quickly followed, saying, I'll go with you. They hadn't even reached the door when they saw Xia Xian looking quite disheveled through the open door.
Yi Ziyu.
You're so mean. As Yi Ziyu saw Xia Xian also saw him. Anger made Xia Xian lose his temper, and he ignored manners, walking straight into the open door. Xia Xian was soaked from head to toe, looking like a drenched chicken. Su Mushi was surprised and looked at Xia Xian, then at Yi Ziyu with a questioning look in her eyes. Xia Xian, fearing Yi Ziyu might play some tricks, quickly took the initiative and explained what had just happened. Miss Su, I came to see you today because I have something to tell you. I arrived first, but after Yi Ziyu saw me, he ordered his men to drag me away and knock me out. If it weren't for a woman sweeping early in the morning splashing cold water on me, I'd still be fainting in the alley. Su Mushi looked at Yi Ziyu in disbelief. Seeing Yi Ziyu awkwardly pursing his lips, she felt both amused and helpless. She didn't expect Yi Ziyu to do such a thing. What did Xia Xian do to offend him? Was it just because Xia Xian came to find her early in the morning? Xiao Su quickly stepped forward, saying, Your Highness, this was all done by my subordinate. It has nothing to do with my master. I couldn't stand him coming to see the princess so early, so I couldn't help but teach him a lesson. My actions are petty? I was just waiting outside the Su residence openly. How is that petty? Thinking about my princess, you're the petty one. Xiao Su refused to back down, regretting that he had been too gentle earlier. Su Mushi hurriedly called for calm, saying, All right.
Stop arguing.
Then she looked at Xia Xian and asked, Young Master Xia, I don't know what you came to tell me? Xia Xian, who had been angry, suddenly lost his momentum. He hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say a word. His awkwardness made Xiao Su feel disgusted. Real men should speak quickly. If you have something to say, say it. Why act so pretentious like a little wife? Xia Xian thought he was usually quite unruly, but compared to Xiao Su, who had been fighting in the army for years, he still had a lot to learn. His usual sharp tongue failed him now. After holding back for a long time, he only managed to curse out 2 words. Xiao Su rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed by the insult. The word didn't hurt him much. Xia Xian looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Su Mushi. He took a deep breath and loudly said, Su Mushi, I want to tell you that I like you. Hearing this, the people of the Su family were all stunned. But then they felt the cold around Yi Ziyu, and their eyes naturally shifted away from Xia Xian to Yi Ziyu. Since he had already spoken his most important words, Xia Xian no longer cared about anything else. Ignoring Yi Ziyu completely, he looked seriously at Su Mushi and continued, Miss Su, I know you are now betrothed to the king of Yong'an by the emperor's decree. I don't mean anything else by saying this. I just want you to know how I feel. I know this is sudden, but I just like you. I liked you even before the marriage decree was issued. Maybe it's fate playing tricks on us. My feelings haven't even been spoken out loud, and you already have a marriage agreement. But it's okay. I think I can still say this now. After all, no one knows what tomorrow will bring. As long as you're not married yet, I still have a chance. I've thought about hiding these feelings forever, but I haven't forgotten you at all. Instead, my longing for you has grown stronger. Xie Xian's words became more and more direct. Su Mushi's eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter, and she hurriedly interrupted him before he finished. Young Master Xie, stop talking. Thank you for your kind words, but since young Master Xie has made himself so clear, I should also clarify some things to avoid any misunderstandings or delaying your plans. I have never liked young Master Xie. At most, I thought he was a good person before, someone I could be friends with. But now, it seems even friendship is impossible. Xie Xian didn't expect Su Mushi to refuse him so directly. Seeing that they couldn't even be friends, he quickly asked why. Does young Master Xie want me to know how you feel and still want to keep in touch? That's not good for you, for me, or for my future husband. It's better if we keep our distance from now on. That's best for everyone. The cold around Yi Ziyu gradually disappeared, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Seeing Xie Xian standing still, looking reluctant to leave, he coldly said, Shao Se, see him out. Shao Se nodded and stepped forward, unceremoniously making a gesture for Xie Xian to leave. Young Master Xie, please go ahead. My wife has already made things very clear. If you continue to linger here, it will be considered rude and disrespectful. Xie Xian was so angry at Shao Se's words that his handsome face turned red. He looked at Su Mushi with some grievance, hoping she would say something. But Su Mushi said nothing and simply accepted Yi Ziyu's commanding attitude. This time, Shao Se did not make a move, but pushed Xie Xian step by step toward the door with his chest. Then, he quickly closed the door, blocking Xie Xian outside. Xie Xian looked at the tightly shut Su family door, feeling even more unwilling. He shouted at the door, Miss Su, no matter what, my feelings for you will never change. Hearing this, Su Mushi's eyebrows furrowed even more. Xie Xian really knows how to cause trouble. Yelling so loudly outside her door might make her already bad reputation worse. It's truly a case of a barren field being fought over by everyone.
Sigh.
Su Mushi couldn't help but sigh. Then she heard Yi Ziyu ask, do you want me to deal with him? Deal with him? How do you plan to do that? This is Jing City. Don't cause trouble. Su Mushi instinctively reached out to hold Yi Ziyu's sleeve, afraid he might do something out of line. But Yi Ziyu looked at the sleeve she was holding and slightly smiled. Don't worry, I just want to take off my mask so he can see my face. His deep, magnetic voice made Su Mushi blush. Meanwhile, Bai Ji, Zhongbin, and Zhongbo looked on curiously. The Prince of Yong'an always wears a mask. They had never seen his true face. They wondered if he was as frightening as rumors said. Xie Xian left in a daze, feeling ashamed after seeing the face through the door, thinking he couldn't win at all. Bai Ji and the others' shock gradually turned into surprise. Indeed, rumors are often not trustworthy. Who said the Prince of Yong'an had a face like a demon that could scare children to tears? Saying he descended from heaven is not an exaggeration. Aunt Zhong had been busy in the kitchen and hadn't seen Yi Ziyu take off his mask. After Bai Ji whispered to her, she kept looking at Yi Ziyu with a mix of longing and curiosity. This made Yi Ziyu feel uncomfortable all over. Su Mushi looked at Aunt Zhong's eager eyes and said with a smile, let Aunt Zhong see too. If you all become a family someday, it's not good for her not to know what you look like, right? Aunt Zhong nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. In the future, it's not good to not even recognize your own brother-in-law. Yi Ziyu heard this and slowly took off the mask from his face. Aunt Zhong's eyes widened more and more, finally curling into a crescent shape. After breakfast, Yi Ziyu finally spoke about inviting Su Mushi back to the residence to help treat Ji Cheng. Is that person badly hurt? Yes, he's barely alive. Hearing this, Su Mushi didn't say a word. She quickly went back to her room to pack her medicine box and prepared to leave with Yi Ziyu. Su Xing watched his daughter's back as she left, then slowly stood up and said softly to Yeziu, "I hope the prince can protect my young daughter well." Yeziu stood up, cupped his fists in respect, and sincerely promised, "Even if I have to risk my life, I will make sure Shuer is safe." At the yeoman prince's residence, after rebandaging Ji Cheng's wounds, Su Mushi shared her analysis. This person's legs were broken forcefully, so the attack was quite heavy. The cut in his abdomen was clean and precise, probably aimed to avoid vital organs. I think the attacker wasn't the same person. Ge Mao, hiding behind the screen, had been secretly watching Su Mushi. When he saw her face, he instinctively pursed his lips. But then, seeing her skillful way of treating the wounds and smelling the unique medicinal aroma, he put away his contempt. Although she looks a bit ugly, her medical skills are truly good. It's good that Yeziu, that mischievous boy, married such a wife. At least, he'd be protected when injured in the future. If Yeziu could be more generous and bring Su Mushi to the Xuanwu army, it would also help the injured soldiers. By doing so, when he passes away someday, he could leave with peace of mind. But after hearing Su Mushi's analysis just now, he started to admire her. In the past, he only focused on treating injuries and didn't think about anything else. On the battlefield, there are many casualties and time is life. He couldn't afford to think too much. So when he treated this person, he didn't think much. He didn't expect that this young girl not only knew how to treat wounds but could also analyze them so well. It shows her medical skills are far superior to his. Many illnesses can only be cured if you understand their cause. It seems he had been too confined and stuck in old ways. No wonder Yeziu was so fond of Su Mushi. No matter how beautiful a woman is, there comes a day when she ages or becomes tired of looking at herself. Moreover, Yeziu is not a lecher. Only a clever girl like Su Mushi can catch his interest. Yeziu had already noticed Ge Mao's presence, but didn't pay much attention to it because he rarely hides things from his own people. So, he told Su Mushi everything about last night, without holding back. Su Mushi frowned and asked, "Are you saying this is Yeziu's guard?"
Then,
in the past, she didn't have a clear feeling about Yeziu's ruthlessness. But now, she thinks Yeziu is truly inhumane. If she's right, this must be the guard with the broken leg that Yeziu mentioned yesterday. As expected, Yeziu and Su Mushi guessed the same. Yeziu is like that, he would not hesitate to abandon useless people. As for the knife wound on his abdomen, it was probably caused by someone who didn't want to kill him directly, but stabbed him slightly off, saving his life by sending him here. Su Mushi remained silent, feeling a complex mix of emotions. If someone like that were to sit on the throne, it might cause suffering for all the people in the world. So, is she helping Yeziu fight for the throne? Such a crazy idea didn't seem so crazy to Su Mushi. Many things she couldn't avoid. Being pushed to this point, she could only grit her teeth and move forward. Suddenly, outside the door, Tang Yan's voice sounded. "I heard Miss Su is here. I want to talk to her." The prince said no one is allowed in without his permission. Su Mushi quickly opened the door upon hearing this.
Yen.
"Miss Tang, I was planning to visit you later. Since Yen has already changed her ways, it's better to call her by her real name." Earlier, she couldn't visit Tang Yen late at night, but today she came early because she truly intended to give Tang Yen a checkup. Tang Yen saw Su Mushi smiling brightly. "Miss Su, just call me Yen." But now it's the Yen with the swallow. While speaking, she stepped forward and took Su Mushi's hand, showing obvious affection. However, when she saw Yeziu coming out of the room, her expression turned serious. She bowed politely to Yeziu. "Miss Yen greets the prince." Yeziu responded with a faint then looked at Su Mushi with a much gentler voice. "Sheer, there's nothing more here. You haven't seen Tang for many days. If you want to talk alone, I will have someone prepare some tea." "All right, I will trouble you then." Until Tang Yen, holding Su Mushi's arm, walked back to her own courtyard, she still couldn't clear her doubts. She felt that the atmosphere between Miss Su and the prince was very subtle, familiar yet intimate. Could it be that the two of them already? "Yen, or what's wrong?" Seeing that Tang Yen hadn't spoken all the way, Su Mushi became a little worried. She gently took Tang Yan's wrist and checked her pulse. The pulse was steady, and her recovery was good. This made Su Mushi breathe a small sigh of relief.
Miss Su, arrivi fine.
Thanks to you, I've truly come through the worst. Of course, the prince also takes good care of me. During my time at the prince's residence, I've had the best food, clothing, and comfort. After saying this, Tang Yan hesitated for a moment, then decided to directly ask Su Mushi how she felt. Miss Su, forgive me for asking, but do you like the prince? As soon as she said this, Su Mushi's face turned red instantly. She then nodded slowly. Seeing this, Tang Yan made a plan in her mind, and then made up her mind. If that's the case, then why wait? Tonight, she would help Miss Su fulfill her wish. Su Mushi entered the room with Tang Yan. After checking her body again, they started chatting casually. Tang Yan said she was eating well and living comfortably at the prince's residence, but the only thing she disliked was that no one talked to her. Soon, Miss Su, you will marry into the prince's residence. Then I will have someone to talk to. Su Mushi's face turned red again, but she looked somewhat confused. She was still a bit overwhelmed about marrying Yi Zheyu so soon. Last time, when she married Xiao Zmo, she was nervous, but knew her goal clearly. She married Xiao Zmo to repay kindness. Before she married into the Anyang Marquis's house, she didn't even remember much about Xiao Zmo. But Yi Zheyu was different. She admitted she was attracted to Yi Zheyu, and he liked her too. So, for her, this marriage was truly her first real wedding. Seeing Su Mushi's worried and nervous expression, Tang Yan thought she was worried that Prince Yong-an wouldn't like her. She reached out and held Su Mushi's hand, wanting to tell her plan directly. But after hesitating, she decided to hold back her words. Miss Su is honest and wouldn't use dirty tricks to trap the prince. She decided to do it herself. After all, she was just a lowly courtesan. Using some mean methods was normal. Even if she made the prince angry and he killed her in the end, she felt it would be worth it. In a small, dirty, and smelly hut, she waited for death, feeling hopeless beyond words. But she knew that Su Mushi was the only light appearing in her despair. Miss Su, actually today is my birthday. Since my brother went to the army, I haven't celebrated it. Now that the prince has helped me escape suffering and you saved my life, I want to take this chance to thank you. If the prince agrees and you don't mind, I would like to cook a few dishes for us to share a meal. Actually, today was not her real birthday, but she deliberately spoke sadly and carefully to make Su Mushi soften her heart. Sure enough, Su Mushi agreed. How could I dislike that? Also, from now on, don't call me Miss Su.
Just call me Sheer.
Tang Yan's eyes started to become misty, and she choked a little as she called out, Sheer. At the same time, inside the Compassion Hall, Shen Yashin went personally to fetch medicine but was told that Su Mushi was not there. Bai Yuan saw this and quickly took the opportunity to criticize Su Mushi. She clearly agreed to fetch the medicine today. My young lady came personally, but your young lady isn't here? Could it be that the medicine isn't ready, so she's afraid to show up? This time, Shen Yashin not only didn't scold but also looked displeased. Even with a veil, her eyes showed her unhappiness. The shopkeeper hurriedly explained, Miss Shen, you misunderstood. Although my young lady didn't come, the medicine is ready. Please wait a moment, I will call Miss Baiji. After speaking, without waiting for Shen Yashin to reply, he hurried to the back hall to call someone. Bai Yuan muttered softly, really such a big attitude. She doesn't come herself, just sends a maid. If I had known earlier, I would have come myself. No need to bother the young lady, especially since she's not feeling well today. Hearing this, Shen Yashin felt uncomfortable even though she knew the medicine was ready. She had come into her period yesterday, which made her unfit to go out, but she remembered promising to come personally to fetch the medicine, so she endured her discomfort and came herself. Unexpectedly, Su Mushi didn't take her seriously at all. Soon, Bai Ji came out from the inner room. Seeing no sign of Shen Yashin's displeasure, she smiled and handed over the specially prepared ointment for Shen Yashin. This is the ointment my young lady made for you. Just apply it evenly on your face morning and evening after washing. Shin Yashin didn't take it but nodded faintly. Bai Yuan looked proud and took the ointment herself. Bai Ji sensed something was wrong and thought carefully before explaining. Originally, Miss was supposed to come to Shan Ci Tang today to personally deliver the ointment to Miss Shin, but the prince went early to ask Miss to save someone, so Miss had no choice but to go along. However, Miss still cares about Miss Shin, so she specifically asked the maid to wait here for Miss Shin. Hearing this, Shan Yashin felt a bit more comfortable but also felt something strange. You said the prince went to find Miss Su early in the morning? The prince you mentioned, is he the king of Yongin? Exactly. Bai Ji nodded. But she felt puzzled inside. In the capital, there is only the king of Yongin and Miss Shin, being the top talented woman in the city. How could she ask such a question? Shin Yashin's eyes flickered slightly and continued, What is your family's relationship with the king of Yongin? Hearing this, Bai Ji immediately became alert. If she hadn't seen the true face of the king of Yongin before, she might not have thought much, but now seeing Shin Yashin's expression and thinking of the king of Yongin's noble appearance, she couldn't help but be cautious about her Mississippi. My miss is betrothed to the king of Yongin by the emperor's decree. Their relationship is naturally good. After all, it won't be long before my miss marries into the palace and lives with the prince day and night. Seeing the darkened gaze in Shin Yashin's eyes, Bai Ji confirmed that Shin Yashin was indeed thinking about the king of Yongin, about her future husband. Really? She said she wouldn't become the second Xiao Zixi, but she was just a hungry wolf staring at her miss's food. She really wanted to back the ointment her miss made and make this talented girl wear a veil for life. Bai Ji was angry inside, and Shin Yashin also felt angry. Su Mushi was involved with the Marquis of Anyang and his son-in-law, and at the same time, she was so close to the king of Yongin. Just relying on some medical skills, she was shameless. Thinking this, Shin Yashin really wanted to throw the ointment Su Mushi gave her directly, but thinking of her own face, she could only suppress her anger. She completely forgot her initial gratitude towards Su Mushi. Su Mushi left Shan Ci Tang under the pretext of having matters to attend to at the king of Yongin's residence, but in fact, she wanted to buy a birthday gift for Tang Yan. She planned to return to Shan Ci Tang first to see if Shin Yashin had come, but the shopkeeper said Shin Yashin had already left some time ago. When Bai Ji saw Su Mushi arrive, she quickly angrily told her about Shin Yashin's obsession with Yeju. Su Mushi was also surprised after hearing this. Although these were Bai Ji's guesses, Shin Yashin's behavior was indeed strange. So, was she helping her rival? Miss, you really shouldn't be so kind-hearted in the future. Miss Shin didn't even say thank you, and simply took the ointment and left. Her proud attitude made it seem as if you owed her something. In the future, be careful when you see her.
Shomokshi checked softly.
Was she being too kind? Maybe a little. But isn't it the duty of a healer to help people? The other day, Shin Yashin personally came to see her. At that time, she didn't seem to be interested in Yiziu. As a doctor, when a patient comes to her, how could she refuse to treat? Moreover, she had no previous conflict with Shin Yashin, and Shin Yashin was very humble. Alright, I'll change. I'll try not to be too kind-hearted in the future. If she really wanted to help Yiziu compete for the throne later, she should be more ruthless, or she might be manipulated. At least, she needed to carefully consider whether the other person truly deserved help. So, her words weren't just to comfort Bai Ji, she genuinely wanted to change herself. However, less than an hour later, Su Mushi encountered another situation. Miss Su, please help my mother. I beg you. I will serve you forever. Just please save my mother. Su Mushi was planning to buy some rouge and powder for Tang Yan when, unexpectedly, a young beggar stopped her on the street. The young beggar looked to be under 10 years old, dirty all over, and their gender was unclear. They spoke sincerely, kneeling in front of Su Mushi, crying with tears and snot. The commotion attracted many onlookers. When they saw the birthmark on Su Mushi's face, even those who didn't know her recognized her identity. That's Su Mushi. So ugly, who would be attracted to her? Those rumors must be false. Don't judge a person by their looks. Don't underestimate women, and don't overestimate men. The little beggar probably got the wrong person. Su Mushi's face is like a demon, her heart as cold as a snake's. She wouldn't care about him. If it were a handsome young man, she might even go take a look. Ha! Su Mushi ignored the gossip around her. She reached out and gently pulled the little beggar up. How do you know I'm here? And why are you looking for me? In the past, Su Mushi would have asked what illness the beggar's mother had and what the current situation was. But now, she wanted to find out if the other person was truly sincere in seeking medical help. After all, she had just promised Bai Ji she would do her best. The little beggar wiped his face carelessly with his sleeve. His face, already dirty and hard to see clearly, looked even more grimy. I went to the Shanxi Hall. When I saw you weren't there, I looked for you on the street for a long time before finding you. He paused, then knelt again in front of Su Mushi. I saw you save the little mute before, so I know you're a kind person. That's why I came to find you. Miss Su, my mother is really close to death. Please be kind and help her. The little mute? It probably refers to Aju. The little beggar's words seemed honest, so Su Mushi hesitated briefly, and then agreed. Where is your mother? She's in an old temple just outside the city. Su Mushi frowned at this. She knew many beggars gathered in the old temple outside the city. But it was getting late, and if she left the city now, it might be dark when she returned. Also, if she went alone, she might face danger, as not all beggars are kind and honest. I don't have my medicine box. Come with me to Shanxi Hall first, then we can take a carriage out of the city. That will be faster. The little beggar showed no hesitation, only gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Miss Su. Thank you. Your kindness will surely bring you good fortune. But that will have to wait until another life. Su Mushi didn't expect that her good intentions would backfire, causing harm not only to herself, but to others. Looking at the tragic scene of her companions and coachman dying, her eyes turned red as she looked at the little beggar. The little beggar dared not look at Su Mushi, but instead stared at the two masked men who had killed them, anxiously asking, You promised me that if I tricked Su Mushi out of the city, you would let my mother go. Where is she now? One of them sneered, Haha. Your mother is alive and well. But now that Su Mushi is here, your mother is no longer your concern. Before he finished speaking, the other drew his sword and killed the little beggar. Why explain so much to a beggar? Don't forget the master's orders. Su Mushi looked at the wide-eyed, lifeless little beggar, unsure whether to hate him or feel pity. Though he was hateful, he was also tragic. Su Mushi forced herself to stay calm and coldly asked the two men, Who sent you? What do you want? The first person she thought of was Yize Rue, as she had recently seen how ruthless and cruel he could be. The two men didn't answer her question but sneered and stepped forward. One of them pulled out a paper package from his pocket and quickly opened it, tossing its contents into the air. Although Su Mushi quickly held her breath, she still inhaled some air. She didn't faint outright but felt too weak to stand and collapsed to the ground. This girl is quite cautious, but that's good. Things like that are only fun when you're awake. Hearing these words vaguely, Su Mushi guessed what these two were planning. They are really mean. If these beasts ruin her innocence, it would be better to die now. But before that, she wanted to take some others down with her. Although doctors usually avoid killing, today she was ready to fight back fiercely. Her father had specially made her a bracelet with 2 poisoned silver needles hidden inside for self-defense in danger. She never thought she would actually need to use them one day. She didn't have time to think more, as the 2 people moved closer. The silver needles were held between her fingers. When one of them reached to grab her arm, Su Mushi seized the moment and stabbed the needle directly into his hand. But after doing this, she was completely exhausted. She saw another silver needle fall from her fingers and glanced at the other person standing nearby. A bitter feeling rose in her mouth. She might never see her father, Uncle Zhong, Aunt Zhong, Bai Ji, or Zhongbin again. And also Yiziyu. The silver needle was very thin, and it didn't hurt or itch when inserted. The masked man who was stabbed didn't seem to care about the needle and casually brushed it off.
Hey,
This girl is pretty tough, hiding a deadly weapon, huh? If you didn't look so ugly, I'd treat you well. But your face is so unappealing. Only beggars wouldn't mind.
ah,
Before he finished joking, he suddenly felt as if his chest was emptied out. He clutched his chest in pain. The other person saw this and hurried over, asking Ant, "What's wrong with you?" The person called Ant had bloodshot eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly lost his breath. He died with a look of regret, just like the little beggar who had just died. The living man looked fiercely at Sumushi on the ground and said firmly, "There's poison on the silver needle." Sumushi smirked coldly. "Do you know why the birthmark on my face is so special? Because I was raised on poison by my father. It's not a birthmark, but toxins stored inside me. The silver needle is stained with my blood, so what you said is true." Her voice was weak, but had a sinister tone. The masked man hesitated for a moment after hearing this. But thinking about his master's temper, he didn't dare to retreat. After some hesitation, I decided to call the beggars over and deal with Sumushi directly here. Unexpectedly, just a few steps away, his head fell off his neck. A man in black suddenly appeared, moving quickly and cleanly with his sword. Seeing the masked man with his head and body separated, Sumushi felt no pity at all. She nervously looked at the black-clad man and finally relaxed when she heard his words. "Sorry for the delay, Your Highness. Please forgive me, Princess." My Kun was an undercover guard arranged by Yiziu to watch over Sumushi. When he saw her leave the city in a carriage, he immediately became alert. But a pair of legs can never outrun a carriage, so he took some time. Fortunately, the princess was safe, or he wouldn't be able to give the prince a proper explanation, even if he had 10 lives. But now he was again in a difficult position. He dared not touch the princess, who was the prince's woman. "Princess, can you stand up by yourself?" Hearing this, Sumushi thought that Yiziu's men might not be very smart. If she could stand up on her own, would she still be lying on the ground, eating dirt? "Please help me onto the carriage." Her voice was soft and weak, but my Kun blushed. "Then I'll trouble myself to do that." But despite saying this, he didn't move. He just stood there, helpless. Sumushi realized that he was afraid to touch her. She wasn't sure if he was frightened by her words about being poisoned since childhood, or if it was because of her relationship with Yiziu that they needed to avoid. "There's a porcelain bottle in my medicine box, with a black wooden stopper on top. Find it." Hearing this, my Kun immediately took action, moving quickly and efficiently, completely different from his earlier helplessness. "Princess, I found it. It's for feeding."
ugh.
My Kun thought it was an antidote, and without hesitation, he opened the stopper. But when he smelled the contents, he nearly vomited. "What is this? It's so foul." Sumushi actually wanted to go to Shanxi Tang to get other medicines to counteract the poison, because she didn't want to rely on her own foul-smelling water to force a cure unless absolutely necessary. But now, she could only grit her teeth and go ahead. "Use your hand to take some and apply it under my nose." Half a quarter of an hour later, Sumushi stood up, her face pale from vomiting, making her red birthmark look even more vivid, with the pattern more distinct. In the dimming light, she looked quite frightening. "Princess, are you all right? I should take you back quickly." Magum was worried to speak, worried about Sumushi's health, worried that Yiziu might be anxious, and also worried about whether he would face punishment. But he saw Sumushi wave her hand and say, "Since you're here, come with me to the broken temple to take a look." If she was not mistaken, the mother of the dead little beggar should be inside that broken temple. When they reached the temple door and had not yet entered, they could hear the disgusting and hateful voices. "Are you finished yet? Hurry up, it's my turn. People have been killed by you, and your body should be stiff by now. Don't worry, we said we would send a newcomer soon." Magung immediately understood after hearing this. He was about to stop Sumushi, but she had already stepped inside ahead of him. When she saw what was inside, her eyes turned red, and she was so angry that her hands trembled. A dozen ragged beggars were gathered around a woman who was completely and already dead. In the corner of the temple, Dozens of beggars were curled up, watching everything coldly. Most of the beggars who did not step forward were the old, weak, sick, or disabled. They might be used to seeing such scenes or lacked the ability to stop it. All in all, everything inside the temple hurt Su Mushi's eyes. One beggar noticed Su Mushi and shouted excitedly, "Someone's here! Someone's here!" Then he looked at the fierce Magong and promised in a servile tone, "Don't worry, sir, after we finish with her, we'll throw her onto the official road. We'll also spread the scandal about Su Mushi's shameful behavior." Hearing this, Magong quickly stepped forward. With a swift movement, he cut off the beggar's neck, spraying a lot of blood, and the beggar died instantly. The previously excited beggars were frightened by this scene, some even wet their pants in fear. The beggars curled up in the corner still watched coldly, not daring to move or do anything. Su Mushi looked around coldly and finally pointed at the ragged beggars, saying, "Kill them all." Strong and healthy, but unwilling to seek a livelihood, they were committing evil here. Maybe the animals bullying Aju were these very people. Since they didn't want to be human, they might as well be animals in their next life. Following the order, Magong did not hesitate. His movements were quick, and in just a few breaths, the beggars who had been leering lasciviously were all gone, meeting their end. Su Mushi looked at the beggars huddled in the corner. Although they didn't move, their faces showed fear. "Handle the bodies and remember to dress that woman in clothes," she said coldly before turning and leaving. Mai Kun followed closely behind. Su Mushi asked Mai Kun to put the coachman, the shopkeeper, and the two masked men's bodies into the carriage. This matter needs to be reported to the authorities. Even if the officials can't find out everything, justice must be done. Sitting in the carriage and looking at the bodies, Su Mushi's hands trembled again.
Ha!
White Ji probably won't say she's kind-hearted this time. "Princess, shouldn't we catch some beggars for questioning?" Outside, Mai Kun suddenly realized they hadn't kept any witnesses alive. They had just killed everyone. Wouldn't that cut off all clues and make it impossible to find out who wanted to harm the princess? Mai Kun's words pulled Su Mushi out of her confusion and worry. Her hands gradually stopped trembling, and her restless heart began to settle. They had already killed people. What was there to hesitate about? Repentance was just hypocrisy. She only killed those who deserved it. Maybe such things would happen again in the future, and she should get used to it. After entering the broken temple, that beggar thought you were the one who brought me here, which shows they didn't recognize the masked men. As for what the masked men told them to do, the beggar already explained, so there's no need to ask further. After speaking, Su Mushi's intuition told her that the person trying to harm her this time was not Yi Rue. Killing was not enough. They also wanted to ruin her reputation and tarnish her name. It felt like the work of a malicious, petty woman. Hearing Su Mushi's analysis, Mai Kun praised, "Princess, you are so clever. No wonder the prince is so fond of you." But just as he finished speaking, Mai Kun tightened the reins. "What's wrong?" Su Mushi's heart raced again. She lifted the curtain and looked outside. When she saw a tall figure riding toward them, even though she couldn't see the face clearly because of the backlight, she was sure the person was Yi Zeu.
His eyelids twitched nervously.
He felt like something was wrong. Restless, he asked about the Su family's situation. When he learned that Su Mushi had left the city in a carriage, he hesitated for a moment before riding over. Seeing Mai Kun driving the carriage, he knew something had happened. Because Mai Kun was an undercover guard and wouldn't show himself unless it was absolutely necessary. Yi Zeu urged his horse forward quickly, using force to jump from the horse's back onto the carriage. With both hands, he held Su Mushi's shoulders and carefully examined her condition. After seeing the corpse inside the carriage through the curtain, Yi Zeu tightly embraced Su Mushi in his arms. "You're safe, that's good." His voice was deep and slightly choked. Su Mushi felt very safe in Yi Zeu's arms, and the last bit of coldness on her body completely disappeared. She knew that from today on, her mood would change, and she did not regret this change at all. "Let me go first." "I'm very dirty," Su Mushi whispered softly, feeling a bit shy. Maikun thought she was talking about being physically dirty and hurriedly explained, those people didn't succeed. The princess is still pure and innocent. Yiziyu, who initially didn't understand what had happened, quickly understood after hearing this. Seeing the concern in Yiziyu's eyes, Su Mushi smiled slightly.
I'm fine.
I just vomited a little, so my clothes are dirty. But immediately after, she was lifted by Yiziyu and sat on the horse. If it's Sierra who vomited, then it's not dirty. The carriage is the only thing dirty. I'll ride the horse back with you. Maikun pulled the carriage and followed behind. Su Mushi snuggled in Yiziyu's arms, feeling a bit embarrassed as many people looked at her along the way. She whispered, maybe I should change my face. Whether by coincidence or because Yiziyu was deliberately doing so, she turned slightly, being held in his arms, with only the right side of her face showing, which was free of any scars. Unexpectedly, Yiziyu gently kissed her on the forehead and softly said, hold on a little longer. We're almost there. The villagers who saw this were stunned for a moment, then started whispering. Who is the woman in the young king of Yeoman's arms? Are there such beautiful young ladies in the capital? You said she's a young lady, so she must be someone we common folks can't see. Isn't the young king of Yeoman supposed to marry Su Mushi? Why is he so close to another woman? Su Mushi is ugly and plain, so how could the young king of Yeoman truly want to marry her? Men are used to having multiple wives and concubines. If I were him, I'd hold onto such a beauty too. Pei Yuan happened to be drinking alone at a nearby tavern. Hearing the gossip around him, he looked down at the street below. Miss Su may not be very beautiful, but it is too much for Yiziyu to hold another woman in his arms in public. He shows no intention of giving Miss Su any face. When he squints and sees clearly the woman in Yiziyu's arms, he is shocked and opens his eyes wide, feeling a mix of regret and unwillingness. The woman Yiziyu is holding is actually Miss Su. Miss Su has very pretty features, especially her eyes, but unfortunately, a birthmark on her left cheek ruins her beauty. If only she didn't have that birthmark, maybe he would recognize her the second time they met. If that were true, he wouldn't have been tricked by Qiao Zishi and fallen into his current state of despair. But there are no ifs. Waiter, 2 more jars of wine. Pei Yuan originally wanted to get drunk here and die, but instead of calling the waiter, a veiled woman, by Menjing, walks in gracefully. Young Master Pei, I heard your voice from next door, so I came to say hello. She looks worried as she speaks. Young Master Pei, what's wrong? Why do you look so disheveled after not seeing you for a few days? And you've drunk so much wine. Pei Yuan indeed looks very desolate now. His hair is messy, a beard has grown, and his clothes are wrinkled. He walks unsteadily, his eyes are dazed, and there are dark circles under them. He looks completely different from the handsome, gentle, and elegant man he was a few days ago. Thank you for your concern, princess, I am fine. Pei Yuan's tone is dismissive, making Bai Menjing feel angry. She had thought that his not marrying anyone was because he was deeply in love with her, but now she learns he cares for someone else. If the person he cares for is Qiao Zishi, she might feel a little better. But to her surprise, the person Pei Yuan cares about is that lowly and ugly Su Mushi. Thinking about Yiziyu holding Su Mushi intimately just now, Bai Menjing clenches her fists tightly, a flash of anger and murderous intent in her beautiful eyes. Of course, those 2 useless people failed to handle things well. If they can't come back, that's fine. But if they dare to return, she will make them wish they were dead. She suppresses her emotions and looks up again, her eyes filled only with concern. Young Master Pei, are you doing this now because of Sister Shi's marriage? When she mentions Qiao Zishi, Pei Yuan's face instantly darkens with anger. It has nothing to do with me or Princess Changlo. His voice is cold, and his words are blunt. Bai Menjing kindly explained, Young Master Pei, please don't be angry. I have no other meaning. I just feel a bit guilty. If Sister Sheer hadn't gone to protecting the nation temple to find me, there wouldn't have been any misunderstanding between you two. Pei Yuan is usually a gentle and polite gentleman. Upon hearing this, he immediately calmed down. Princess, there's no need to blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. I asked for this marriage, and I chose this path myself. So, everything is my own fault. But Bai Menjing softly said, if you know you've taken the wrong path, why not choose a different one? Pei Yuan thought of Qiao Shu Yuan's stubborn attitude and smiled bitterly.
Ha!
Wanting to turn back is not so easy. Even the hardest problems have solutions. At least, young Master Pei, sitting here drinking alone won't solve anything. Bai Menjing's gentle voice made Pei Yuan, who had given up hope, suddenly feel a bit confused. Could there really be a way to fix this? Then Bai Menjing said, as far as I know, young Master Pei and Sister Sheer haven't set a wedding date yet. So, there's still a chance to clear up the misunderstanding. Although Sister Sheer is a bit spoiled, she is also reasonable. If young Master Pei talks to her properly, she might even suggest canceling the engagement herself. Pei Yuan was stunned. Since discovering that Qiao Zixi had deceived him, he had never gone to see her. Maybe this matter could still be discussed. Using the wedding date as a threat was a bit mean, but it was a possible solution. Thinking of this, Pei Yuan felt a burst of energy and then bowed to Bai Menjing. Thank you, Princess Changlo, for your advice. If I can find my way back, I will definitely thank you with a big gift. Bai Menjing smiled softly. No need for a big gift. In 4 days, the Bibo Pavilion Poetry Contest will be held. I hope to see young Master Pei once again excel in poetry. Since Pei Yuan had fallen into her trap, she was no longer interested in staying. She used to think Pei Yuan was quite good, but now she saw he was just useless and not worthy of her. Thinking of that tall figure, her heart felt even more resentful. It seemed that only Yiziyu was suitable for her. Unfortunately, Yiziyu was blind and thought Su Mushi was a treasure. But that's okay. This time, Su Mushi was lucky. Next time, she wouldn't be so lucky. Next time, she wouldn't ruin Su Mushi's reputation but would make her even uglier. She didn't believe that if Su Mushi's face was ruined like Qiao Zixi, Yiziyu would still hold her tenderly in his arms. Yiziyu held Su Mushi and headed straight to the Su family gate. Some curious onlookers followed behind, and when they saw Yiziyu stop his horse at the gate, their gossiping eyes grew even more intense.
Hey!
Why is Prince Yong'an bringing a beauty to the Su family? Is he showing her off to Miss Su? Could it be that Prince Yong'an is planning to break off the engagement with Miss Su? Don't you think Prince Yong'an is being a bit too much? Bringing another woman to the Su house, he's really not respecting Miss Su at all. She's so ugly. If he truly cared about her, he wouldn't be disgusted and unable to eat every day. Most people were happy to gossip, but only some neighbors who knew the Su family well tried to speak up for Su Mushi. But clearly, their words had little effect against the crowd's hostility. Hearing the gossip, a cold smile appeared on Yiziyu's face. He hugged Su Mushi tightly, then suddenly dismounted from his horse. When Su Mushi stood up and looked up, everyone was surprised and stared with wide eyes, almost unable to believe what they saw. The beautiful woman who had just been in Prince Yong'an's arms was actually Su Mushi. Usually, people only noticed Su Mushi because of the ugly birthmark on her face and never paid much attention to her appearance. But now, they realized they had overlooked how beautiful Su Mushi actually was. Her face was stunning. So, if Prince Yong'an wanted to marry Su Mushi, it was truly because he liked her, not because he was forced or had some other purpose. Zhongbin opened the door and saw Su Mushi looking a bit disheveled. He also noticed the crowd gathered nearby, so he quickly let Su Mushi and Yiziyu inside. After arriving in the city, Mai Kuan headed straight for the Jingzhou government office in his carriage. Yiziyu and Su Mushi thought alike. Maybe the officials wouldn't find anything, but they still had to report the case. As for the beggars who died in the abandoned temple, no one would care. If they didn't report it, the officials wouldn't investigate. People are treated like grass, pitiful and sad, but everyone is used to it. When Su Xing saw Su Mushi, he immediately smelled the stench of sewage. Sheer, what happened? Su Mushi concealed the fact that Mai Kuan had killed the beggars and simply told him what had happened. Although it was dangerous, she managed to stay safe, but Su Xing was still shocked to hear it. Yiziyu quickly bowed and apologized to Su Xing. It's my fault for not protecting Sheer. I feel guilty about what Master Su told me before. Father, it was my bad intention. It has nothing to do with Yiziyu. Thanks to Yiziyu arranging people around me, I was able to stay safe and sound. Su Mushi hurried to explain, afraid that Su Xing would blame Yiziyu for everything. She hadn't even married yet and was already speaking up for him. Is he really such an unreasonable person? How could he blame everything on Yiziyu? Can you call the prince by his name? That's rude and disrespectful. But Yiziyu said, I like she to call me by my full name. I asked her to do so. Shuxing. So, this bad guy has taken over. Su Mushi couldn't stand her own smell and hurried to take a bath. During that time, Yiziyu took Su Xing back to the study. Was this done by the second prince? Since things had come to this point, Su Xing decided not to beat around the bush. Yiziyu shook his head slowly. I'm not sure, but based on my understanding of Yiziyu, it doesn't seem like he did this. If Yiziyu was responsible, he would either have killed Shi directly or thrown her to the beggars, but he wouldn't let the beggars ruin her reputation afterward. No matter who is behind this, I will find out the truth. I won't let Shi suffer unfairly. Hearing this, Su Xing hesitated and asked, Does the prince need silver? Yiziyu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Could it be that Su Xing was worried she would suffer if she married him? He had given his soldiers and reward silver over the years, so he didn't have much money left now. But he didn't think she should suffer after marrying into the prince's household. As he wondered how to answer, he saw Su Xing take out a 10-inch-long wooden box from a drawer and push it toward Yiziyu. There are 50,000 taels of silver notes inside. Take it, Your Highness. If it's not enough, I can find another way. Yiziyu looked at the box in front of him, but didn't open it. Instead, he looked at Su Xing with a puzzled expression. What does Dr. Su mean? Su Xing remembered how his daughter had defended Yiziyu earlier and suddenly felt a sense that she wouldn't stay long. Looking at Yiziyu again, his eyes showed a firm resolve. She will now rely on Your Highness for care. I don't know what Your Highness plans next, but I believe you won't be friendly with the second prince. These silver notes are for you to handle officials or for other uses. It's up to Your Highness to decide. Although I am of little importance and have few words, I do not want to hold back the prince. I only have these banknotes to offer, so please, Your Highness, do not refuse. Yiziyu listened and fell silent. He has no interest in royal power, but if he wants to clear Yuan's uncle's name, he must compete with Yizirui and the Empress's faction. Since he requested the marriage decree, he has already dragged the entire Su family into trouble. Su Xing is doing this because he fears he has little chance of success and wants to help him. He pushed the box back to Su Xing and said firmly, Thank you, Dr. Su, for your kindness. But rest assured, Sheer will be fine, the Su family will be fine, and I will be fine too. Su Xing looked into Yeziyu's masked eyes and felt unexpectedly reassured. People say that after Wang Yong'an returned from the northern border, he happily became a laid-back prince. But now it seems Yeziyu had other plans all along. No matter what Yeziyu's plans are, he still needs to show his intentions. This banknote is just a small token of my goodwill. Please accept it, Your Highness. Refusing might make Yeziyu treat Xia even better, but showing kindness might make him care for her more. As a father, he naturally hopes his daughter will have a good life at her husband's home and be cherished by her husband. Yeziyu understood Su Xing's meaning, but still pushed the box back. If Dr. Su insists, why not add this banknote to Sheer's dowry? If I need money in the future, I can just ask Sheer directly. Su Xing was stunned, not expecting Yeziyu to say this. Dowries usually require official lists. If Yeziyu wanted to take this money later, it would not look good. Moreover, a woman marrying with 50,000 taels of silver is probably unprecedented in Qi. Even the daughters of the 4 major Jin merchant families wouldn't receive such a large dowry. After all, this 50,000 taels was the total silver they brought from home. Seeing Su Xing silent, Yeziyu slightly parted his lips and asked, Does Dr. Su not want Sheer to marry in style? to be admired by everyone, and to make the Qiao family regret? Hearing this, Su Xing finally responded. He looked into Yeziu's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Of course I want that. How could I not?" He knew all the rumors outside. People say that after Sheer divorced Qiao Zimo, no man would want to marry her. Qiao Zixi also often criticized her for being lowborn and ugly. If he gives Sheer 50,000 taels of silver as a dowry, he wants to see how the people outside will react. Will they still say Sheer is unwanted? Will those who think highly of themselves still believe Sheer is inferior? The Su family tradition is to hide their treasures, and Su Xing has always done the same. But now, he no longer wants to be so modest. He wants everyone to see how good his daughter is, to surprise those who once looked down on her, and to make those who wronged her regret. Although this might not bring him any real benefit, and could even attract greedy people, just thinking about it makes him feel happy. He never expected that, as a father, he would only realize this after being reminded by others. He feels a bit ashamed. Actually, Yiziu originally shared the same idea as Su Xing, believing treasures should be kept hidden to avoid attracting trouble. But now, he realizes he was wrong. He previously didn't want Sheer to remove her birthmark, fearing others would see her beauty and become interested in her. But that idea was unfair to Sheer. Why should Sheer suffer from gossip and disdain just because of his personal fears? So, he deliberately only revealed half of Sheer's face without the birthmark, to gradually let everyone see how wonderful she is from now on. Maybe this will also anger those who secretly wish her harm, who want her to die in humiliation and ruin her reputation. It's truly a cruel plan. Meanwhile, Maikuan has already arrived at the Jingzhou government office. He concealed the truth about the ruined temple, claiming instead that two masked men forced a young beggar to trick Su Muxi out of the city, intending to and kill her. Jingzhou Yin Hijingyang, upon hearing this, immediately thought of Jiang Shi. Since recent incidents involving Su Muxi were related to the Anyang Marquis residence, and Jiang Shi had once hired people to try to burn down Su Muxi's entire family, he ordered a thorough investigation of the two masked men's bodies, but found no clues. He secretly blamed Maikuan for not leaving any witnesses, but he said aloud, "This official will have people investigate this thoroughly and give Miss Su an explanation." Maikuan coldly replied, "My lord, I don't expect Lord He to find out anything. I only brought the bodies here because I don't want to ignore the law. Since Lord He already knows the case details, I will take the bodies and leave now." Upon hearing this, Hijingyang's face filled with anger. He looked ready to turn away when Maikuan loudly shouted, "You can't take the body away." In a murder case, there is no reason for the person who reports the crime to take the body. But Maikuan showed no fear. Instead, he calmly said to Hijingyang, "My lord has said that the matter of Miss Su being falsely accused by Qiao Zixi has not yet been resolved, yet Sun Shan has already been laid to rest. If these two bodies stay in the government office, the person who wants to harm Miss Su might not be found, and Lord He might kindly bury the bodies. If so, it's better to take them back and investigate on our own." After speaking, Maikuan turned and left. Hijingyang, however, blushed but did not stop him. Sun Shan's death was indeed suspicious, but he couldn't find any evidence. The Sun family was always causing trouble, so what could he do? He couldn't just keep Sun Shan from being buried forever. Regarding Qiao Zixi's false accusations and Zhang's secret attack, he had never been able to give Miss Su a clear explanation. It wasn't because he lacked the ability, but mainly because he was afraid to investigate deeply. He worried that if he uncovered something, it might involve people he didn't want to offend. The reason he dared not investigate was that Miss Su had no powerful background, and he felt no one would stand up for her. So, when the guards from Yong'an Wang just spoke, he felt very ashamed of his position and of the people in the capital. Miss Su didn't know how guilty Hijingyang felt toward her. She was riding in a carriage with Yi Ziyu toward Yong'an Wang's residence. Although many things had happened today, since she had promised to celebrate Tang Yan's birthday, she didn't want to go back on her word. "Let's not mention today's events to Yenner," she reminded. Yi Ziyu nodded affectionately. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Unfortunately, The rouge I bought for Tang Yan earlier was broken, and I don't know what birthday gift to give her. Otherwise, I could just let Yenner buy rouge for my shop anytime without paying. What do you think? Good, I'll listen to you. The atmosphere in the carriage suddenly grew silent, but the temperature inexplicably rose, making Su Muxi blush. Yi Ziyu held her hand, gently stroking the back of it with his fingertips, his eyes full of tenderness and a hint of fear in his heart. Fortunately, Xier was safe. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. When he saw Mai Kun driving the carriage outside the city, his heart seemed to tighten in his throat, a feeling like it was about to burst. He had felt this way once before, when he heard the news that Uncle Yu Wang had been executed. Xier, promise me that you will never leave me in this life, okay? Suddenly hearing Night Ziyu say this, Su Muxi felt her nose sting with emotion. Looking into Night Ziyu's dark eyes, Su Muxi leaned her head on his shoulder and said sincerely, "Okay, I promise you." Zhong Bin, sitting outside and driving the carriage, overheard their conversation clearly. While feeling happy for the young lady, he also felt a bit envious. Although he didn't want to break the sweet atmosphere inside the carriage, remembering the old master's instructions before leaving, he cleared his throat loudly to remind them that he was still outside. Soon, the carriage arrived at the Yeoman Palace. Night Ziyu told Zhongbin to go back first, saying he would personally Su Muxi home later. However, Zhongbin insisted on staying to wait for Su Muxi. Su Muxi felt both helpless and amused. Knowing it was her father's order, she could only let Zhongbin stay and wait for her. Meanwhile, in Tang Yan's courtyard, Tang Yan had prepared food and drinks early, but after waiting for a long time, she saw that Su Muxi and Night Ziyu had not come. Seeing the food had gone cold, she felt a little anxious. Leinu, her maid, was previously a servant at Xuanfang Tower. Night Ziyu had bought her back because he was worried Tang Yan might not be comfortable staying in the mansion. Leinu didn't know about the relationship between Tang Yan and Night Ziyu. She only thought Tang Yan was Night Ziyu's woman. Seeing that Night Ziyu was late, she couldn't help but ask, "Miss, do you think it's because Miss Su is stopping the prince from coming?" In Leinen's view, Su Muxi was the future princess, and she definitely wouldn't accept Tang Yan. Although on the surface, Su Muxi seemed kind to Tang Yan, Leiner had seen many people pretending. She thought Su Muxi was probably pretending too. Unexpectedly, her words angered Tang Yan.
What do you mean by that?
Tang Yan asked calmly. Leiner didn't notice Tang Yan's displeasure and saw this as a good chance to give advice and become close to her. She leaned in slightly and whispered, "Miss, think about it. The prince personally brought you back from Xuanfang Tower. Do you think Miss Su would have no resentment towards you? Plus, Miss Su is so plain-looking. Once she marries into the mansion, she won't be able to compete with you. This woman is very jealous. Although she appears to care for you on the surface, she probably hates you deep down. It seems that Miss Su only agreed to come celebrate your birthday in front of everyone, but then she found a reason to send the prince away, just to suppress you and make you wait here all night." Lana spoke softly, her eyes shifting slightly. She quickly suggested, "My lady, I think it's best if you pretend to be unwell. I will send someone to call the prince back from Miss Su's side. Since Miss Su hasn't entered the residence yet, we shouldn't let her get the upper hand." Tang Yan used to think Lana was clever and smart, but she never imagined she had such a scheming mind. It was one thing to misunderstand her, but to think such things about Miss Su was too much. Miss Su would never behave one way in front of people and another behind their backs. However, after hearing Lana's suggestion, Tang Yan started to worry that Miss Su might think too much. She was living in the prince's residence now, and the prince was kind to her. If Miss Su started to suspect something, she really didn't want that. "Young lady, what do you think? Should I go find the prince now?" Lana saw Tang Yan silent and tried to probe again. Tang Yan snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes dark and unclear. She looked up at Lana, about to speak, when suddenly there was movement at the door. It must be Miss Su. Tang Yan happily stood up from her seat and went to the door to greet her. When she reached Miss Su, she only bowed slightly to Yi Ziyu and then focused all her attention on Miss Su. Seeing that Miss Su looked fine, she felt relieved. Tang Yen came from a humble background, and Su was worried she might be too sensitive, so she quickly explained, "Sorry for arriving late. I had prepared a birthday gift for you, but there was an accident, and it all got broken." Hearing this, Tang Yan's eyes filled with gratitude. So, Miss Su had prepared a birthday gift for her after all. Just knowing Miss Su came makes me happy enough. "I don't need any birthday gift," Tang Yan said. Su Mushi patted Tang Yan's hand and smiled. "You still call me Miss Su? Didn't I tell you to call me Sheer?"
Elfea.
Yizu disliked socializing with women the most. At first, he didn't want to come, but seeing the pleading look in Su Mushi's eyes, he had no choice but to nod and agree. Now, seeing Tang Yan's attitude, he finally relaxed. It seemed not everyone would turn against those who helped them. At least, Tang Yan, who was saved by Sheer, appeared truly grateful. Most importantly, Tang Yan had no inappropriate thoughts about him. Otherwise, he would feel guilty for not fulfilling the dying wish of Tang Hao. The three of them sat down. Tang Yan, thinking about her next plan, felt a bit nervous. But she was stunned when she saw Yiziyu voluntarily pulling out a chair for Su Mushi. The prince didn't seem to dislike Miss Su. Could it be that she was mistaken earlier? Tang Yan suppressed her doubts and quietly observed the interaction between Yiziyu and Su Mushi. The more she watched, the more she believed they truly cared for each other, not just Su Mushi's one-sided affection. If she had used any mean tricks, she would only have made things worse. Su Mushi raised a cup of tea in place of wine and said, "The past is gone like smoke. From now on, Yan's life will be smooth and easy. Happy birthday, Yan. May everything go well and stay healthy." Tears welled up in Tang Yan's eyes. She hesitated, then raised her cup, looked at Su Mushi, and moved her lips for a long time before finally saying, "Thank you." After drinking, she poured herself another cup and offered it to Yiziyu. "Thank you, Prince, for helping me escape my troubles. Today, I wish you and she a lifetime of happiness and unity." Yiziyu liked hearing this and, rarely, responded kindly to a woman. "Then I accept your good wishes, Miss Tang." Tang Yan was sure now that she had been mistaken before. The prince actually liked Miss Su. She had always thought that Su Mushi was so wonderful, and since the prince was not superficial, he wouldn't dislike her. Tang Yan genuinely felt happy for Su Mushi. Thinking that after marrying into the prince's residence, she could see Su Mushi often, her mood improved even more, and her smile became brighter. Although the food had cooled a bit, it didn't stop Su Mushi from enjoying her meal. Yiziyu occasionally helped Su Mushi serve her food, his eyes full of affection. Su Mushi happily enjoyed Yiziyu's care, feeling at ease. "Do you want some soup?" "Yes." Tang Yan was considering whether to find an excuse to leave, giving Yiziyu and Su Mushi some private time. But when she saw Yiziyu pick up a bowl to serve soup to Su Mushi, she suddenly panicked. At that moment, Lana, standing nearby, spoke up in time. "This soup was made by my girl herself for the prince. The prince and Miss Su should drink more." She smiled and picked up an empty bowl to serve soup to Yiziyu. However, Yiziyu suddenly looked cold and put his bowl down on the table. Lana couldn't see Yiziyu's expression clearly, but she could feel the coldness radiating from him. Her hand trembling, she nervously looked at Yiziyu, then at Tang Yan, appearing confused and helpless, no longer the scheming girl she had been before.
Tang Yan snered inwardly at Lanar.
"Since the soup is cooled, the prince and Miss Su shouldn't drink it. This bowl is your reward." This time, Lana was even more confused, but under Tang Yan's stern gaze, she had no choice but to drink the soup in one gulp. "All right, you can go now. You don't need to serve here anymore," Tang Yan said coldly. After Lana left, she immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Yiziyu and Su Mushi. When she looked up again, her eyes were clear and calm. "Prince, I am not a person who is ungrateful. You saved me from suffering, and I am very grateful. I will never have inappropriate thoughts about you." After saying this, she looked at Su Mushi and said seriously, "Sheer, I will never become like the Jiao family. Please trust me." Shin Yashin had also said similar words before. She believed her at the time, but it turned out she trusted too early. Seeing Tang Yan's firm look, she decided to trust her again. All right, I believe you. Although this meal had some ups and downs, overall, the three of them felt pretty good. Su Muxi did not drink alcohol, and Tang Yan was preoccupied with her own thoughts, so the meal ended quickly. After seeing Yi Ziyu and Su Muxi off, Tang Yan coldly looked at Lana, who was blushing. How do you feel? Lana, although not yet married, had been in the brothel for many years, so she knew exactly why her body was so hot now. So, was Tang Yan originally planning to give the prince a potion? And she had just ruined Tang Yan's plan? I don't know that you wanted to give the prince a potion. I ruined the young lady's plan. Please forgive me, young lady. Although she said this, Lana felt a bit resentful toward Tang Yan. If it was a plan, why didn't she tell her in advance? Before she finished speaking, Tang Yan suddenly slapped her.
Slap.
She had served Tang Yan in the brothel for nearly a year, and Tang Yan had never hit or scolded her. This made many maids envy her for having such a good mistress. Not only did she not scold her, but after she escaped from the danger, she still remembered to bring her out. So she was grateful to Tang Yan and hoped she would gain the prince's favor and establish herself in the prince's residence. But now, Tang Yan had slapped her. It was clear that Tang Yan didn't trust her initially and didn't tell her about the plan in advance. Now she was blaming her for everything. A flash of anger crossed her eyes, but Tang Yan caught it clearly. She sneered inwardly, suddenly realizing how rare Su Muxi's trust in her was. People are like this. Favor is fleeting, and hatred can grow quickly. Because she had been kind to Lana before, just a slap now made her resent her. She didn't think about how good she had been to her before. Given this situation, such a maid must not be kept. Get up. It's best you keep today's matter to yourself. If I find out you said a word to the prince, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Lana bowed and agreed, but her eyes were full of dissatisfaction. What does a woman who has had smallpox have to be proud of? She was lucky enough to catch the prince's attention, but even after being in the palace for some time, the prince never came to see her willingly. Now, just a few days later, she couldn't sit still. She wanted to use shady tricks to attract the prince. It's your own fault, and now you're blaming me. Lana thought angrily, but suddenly, after smelling a special fragrance, she felt dizzy. In her dazed state, she saw Tang Yan's smiling face, and a cold sweat broke out on her back. Just before fainting, she heard Tang Yan softly say, "You may look down on me, but you shouldn't underestimate Miss Su." After Night Ziyu and Su Muxi left Tang Yan's courtyard, they passed by the garden. Night Ziyu suddenly grabbed Su Muxi's wrist and pulled her behind a fake mountain. Su Muxi smelled the unique fresh scent of Night Ziyu and felt the warm breath above her head. Her heart was pounding rapidly, and her cheeks felt hot instantly.
What
are you going to do? Her voice was soft and shy. Sheer, I won't drink the soup made by other women. Hearing this, Su Muxi felt even more shy, but also sweeter. So he was going to explain this to her. Yes, I understand. Night Ziyu didn't let go of Su Muxi. Instead, he reached out and hugged her, savoring her scent and warmth. This made him feel less afraid inside. Su Muxi also felt very safe in his arms. Maybe because they shared the same feelings. She always thought that Night Ziyu suddenly being so clingy was because he was worried about what had happened before. So she softly said, I will be more careful in the future and protect myself. So don't worry. Night Ziyu moved his head away from Su Muxi's shoulder, looked into her eyes under the moonlight, and whispered, Sheer. Just as Night Ziyu was about to lean in and kiss her tempting red lips, Xiaosu's voice suddenly rang out, like pouring cold water over him. Prince! Prince! Su Muxi reached out and pushed against Night Ziyu's chest, but his chest was too strong to push away. Let me go quickly. It wouldn't be good if Xiaosu saw me. Hearing Su Muxi's shy and urgent voice, Yi Ziyu finally released her, but his large hand held her small one. What's the matter? Xiaosu hurried over when he heard Yi Ziyu's voice. Seeing Su Muxi, he didn't think much and looked at Yi Ziyu hesitantly, saying, Your Highness.
Speak.
Xiao Su knew that the master now fully regarded Su Mushi as one of his own, so he no longer hesitated and directly handed the latest letter to Yiziyu. This is the message from the people sent to investigate Fanjun. Yiziyu unfolded the letter, and Xiao Su held up the lantern to illuminate it. Under the light, Yiziyu read the words on the letter. 3 years ago, Fanjun returned to his hometown in a very grand way, hosting 3 days of banquets and buying a large house. But less than 5 days after moving in, the Fan family and their 23 servants all perished in a fire. The local officials only said it was an accidental water leak and closed the case quickly. But so many people died and no one survived. This was suspicious. There must be something in Fanjun's possession that led to his being silenced. Yiziyu handed the letter to Su Mushi. After carefully reading it, she sighed inwardly. It seems the clues have run out again. But then she thought of something else. Fanjun was just a small warehouse keeper, earning only a little silver. Yet he held grand banquets and bought a big house, so someone must have given him money. Since silver is hard to carry around, I think he probably had silver notes. Maybe we can check the local bank to see where Fanjun's silver notes came from. There might be new clues. After speaking, Su Mushi looked at Yiziyu and Xiao Su, noticing they didn't react, and asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Unexpectedly, Yiziyu directly kissed her forehead in front of Xiao Su. "No, you spoke very well. My clever Mushi." Su Mushi shyly lowered her head. Xiao Su coughed awkwardly, looking a bit embarrassed.
Cough.
The master truly doesn't treat him as an outsider. But the princess is indeed clever. However, every gain has its loss. Although the princess is smart, she is somewhat less attractive. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Su looked at Su Mushi and said, "Princess, why don't you go with my subordinates to see the bodies of those 2 masked men? If you go, you might find some clues." Knight Zayu did not want Su Mushi to see the 2 bodies, fearing she might remember something unpleasant. Although Sheer told him she was fine, if she truly was, why would she take the initiative to kill someone? So Sheer was probably just pretending to be okay. He then coldly glared at Xiao Su and said, "Go away." Xiao Su saw that Knight Zayu was angry, so he quickly turned and left. Just a few steps away, he heard Su Mushi's voice behind him.
"Wait."
The person who died from poisoning is nicknamed Ant. That nickname is quite special. You should look into it. Maybe you'll find something. Xiao Su silently repeated the word Ant twice in his mind. Then his eyes lit up. A tall, strong person with the nickname Ant. That was unusual. Most people in the underworld use nicknames like Tiger, Leopard, or Dragon to sound impressive. He had never heard of Ant as a nickname before. Perhaps investigating this nickname could lead to useful clues. The princess truly lives up to her title. She found a clue even before seeing the bodies. Xiao Su sincerely praised her and wanted to say more, but upon seeing Knight Zayu's unfriendly gaze, he obediently shut his mouth and quickly left. After he left, Knight Zayu embraced Su Mushi again. "Sheer, I've let you down." In such a situation, it would be a lie to say he felt no fear or unease. But being so loved and cared for by Knight Zayu made the gloom and discomfort in Su Mushi's heart completely disappear at that moment. Knight Zayu. I regret it. I regret not agreeing to the Empress Dowager's marriage proposal 3 years ago. That night, Su Mushi surprisingly slept peacefully without any nightmares. But the next morning, she was startled by the grand scene in the courtyard. "What's this?" Bai Ji smiled and said, "This was sent early this morning by the prince's people. I didn't expect the prince to have made so many wedding dresses. I was dazzled just looking at them. Miss, come try them on. If they don't fit, we'll have the seamstress fix them right away." Seeing the 8 large boxes of wedding dresses in the courtyard, Su Mushi suddenly felt less regret. How could she forget this? Knight Zayu was a member of the royal family, and marrying into the royal family meant the wedding arrangements would be much grander than when she married Xiao Zmo before. But with so many dresses, how long would she need to try them all? Meanwhile, Pei Yuan had already gone to a young marquis's residence early in the morning. "I thought Xiao Shiyuan would try to stop him, But surprisingly, after hearing his purpose for visiting, Qiao Shuyuan happily agreed to meet with Qiao Zixi. Pei Yuan was about to thank him when Qiao Shuyuan, with a faint smile, said, "Although young Master Pei has a marriage agreement with my daughter, since the marriage hasn't happened yet, it's better for young Master Pei to exercise some restraint. Especially when it comes to taking advantage of my daughter here in my house, it's best to avoid doing such things. If young Master Pei truly can't control himself, then it's better to set the wedding date early. That is what a gentleman would do. Young Master Pei, don't you think so?" Pei Yuan blushed deeply and wished he could find a hole to hide in. The last time he met Qiao Zixi was at Anyang Marquis's house. During that visit, he couldn't help but hold Qiao Zixi and even kissed his lips. He never expected Qiao Shuyuan to know about it. Seeing the mocking look in Qiao Shuyuan's eyes, Pei Yuan felt like retreating. He had indeed taken advantage of Qiao Zixi before, so should he still insist on breaking off the engagement? Qiao Shuyuan ignored Pei Yuan, merely sneering and leaving the house. What a young fool. Was he trying to talk Qiao Zixi into breaking the engagement?
Ha!
That's wishful thinking. Thinking about Qiao Zixi's slander against Su Muxi, Qiao Shuyuan felt no pity for Qiao Zixi. In fact, he felt a strong sense of schadenfreude. Of course, Pei Yuan shared some of this joy. Led by a servant, Pei Yuan arrived at Qiao Zixi's courtyard gate. Seeing the locked door, he asked in confusion, "Why is your young lady's courtyard locked?" The servant didn't answer, but took out a key, unlocked the door, and slowly opened a small gap. "Young Master Pei, please, I won't go inside." Although Pei Yuan found this strange, he hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open and stepping inside. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, clearly neglected for days. Even though the weather was warming, seeing the empty courtyard made Pei Yuan feel a chill. "Miss Qiao?" he called tentatively. After a moment, there was movement from inside. Qiao Zixi, wearing a veil and with her hair loose, opened the door. When she saw Pei Yuan, she looked very excited.
"Pai Lang,"
she exclaimed. "Pei Lang, you're here to see me." Suddenly, she ran barefoot to Pei Yuan. Before he could react, she threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. "Pei Lang, take me away now. I don't want to stay in this house for another moment." Qiao Zixi might not have bathed for several days, and she smelled quite bad. Pei Yuan wrinkled his nose in disgust. He pushed Qiao Zixi away forcefully and, upon seeing her wearing a veil, remembered the rumors about her having a bad face. His disgust deepened. "Miss Qiao, please behave yourself. Today, I came to talk to you clearly. Actually, you are not the woman who saved me originally, and the purse embroidered with copper coins is not really yours. Yes and no." Pei Yuan immediately questioned Qiao Zixi repeatedly, which made her calm down from her earlier excitement and joy. Qiao Zixi did not answer his questions. Instead, she looked at him with sadness and asked, "Pei Lang, what do you mean? Do you like me, or just an old purse? That day at Hugua Temple after we met, it was you who asked Madame Pei to come to my house to propose marriage. Did you ask for my opinion then? Now I have entrusted my whole heart to you, but you come here questioning me." Hearing this, Pei Yuan looked embarrassed. He was indeed somewhat at fault about the marriage proposal.
"But
"If you hadn't said that purse was yours, how could I have mistaken it for someone else? And I wouldn't have come to propose marriage. However, we only met for the first time then.
the purse fell from my..."
You picked it up and handed it to me. I could only thank you. What else could I say?" Thinking back to that day, everything was as Qiao Zixi said. She never claimed the purse was hers, so all of this was a misunderstanding on his part. But he still couldn't let go. "Then why did you say that purse was yours afterward, and admit that you were the one who saved me?" Qiao Zixi tearfully and choked out, "We already have a marriage agreement. If I didn't say that, wouldn't you want to break off the engagement? Then I would become the joke of the whole city. Mr. Pei, you are a noble scholar, but I am also a noble daughter. People say I am spoiled, willful, and strong-willed. But what about you? Aren't you the same? Honestly, we are quite alike, perfect matches." Hearing this, Pei Yuan fell into self-doubt. Everyone used to say he was gentle and refined, a true gentleman. This was the first time someone called him spoiled, willful, and strong-willed. But no matter what, he and Xiao Zishi were not the same. They were not the same kind of person. I would never randomly order someone to break a poor beggar's limbs. We are not the same. Thinking about how he previously learned various things about Xiao Zishi and seeing her disheveled appearance, a look of disgust appeared again. Such a cruel woman. He didn't need to show compassion or feel guilty or self-blame. Thinking of this, Pei Yuan's eyes grew firm. He looked at Xiao Zishi and said coldly, "Xiao Zishi, today I am here to talk to you about canceling the engagement. If you are willing to persuade your father to break off the marriage, you can say anything bad about me publicly. But if you are unwilling to cancel the engagement, the wedding date is not set yet, and I am not in a hurry to marry. Let's just drag it out. When you're old and gray, you'll still be the joke of the capital." Xiao Zishi didn't expect Pei Yuan to be so ruthless. Her feeling of grievance instantly disappeared, replaced by anger. Is it because of Su Mushi?
Tell me.
Is our breaking off the engagement because of Su Mushi? During these days locked in the courtyard, she cursed Su Mushi every day. Everyone said she was wrong, but what was her mistake? Was it because Su Mushi cured her face that she should be grateful to her? Su Mushi took away her father's love and now also took her fiancé. Shouldn't she hate Su Mushi for this? She is the daughter of the Anyang Marquis family, the daughter of the Minister of War. Beautiful and charming, she should be the one everyone chases after. But why do so many people side with Su Mushi? Why do they all revolve around Su Mushi? She refuses to accept this. She is unwilling. Pei Yuan thought of Su Mushi and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could say he broke off the engagement because of Su Mushi, or not because of her. Anyway, Su Mushi already had King Yong'an by her side, and there was no longer any possibility with him. I want to break off the engagement with you not because of anyone else, but simply because I think you are malicious and I despise you deeply, Pei Yuan said seriously. Suddenly, Xiao Zishi burst into loud laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Her appearance was wild and a little frightening. Xiao Zishi laughed for a long time, finally tired of laughing. She looked coldly at Pei Yuan, her beautiful eyes no longer filled with love. Pei Yuan, I will not break this engagement. Just give up. Do you want to drag me until I am old and gray? Then I will drag it out. I want to see how the people outside will judge. Will they say I deserve it, or will they say you are heartless? After speaking, she suddenly reached out and tore off the veil on her face. Her cheeks, rotten and honeycomb-like, were fully exposed in front of Pei Yuan. Seeing this, Pei Yuan took 2 steps back involuntarily. Her face showed clear fear and shock. He had imagined what Xiao Zishi would look like with a rotten face, but he never expected it to be this terrible. It was disgusting and frightening. Seeing Pei Yuan's reaction, Xiao Zishi felt sad inside, but smiled again on her face.
Ha ha ha.
How do I look? Am I beautiful? Remember how you held me close before and couldn't help yourself? Don't you want to try again? As she spoke, Xiao Zishi slowly stepped forward. Pei Yuan, seeing this, quickly shouted, "Don't come any closer." Xiao Zishi stopped, her eyes full of cold hatred. Pei Yuan, you will never get rid of me in this life. Even when I am old and gray, I will still be your wife. Even if I become a ghost, I will cling to you every day.
Ha ha ha.
Whether because of her appearance now or because of what she just said, Pei Yuan felt fear in his heart and took a few more steps back. You crazy person. You are just crazy. Xiao Zishi curled her lips and said, It was you who provoked me first. Pei Yuan didn't want to stay in this courtyard anymore, nor did he want to talk to Xiao Zishi or look at her face again. He ran out in a panic. Until he reached the gate and saw the servant outside, he felt a little relieved. Looking at the locked door again, Pei Yuan suddenly realized. The door was locked because Xiao Zishi had gone mad. After Pei Yuan and the servant left, Xiao Zishi stood barefoot in the yard, staring blankly at the gate, tears silently falling. Why did it turn out like this? What did I do wrong? Why is everyone treating me like this? Why do they all abandon me? Why don't you dislike Sumushi? Her face's birthmark is ugly too. And my face can be cured. Why do you all dislike me so much?
Why? Why?
At this moment, Xiao Zishi felt a strong urge to end her life. If she died, maybe she wouldn't feel so sad anymore. Maybe in her next life, she would live smoothly, become a favored girl, and be admired and pursued by others. But just then, a gentle call woke her from her thoughts. Miss. Xiao Zishi slowly turned her head and saw Wu Mama just crawling out of the dog hole. Since Xiao Shuyuan returned that day, she has been kept locked up. She cannot see her mother, and even the servants she used to rely on have been replaced with new ones. After she ran away last time and was caught, no servants were left to serve her. Only occasional meals were sent to ensure she wouldn't starve. People say she is a young lady of high status, but to her, being confined feels no different from being in prison. Now, seeing Wu Mama, Xiao Zishi begins to cry again.
Wu Mama. Boo-hoo.
Xiao Zishi throws herself into Wu Mama's arms, crying sadly and gasping for breath. Feeling Wu Mama gently pat her back, Xiao Zishi doesn't stop crying. In fact, she cries even harder. Finally, someone cares about her and offers comfort. But Xiao Zishi doesn't see the look of dislike in Wu Mama's eyes. Young lady, don't cry. Old servant is here. Young lady, you have been wronged. Old servant and madam were trapped in the courtyard and couldn't get out. We only discovered the secret passage last night. Madam cares about you. She wanted to come out and see you, but old servant couldn't bear to see her humiliated like that. Please don't blame her. Actually, Wu Mama had found the secret passage 3 days ago, but she didn't tell anyone. Instead, she secretly contacted the outside world. Last night, after receiving news from the princess, she hurried over early in the morning. She had been hiding outside, listening in on the conversation. After Pei Yuan left, she finally came out. She also overheard the conversation between Pei Yuan and Xiao Zishi clearly. Immediately, she started to plan. Xiao Zishi shook her head. How could I blame my mother? All of this is because of Sumushi. If it weren't for Sumushi, her father wouldn't have gone crazy. If it weren't for Sumushi, Pei Yuan wouldn't want to break off their engagement. So, all of this is Sumushi's fault. Wu Mama stroked Xiao Zishi's back and sighed heavily.
Sigh.
I heard what young lady just said. Actually, men are all the same. They're all lecherous. Think about it. Why didn't young Master Pei come to break off the engagement earlier? He only came now. Xiao Zishi straightened up and shook her head at Wu Mama. Wu Mama looked at her face with pity. If only you hadn't gone out last time, and if no one outside had spread the news about your face being ruined. Hearing this, Xiao Zishi understood what Wu Mama meant. Pei Yuan had heard about her disfigured face, which was why he wanted to break off the engagement.
Ha, men.
Wu Mama then said, although the birthmark on Sumushi's face is very ugly, it is better than how Miss looks now. She looked angry and said, Miss is someone I have watched grow up. Seeing her suffer so much, I really want to punish Sumushi severely. If I weren't trapped inside this house, I would pour green alum oil on Sumushi's face and make her face rot to reveal her bones. Green alum oil? What's that? Xiao Zishi asked curiously. Wu Mama took out a small porcelain bottle from her. This is green alum oil. I saw someone use it to remove rust from iron. Just a few drops can do the trick. It's very magical. Wu Mama explained softly, but secretly watched Xiao Zishi carefully. Seeing Xiao Zishi stare at the bottle silently, she added angrily, I haven't eaten much lately. When I lose some weight, I can squeeze out of the small hole in the wall. Then I will definitely take revenge for Miss. Xiao Zishi finally reacted and hurriedly asked, what small hole? Is there a hole I can climb out of? Wu Mama, who is a bit plump, probably wouldn't lose much weight even if she didn't eat for a month. But she was different. She was slim, and if the hole wasn't big, she could still squeeze out. Wu Mama looked at the hopeful expression on Xiao Zishi's face and secretly sneered. But she said calmly, "Miss is a noble lady. How can she squeeze through that small hole?" "No, no." But Xiao Zixi angrily said, "Am I not humiliated enough being trapped in this yard like a dog? Wu Mama, I want to go out. The humiliation I suffered will be repaid 100 times over from Su Mushi." After speaking, she snatched the porcelain bottle from Wu Mama's hand, with a clear plan in mind. A few drops of green alum oil can remove rust. If poured on the face, the result is predictable. Wu Mama concealed her pleased smile. Indeed, she knew the child's temper and personality very well, having watched her grow up. In the afternoon, Su Mushi finally finished trying on her last dress. Suddenly, someone came from the palace, saying the Empress Dowager summoned her. Since the last time she went to the palace to ask the Empress Dowager to annul her marriage with Qiao Zimo, she hadn't seen the Empress Dowager again. Now that she had a marriage agreement with Yiziyu, it was more appropriate for her to visit the Empress Dowager. Unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager summoned her herself. She thought she shouldn't go. The carriage arrived at the palace gate, and led by Lu Gonggong, she walked confidently into the Empress Dowager's palace. To her surprise, there were other people inside. "Sheer, you're here. This is Lady Zhang. You haven't visited me for a while." "Luckily, Lady Zhang comes to see me from time to time to serve me and make me happy," the Empress Dowager said with a smile, appearing genuinely fond of Lady Zhang. After bowing to the Empress Dowager, Su Mushi quickly paid her respects to Lady Zhang. "Your ladyship, I am Su Mushi. Greetings, Lady Zhang. Wishing you good health and happiness." Seeing this, Lady Zhang hurriedly stood up and stepped forward, offering her hand to help Su Mushi up. "Miss Su, please rise quickly. I often hear the Empress Dowager mention you. Meeting you today, I feel very close to you." Su Mushi straightened up and looked up at Lady Zhang. She is beautiful, with a strong and spirited look in her eyebrows. When she looked at her, her eyes were clear and kind, without any trace of disdain. Such a beautiful lady. No wonder the Empress Dowager likes her so much. Seeing Su Mushi look at her, Lady Zhang winked playfully and then said to the Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty, I won't bother you and Miss Su talking anymore. If you don't mind my bothering, I will come again tomorrow. You little girl, always trying to get some favor. When did I say I was annoyed with you?" The Empress Dowager chuckled, shaking her head. Although her words sounded a bit helpless, her eyes showed a loving smile. After Lady Zhang left, the Empress Dowager still had a gentle smile on her face. She signaled Su Mushi to sit down and said casually, "When Lady Zhang first entered the palace, I also met her once. I didn't feel much then. But after she fell into the water at the last palace banquet, she became quite interesting. She comes to pay her respects to me every day and sometimes brings little crafts she makes herself." She picked up a small round tube from the table nearby. It had a small lid. Gently lifting it and twisting the middle, a red paste slowly rose from inside. Su Mushi, who had also made rouge before, recognized it at a glance. Unexpectedly, lipstick could be made like this. So delicate. Lady Zhang says this is called lipstick. You can carry it around and reapply your lip balm anytime. Very convenient. The Empress Dowager is getting old, so I don't use these often. But this is so finely made. Just looking at it makes me like it, she said. Su Mushi saw the Empress Dowager happy and also smiled. This thing is indeed very delicate and pleasing to look at. Lady Zhang is very thoughtful. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager suddenly looked serious. Lady Zhang is thoughtful, but what about you? It's been so long, and you haven't come to see me. Su Mushi quickly admitted her mistake. You're right, I was wrong. Please don't be angry, Your Majesty. I will come to visit you often in the future. The Empress Dowager let out a soft hum and said, I know you're not very good with words, so I won't argue with you. I called you here today to ask if you still like those dresses, and if there's anything else you need. Those dresses were prepared by the Empress Dowager?
Sumo 11 blinked.
The Empress Dowager chuckled and said, What? You knew they weren't prepared by Yua? Are you disappointed?
Sumo 11 blushed shyly.
She did feel a little disappointed, but hearing the Empress Dowager say it like that, she didn't feel as upset anymore. Thinking carefully, she realized that Yi Ziyu, like her, lost his mother early. As a man who had never married, he probably didn't understand much about wedding preparations. So, she guessed he must have come to ask the Empress Dowager for help before. The Empress Dowager gently took Su Mushi's hand and patted it softly. "Silly girl, Yor cares about you." On the second day of the palace banquet, he came to me and said he didn't want you to be upset, and he wanted to marry you in a grand way. Didn't I tell you earlier? Yor is a man of deep feelings and loyalty. If you marry him, he will never let you suffer any hardship. Blushing, Su Mushi shyly said, "Sheer regrets it now." Luckily, heaven gave Sheer another chance. Of course, Sheer owes the most to the Empress Dowager for today. If it weren't for your frequent praise in your letters, Sheer probably wouldn't catch the eye of the King of Yongin. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager felt happy. But then she looked hesitant. After hesitating for a long time, she softly asked, "Sheer, tell me the truth. Are you still a?" Su Mushi understood her thoughts and nodded firmly. Although the Empress Dowager liked her, she liked her grandson Yi Ziyu even more. She hadn't married before, and the Empress Dowager was willing to let her marry Yi Ziyu out of gratitude and approval. She also wanted her to go to the northern border to take care of Yi Ziyu once or twice, since her medical skills were trusted by the Empress Dowager. But now she was remarried, her reputation outside was not good, and Yi Ziyu had returned to the capital. She was no longer useful. So, when the Empress Dowager asked this question, she didn't mind. In fact, she was still grateful to the Empress Dowager. From the dresses sent this morning and the Empress Dowager's current attitude towards her, it was clear she still liked her. When she learned that Su Mushi was still a, the Empress Dowager's worries eased a bit. "I know you're a clever girl," said the Empress Dowager. "I still need to remind you that although the city looks safer than the northern border, there are hidden dangers beneath the surface. You must protect yourself and also remember to take good care of Yor, understand?" The Empress Dowager's meaning is clear. Rest assured, Sheer will take good care of Prince Yongin. The Empress Dowager nodded happily upon hearing this. Actually, before the palace banquet, she wasn't too happy about Yi Ziyu marrying Su Mushi. But after learning that Yi Ziyu was plotted against at the banquet and that Su Mushi went to his residence at midnight to rescue him, her opinion changed. There are only a few people who could secretly harm Yor, and she knows who they are, but she can't do anything about them. So, letting Yor marry Su Mushi is fine. At least, Su Mushi is a good doctor with excellent skills, and having such a wife by his side makes her feel more at ease. They chatted for a while longer, and the Empress Dowager mentioned the incident at the palace banquet where Yi Ziyu was betrayed. That's when she learned that the victim was also Zhang Kairan, whom she had just seen. She hadn't asked about that day, and Yi Ziyu hadn't told her. What surprised her most was that Yi Ziyu had actually kicked Zhang Kairan into the lake. Zhang Kairan is also pitiful. After falling into the water, she lost her memory, but her personality became much brighter than before. She comes up with endless new ideas every day and tells me very interesting stories. When she mentioned Zhang Kairan, the Empress Dowager smiled again. Seeing her smile, Su Mushi suddenly felt a bit jealous. She thought that if Zhang Kairan hadn't already entered the palace, the Empress Dowager might have arranged for her to marry Yi Ziyu. Then she would just become one of his concubines. After leaving the Empress Dowager's palace, Zhang Tong didn't go straight back to her own. Instead, she wandered along the path leading to the Empress Dowager's residence, glancing at the main road from time to time. Finally, she saw that tall figure she had been waiting for and hurriedly walked toward him. Maybe because she was walking too quickly, she didn't notice her footing and accidentally tripped on a stone, falling forward straight toward the tall figure.
Oh,
"Master, are you all right?" A maid nearby hurried to help Zhang Tong up. After she stood, the tall figure had already walked away. With a look of sadness, she looked at the tall figure that had no intention of stopping and then at the blood on her hand. Zhang Tong muttered softly, "He's really cold. But just you wait. One day I'll catch you." Knight Zayu heard that Su Mushi was called into the palace by the Empress Dowager. He felt worried and hurried over, not expecting to meet Zhang Kairen on the way. Every time he visited the Empress Dowager, he saw Zhang Kairen, and he never believed it was a coincidence. So, he always tried to avoid contact with her. This time, Zhang Kairen even tried to pounce on him directly. Luckily, he dodged in time, or he wouldn't know what awaited him. Thinking about Zhang Kairen's strange behavior, Knight Zayu became more cautious. It seems that Zhang Kairen might not be forgetful, and her true allegiance is to the Empress. He decided he must warn the Empress Dowager today, so she wouldn't be deceived by Zhang Kairen. Empress Dowager, Prince Yong'an requests to see you. The Empress Dowager was talking with Su Mushi about wedding details when she suddenly heard that Knight Zayu was coming. She couldn't help but tease. It looks like Yuer is worried about me and came to protect you. Su Mushi's shy blush, which had just faded, rose again on her cheeks. After Knight Zayu entered and saluted the Empress Dowager, his eyes immediately fixed on Su Mushi. Feeling his intense gaze, Su Mushi's face turned even redder. Thinking about the Empress Dowager still being nearby, she couldn't help but glare at Knight Zayu, hoping to remind him to behave properly. Unexpectedly, Knight Zayu only smirked and chuckled softly.
Ha!
Su Mushi looked up in surprise, unsure what Knight Zayu was laughing at. Just as she was confused, Knight Zayu suddenly took her hand in front of the Empress Dowager. He then asked seriously, Empress Dowager, did Zhang Kairen come here just now? The Empress Dowager nodded, puzzled. She left about half an hour ago. But Knight Zayu's cold smile deepened. Yet I just met her near Yonghua Palace. She left half an hour ago, but he still bumped into her just now. The Empress Dowager wasn't foolish. She understood what Knight Zayu's words implied. Could Zhang Kairen be loyal to the Empress? Thinking of Zhang Kairen's clear eyes and recalling her recent interactions with her, the Empress Dowager hesitated. Having been in the palace for many years and knowing many people, she didn't think Zhang Kairen was scheming. Seeing the doubt in the Empress Dowager's eyes, Knight Zayu continued, she pretended to fall just now, trying to pounce on me. Luckily, I dodged in time. His simple words, though abrupt and vague, made the Empress Dowager's face turn cold. Whether Zhang Kairen was intentionally seducing him or acting under someone's orders, such behavior was absolutely unacceptable. I understand. I will be more careful in the future, she said. The Empress Dowager spoke softly, then looked at Su Mushi, who was well-behaved beside her. She felt a growing fondness for her. However, upon seeing the birthmark on Su Mushi's face, she sighed softly. If only the birthmark on your face could be removed, it would be better. Actually, you are quite pretty, Mushi. Just as she finished speaking, Yiziu said, the birthmark on Mushi's face can be removed, but we need to wait until she is married to my grandson. Then he will decide whether to let her remove it. Otherwise, he's worried other men might be interested in her. Su Mushi looked at Yiziu in surprise. His words sounded normal, but if you thought about them carefully, they didn't really say anything. If she could remove her birthmark after marriage, it meant Yiziu agreed to let her do so. If she couldn't remove it, it meant Yiziu was petty and didn't want her to remove it. So, Yiziu wasn't really sure if she could remove her birthmark. He was just trying to let the Empress Dowager know that she wasn't ugly, but simply didn't want to show her beauty. Although that was true, hearing Yiziu say it indirectly made her feel strange inside. She realized how wonderful it was to be cared for by a man. She clenched Yiziu's hand tightly. Earlier that morning, she had felt anxious about the wedding, but now all those worries had vanished instantly. The Empress Dowager was stunned for a long time after hearing Yiziu's words before she regained her composure. She squinted her cloudy eyes and carefully examined the birthmark on Su Mushi's face. She couldn't help but ask, Mushi, can the birthmark really be removed? Su Mushi shyly responded with a soft
Then why didn't you?
The Empress Dowager's words trailed off as she suddenly understood the answer in her heart and stopped speaking. The only reason she hadn't removed her birthmark when she married Xiao Zimo was because she didn't like him. Now, the worries she'd held in her heart for 3 years had completely disappeared. She had always said that Xiao Zimo couldn't compare to her grandson. Mushi had agreed to marry the Marquis of Anyang's family only because she was kind-hearted, just like Yiziyu, loyal and grateful. That was how she had been tricked by the old fox Qiao Shuyuan into marrying into the family. Thinking of this, the Empress Dowager felt even more pity for Su Mushi. "Come, Mushi, let me take a good look at you," she said. After leaving the Empress Dowager, the sun was almost setting. Yiziyu held Su Mushi's hand as they slowly walked out of the palace. The sunset's glow cast a warm light on them, stretching their shadows long and blending them together. Everywhere she went, the palace maids looked at her with surprise. Every time Su Mushi tried to pull her hand back, Yiziyu would hold it tighter. After trying a few times, Su Mushi gave up. Just hold hands, since they would get married soon anyway.
Yiziyu.
Hearing her gentle call, Yiziyu looked down.
Yes.
Su Mushi hesitated and said, "I feel like you've been acting strange these past few days." She deliberately let others see only the right side of her face without a birthmark. She intentionally told the Empress Dowager that her mark could be removed. She always felt that Yiziyu cared more about others' opinions of her appearance than she did herself. Just 2 days ago, he said she shouldn't remove the mark, fearing other men might be interested in her. Yiziyu raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by strange?" Su Mushi didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "What if I can't remove the mark on my face? Would you be disappointed?" She saw Yiziyu's lips curve into a faint smile and heard him chuckle softly. "Ha! Su Mushi, what are you always laughing at? You did the same before." Yiziyu reached out with his other hand and gently stroked her cheek, smiling softly. "I was laughing before because your face was too red. Now I'm laughing because of the silly question you asked. I told you before I didn't want you to remove the mark. If you can't, I'll only be happy. Why would I be disappointed?" After saying this, he softly murmured, "I just don't want you to suffer any unfairness, even a little." Hearing this, Su Mushi's eyes instantly blurred, and her nose couldn't help but feel sore. She opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a slightly gentle voice. "Prince Yong'an, Miss Su, the Emperor requests your presence." Su Mushi looked at Yiziyu with confusion. When she saved the Empress Dowager, the Emperor didn't call her. Now he wants to see her? Yiziyu's long fingers moved slightly, tucking her stray hair behind her ear. "My father probably just wants to see us. Let's go together." His voice was steady and his gaze gentle, making Su Mushi feel at ease. Yes, going with Yiziyu, what's there to be afraid of? No matter what, Yiziyu would protect her well. As they followed into the palace of Restful Heart, Su Mushi's gaze shifted to the person standing beside the Emperor, and she became nervous again. Why was Qiao Shuyuan here? Maybe he wouldn't hurt her, but he might hurt Yiziyu. Her hand loosened near the door, but she suddenly reached out and held it again. This small act was noticed by everyone, each with their own thoughts. Knight Zayu simply smiled gently and slightly curled his lips at Su Mushi, but he became more alert towards Qiao Xiuyuan. Qiao Xiuyuan secretly clenched his fists, wishing he could cut off Knight Zayu's hand. When the Emperor saw the ugly birthmark on Su Mushi's face, he immediately lost interest. However, upon seeing the two holding hands tightly, he raised an interested eyebrow and asked knowingly, "Are you Su Mushi?" Su Mushi hurriedly released Knight Zayu and respectfully bowed to the Emperor. Knight Zayu followed suit. "All right, get up. Today I just want to see what your future daughter-in-law looks like. Don't be nervous." The Emperor spoke kindly and with a smile, but Su Mushi dared not relax at all. After all, serving a ruler is like serving a tiger, better to be cautious. "Your Majesty, I am frightened. I should have come earlier to thank you for the marriage, but I am not pretty and worried I might scare you. Today, seeing you surrounded by dragon energy, I realize I was overthinking. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." While belittling herself, she also praised the Emperor. This made the already good mood of the Emperor even better. "I finally understand why the Anyang Marquis and the Yong and King both like you. Get up quickly, or they will be worried." Knight Zhe and Xiao Xiuyuan looked at each other at the same time upon hearing this. Xiao Xiuyuan was the first to bow and salute Knight Zhe with a somewhat meaningful smile on his face. The emperor actually only wanted to summon Knight Zhe. When Palace Maid said that Knight Zhe and Su Muxi were both in the Empress Dowager's palace, he thought he might as well call Su Muxi over to see her. But after seeing her, he found nothing special about Su Muxi. She was indeed, as the rumors said, ugly. Although she was clever in speech, she looked dull overall. It was unclear whether Knight Zhe truly liked her or was just pretending. Xiao Xiuyuan understood why Knight Zhe was interested in Su Muxi. She was skilled in medicine and had saved his son and daughter. Xiao Xiuyuan only had one son, Xiao Zimo, and naturally hoped for a talented daughter-in-law to serve him so that Xiao Zimo's legs, which had just recovered, wouldn't become lame again for some unknown reason. But no matter how complicated the family was, it had nothing to do with him. He just listened to it as a joke when he was free. Su Muxi, you may leave now. I have something to discuss with Yong and Wang.
Yes.
Su Muxi bowed and responded, but suddenly Xiao Xiuyuan spoke up. Then I will not disturb your majesty and Yong and Wang anymore. I will take my leave now. The emperor slightly raised his hand, signaling Xiao Xiuyuan to leave. But he clearly understood Xiao Xiuyuan's little thoughts. He just wanted to use his hand to get rid of Yiziyu. But he forgot that no matter what, Yiziyu was his biological son, while Xiao Xiuyuan was just a dog. Seeing this, Yiziyu confidently said in front of the emperor, "Shir, wait for me at the palace gate. I will personally take you back to the residence later." The emperor heard this and joked with a smile. "It looks like I've separated you two. Standing at the palace gate must be tiring. Come, send Miss Su to the side hall for tea. Sitting and waiting is better than standing." Upon hearing this, Su Muxi and Yiziyu both expressed their thanks, while Xiao Xiuyuan could only force a smile on his face. He had initially planned to say a few words to Su Muxi during the journey out of the palace. But it seems the emperor ultimately favors his own son. Even his own younger brother could be ruthlessly killed without hesitation. So how deep can the father-son relationship really be? Su Muxi was led into the side hall by a young. Looking at the delicate snacks in front of her, she had no appetite and kept an eye on the main hall, worried about Yiziyu. But she didn't notice another person hiding behind a pillar. That person was observing Su Muxi from behind the pillar. Due to the angle, only her right side of the face, which had no birthmark, was visible. Seeing this, he couldn't help but stare a little too long. Leaning forward, he accidentally bumped into a nearby chair, making a loud noise and disturbing the beauty. Suddenly, Su Muxi heard a movement beside her and instinctively turned her head. To her surprise, she saw a pair of slightly narrow, fiery phoenix eyes. At first, they showed infatuation, but soon they were replaced by fear.
Ghost.
After seeing Su Muxi's face clearly, the person instinctively wanted to scream out, but he quickly covered his mouth with his hand to avoid disturbing anyone in the main hall. It was getting darker outside, and since there were no candles in the side hall, anyone unfamiliar with Su Muxi's appearance might be easily frightened upon seeing her suddenly. But this person hiding behind her suddenly calling out startled her as well. She hurriedly took out a veil she always carried and put it on, covering the ugly birthmark. This instantly transformed Su Muxi from an unattractive woman into a beauty who could easily spark imagination. "Your humble servant, Su Muxi, greets the third prince." Su Muxi bowed respectfully, which made Yi Zemin pause in surprise. "Do you know me?" "No." "So, how do you know I am the third prince?" Su Muxi looked up at Yi Ziming and honestly replied, "This is a side hall of the Palace of Resting Hearts. Usually, guards wouldn't slack off here, and ministers are not as young as you. I know there are 3 princes in Qi Kingdom. I've met the first 2, so if nothing unexpected happens, you must be the third prince." Yi Ziming's eyes showed admiration. "I didn't expect you to be a bit ugly, but you are clever. You're a decent match for your older brother. Still, it's better for you to wear a veil when you go out. If you meet someone weak or sick, They might get scared by your appearance and have a fit. Yes, Your Highness. I will follow your advice. Many people had called her ugly, but Yi Ziming didn't rank high among them. She also didn't bother to argue with a 16-year-old brat. Yi Ziming was born of the noble consort. It was said that the noble consort was strict and disciplined with him. Although Yi Ziming looked harmless, Su Muxi wouldn't underestimate any prince. As a prince who had lived under the empress's watch until 16, he must have some special qualities.
Yezeming ciltlet arond sumui, observing her carefully.
Are you Su Muxi? Su Muxi felt a bit speechless. Yi Ziming had just said she was a poor match for Yi Ziyu, and now he was confirming her identity? Yes, I am Su Muxi. What are you doing in this side hall? Is your older brother in the Palace of Resting Hearts? When mentioning Yi Ziyu, Yi Ziming looked very excited. Su Muxi nodded honestly. Prince Yong'an is indeed in the Palace of Resting Hearts. But Yi Ziming looked at her with a half-smile. I know what father told my older brother. Want to know what it is? She felt Yi Ziming had a strange sense of humor. Could it be because he was close to Yi Ziyu and learned bad habits? Or maybe he was overly protected by the noble consort, a bit naive, like a child's nature? Your Majesty and Prince Yong'an are talking about national affairs. I am of low status, and I don't want to know, nor dare I. Yi Ziming sat down on a chair, then took a piece of cake and bit into it. Looking at Su Muxi, who still stood stiffly like a wooden statue, he said with a half-smile, Father and your older brother are indeed talking about national affairs. But it also concerns you. Are you sure you don't want to listen? Su Muxi didn't even lift her head and firmly said, I don't want to. If she wanted to know, Yi Ziyu would tell her himself. He wouldn't need to hear it from someone else. And who knows what this third prince is really thinking. So it's better to keep some distance. Yi Ziming looked at Su Muxi, who was unresponsive, and suddenly threw the cake on his hand onto the ground, angrily saying no. You don't want to listen, but you have to. I insist on telling you. The Northern Yan Kingdom plans to send their princess to marry into our Qi country. Based on the timing of the letters, they should already be on their way. In about 10 days, they will arrive in the capital. He then showed his usual half-smile. Who do you think the Northern Yan princess wants to marry? Northern Yan still wants to marry into our family? Su Muxi wasn't surprised when she heard this news. A few months ago, Yi Ziyu led the Xuanwu army of 100,000 soldiers to defeat the Northern Yan's 500,000 troops. This battle made the entire Qi country excited, but it deeply hurt Northern Yan. As the defeated side, Northern Yan would naturally want to show goodwill to restore peace after the war. Marriage alliances are one of the most sincere ways to do this, besides ceding territory. Su Muxi understood Yi Ziyu's implied meaning, that the Northern Yan princess came to marry into their family because she wanted to marry Yi Ziyu. But she knew Yi Ziyu would never agree. Third prince, I don't know which talented man the Northern Yan princess wants to marry in our Qi country, but I do know she doesn't have the right to choose. The decision about the marriage must be made by His Majesty. After all, we are the victorious side in the war, and it wouldn't be right to let the defeated side decide. Isn't that so? Yi Ziyu was stunned upon hearing this, and suddenly looked a bit ashamed. As a prince of Qi, how could he not have thought of this? They came to marry into the family because Northern Yan was defeated. So the Northern Yan princess's arrival was passive. How could she pick and choose in their country? Even if His Majesty ordered her to marry a beggar, she would have no choice but to obey. If she wanted to marry his older brother, it would depend on whether he liked her. If his older brother liked her, she might be allowed to be a concubine. Yi Ziyu took a sip of tea, and when he looked at Su Muxi again, he clearly found her much more agreeable. She understood big matters and had a broad view. She seemed better than most women. Do you understand strategy? Hearing Yi Ziyu ask this out of nowhere, Su Muxi was puzzled and responded with an uncertain awe. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Yi Ziming took out a book from the table inside and handed it to Su Muxi. Just this question. Share your opinion. Su Muxi looked at Yi Ziming's eager expression, feeling both amused and helpless. It turned out that this third prince was doing his homework in this side hall. Looking at the few lonely words on the paper, it was clear that this third prince's studies were not very good. Your Highness, I am only skilled in medicine, not in strategy. Although Yi Ziming's eyes showed some regret, he still insisted, it's okay. Just tell me your own opinion. I didn't ask you to become the top scholar. I just want to see if you're smart enough to match my eldest brother. Hearing this, Su Mushi forced herself to speak her thoughts. She didn't expect that just a casual remark would make Yi Ziming's eyes shine more and more. It seemed that this third prince's homework wasn't just poor but very bad. Knowing the importance of hiding one's strength, Su Mushi only shared some simple ideas, then pretended to be confused and unsure how to continue. Please forgive my foolishness, Your Highness. I can only say these. Yi Ziming thought what Su Mushi said was enough and felt quite satisfied. But he couldn't show any happiness, only shook his head with a look of disappointment. Forget it. I won't trouble you anymore. If we meet again another day, I will test you again. He pointed to the table in front of him. You can eat some of the pastries on the table. Consider it my reward for you. Su Mushi gratefully thanked him. Only after Yi Ziming went to the desk inside and started writing furiously did she breathe a sigh of relief. What is going on? She was actually asked to do homework by a prince. She secretly glanced at Yi Ziming, who was busy writing, then picked up a piece of pastry and ate it slowly. A noble prince shouldn't bother a weak girl eating, right? So, as Su Mushi ate her third piece of pastry, the door of the side hall finally opened from outside, and Yizu's tall figure entered.
Elf-er.
Before Su Mushi could approach Yizu, the busy Yi Ziming ran ahead to Yizu, reaching out to hug him. But Yizu calmly blocked his arm. A real man, what kind of manners is it to hug and hold like that? Knight Zayu's voice was cold and commanding, naturally imposing. Coupled with the darkening sky and the terrifying black mask, it made Yi Ziming shiver. But his admiration eventually overcame his fear, and a look of joy and excitement appeared on Yi Ziming's face again. Brother, you've been back in the capital for so long, and you haven't come to see me. Tell me about the battlefield, and the battle where you defeated 50,000 troops from the northern border.
Oh.
By the way, this time the Northern Yen came to form an alliance. You must not let that shameless Northern Yen princess know about it. They are defeated enemies. They can't decide on marriage alliances, and the shameless princess can't marry whoever she wants. By defeating their army on the battlefield and humbling their arrogance in court, we let those outsiders see who is truly the great nation. Yi Ziming spoke louder and louder, feeling his blood boil with excitement. His face, usually fair and gentle, was now flushed with passion. Yi Zayu's eyes flickered slightly. He patted Yi Ziming's shoulder, and his voice was no longer cold, but filled with certainty. Third brother, you've grown up. You are indeed my Prince of Qi. I think if you say those words again in front of father, he will be very pleased. Yi Ziming, encouraged by the praise, immediately puffed out his chest. Big brother, are you telling the truth? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? That's true. I'll go find father first and then talk to you later. If I don't go now, father will be having dinner soon. As he spoke, Yi Ziming, who had just finished his homework, was about to leave when Yi Zayu said, It's getting late today. I'll take your wife home first. When I have time another day, I'll tell you about the northern border affairs.
Wife.
Yi Ziming and Su Mushi both froze in surprise. Yi Ziming saw Yi Zayu naturally holding Su Mushi's hand, showing a rare gentle expression, and suddenly asked, Big brother, have you seen what she looks like? He was worried Yi Zayu had been deceived, as he had only seen half of Su Mushi's face. Unexpectedly, this angered Yi Zayu. It seems your studies are still too easy, third brother. The scholars in the Hamlin Academy are often quite idle. Next time I see father, I will suggest that those scholars teach you properly. After speaking, he pulled Su Mushi to leave, not bothering to look at Yi Ziming's furrowed face, which looked like a bitter melon. This time, Yi Ziming reacted quickly and immediately found the reason why Yi Zayu was angry. He hurriedly begged for forgiveness, saying, Big brother, I didn't mean anything bad. Please don't misunderstand. Sister-in-law is smart and clever, a perfect match for Big Brother. I just said that out of curiosity about what sister-in-law looks like because I haven't seen her before. Despite Yi Zaiming's obvious lie, Su Muxi didn't expose him. Instead, a faint smile played on her lips behind her veil. What kind of lively prince is he? I hope he's sincere, and not just pretending. Yi Zaiming winked at Su Muxi, with a pleading look in his eyes. Su Muxi found it funny, and said something she didn't really mean. Since it's dark now, I put on my veil, so the third prince didn't see my real face. It's not strange that he's curious now. Yi Zayu raised an eyebrow. Since that's the case, we're about to become a family. Sheer, you should take off your veil, so my second brother can see you. Su Muxi followed his words, and removed her veil. Even though she was mentally prepared, Yi Zaiming was still startled when he saw the birthmark on Su Muxi. His lips moved for a long time, but he couldn't find a compliment to say about her appearance. Finally, he managed to say, "Big sister-in-law is really good." Yi Zayu wore a mask, and Su Muxi wore a veil. They held hands as they walked together. The man was tall, and the woman was petite and delicate, making them look quite suitable. They remained silent all the way until they got into the carriage. Yi Zayu frowned and asked, "Sheer, how did Yi Zaiming end up in the side hall? What did he tell you?" Su Muxi shook her head slightly. "When I arrived, he was already in the side hall. I guess he was studying there." Then she asked with a half-smile, "What? Are you nervous? Are you worried I might find out that the Northern Yen Duke wants to marry you?" Suddenly, Su Muxi's face was cupped by Yi Zayu, and he kissed her through the veil.
Why?
"Are you jealous, Sheer?" Yi Zayu imitated her, with a half-smile on his lips, but joy shining in his eyes. Su Muxi shyly turned her head away. "Who's jealous?" But then she heard Yi Zayu say, I am jealous. If I knew Yi Zaiming was in the side hall, I wouldn't let you go alone with him." Yeziu gently shook his head. "That's not quite right. As far as I know, my third brother is quite innocent and straightforward."
Su Muxi looked puzzled.
"Then what are you worried about? Are you afraid I might fall for the third prince at first sight?" Although Yeziu is only 3 years younger than her, to her, he still seems like a little kid. Could Yeziu be so petty? Unexpectedly, Yeziu then hugged her into his arms, burying his head in her neck and softly saying, Wherever Su Muxi was, his gaze always stayed on her. So he saw clearly that her look towards Yeziu Ming was not only full of smiles, but also mixed with a hint of helpless affection. This made him feel a bit sour and uncomfortable inside. Yeziu's soft hum in her ear made Su Muxi feel numb all over. Don't worry, I only like you," Su Muxi whispered shyly, as if soothing or confessing. Yeziu then held her waist with his large hand, applying a little force, making her sit on his lap. "Sier, say it again." His voice was hoarse and tempting. Don't worry. Say the second half. I only like you." Before she finished speaking, Yeziu sealed her lips with his. Compared to Su Muxi's clumsiness and passiveness, Yeziu was becoming more familiar and more domineering. The temperature in the carriage gradually rose. Just as Su Muxi was about to be kissed breathless, Yeziu released her voluntarily. "Sier, father has asked me to go outside the city to the tiger riding camp to train the new recruits this year. I can only come back every 3 days. During these days, you must take good care of yourself and remember to think of me every day, understand?" Su Muxi was momentarily stunned. "Training new recruits? Are you leaving tonight?" "Yes, tonight." "That's so sudden. Could it be a trick? Is it the Marquis of Anyang causing trouble?" It's not surprising that Su Muxi thought so. When they first entered the Palace of Nourishing Heart, Qiao Shuyuan was also there. The Tiger Riding Camp is the elite guard defending the capital, trusted by the Emperor besides the Imperial Guard. The Emperor had only recently taken back Yeziu's military power, so why would he kindly allow Yeziu to join the camp? Although training new recruits doesn't give real military authority, if done well, it could boost Yeziu's prestige in the army. But if the training is poor, if it was Qiao Shuyuan's idea for you to go to the tiger riding camp, then there must be someone from Qiao Shuyuan in the camp. Most new soldiers have some rebellious tendencies. If they are not properly trained, trouble can easily happen. If a rebellion occurs, the emperor will definitely hold you responsible. Su Muxi quietly analyzed, her delicate eyebrows furrowing in thought. After a moment, she relaxed her expression. All right, I will give you some medicine that even the palace doctors can't detect. Then you can pretend to be sick and stay in your residence for 10 days or half a month. After all, you are the emperor's own son, and the emperor wouldn't want you to go to the military camp while sick. Maybe in a few days, they will send someone else in your place. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Yiziu kissed her lips again. This time, the kiss was gentle and brief.
Yiziu quickly relaxed Sumuvi.
Sheer, you always surprise me. It seems heaven really did send me a treasure, he said happily. Su Muxi's analysis truly amazed him. He knew Sheer was clever and skilled in medicine, but he didn't expect her to understand military matters so well. His kind father, the emperor, wished he could be a carefree prince forever, so he wouldn't threaten his throne. But now, with a powerful Bai family and Yize Rue being the favored candidate for crown prince, his father, even if he liked his second brother, would inevitably feel some fear. Looking at history, many emperors had murdered their fathers to take the throne. Especially after today's morning court, when a minister proposed making Yize Rue crown prince, his father was in such a hurry to send him to Qi Tiger Camp. His father was warning Yize Rue that he had more than one son. He wanted whoever had power to have it. He could appoint the crown prince whenever he wanted. The emperor's authority was not to be challenged or influenced by others. And the person who came up with this balancing plan was probably not his father himself, but Qiao Xiuyuan, who often helped the emperor. But if Qiao Xiuyuan's idea was just to help the emperor, Yiziu didn't believe it. He feared that once he went to the military camp, troublemakers would soon cause chaos. As for how to plan the rebellion, Qiao Xiuyuan probably had many methods, since he himself came from the army and was once praised by General Lin as a mysterious strategist. Su Muxi thought Yiziu was planning to get her to drug him and pretend to be sick at home. But Yiziu said, Sheer, don't worry. With me in the military camp, no one can cause trouble. If I pretend to be sick at home, I'll be unhappy and also mocked. Moreover, the North Yen envoy will arrive in the capital soon. As the national hero of Qi, I need to show my strength. Seeing the confidence in Yiziu's eyes, Su Muxi gradually relaxed. Actually, her previous plan was not well thought out. Letting Yiziu, who is so proud, pretend to be sick at home would be like cutting the wings of a proud eagle. She didn't want Yiziu to lose his pride, nor did she want his pride to be trampled on by others. Skipping the topic of the military camp, Su Muxi pouted slightly, acting a bit coquettishly as she asked, So, how will our war god show his strength? Will he steal the princess of Bayan's carriage at the city gate, or make her kneel before our war god's armor and robe? Yiziu chuckled again, his eyes full of affection. He didn't ask questions or tease her further. Instead, he directly said, Don't worry, Sheer, I only like you. Even if father is worried that my marriage alliance with Beiyan might give me power, he wouldn't let the princess marry me after hearing what you said. To my words? Su Muxi was confused. Yiziu raised an eyebrow. Isn't that what the third brother said? Didn't you teach him those words that I didn't teach him? Seeing this, Su Muxi hurriedly recounted everything from the moment she met Yiziu, including her detailed conversations with Yiziu about Yi Ziying. But she didn't notice the fleeting look of pride in Yiziu's eyes. It seemed that Sheer only saw the third brother as a child and was initially wary of him. Now, he could rest assured. When the carriage reached the front of the Su residence, Su Muxi finished recounting her conversation with Yi Ziying. Phew. She hadn't expected to talk so much with that third prince. Most of it was her preparing him with information. In that case, Yi Ziying's compliment, sister-in-law is really good, didn't go to waste. Yiziu also found it amusing. He hadn't expected the third brother to ask Sheer to help him prepare, nor did he realize Sheer was knowledgeable about strategy and debate. Sheer, is there anything else you know that I don't? Not knowing? Su Muxi instinctively reached to touch the scar on her body, feeling a bit shy. How long have you known me? If you truly care for me, you'll find out more about me in time. If you're insincere, then Joe Zimo will be your consequence. Sue Mushi pretended to speak harshly. She and Joe Zimo had just divorced. Joe Zimo's leg had problems, plus the questioning in court by Joe Zishi. Some people who didn't know the truth thought her responsible for Joe Zimo's leg injury. And her bad reputation was finally cleared after Sun Shan's death. I saw Yizu take off his mask and say, seriously, I am not Xiao Zimo, and I will never become the second Xiao Zimo. Sheer, you'll slowly find out whether I am sincere or not. Because we still have a long time together, and I will be with you for the rest of my life. Although Yizu only went to a military camp on the outskirts of the city, Sue Mushi prepared many medicines for him to take to the camp. Better safe than sorry. 2 days quickly passed. During these 2 days, no one dared to enter Shan Ci Tang, except some poor families coming to get medicine. Sue Mushi sat there feeling bored, so she decided to go home and prepare to get married. Unlike a noble lady waiting to marry, Sue Mushi's preparations included making various medicines and self-defense tools with poisons. On the day the coachman and attendants went to the funeral, Sue Mushi went to see them. Watching their family cry so heartbreakingly made her feel very guilty. Although she didn't directly cause their deaths, they died indirectly because of her. Even though she had given their family a lot of money, Sue Mushi still felt she owed them and their loved ones. Because of this, she didn't want her own family to cry so painfully for her one day. She knew she had to learn to protect herself, not only to stay safe but also to be extra careful around people and situations. That day, early in the morning, Sue Mushi went again to Shan Ci Tang. She wanted to bring Aza home to live. It takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury, so Azu wouldn't heal easily. Shan Ci Tang was full of men, and Baiji was busy taking care of Azu every day, which was troublesome. So she decided to let Azu move to her home for easier care. As for what to do after Azu recovered, whether she would stay or leave, her family wasn't large, and having Azu there would make things livelier. Just as she was about to have the servant help lift Azu onto the carriage, Shun Yashin arrived.
Miso.
Sue Mushi had just gotten on the carriage, but upon seeing Shun Yashin, she had to step down for now. Miss Shin, did you come this early for something? Is there a problem with the ointment from last time? Sue Mushi asked calmly, though she was secretly wary of Shun Yashin. She still remembered what Bai Ji told her about Shun Yashin before. Whether Shun Yashin truly liked Yizu or not, she would never be friends with her. When mentioning the ointment, Shun Yashin's beautiful eyes curved, but there was a hint of wariness in her gaze. Miss Sue, your medical skills are excellent, and the ointments you prepare are naturally top quality. My grandmother's leg condition is improving day by day, and I came today to thank you. After speaking, she slightly lifted her chin. Seeing this, the maid Bai Yuan, who was standing behind her, stepped forward holding a small, square red lacquered wooden box. She looked proud, as if she was giving a gift. Sue Mushi smirked coldly. Grandmother? Leg problem?
Ha.
Miss Shin, I'm glad you're satisfied. As for thanks, there's no need. Just remember what you said before. She emphasized the word thanks with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. She said she wouldn't become a second Xiao Zishi, but now her attitude was not much better than Xiao Zishi's. Shunya Xian's face, hidden behind her veil, started to turn red, and her eyes showed embarrassment. Miss Sue, don't worry. I am not someone who makes promises and then forgets. This bracelet is made from high-quality Hetian jade. Giving it to Miss Sue is just a way to show my gratitude. After speaking, she personally took the wooden box from Bai Yuan's hands and opened it in front of everyone. Inside, there was red silk cloth, and on top was a pure white jade bracelet, without any mixed colors. It looked beautiful and very valuable. People passing by around saw this and looked either envious or greedy. Is that Miss Shun from the Shun family? Why is she giving such an expensive gift to Sue Mushi? I heard it's to thank Sue Mushi for preparing a special ointment for Grandma Shun's leg problem. So, Sue Mushi's medical skills are really good. At least when it comes to treating leg issues, she's better than other doctors. But I don't think Su Mushi really wants this bracelet, someone said. That's Miss Shun from the Shun family. Su Mushi has to pretend to accept it. Just wait, she will definitely take this bracelet. After all, it's not just a bracelet. It also represents the Shun family's face. Even though Su Mushi is about to marry King Yong, and she still wouldn't dare offend the Shun family. Shunya Xian's lips curled up proudly. The ointment she used on Su Mushi's face had made her spots fade significantly in just 2 days. That's why she came personally today to thank Su Mushi. But even with her gratitude, she had already put on a proper attitude and given Su Mushi face. So, it's certain that Su Mushi will accept this bracelet. Looking at Su Mushi's empty wrists, Shunya Xian felt a faint sense of disdain. A young daughter of a minor doctor, married to King Yong, probably had no impressive dowry. She was indirectly helping Su Mushi look better. I don't know if Su Mushi, who is so fickle, will finally marry King Yong. Su Mushi ignored the gossip around her and didn't pay much attention to the valuable bracelet. Instead, she calmly said, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Shin, but prescribing medicine is a doctor's duty. Such a precious item. I can't accept it, nor is it appropriate." After speaking, she bowed slightly to Shin Yashin and prepared to turn and leave. She showed no intention of giving Shin family face. This made Shin Yashin look cold and Biyuan angry and speak out. "What does Miss Su mean? Our young lady came to thank you kindly. Do you look down on the jade bracelet she gave you?" Hearing Biyuan's question, Su Mushi looked at Shin Yashin with a cold gaze. For some reason, after seeing Su Mushi's eyes, Shin Yashin felt a faint fear in her heart. She quickly scolded Biyuan, "Biyuan, shut up. If you behave so improperly again, you won't be allowed to serve me anymore." Last time was the same, almost making Su Mushi angry. Fortunately, she apologized in time, or else Su Mushi might have told her to leave directly. If that happened, her face wouldn't have improved as much, and she wouldn't be hopeful about the future. Although she didn't think Biyuan's words were wrong this time, she still thought it was better not to upset Su Mushi until her spots disappeared completely. After all, she was just a maid, not worth mentioning compared to her face. "Sorry, Miss Su, I didn't discipline the servant well. I understand that your medical work is your duty, not for fame or profit." She closed the box again and bowed gently. "In that case, I can only thank Miss Su once more." If it had been 3 days ago, seeing Shin Yashin like this, Su Mushi would have thought Shin Yashin was a good person.
But now she felt nothing.
Last time, she didn't discipline her servant well. The top talented woman in the capital, would she really make the same mistake twice? Maybe in Shin Yashin's eyes, this isn't a mistake at all. Not disciplining the servant well is just polite talk. "Miss Shun, I have received your thanks. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." Since Shun Yashin lowered her head, Su Mushi naturally responded politely. But Shun Yashin softly said, "Miss Su, tomorrow is the Bibo Pavilion Literary Gathering. I wonder if Miss Su has time? If so. Sorry, I have something to do tomorrow." Before Shun Yashin finished speaking, Su Mushi interrupted coldly. The literary gathering is usually attended by talented scholars and famous experts. Why would a female doctor like her go there? Is she planning to diagnose and treat people on the spot? Moreover, crowded places tend to cause trouble. She would rather stay at home studying medicine than join such noisy events. Shin Yashin looked even more embarrassed. Even with a veil covering her face, her discomfort was obvious. Bai Yuan was so angry her face turned red, but because she had just been scolded, she dared not speak up for Shin Yashin. However, some people nearby couldn't stand Su Mushi's arrogant attitude and immediately scolded her. "Su Mushi, you are going too far. Miss Shun meant well. Don't be so ungrateful. Do you know how many people want to attend the Bibo Pavilion literary event but can't get in? Miss Shun invited you, so you should be grateful. Now, most of the rumors about you outside are unpleasant to hear. If you can show your talent at the Bibo Pavilion and clear up the misunderstandings, it would be more direct than fighting in court with the daughter of the Marquis of Anyang, and it would also clear your name with the Lord of Jingzhou." The speaker was a young man dressed as a scholar. He looked quite handsome, but his clothes were a bit shabby. Sumushi looked at him coldly and said, "Scholars should focus on studying, yet you seem to know all the gossip from the streets. It's probably not entirely because of your lack of talent that you haven't achieved fame." She then glanced at Shinyashin and, with a faint smile, continued, "So, are you looking for another way to succeed?" This scholar was indeed defending Shinyashin and trying to curry favor with the Shin family. Even if he couldn't join the Shin family, gaining entry to the Bibo Pavilion event would be good enough. Now that Sumushi had exposed his intentions, he was furious and embarrassed. His face showed anger as he shouted, "Your face truly reflects your heart. Not only are you ugly, but you're also unreasonable. Like Miss Shin. I meant well, but you are so ungrateful." After speaking, he cupped his fists to Shinyashin and said, "Miss Shin, you should be grateful already. You don't owe Sumushi anything. Since Sumushi is so ungrateful, don't waste your words on her. In the future, don't seek her help again. There are many skilled doctors in the world. As I know, Dr. Su from Tyne Hall is very talented. His medical skills, morals, and character are far better than Sumushi's." When mentioning Dr. Su from Tyne Hall, others nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Dr. Su is very skilled. Last time, my mother was very sick and nearly unable to recover, but Dr. Su cured her. Dr. Su is not only talented, but also very kind. Last time, I didn't bring the consultation fee, and he still treated me. He even asked his assistant to prepare medicine for me, saying I could pay him back when I had time. Shopkeeper Liu from Shan Xiai Tang was so angry his beard almost stood up. The herbs sold at Tyne Tang are more expensive than those at Shan Xiai Tang, and their quality is quite average. Dr. Su only asked for the consultation fee and medicine money later, but he didn't say they were waived. However, whether it was their master or young lady, they never charged for consultations. For many poor families who couldn't afford medicine, they simply gave the herbs for free. Yet, they didn't thank the young lady or master, but instead, they kept talking about Dr. Su's small kindnesses. It's truly unreasonable. At this moment, Sumushi also realized a truth. Pushing too hard isn't good for business. Although many actions are well-intentioned, doing too much can make people think it's normal. So, Dr. Su not asking for the fees shows his good character, and Shan Xiai Tang not charging fees is just what they should do.
Huh?
Sumushi suddenly sneered, making Shinya Xian turn cold. But Shinya Xian's cold expression wasn't directed at Sumushi. It was for the scholar who had just spoken up for her. She had previously asked a maid with some freckles on her face to go to Tyne Tang to see Dr. Su. The ointment was applied, the medicine taken, but the freckles on her face didn't improve at all. Dr. Su couldn't even treat her maid's face, so how could he treat her face? The ointment Sumushi gave could still be used for 3 more days. Today, she came personally to thank Sumushi and to ask when the next bottle of ointment would be ready. But things turned out like this. Although hearing others speak for her made her feel better, her freckles on her face hadn't fully disappeared. Compared to feeling happy, what she needed most was the ointment prepared by Sumushi. "Young sir, we don't know each other, and I believe you don't understand the matters between me and Miss Su. It's better if you go home and focus on your studies." If there weren't so many people around, she really wanted to tell him not to meddle in others' affairs. Even though she spoke politely, the scholar's face turned pale. Shinyashin no longer looked at the young scholar but instead apologized again to Sumushi. "Sorry, Miss Su, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I just wanted to thank you." Her eyes were sincere, and her tone carried a hint of grievance. This made many men around feel sympathy for her. Sumushi looked at the growing crowd of scholars with angry expressions and sneered inwardly. It seemed that after today, she would gain a reputation for being ungrateful and unreasonable. If it had been another time, Shinyashin might have felt proud seeing everyone defend her, but now she only felt annoyed. If she didn't need to consider Shin's family's reputation and her own image, she really wanted everyone to leave her alone. Seeing someone else about to speak up for her, Shinyashin took the initiative to say, "In my opinion, Miss Su is excellent in both medical skills and character. The rumors about Miss Su outside are completely unfounded. If anyone else spreads false stories about Miss Su, they are enemies of the Shun family. After speaking, Shen Yashin also shot a glare at the young scholar who had just spoken. This glare made the scholar's face turn even paler. Others who had wanted to speak up for Shen Yashin also swallowed their words. Although they disliked Su Mushi's attitude, they only wanted to leave a good impression on Shen Yashin. If they failed to do so and offended the Shin family, it would be a loss. The scholar looked at Shen Yashin, then at Su Mushi, and finally clenched his teeth, bowing deeply to Su Mushi. I was mistaken earlier in judging the situation. Please forgive me, Miss Su. Su Mushi looked at the scholar and gained a new understanding of power. She didn't speak because she didn't want to pretend it was no problem, but she also didn't want to argue further with a stranger. Since they didn't know each other and there was no need to, she chose to ignore him and looked at Shen Yashin. Miss Shin, do you have anything else to say? If not, I will take my leave. She didn't believe Shen Yashin came today just to thank her with the bracelet. If she truly wanted to thank her sincerely, she wouldn't have shown such a high attitude from the start. So, Shen Yashin must have had a purpose for coming today. Shen Yashin briefly glanced around her surroundings and hesitated before speaking. Miss Su, the ointment my grandmother used is almost gone, probably only enough for 2 or 3 more days. When do you think you could make some more? I would like to come and pick it up myself. After saying this, she added, it would be better to make more. This way, she wouldn't have to come so often. Su Mushi had already prepared a new batch of ointment for Shen Yashin, but now she suddenly didn't want to give it. She hadn't yet said when she would have time, but Shen Yashin immediately asked her to make more. Her request was polite, but she was sure she would make the ointment. Since that was the case. Sorry, I might not have much time recently. I am about to get married and need to stay at home to prepare. If I do have time, I will make the ointment and have my servant deliver it to the Shun residence. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. After bowing slightly to Shen Yashin, her fox-like eyes widened as if she suddenly thought of something. She quickly added, wishing the old lady Shen a long life and good health. Shen Yashin originally wanted to say more, but after hearing Su Mushi's last words, her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She felt both annoyed and ashamed. Filial piety is the most important virtue, but she used her grandmother as an excuse to hide the spots on her face. Su Mushi ignored Shen Yashin and took a carriage home with Azu. Seeing Azu's big, worried eyes, Su Mushi asked curiously, what are you worried about? Are you afraid I will offend Miss Shin? Azu hesitated before nodding. Seeing this, Su Mushi winked playfully, don't worry. Soon I will be the princess consort of Yongin. The Shin family won't dare to do anything to me. By the way, you haven't met the king of Yongin yet. When he visits next time, make sure you see him. You can help me judge whether he's worth trusting with my life. Azu's eyes were full of determination, and she nodded heavily. Her serious expression made Su Mushi feel both amused and a little sad. During these days with Azu, she found that although Azu couldn't speak much, she was very sensitive and good at reading people. Even at such a young age, she was cautious, which must be related to her past experiences. Gently patting Azu's head, Su Mushi softly said, we will be home soon. When Azu heard the word home, her big, round eyes instantly filled with tears. Her lips trembled for a moment, wanting to say something. Her eyes flickered with hesitation, but in the end, she only nodded. Everything went smoothly until I unexpectedly met Xiao Shuyuan right after getting off the carriage.
Elfea.
He still had that kind, gentle face, and his voice was full of longing and love. But Su Mushi could no longer trust Xiao Shuyuan. Marquis, why are you here? Do you need something from me? Su Mushi's face was calm. She got off the carriage and stood at the door, showing no intention of inviting Xiao Shuyuan inside. Xiao Shuyuan's eyes darkened slightly, but he still maintained his kind, elegant appearance. Sheer, I just met Lord He, the prefect of Jingzhou. I heard you had a dangerous encounter outside the city a few days ago. Are you hurt anywhere? He spoke with concern, trying to step forward to check on Su Mushi, but she subtly dodged him. Thank you for your concern, Marquis, but I am fine. Qiao Shuyuan sighed heavily.
Ah,
Sheer, it seems we have grown apart. But as long as you're safe, I am relieved. His forced smile looked a little sad. But Su Mushi's heart remained unmoved. She heard Qiao Shuyuan continue seriously, Sheer, no matter what others say, Qiao Shuyuan, swear to the heavens, I would never hurt you. You are still young, have met few people, and experienced little. It's easy to be deceived by the complexity of human nature. If 3 years can't compare to half a month of knowing someone, then I haven't done enough. But time will reveal everything. Time will prove all, and you will see clearly. Su Mushi was silent. She understood what Qiao Shuyuan meant. He thought she didn't know enough about Yiziyu because they hadn't known each other long. He believed Yiziyu was using her, that her words were untrustworthy, and that he was deceiving her. But she didn't believe it. Although she had spent 3 years with Qiao Shuyuan and he had been genuinely kind to her, that was also his biggest flaw. Who would treat his daughter-in-law better than his own children? She was an outsider, after all, but Qiao Shuyuan treated her like his own daughter. So, the person with true motives toward her was Qiao Shuyuan. Seeing that Su Mushi didn't speak, Qiao Shuyuan forced a smile and said, I'm fine. I was just passing by and wanted to see you. Seeing that you're well, I feel at ease. His voice was tinged with a choking sound, full of grievance and sadness. After saying this, he turned and left, his back looking very lonely. It was as if he had come simply to see Su Mushi, with no other purpose. After Qiao Shuyuan got into the carriage, his expression changed instantly, becoming cold and fierce. Marquis, aren't you going to talk to Miss Su about the literary gathering? Chang Zhong asked, surprisingly curious. Qiao Shuyuan sighed slightly. Do you still not see how Sierra feels about me? If I don't mention the gathering, she might still go. But if I do, she probably won't go. What should we do about our plan? Qiao Shuyuan smirked coldly. Stick to the plan. Make sure Sierra has no choice but to go. Su Mushi thought that if she stayed at home, nothing would find her. But after dinner, she received an imperial decree from the Empress. By the Empress's order, Miss Su is to go to the literary gathering at Bibo Pavilion tomorrow to practice medicine. The Empress is kind-hearted. Seeing the weather getting hotter, she worries some young ladies might get heatstroke. Since she heard that Miss Su is skilled in medicine, she has sent an old servant to invite Miss Su to the event tomorrow. The literary gathering at Bibo Pavilion is not open to everyone. The Empress's favor towards Miss Su is rare, so Miss Su should be grateful. The old spoke proudly, but Su Mushi's eyes showed no happiness. She had no interest in the gathering at all. Others thought that her going to the event was a rare opportunity, and perhaps the old believed the Empress's favor was a gift to her. But no one knew if the Empress simply wanted to humiliate her or had other plans. Su Mushi had to go tomorrow. Pretending to be sick at the last minute would be too obvious and might offend the Empress. So she forced herself to thank her. Thank you, Empress. Please convey my gratitude to the Empress. I will go early tomorrow. If anyone gets heatstroke, I will do my best to treat them. She deliberately emphasized the words heatstroke. If someone had an accident during the gathering, she wouldn't want to be responsible. Her duty was only to treat those with heatstroke. After the left, Su Xing pondered for a long time before hesitating to speak. Sierra, why don't you ask the Empress Dowager for help? It's only June, and even if it's hot, no one should get heatstroke. I think the Empress wants to cause trouble for you tomorrow. Su Xing's brow furrowed, feeling helpless that she couldn't protect her daughter. She was filled with frustration and deep worry. Su Mushi smiled casually and said, Dad, you really think too highly of me. I don't have much background. Knights say you married me, so I pose no real threat to the second prince. The Empress is such an important person. She wouldn't bother to embarrass a little doctor like me at such a formal event tomorrow. I guess the Empress just wants me to see my own worth and let everyone see how ugly the person Knight Zayu is marrying really is. When Su Xing heard this, he thought it made sense. Only important people go to the literary event at Bai Pavilion. If Sheer went, the Empress's orders wouldn't stay secret. If anything happened to Sheer, people would start gossiping about the Empress. But he believed the Empress wouldn't ruin her reputation just for Sheer. So, he thought the Empress's real goal was just to shame her daughter. Sheer, you've been wronged. It's all my fault for being useless. If he were a high-ranking official, the Empress wouldn't act like this. People wouldn't gossip about Sheer in front of her. But unfortunately, he was only a minor court doctor. Su Muxi took Su Xing's hand and playfully winked. Dad, soon I'll make those who mock me regret it. Su Xing coughed lightly. Shameless. Su Muxi leaned on Su Xing's arm and coquettishly said, You're my dad. I have nothing to be shy about in front of you. The next day, just before leaving, Su Xing still made her wear a veil. Although those who mocked Su Muxi would soon be proven wrong, who liked to listen to others mock them for no reason. Just find a quiet spot to sit. If your clothes get dirty, so be it. Don't change clothes with strangers' maids, and don't eat or drink anything there. If something happens, don't be curious or try to get involved. After the event, I'll come to pick you up. Su Muxi had heard these warnings so many times, but she nodded patiently. Don't worry, Dad. I've prepared everything I need. There are so many people here. I won't get into trouble. To be safe, Su Muxi brought some medicine and self-defense items. She had the bracelet she used last time for protection and a silver hairpin with hidden ingredients. If no one tried to harm her, she'd be fine. But if someone did, she wouldn't let them get away easily. The literary event at Bai Pavilion was held by the lake on the outskirts of the city. The reason it is called the Bibo Pavilion Literary Gathering is because there is an open space at the center of Bibo Lake. Over 10 years ago, the head of the Merchants Association had a pavilion built there and named it Bibo Pavilion. It is said that from the Bibo Pavilion, you can see the entire lake, and the view is stunning. As a result, many people eagerly go there to enjoy the scenery. The pavilion is small, but many visitors come to see the view. So, the head of the Merchants Association held a literary contest, where only those who won first place in each event could go to the pavilion to admire the lake and its scenery. People who have visited the pavilion often show off to those who haven't, which makes others wish to see it too. Because of this, Bibo Pavilion's fame grew, and the event status became higher and higher. Gradually, from an open contest anyone could join, it became a prestigious event only for talented or well-connected people. People like Su Muxi, who lack literary talent and social status, could not even get in. By the lake, a large open area had already been cordoned off, surrounded by luxurious carriages of various styles. There were so many carriages that even the smaller ones from the Su family couldn't squeeze in. Zhongbin, just stop here. It's not far now. I can walk from here. Su Muxi opened the carriage curtain and stepped out. Zhongbin saw this and quickly said, All right, I'll accompany Miss to walk over. If you come with me, what about the carriage? Don't worry, with so many people around, nothing will happen. Hearing this, Zhongbin looked at the carriages and thought it was more important to accompany the lady. Just as he was about to speak, a beautiful female voice interrupted.
Misu?
Su Muxi slightly frowned and looked toward the voice. Sure enough, she saw Shen Yaxin opening her carriage curtain and looking in her direction. Miss Shen. Su Muxi greeted politely, but didn't plan to pay further attention. Unexpectedly, Shen Yaxin quickly got out of her carriage and approached her. Today, Shen Yaxin wore a white dress that made her look ethereal and graceful. Wearing a veil added a mysterious touch. But when she spoke, Su Muxi couldn't help but feel a cold smile forming in her heart. Miss Su, I'm so glad you could come. I thought yesterday you really didn't want to come. Shen Yaxin subtly examined Su Muxi's outfit today as she spoke. She hadn't worn a veil for a long time, but now she was wearing one again. It seemed she cared a lot about her appearance. But what does it matter if she wears a veil? She still couldn't attract any talented suitors. Such a restless woman is not worthy of marrying the king of Yong'an. There was a time when she clearly didn't wear any jewelry, but today her purse was full of accessories. However, these accessories looked very cheap. There was only a silver hairpin and a bracelet. She thought that yesterday she didn't accept the jade bracelet she was given because she was too embarrassed to take it in front of everyone. Humph. She really cares about saving face. Although Shan Yashin thought this in her heart, she showed no sign of it on her face. After all, she still relied on Su Mushi to prepare ointments for her. So she simply took Su Mushi to the literary meeting to broaden her horizons. She was willing to do that. Su Mushi didn't explain to Shan Yashin but spoke to Zhongbin instead. This is Shun Dakshueishi's daughter. I will go in with her, so you should be more at ease now. Zhongbin saw that Shan Yashin had no ill will towards Su Mushi and hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I will watch here while the young lady goes inside. Su Mushi smiled helplessly, then picked up her medicine box and said to Shan Yashin, Miss Shin, there's a traffic jam ahead, so we might have to walk. Without waiting for Shan Yashin to reply, she headed toward the venue. Shan Yashin watched Su Mushi's back, her eyes flashing with a cold look, but she quickly returned to her usual gentle and graceful appearance. She nodded at Zhongbin and gave some instructions to the coachman. Then, supported by Bai Yuan, she followed Su Mushi. Su Mushi moved quickly and lightly, walking fast without waiting for Shan Yashin. Bai Yuan couldn't help but whisper, "What's the point of walking so fast? Without Miss Shin, can she get in? If she gets stopped at the door, it would be embarrassing for her." Hearing this, Shan Yashin also wanted Su Mushi to be embarrassed, but since her ointment was almost finished, she could only quicken her pace to catch up. "Miss Shun, wait for me. You're walking too fast. The literary meeting won't start for another half hour. There's no need to go in so early." Panting, Shan Yashin hurried forward, afraid that Su Mushi would keep walking. She quickly reached out and tugged at Su Mushi's sleeve. Su Mushi slightly frowned and subtly pulled her sleeve back. She looked around with a puzzled expression. She thought the literary meeting would start exactly at the third quarter of the hour, so she wasn't in a hurry to leave. But seeing the few people and carriages now, it seemed they were about to start early. If she arrived late, she was worried the Empress would find fault with her. That was why she was in such a rush. But hearing Shan Yashin's words, she became a bit confused. Shan Yashin noticed Su Mushi's confusion and kindly explained, this literary gathering may invite talented people, but some are just there to gain fame or build connections. They arrive early to chat with others, make friends, or show off their poetry or paintings. Of course, truly talented people don't need to do these things. She always arrives on time for these events and never early. With talent and status, she naturally doesn't bother arriving early. Even if she did arrive early, she would be the one others talk to and praise. She looked at Su Mushi with disdain and comforted her insincerely, "Miss Su, don't worry. If you want to make friends with any young masters or misses later, I can introduce you. No need to rush." Su Mushi raised an eyebrow and sneered secretly, hidden behind her veil, so Shan Yashin couldn't see. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Shin, but..." Before Su Mushi finished, a lively male voice rang out from afar, and then a tall figure quickly ran over to her side.
"Misu, it's really you."
"Are you attending the literary gathering? Would you like to go together?" Su Mushi had expected Xie Xian to come, but seeing his excited expression made her feel overwhelmed. Last time, she had clearly told Xie Xian that Yiziyu had taken off his mask and left in embarrassment, but Xie Xian still looked at her as if he adored her.
And he showed no shame about it.
"Young Master Xie, do you know Miss Su?" Seeing Xie Xian run over, Shan Yashin thought he was here for her, but it turned out he was here for Su Mushi. Xie Xian, though wild and carefree, was handsome and talented in painting. Even knowing he wasn't a good person, many young ladies secretly liked him. She rarely went out normally, only seeing Xie Xian at these gatherings. Every time, he would come over to greet her and chat briefly. But this time, when they met, Xie Xian completely ignored her. He was about to speak when Su Mushi spoke first. "I only met young Master Xie a few times. We don't really know each other." Hearing this, Xie Xian's excited expression instantly turned into disappointment. Even Shan Yashin, naive as she was, couldn't believe what Su Mushi said. Not really knowing each other? If they didn't really know each other, why would young Master Xie react like that? It seems the rumors are true. Su Mushi really does have some skill. She is truly so shameless. Why would King Yongin want to marry someone like Su Mushi? Su Mushi hurriedly tried to distance herself from Xie Xian, avoiding Shen Yaxin, and directly said to Xie Xian, "I'm not here to recite poetry, play music, or paint this time. I was summoned by the Empress to attend the literary gathering and practice medicine, so I am not on the same path as young Master Xie." Xie Xian was not very surprised, since in previous years, the literary meetings also invited a few doctors to be present, just in case of accidents. Now that the Empress had invited Su Mushi, it was a thoughtful gesture. If an unmarried young lady had an accident, it would be more convenient for her to be treated by a female doctor. Meanwhile, Shen Yaxin clenched her fists secretly. Su Mushi was actually summoned by the Empress. She didn't expect Su Mushi to have connections with the Empress. When they reached the entrance of the venue, they saw guards stopping Su Mushi. After Su Mushi publicly removed her face veil, Shen Yaxin's lips curled into a slight smile again. It turned out the Empress wasn't truly valuing Su Mushi, but was trying to shame her. Everyone attending the literary gathering needs to verify their identity. "Miss Su, please remove your veil, so the young servant can see your face."
Shen
Yaxin was also wearing a veil, yet she was the only one being asked to verify her identity. What was the point of verification? Her birthmark? Before she could speak, Xie Xian spoke angrily first. "What do you mean? Miss Shen is also wearing a veil. Why aren't you asking to verify her identity? There are many women with veils here. I don't believe you'll check each one individually." The guard looked hesitant. He was just a servant and had no right to examine the appearance of these young ladies, but he had received orders and could only follow them. Then Xie Xian continued, "I know Miss Su, and can testify to her identity. Now, can Miss Su go in?" The commotion at the entrance drew many people's attention. Most of them didn't recognize Su Mushi, but Xie Xian and Shen Yaxin knew her. Seeing the two standing outside without entering, they looked over with curiosity. Are young Master Xie and Miss Shen being kept outside? That's unlikely. Young Master Xie is a talented painter, and Miss Shen is the top talented woman in the capital. If they were kept outside, this literary gathering wouldn't be genuine. Prince Xie and Miss Shen were also standing nearby, along with a woman in blue. She didn't seem like a maid, so perhaps the guards were stopping her. Who is that woman? I can't see her clearly, because she's wearing a veil. From Prince Xie's angry look, he probably cares a lot about her. Everyone was guessing quietly and slowly moved closer to Xie Xian and the others. Coincidentally, Pei Yuan was among them and immediately recognized the veiled woman as Su Mushi. After leaving the Anyang Marquis's house last time, Pei Yuan felt very down again. He saw a dark future ahead and felt hopeless. His mother couldn't bear to see him like this and tried to comfort him. "Son, it's just a woman. Just marry her. Once Qiao Zi gets married, I have ways to handle her. She won't bother you, so don't worry." After a pause, she looked fierce and said, "If you want, I can make her disappear completely. When you're ready to marry someone else, the Marquis family won't say a word." Her words made Pei Yuan feel a bit better. Qiao Zi, she was just someone he married, nothing more. He wouldn't touch her or treat her well. People say a daughter who marries out is like water spilled on the ground. With his mother around, she wouldn't let Qiao Zishi cause trouble. As for making her disappear, thinking of Qiao Zishi's vicious look and her cursed words, Pei Yuan's heart grew cold and hard. Once he understood this, he became interested in the literary gathering. He wanted to make a name for himself there and then pursue a career in government. At first, he didn't care, but now he had come to understand. Why was Qiao Xiuyuan so confident? Why didn't his father agree to cancel his engagement with Qiao Zishi? Because Qiao Xiuyuan was the Minister of War, holding real power. If he were just a minor official, he wouldn't dare to break off the engagement, let alone abandon Qiao Zishi after marrying her. His father wouldn't blame him either. So, he wanted to join the government and become a high-ranking official. But when he saw Su Mushi, he temporarily set aside that plan. Right now, he just wanted to help Su Mushi out of trouble. Miss Su, what's wrong? Pei Yuan quickly stepped forward, looking at Su Mushi with concern, care, and a hint of something hard to describe in his eyes. Shun Yashin saw Pei Yuan come over and was the first to show concern for Su Mushi, her fists clenched even tighter. Su Mushi really has a talent for attracting attention. She even managed to flirt with Pei Yuan. No wonder Qiao Zixi was shouting loudly on the street. It turns out Su Mushi shamelessly seduced Qiao Zixi fiancé. The guard's forehead was covered in sweat. Having young Master Xie testify for Su Mushi was not enough. Now there was also young Master Pei. If he still insisted that Su Mushi remove her veil, he would offend these important people. But if he let Su Mushi go in easily, he might offend the higher-ups. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, Su Mushi suddenly reached out and tore off her veil, revealing her ugly red birthmark openly for everyone to see. "Can you now confirm my identity? Can I go in?" she softly asked. The guard was stunned for a moment, then nodded firmly. His eyes showed gratitude. "It's fine. It's fine. Miss Su, please go in. The doctors are on the right side. Please proceed." At this moment, in the guard's eyes, Su Mushi did not look ugly at all. Her confident manner was far better than many young ladies he had seen before. After removing her veil, Su Mushi did not put it back on. Instead, she tucked it into her sleeve. Since she had already taken off her veil, putting it back on would seem pretentious. Moreover, she was used to others looking at her strangely, so she didn't mind being looked at a few more times. There was no need to make things difficult for a guard. Her visible birthmark also made it clear who she was. Anyone trying to do something sneaky would think twice. People who do bad things usually don't want to be seen. After thanking the guard openly, Su Mushi calmly carried her medicine box and entered the venue. She showed no signs of shyness or inferiority. She nodded to Xie Xian, Pei Yuan, and Shun Yashin, then headed toward the direction indicated by the guard. Meanwhile, the onlookers, upon seeing the red birthmark on Su Mushi's face, recognized her identity. Recently, there had been many rumors about Su Mushi. Even if they hadn't paid much attention, they had heard a lot about her. Is she really Su Mushi? She looks just like the demon in the stories. How did the guard let someone like her in? Probably to impress King Yong'an and broaden his horizons. This is quite dull. I thought she was a beautiful woman, but I didn't expect that behind the veil, she was quite plain. Xie Xian listened to the comments about Su Mushi around him. His handsome face turned red with anger. He was about to speak up for her when Pei Yuan pulled him back. "Brother Xie, today is the literary gathering. Don't get so upset." Pei Yuan's mood was complicated. He wanted to get close to Su Mushi, but was also worried about others talking about him. He had just come over after seeing Su Mushi, driven by impulse, but when he saw her remove her veil, he quickly calmed down. Especially when he saw that Su Mushi seemed to ignore him, he felt both disappointed and a strange, hard-to-explain mixed feeling. Xie Xian still looked angry. Miss Su was sent here by the Empress to treat people. If anyone is unhappy, they are actually unhappy with the Empress. Although the literary gathering tests talent, if a person's character isn't good, no matter how talented they are, it's useless. Everyone's tongue is longer than a hanging ghost's, and their chins are higher than city walls. They're only average in talent, yet they criticize others so harshly. It seems that the literary gathering at Bibo Pavilion is really getting worse each year. The participants are all different, and it's just boring. His father was the Grand Censor, proud and domineering. Anyone dared to speak against him. Under his example, Xie Xian naturally wasn't afraid to offend anyone. Though these words seemed directed at Pei Yuan, he spoke loudly enough for everyone around to hear clearly. Su Mushi also heard it and wanted to applaud Xie Xian, thinking his sarcasm was very sharp. But now, her relationship with Xie Xian made it difficult to get too close. Everyone present was proud and proud-hearted. When they heard Xie Xian, a few immediately stepped forward. "Xie Xian, you're insulting your own manners. Xie Xian, don't think that just because your father is the Grand Censor, you can be so arrogant. You spend all day chasing women, unworthy of talking about character. Is this how Grand Censor Xie raises his son? It's just disgraceful. Su Mushi originally remembered her father's advice and didn't want to argue. But Xie Xian's intention was to defend her, and now that he brought her father into it, she couldn't bear it. If her father hadn't appeared that day in time, Zhong Bo and Zhong Bin's legs might have been broken by the people brought by Qiao Zixi. And she didn't know what would have happened to her and her father. So, since her father had helped her and her family, she couldn't just hide away anymore. Clap, clap, clap. Su Mushi turned around and loudly clapped her hands at the people arguing with Xie Xian. This sudden action made everyone feel confused. Suddenly, Su Mushi loudly asked, "Is this the Bibo Pavilion Literary Gathering? This is my first time here. I hope I haven't come to the wrong place." A woman wearing a veil kindly answered Su Mushi's question. Yes, this is indeed the Bibo Pavilion Literary Gathering. Su Mushi smiled and nodded at the woman, then asked curiously, "Since this is the Bibo Pavilion Literary Gathering, why do people still care about appearances? It feels like a beauty contest or a matchmaking event. I thought I might have come to the wrong place." Her words made those who had just been judging her looks feel embarrassed. Then Su Mushi continued, "Just now, I heard a young man say that asking about flowers and willow trees is not about character. But how many of you here have never been to a place of entertainment? So what Xie Gongzi said is true. This Bibo Pavilion Literary Gathering really is getting worse each year. Places of entertainment are popular among scholars and poets. Although many go there not for women, they are still often criticized for it." As for the middle-aged man who mentioned Xie earlier, Su Mushi focused her attention on him. "Sir, what did you just say? That Xie Yushi is acting improperly?" Xie Yushi dares to speak frankly because he leads by example. If he were acting improperly, would someone like you be fit to be an official? I'm afraid that if you became an official, you'd only hesitate and be afraid of the strong. After saying this, she deliberately looked him over from head to toe with a kind expression and advised, "Sir, it's better for you to control your desires. Otherwise, your health might be drained quickly, and even if you want to be an official, it might be impossible." Li Shun, who was scolded, felt ashamed and angry. He looked around at the gazes fixed on him and tremblingly pointed at Su Mushi, saying, "This is nonsense. I am a scholar of the Hamlin Academy, a court official. How dare you slander a court official openly? I will have Lord Hida Ren from Jingzhou arrest you for questioning." Su Mushi pretended to be afraid and said, "I didn't expect you to be a scholar of the Hamlin Academy. But I didn't lie. If you don't believe me, there is a doctor over there who can examine your pulse carefully. If you still insist I am slandering you, you can ask the imperial doctor to check you. Although I look ugly, I am confident in my medical skills and believe I won't be mistaken." As she spoke, she hurriedly asked those around her for help. "Honorable scholars, young masters and ladies present, please bear witness for me. If I was just talking nonsense, I am willing to accept punishment. But if what I said is true, I ask everyone to clear my name. Earlier, when Deputy Sun suddenly died, the false accusations against me from Lord Anyang's daughter were dropped. Now that so many people are here, I don't want my medical skills to be doubted again." Li Shun heard this and became nervous. He hesitated for a long time but couldn't find a way to defend himself. He had indeed indulged too much recently, but he had been recovering for several days. The doctor said he was almost better, so why could Su Mushi see through him at a glance? If Su Mushi could see it, then other doctors examining him would probably notice too. If the news of his overindulgence spread, he would lose face at court and might not be able to continue his official duties. Although Li Shun didn't say anything, it seemed like he had said everything. While others looked down on him, some also started to be wary of Su Mushi. They were afraid she might see through their own problems too. Just as Li Shun was desperately trying to think of a way to explain and brush this matter aside, a pleasant female voice sounded. "Miss Su, today is a literary gathering. We are here to make friends through literature, to sell books and paintings to help the people of Qi. We don't want any disputes. Why don't we just let this go? Just consider it giving me some face. Bai Menjing walked gracefully from afar, dressed in a light pink gown that made her look like a young lady of 20. She didn't wear a veil, so her beauty was fully visible. She wore a proper smile, looking gentle and elegant, easily gaining people's goodwill. But Su Mushi secretly sneered inside. She thought Bai Menjing was just pretending to be kind, just like Yi Ziyu, both good at acting like nice people. It was clear that those people had started the gossip first, but now Bai Menjing was the one who seemed to be stirring trouble. Though she felt unwilling, Su Mushi still bowed to Bai Menjing, but her face showed signs of reluctance and grievance. Since the princess has spoken, I won't argue with this gentleman anymore. Then she slightly bowed to everyone. Since everyone is here to help the people of Qi through this literary event, I won't disturb you further, so you can focus on your own affairs. After saying this, she calmly walked to the right. Seeing Su Mushi walk away, Li Shun finally spoke again. Humph, this is all nonsense. How could I fear arguing with her? Speaking, he cupped his fists in greeting and said, Today, because of the princess's presence, I won't argue with her. However, I have no mood to continue participating in the literary gathering.
Goodbye.
Watching Li Shun's back as he left, everyone understood what was happening. It wasn't that Li Shun didn't want to argue with Su Mushi, but Bai Menjing had suppressed the matter for him. Now, she was fleeing in a hurry. However, no one thought Bai Menjing had done anything wrong. They saw her as generous, polite, and understanding. If this matter had escalated, it would only have caused embarrassment for everyone and ruined the annual literary gathering. No wonder Xiao Zimo divorced Su Mushi and married Bai Menjing instead. One was high up, the other down below. If they were Xiao Zimo, they would also choose Bai Menjing and abandon Su Mushi. Pei Yuan, who had met Bai Menjing at the restaurant last time, still had a good impression of her. Like others, he thought she appeared suddenly to avoid disrupting the event. But Xie Xian looked at Bai Menjing's beautiful face, a sneer forming at the corner of his mouth. Though he didn't directly reveal his thoughts, he followed after Su Mushi, loudly calling out, Miss Su, wait for me. I just had a small argument with someone and was worried I might be asked to leave. As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions changed slightly. They looked at Bai Menjing involuntarily. Bai Menjing smiled awkwardly, said nothing, and shook her head slightly, showing a generous attitude that refused to explain. This made many men feel compassion and secretly labeled Xie Xian and Su Mushi as troublemakers and sharp-tongued. At this moment, Xiao Zimo, dressed in a moon-colored robe, strode in confidently. His romantic eyes did not look at Bai Menjing but fixed on the backs of Su Mushi and Xie Xian, and his brows furrowed deeply.